When Uchiha Senya opened his eyes, he was in a daze. A second ago, he was lying in bed scrolling through short videos something about Uchiha Itachi unleashing an ocean and what really happened on the night of the clan massacre. He was watching people in the comments argue about why Itachi didn't help his clan rebel. He only meant to glance before sleep, but when he blinked, he was standing on a strange street. Huh, what's going on? Senya looked down at his clothes, then at the person lying on the ground nearby. His mind went, wait, is that a corpse? And the fan emblem on its back. Damn, it's the Uchiha. Senya's heart skipped a beat. He looked ahead. The entire street was littered with bodies. Old people, women, children, all lying in pools of blood. The smell of blood was overwhelming, not like an anime, but real, drilling into his nose. Senya's face turned pale. Good news, I seem to have transmigrated. Bad news, it's the night of the Uchiha massacre. Who in their right mind transmigrates to a massacre night? He was about to find a place to hide when he heard a faint sound behind him. Very soft. Senya turned stiffly. Then he saw black hair, Yimbiyu attire, a short sword in hand, blood dripping from the tip. That face was all too familiar. He had just seen it on his phone screen. It was Uchiha Itachi. Senya's mind buzzed. It's over, the culprit of the massacre is here. He had just been mocking him for being fooled by Danzo, and now he stood before him. He instinctively wanted to speak, wait him not. But before he could finish, Itachi had already appeared before him in a flash. Senya felt a cold sensation in his chest. Looking down, he saw the short sword had pierced his heart. Blood dripped along the blade. The pain came a moment later, an explosive agony that made it hard to breathe. He opened his mouth, but had no strength. His legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. At that moment, only one thought remained, damn, I just transmigrated, and am about to die. Senya lay on the ground, blood gushing from it. He wanted to say something else like, bro, I'm really not from the Uchiha clan, or I know the truth, don't kill me, but his strength was fading. He couldn't even open. Itachi looked at him calmly, his gaze like looking at an object devoid of emotion. Senya lay on the ground, feeling his body grow colder. His vision darkened, sounds grew distant. He used to read novels where the protagonist could recall a lot of memories before death, but now he realized there was no time for that. It hurt, it was cold. Couldn't breathe. Then nothing. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer on the street. Not in a hospital. Not back in his messy rented room. He stood in a very strange place. The ground was like water, but he didn't sink. Surrounding him was a pale blue light with tall stone pillars in the distance wrapped in incomprehensible patterns. The whole space was cold and quiet, as if moonlight had been poured into a lake. Senya was stunned for a long time. Damn, where did I end up now? But this place looks a bit like Naruto's Nine-Tails space. But the Nine-Tails place was red and hellish. Here it was pale blue. Very elegant. Senya instinctively touched his chest. Intact clothes, also fine. He twitched his mouth. Am I dead and in heaven? Then a woman's voice came from ahead. Noisy. Senya immediately shut his mouth. There was someone else. He looked up and saw a woman standing in the pale blue mist. White robes, extremely long white hair, a back that was impossibly beautiful. Senya didn't react at first, but when she turned her head, he froze completely. The woman had pale eyes, white hair, an impossibly beautiful face, and horns on her forehead. Damn. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Senya fell silent. He really wanted to ask, lady, what are you doing here? Kaguya looked at him, her gaze cold and detached, as if he were not human, like a human seeing a talking ant, just mildly curious. Senya braced himself and raised his hand. Hi. Kaguya didn't answer. The atmosphere grew awkward. He coughed and asked tentatively, are you? Kaguya tilted her head, her gaze no longer cold and dead, but with a hint of confusion, as if asking how he knew her name. Senya knew he might have said the wrong thing. His mind raced. He needed to change the subject quickly. Do you know what's happening to me? Senya pointed to his chest as he spoke. He had just been stabbed through the heart by Itachi, but he didn't die. Instead, he came to this seal-like space and met Kaguya. Wait, a seal space? Could it be that Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is sealed inside him? No, Naruto's Nine-Tails space had a clear cage and seal, but here there were no walls, not even a cage. Kaguya didn't respond. He was about to ask something else when she suddenly raised her hand and waved. The next moment, the blue water surface under his feet shook violently, and a force pushed him outward. Wait, I haven't figured it out yet. Kaguya merely looked at him calmly. Be careful. 3 words fell, and Senya's vision went black. When cold wind hit his face, Senya snapped his eyes open. He was still lying on the Uchiha clan street. Within these few minutes, every time he opened his eyes, it was a different scene, already 3 times. Senya even wondered if he had awakened some dojutsu that teleported him with a blink. Itachi was gone. Senya immediately looked down at his chest. The clothes were torn, blood was still there, but unlike the strange space, the wound on his heart was present and slowly healing with a faint white trace, as if some mysterious energy was repairing it. Senya reached out and touched it. His heartbeat seemed normal. He sat in the pool of blood silent for a few seconds. Then he couldn't help but curse. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Transmigrating to the massacre night was bad enough. Being stabbed through the heart by Itachi was bad enough. But it turned out he probably had an Ōtsutsuki Kaguya living inside him, not sealed, she just seemed to reside there. Before Chiya could think further, several sharp sounds of air being cut came from the distance. Someone was coming. He suddenly remembered something. Konoha wasn't a warm family, especially at this time. Danzo was still alive and well. If Danzo found out that he had been stabbed and was still alive, he would definitely capture him and do experiments. He hadn't figured out the situation yet. At his current age, same as Sasuke, he couldn't fight Danzo. It was better to lie low for now until he mastered Kaguya's power, then he could dominate the ninja world. He had to play dumb. He could only hope the third Hokage could protect him. Chiya decisively fell back, lying back in the pool of blood. He closed his eyes and played dead. A few seconds later, several ANBU landed nearby. There's another child here. Someone walked over, crouched down, and reached for his neck. Chiya held his breath, but his heartbeat quickened a half-beat. The ANBU's fingers had just touched his neck when the movement suddenly stopped. Wait, he's alive. The voice beside him changed. How can he survive with such a wound? No one answered. Chiya kept his eyes closed, motionless. In his heart, he silently prayed, "Third Hokage, old man, don't sell me out, please hold against that damn Danzo's pressure." Chiya was carried into Konoha Hospital on the back of an ANBU member. "Doctor, hurry," one of the ANBUs shouted. "The boy has severe chest trauma. Check him immediately." The doctor on duty, originally drowsy, immediately stood up upon hearing this. The doctor quickly instructed the ANBU to place Chiya on the hospital bed and reached to examine his chest. Chiya closed his eyes, extremely nervous inside. He wasn't afraid the doctor would find him sick. He was afraid the doctor would find him not sick. Indeed, after cutting away the blood-stained clothes on his chest, the doctor was completely stunned. He looked down at Chiya's chest, then up at the two ANBU, his expression slowly turning strange. "You say? He had severe chest trauma." The two ANBU nodded. "When we found him, he lay in the streets of the Uchiha clan compound, his chest covered in blood, his clothes slashed, as if by a sharp weapon." The doctor didn't speak. He lowered his head and examined again carefully. Heartbeat normal, breathing normal, skin intact. Not only no severe trauma, but not even a scar. The doctor even wondered if he was too tired and missed, so he deliberately pressed on Chiya's chest. After checking for a while, he finally raised his head, his expression completely changed. "Are you two sure you're not messing with me?" One of the ANBUs scratched his head, his tone became uncertain. Just now it was clearly. The doctor sighed, his tone helpless. "This child currently has no external injuries except for unconsciousness. As for the severe heart trauma you mentioned, I really didn't find it. Let him sleep here for now, observe after he wakes up." The two ANBU exchanged glances and could only nod. Chiya lay on the hospital bed, letting out a slight sigh of relief. At least he had fooled them for now. But he also knew that this matter couldn't really pass. The ANBU weren't fools. They saw him lying in a pool of blood, and now the doctor said he was unharmed. This would definitely be reported to the Hokage. As Chiya was thinking, hurried footsteps came from the hospital entrance. Someone else entered. "Doctor, there's another survivor." Without looking, Chiya knew it was Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke's face was pale, lying motionless on the ANBUs. Unlike Chiya, Sasuke had no fatal external injuries, but was in a coma due to severe mental shock. After confirming that both children were temporarily out of danger, the ANBU prepared to leave the hospital. "We'll leave it to you. We'll report to the Hokage." The doctor nodded. Chiya closed his eyes, listening to the footsteps of the two ANBU leaving. He felt a slight relief, but then sensed something was off. It was a strange feeling, like someone was watching him from the darkness. Chiya didn't dare to move, continuing to pretend to sleep. Outside the hospital, a figure almost blending with the night silently retreated. Root base. In the dim underground space, Danzo leaned on his staff, quietly listening to his subordinates' report. The Uchiha clan is confirmed to be annihilated. Currently, 2 survivors have been found. One is Uchiha Sasuke, the other is Uchiha Chiya. Danzo's expression was originally indifferent, but upon hearing 2 survivors, his single eye narrowed slightly. 2. Yes. The kneeling root ninja continued. When Uchiha Chiya was found by the ANBU, there was a lot of blood on his chest. His clothes had obvious cut damage, suspected severe heart trauma. But after being sent to the hospital, the doctor did not find any wounds on his body. Danzo's fingers tapped lightly on his staff. "Uchiha. Severe heart trauma. Wound disappeared." These words together were enough to arouse his interest. A child who suffered severe heart trauma, yet recovered. If the secret on his body could be uncovered, it would mean something for Konoha, and Danzo knew this better than anyone. He slowly rose, his voice low. "To the Hokage's office." In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, his pipe in hand, not lit for a long time. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan weighed heavily on him, making it difficult to breathe. Even though this event had been foreshadowed, even though he knew the conflict between the Uchiha and the village had reached an irredeemable point, his heart still ached when the night actually came. The 2 ANBU had just finished reporting the hospital situation. After listening, Hiruzen's brow remained furrowed. He knew why Uchiha Sasuke survived. But what about Uchiha Chinya? This child should have died on the night of the clan's annihilation, yet he inexplicably survived, and even the wound on his heart disappeared. Such a thing happening to a child who knew nothing meant there must be something strange about it. Hiruzen was about to order the Umbu to strengthen protection when the office door suddenly opened. Without even knocking, Shimura Danzo walked in leaning on his staff. Hiruzen looked up at him, his expression darkened. Danzo, what are you doing here? Danzo didn't beat around the bush. Hiruzen, hand that boy over to me. Hiruzen's eyes hardened. Which boy? Danzo snorted coldly. You know who I'm talking about. Uchiha Chinya. The air in the office suddenly fell silent. Hiruzen looked at Danzo, his voice also cold. You're quick with the news. Danzo didn't care about the sarcasm, just said calmly, 2 children of the Uchiha clan survived. That's no small matter. Sasuke can stay on the surface as the last survivor of the Uchiha, but the other one doesn't need to remain. He stepped forward as he spoke. Hiruzen, one survivor of the Uchiha clan, is enough. That boy, hand him over to me. No. Hiruzen refused without a second thought. Danzo frowned. Why not? Hiruzen said in a deep voice, 2 children of the Uchiha clan survived. This news has probably spread already. If you take him away now, I can't explain it. Danzo laughed coldly. What's there to explain? Anyone who talks too much, they'll make sure they never open their mouths again. Danzo. Hiruzen suddenly stood up, his voice filled with anger. He's just an innocent child. Danzo did not back down. He is a child of Konoha. As long as he is a member of Konoha, he has the duty to dedicate everything to Konoha. At this, Danzo's voice also rose. He suffered severe heart trauma and survived. Do you know what that means? If we obtain this power, how many of our ninjas will survive in the future? This is not harming him, it's benefiting Konoha. Hiruzen stared at Danzo. He knew this old friend too well. In Danzo's mouth, any sacrifice could be packaged, but how many of these things are truly for Konoha, and how many for yourself? No. Hiruzen said word by word. Your experiments should stop. Haven't enough people died? Danzo's face darkened completely. Hiruzen, everything I do is for Konoha. Enough. Hiruzen's voice exploded in the office. Danzo, I am the Hokage. At these words, Danzo fell silent. He stared at Hiruzen with his single eye for a long while, then finally spat out coldly. You will regret this. Then he turned and left. Bang. The office door was slammed shut. Hiruzen stood still, his face very ugly. He knew Danzo wouldn't let it go just like that. In Konoha Hospital, Chiya still lay on the bed pretending to sleep. Beside him, Sasuke had not yet woken, his brow tightly furrowed as if trapped in a nightmare. Chiya secretly opened an eye, glanced at the door, then at the window. The room was quiet with the smell of disinfectant and Sasuke's rapid breathing. But his mind was far from calm. The Umbu had gone to report. The third Hokage would surely know. Danzo would also lie. The more Chiya thought about it, the more his head ached. This damn Danzo seemed to be a hurdle that every time traveler had to face. Chiya lay in bed, his eyes closed, yet there was not a trace of drowsiness in him. Too many things had happened tonight. So many that his mind was a tangled mess. He had just transmigrated into the world of Naruto on the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. Itachi had pierced his heart with a blade, and from within his body emerged a being that resembled Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Now he was likely being watched by Danzo. Most importantly, there was no system. Where was the system? System-sama. Chiya called out in his mind several times, but there was no response. While he had to accept it, it seemed there truly was no system. According to the original plot, that bastard Danzo would survive all the way until the 5 Kage summit, only to be killed by Sasuke. In other words, until then, as long as Danzo was alive, Chiya was in danger. Who knew what dirty tricks that old dog would come up? What made it worse was that the third Hokage wouldn't last much longer. When the Konoha Crush plan unfolded, Sarutobi Hiruzen would die at the hands of Orochimaru. By then, the internal chaos of Konoha would be exactly what Chiya feared. For now, with the third Hokage still alive, Danzo probably wouldn't act openly. But what about after the third died? The current peace of this world was nothing but a lie. What followed would be Pain's invasion, the Great Ninja War, and possibly being turned into a human puppet hanging from a tree. And beyond that, there was the alien invasion. The more he thought about it, the heavier his heart became. No, he had to become stronger. And quickly. Chiya quickly ran through the early plot of Naruto. What opportunities lay in the early stages? He should already have the Sharingan now. After all, the trauma of the massacre night was enough to awaken it. But exactly how many Tomo it had, and whether he could use it steadily, would have to wait until he recovered. Then there was the greatest opportunity in the early plot, the Scroll of Seals. Naruto was tricked by Mizuki into stealing the Scroll of Seals, and eventually learned the multiple shadow clone technique. But that scroll contained far more than just the multiple shadow clone technique. It held all of Konoha's forbidden techniques. If he could memorize just 1 or 2 forbidden techniques from the scroll that suited him, it would be enough to launch him into the upper ranks. The clearer Chiya's thoughts became, the more he knew he had to lay low for now. He would master all the inherited Uchiha clan techniques, then stay close to Naruto and wait for him to steal the scroll of seals. As for Kaguya, Chiya's mind flashed to the ethereal white-robed woman in the mental space. Logically, the real Kaguya should have been sealed on the moon. So who was this Kaguya inside him? He would need to probe her another day. With that thought, Chiya finally managed to suppress his restlessness, closed his eyes, and rested. Whatever happened, he would deal with it tomorrow. Just as dawn broke, the door to the hospital room was suddenly pushed open from outside. Chiya had not been sleeping deeply. He woke up immediately at the... He didn't sit up right away, only instinctively turned his head toward the door. Standing there was an old man. White hair, a few wrinkles on his face, a Hokage robe draped over his shoulders, and a pipe clenched between his lips. Chiya recognized him at a glance. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the other bed, Sasuke appeared to have been awake for a while, sitting on the edge of the bed, head bowed and motionless. The third Hokage looked at Chiya, then at Sasuke. The words he had prepared suddenly seemed hard to say. The children were one sat silently by the bed, the other lay in the hospital bed with hollow eyes. Yet these two children were the only survivors of the Uchiha clan after last night. The third Hokage was silent for a moment, then let out a soft cough, trying to make his voice as gentle as possible. I am the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sasuke did not lift his head. Chiya just stared at him, saying nothing. The third Hokage sighed and continued, the village has learned of what happened to your family. Uchiha Itachi killed his clansmen and has defected from Konoha. At the mention of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's body visibly shuddered. The images of last night came flooding back. His father, his mother, his clansmen, and the man standing among the corpses staring coldly at him. Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Chiya felt a heaviness in his own heart. Though he had known the plot all along and felt no shock, he couldn't appear too calm. So he continued to stare at the third Hokage with that hollow gaze, as if he understood, yet didn't. The third Hokage looked at the two children's reactions and sighed deeply within himself. The Uchiha clan has fallen. Only the two of you remain. The third Hokage's voice was very soft. But the village will not let Uchiha Itachi go unpunished, nor will it abandon you. Arrangements will be made for your daily life. If you encounter any problems you cannot solve, you can come directly to me. Sasuke finally showed some reaction. He slowly raised his head, looking at the third Hokage. His eyes were red, but he wasn't crying. That man. His voice was hoarse. Has he really defected? The third Hokage looked at Sasuke and nodded. Yes. Sasuke lowered his head and said no more. Chiya sighed inwardly. The third Hokage offered a few more words of comfort. Before leaving, he paused at the door and turned back to look at them. You are still young. Don't bear everything alone. These words seemed meant for Sasuke and also for Chiya. Having said that, the third Hokage turned and left. The room fell silent again. Sasuke remained sitting on the edge of the bed, head bowed, as if he hadn't heard the third Hokage's final words. Chiya took a deep breath, threw off his blanket, got out of bed, and walked over to sit beside Sasuke. Sasuke didn't look at him. Chiya reached out and patted his shoulder. Sasuke stiffened slightly, then after a long while slowly turned his head toward Chiya. The two of them had known each other before. Same age, same clan, both Uchiha children. They might not have been particularly close in the past, but from last night onward the entire Uchiha clan had been reduced to just the two of them. Looking at Sasuke's reddened eyes, Chiya felt a deeper ache in his heart. He genuinely felt for this child who had lost everything. Chiya didn't offer empty platitudes of comfort. Instead, he simply reached out and put his arm around Sasuke's shoulder. At first, Sasuke was stiff, but he didn't push him away. The sound was very soft, as if he was afraid someone might hear. Chiya patted his shoulder, and when Sasuke's emotions had settled a little, he whispered, Sasuke from... The sound was very soft, as if he was afraid someone might hear. Chiya patted his shoulder, and when Sasuke's emotions had settled a little, he whispered, Sasuke, from now on we are each other's only family in this world. Sasuke slowly looked up at him. Chiya met his eyes and said with great seriousness, no matter what you want to do in the future, I will help you. Sasuke stared at him dazed. He could see that Chiya wasn't just saying it casually. There was no pity in those eyes, only the genuine regard of a last remaining family member. After a long silence, Sasuke nodded gently. Then he lowered his head and said, his voice low but filled with unshakable hatred, I will kill that man, Uchiha Itachi. After leaving the hospital, Chiya and Sasuke returned to the Uchiha clan grounds. The compound had already been cleaned up. The streets, once drenched in blood and littered with fallen bodies from the previous night, were now spotless, the ground washed thoroughly. The streets and houses remained the same, yet an eerie silence hung over everything. Passing by several residences, Chiya noticed seals affixed to some doors, while others bore signs of ransacking, their contents noticeably diminished. He glanced and looked away. It was only natural. Only two children remained of the Uchiha clan, or what could they possibly protect? Gradually these houses would likely be claimed by others. Shinya's home was not far from Sasuke's, a two-story house with a small yard, a tree, and several training posts beneath it. Perhaps someone had tidied up beforehand. The interior wasn't too chaotic. Chiya took a look around, finding daily necessities and provisions like rice and flour still in place, which eased his mind slightly. Not bad. He wouldn't go hungry on his second day after transmigrating. He focused on his father's study, which contained several bookshelves and a desk. The shelves held various materials, insights on chakra refinement, fundamentals of Shuriken, throwing notes on fire-style training, and several taijutsu manuals commonly used by the Uchiha clan. Chiya flipped through them casually, growing more engrossed the more he read. These were invaluable to him at this stage, exactly what he needed most. Knowing the plot was one thing, actually forming hand seals and performing ninjutsu was another. In the anime, characters could casually produce effects with a simple clap, but when it came to his own experience, chakra refused to obey. Beside the desk stood a safe. Chiya crouched down, fiddled with it, and casually entered his own birthday. A click sounded. It opened. Chiya stared at the gold bars inside, speechless for a long moment. After a while he muttered softly, "No doubt about it. He's my real father." The amount of money was substantial enough to last him a long time if used frugally. Chiya locked the safe again, pushed it back to its original spot, and deliberately covered it with a few books. Money must be hidden well. The place seemed quiet now, but who knew how many eyes lurked in the shadows. In the days that followed, Chiya kept himself busy. During the day he attended Ninja Academy, and after school he practiced shuriken hand seals and chakra control. In the evenings after dinner he buried himself in the study reading those notes. The first time he tried the great fireball technique, he nearly choked himself. He produced more smoke than fire, coughing violently in the yard, tears streaming down his face. Finally, wiping his mouth, he cursed. Who invented this thing? Aren't they afraid of burning their own lungs? Complaints aside, he practiced again the next day. He trained until his fingers ached, until his chakra was depleted, until he was too exhausted to even turn over in bed at night. Sasuke was training too. That kid was even more relentless. They often sparred. At first, Chiya could rely on his extra lives experience to trick Sasuke into a few, but not for long. Sasuke learned too fast. If he suffered a loss in the morning, he'd correct it by afternoon. Was this what it meant to be a genius? Yet as they fought, their bond grew closer. Sasuke remained taciturn and aloof, but he waited for Chiya every day after school. Sometimes Chiya would have dinner at Sasuke's, and occasionally Sasuke would come to his place. Neither of them spoke much about the night of the massacre. Days passed like this, and soon the Ninja Academy graduation exam approached. The classroom was noisier than usual that day. Sasuke sat by the window, his face cold, ignored. Chiya sat beside him, twirling a pen, his mind wandering as he listened to the commotion. It was strange, really. Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Naruto. These names were once characters on a screen, but now they all sat right beside him. Sakura was gazing at Sasuke with dreamy eyes, her expression intense. "Oh, Sasuke is so handsome." Ino immediately retorted, leaning in to argue. "Nonsense, Chiya is clearly more handsome." Sakura glared at her. "Inapig, what do you know? Sasuke's cool." Ino rolled her eyes. "Forward girl, you don't understand. Chiya is gentle." Chiya's lips twitched at the comment. Gentle? He glanced down at his calloused fingers from practicing hand seals. Well, whatever made them happy. Choji sat behind, munching on potato chips, crunching away contentedly. "They're arguing again," he said. Shikamaru lay on the desk, not even lifting his head. "Troublesome." Chiya was about to laugh when he caught sight of Naruto rising from his seat. The kid sneakily glanced at the door, then at the podium, and confirming Irika hadn't arrived, yet carried his chair to the door. Chiya's eyelid twitched. "Here it comes." Naruto climbed onto the chair and carefully balanced an eraser on the door. After stepping back to admire his work, his face beamed with smugness. Chiya almost laughed out loud. He knew the scene too well. Irika would push the door, the eraser would fall, then Naruto would get scolded, followed by the graduation exam. Transformation technique, Mizuki, the scroll of seals. Thinking this, Chiya's heart skipped a beat, and his pen stopped spinning. Finally, this was the day he had been waiting for. When Irika pushed open the door, the eraser indeed fell with a smack, landing right on his head. The classroom fell silent for a moment, then erupted into laughter. Naruto, standing by the door, laughed the loudest. "Huh, it worked." Irika's forehead vein bulged as he picked up the eraser, gritting his teeth at Naruto. "Naruto." Naruto's laughter ceased instantly, and he stood straight. "Yes." Irika took a deep breath, clearly wanting to hit him, but today was the graduation exam, so he held back. "Everyone sit down. The exam will start now." At the mention of the exam, the noise in the classroom subsided. Chiya straightened up. The exam began quickly. Students were called into the next room one by one and emerged shortly after. Some looked delighted, others dejected. When Sakura came out, she was smiling, having passed smoothly. Ino too. Shikamaru walked in lazily, and out lazily, his expression unchanged. Choji came out still munching on snacks that was hard to tell if he was nervous at all. Soon Iruka's voice rang out from inside. Uchiha Sasuke. The girls in the classroom fell silent, all eyes on Sasuke. He stood up expressionless and walked straight into the exam room. He emerged shortly after, already holding the headband. Sakura's eyes lit up. Sasuke passed, of course. Ino glanced over, but soon snorted. Isn't that obvious? Sasuke returned to his seat, casually placing the headband on the desk, as if it were nothing. Iruka's voice came again. Uchiha Chiya. Chiya stood up and walked in. Inside the exam room, Iruka and Mizuki were seated at the front. Seeing Mizuki, Chiya gave him an extra glance. The man still wore a gentle smile. Who would have thought that tonight he would trick Naruto into stealing the scroll of seals? Mizuki seemed to notice Chiya's gaze and smiled back. Chiya returned the smile, but silently memorized that face. Iruka held the register and said, the exam content, the transformation technique. Chiya nodded, forming hand seals. With a soft puff, 2 clones appeared beside him, their movements, expressions, and chakra stability, all flawless. Iruka smiled. Pass. Mizuki also nodded. As expected of an Uchiha student. Chiya didn't respond, merely took the headband, thanked them, and walked out. Back in the classroom, Ino immediately looked at him. Chiya, did you pass? Chiya placed the headband on the desk. Ino triumphantly glanced at Sakura. See, I told you Chiya would be fine. Sakura pouted. Sasuke passed way earlier, you know. They started arguing again. Chiya ignored them, sitting back beside Sasuke. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. When he stood up, he was visibly nervous, but still put on a brave face. Watch me. I'll definitely pass. Many in the class laughed. Naruto ignored them, striding into the exam room. Soon a thud came from inside, followed by a brief silence. After a moment, Naruto walked out, head lowered, without a headband in his hand. The classroom first fell silent, then someone snickered. No way. Naruto failed again. Laughter grew louder. Naruto stood at the door, his face red, fists clenched tightly, unable to utter a word. Chiya watched him, not laughing. Naruto had the 9 tails sealed inside him, his chakra, naturally chaotic, and no one had properly taught him chakra control. How could he possibly succeed? That kid's suffering was real. The son of the 4th Hokage, yet treated like an orphan in the village. No, he was an orphan indeed. Chiya's gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment. The 9 tails. Thinking of it made him recall the Kaguya within himself. Come to think of it, that woman had been silent lately. After warning him in the hospital that night, she seemed to have vanished. Chiya tried several times to enter that pale blue space, but failed. Just then Iruka walked out of the exam room, his expression complex, as he looked at Naruto. Mizuki followed, still wearing his gentle smile. The exam ended and many parents gathered at the school gate, waiting to pick up their children. On the swing across the way, Mingren sat alone, his head lowered, lost in thought. Zhuozhu and Chiya walked out of the school, still discussing the essentials of the transformation technique. Chiya suddenly noticed Mingren sitting alone and sighed inwardly. Zhuozhu glanced at him. What are you looking at him for? Chiya averted his gaze and said casually, nothing, just. He seems quite lonely. Zhuozhu had no interest in Mingren. He simply put away his headband and said indifferently, just a loser. Chiya did. If nothing unexpected happened tonight, would be the time Mingren stole the scroll of seals, and also the time he would grow. Chiya made an excuse to part ways with Zhuozhu, took a detour, and returned to the vicinity of the ninja school. Shuemu was indeed gone. Chiya waited nearby for a while and saw Shuemu and Mingren talking under a tree from a distance. It was too far to hear what they said, but from Mingren's expression, it was clear Shuemu had started his trickery. Mingren was taken aback at first, then his eyes gradually brightened, as if he had grasped a lifeline. This kid was really easy to fool, but it was understandable. A child who had been ignored since childhood suddenly having a teacher gently tell him, there's still a way to pass the exam. Anyone would be inclined to believe it. Next was the waiting. The night slowly descended, and the lights in my village lit up one by one, then gradually went out. Chiya changed into dark clothes, stuffed a kunai and a few shuriken into his ninja tool pouch, and made his way around near the Hoyinjian based on memory. He didn't dare go near the Hoying building. The reason Mingren could steal the scroll of seals was because he was Mingren. If he himself went to join the fun and got caught by the Umbu, forget about reading the scroll, he'd probably be pinned to the ground on the spot. So Chiya only waited near the woods. He waited for a long time until his legs went numb before finally hearing a series of hurried footsteps from afar. Mingren was carrying a huge scroll, running out of breath. You finally came. Chiya hid in a tree, watching Mingren run past below. The scroll of seals was as big as a door panel strapped to his back. It was impressive he could run all the way here. Mingren found an open space, sat down, and eagerly unrolled the scroll. Chiya held his breath, his eyes slightly heated. Free Tomo Zyalunyan. He didn't dare stare at Mingren, only fixed his gaze on the scroll. At the very front was indeed the multiple shadow clone technique. Mingren studied it intently, muttering to himself, but Chiya didn't pay much attention. This technique wasn't suitable for him. Mingren practiced as he read. He was so absorbed that he unrolled a large portion of the scroll. Chiya crouched on a tree branch, his eyes aching terribly, but he didn't dare blink too often. The characters on the scroll were too dense. Some parts were jutsu formulas, not normal text, and just memorizing the shapes was difficult. Suddenly, as Mingren turned the scroll, a later section was exposed. Chiya had only glanced casually, but the next moment, he nearly fell out of the tree. The Phylician technique. His heart skipped a beat. It really exists. Chiya immediately focused all his attention, spinning his Xiaolunian faster, and soon a sharp pain shot. He gritted his teeth and forcibly stuffed the shape of that jutsu formula and the few lines of explanation beside it into his mind. A bunch of unintelligible scribbles, completely incomprehensible, but he would remember them first. Before long, there was movement in the distance. Chiya immediately deactivated his Xiaolunian and shrank back into the tree shadows. Yuluko arrived first. Then came Shuemu. What followed was basically the same as Chiya remembered. Shuemu revealed that Mingren was the nine-tailed demon fox, and Mingren was completely stunned. Yuluko was injured while protecting Mingren, and then said those words to him. This was Mingren's own turning point, and only he could experience it. Soon Mingren erupted. Shadow clones filled the entire forest, appearing in dense clusters. Watching the scene, Chiya couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Ridiculous. This amount of chakra was truly unreasonable. Shuemu was beaten badly. By the time Yuluko put the headband on Mingren, Chiya had already quietly slipped down from the tree. He had seen what he needed to see. He had memorized what he needed to memorize. If he stayed any longer, he might be discovered by the Umbu, which would be trouble. After returning home, Chiya didn't dare turn on a bright light. He only lit a small lamp and sat at the desk to write. What his Xiaolunian had recorded was still in his mind, but it felt strange, like forcibly imprinting a complex image into memory. Being able to copy it down didn't mean he understood the meaning of every stroke. Chiya wrote for a long time, covering the paper densely with jutsu formula. When he finished the last stroke, he stared at it for a long time. Then he fell silent. What the hell is this? He brought the paper closer, then farther away, but still couldn't understand it. Some symbols looked like sealing techniques, some like coordinate markers, and some lines connected together, making his head ache. Chiya rubbed his forehead. As expected, something like the Phylician technique couldn't be learned just by glancing at it. He hadn't even grasped the basics of ordinary sealing techniques, and his chakra level was mediocre. Trying to master space-time ninjutsu was pure fantasy. But he wasn't disappointed. Having memorized it was already a gain. He would learn it slowly later. Chiya carefully folded the paper, tucked it into the secret compartment of the safe in his study, and locked the safe. After doing all this, he blew out the lamp and lay back on the bed. Outside it was still dark. Chiya closed his eyes, but his mind was still full of the jutsu formulas. After a long while, he finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when Chiya arrived at the classroom, Mingren was already there. This kid was completely different from usual. The headband on his forehead was so bright it was like he was afraid no one would notice it. He kept touching it while sitting, and the corners of his mouth were almost stretched to his ears. See, I, the great Mingren, have graduated too. Mingren slapped the table, his voice loud enough to be heard throughout the classroom. Xiaoying looked at him with disgust. You're so noisy, Mingren. Instead of getting angry, Mingren became even more smug. Haha, Xiaoying, you'll know how powerful I Xuanhua Mingren am in the future. Chiya sat down next to Zhuezhu and yawned. Last night, he had stayed up writing down the Phylician technique from memory, barely sleeping. After writing it out, he stared at it for a long time. The more he looked, the more his head ached, until only one sentence remained in his mind. Is this really something a human can learn? Zhuezhu glanced at him. Didn't you sleep last night? I slept. Your eyes are red. Chiya rubbed his eyes and said casually, just had a nightmare. Zhuezhu didn't ask further. He wasn't talkative by nature. Yuluko soon entered, and the classroom gradually quieted down. The atmosphere was different from yesterday, how everyone had received their headbands, and their minds were already flying to the ninja life ahead. Yuluko stood at the podium looking at the students below with a hint of a smile. From today you are all genin of my village. Mingren immediately sat up straight, as if those words were specifically meant for him. Yuluko cleared his throat and continued. Next we will divide you into teams. 3 people will form a team, and each team will be led by a jonin instructor. If the plot remained unchanged, Team 7 would consist of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. As for which team he himself would be assigned to, he had been pondering this for days. The best outcome, of course, was Team 7. Following the main storyline, at least he would have some idea of what was to come. The worst case would be getting assigned to an unfamiliar team, leaving him vulnerable to Danzo's machinations. Team 8, Hinata, Hyuga, Kiba, Inazuka, Shino, Abure. Team 10, Ino, Yamanaka, Shikamaru, Nara, Choji, Akimichi. Ino, upon hearing that she wasn't grouped with Chiya, visibly deflated on the spot. Yet she had already mentally prepared herself, knowing that the Ino Shikacho trio was always together. Shikamaru, however, showed no reaction, resting his head on the desk, as if resigned to his fate. Choji, still munching on chips, merely lifted his head when his name was called. After Iruka finished calling out several teams, he finally turned to the next page. Team 7. The classroom suddenly fell into a hush. Sakura tensed up her hands clasped together as she muttered something under her breath. Iruka glanced at the list. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto froze for a moment, then immediately leaped to his feet. Yeah, the great Naruto is finally starting his ninja career. Sakura Haruno. Sakura's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to rejoice, Iruka called out the next name. Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura barely stifled a scream, her face turning crimson. Naruto's expression instantly soured. Why do I have to be in the same team as that Sasuke? Sasuke didn't even raise an eyelid. Iruka ignored them, pausing briefly as he looked at the last line on the list. And Chiya Uchiha. The classroom fell silent for a moment. Then in the next second it erupted into chatter. What? Aren't teams supposed to have 3 people? Why do they have 4? Both Uchihas in Team 7. Naruto had the strongest reaction, pointing at Chiya and Sasuke. No way. Why am I stuck with 2 stuck-up Uchihas? Chiya leaned back in his chair, casting a lazy glance at him. Naruto snorted. I don't want to be in a team with you guys. Sasuke finally looked up at him. Dead last. Who are you calling dead last? Naruto was about to lunge at him. Iruka's forehead vein throbbed. Naruto, sit down. Reluctantly, Naruto sat back down, still grumbling. Sakura meanwhile was ecstatic. 1 Sasuke, 1 Chiya. Sure, Naruto was a bit annoying, but this team was too perfect. Ino, watching from the side, was grinding her teeth. Forehead, you're way too lucky. Sakura immediately put her hands on her hips. Can't help it, it's fate. Chiya's lip twitched. Fate, huh? But inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. He had actually made it into Team 7. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi held the list for Team 7, staring at it for a long while. His already lackluster eyes paused briefly when they reached the last name. Lord Hokage. Kakashi looked up, his voice carrying its usual lazy tone. 3 was already troublesome enough, now I have to leave. The 3rd Hokage sat behind his desk, smoke curling from his pipe. Kakashi, you bear a heavy responsibility. Kakashi said nothing, merely lowering his gaze to the file again. Chiya Uchiha, one of the surviving Uchiha. Suspected of sustaining a fatal chest wound, but after being brought to the hospital it miraculously healed. Kakashi's eyes lingered on that line of text for a moment. Just then the 3rd Hokage spoke up. Sasuke and Chiya are the last of the Uchiha clan. They will inevitably develop the Sharingan in the future. In this entire village you are the only one who truly understands its use, Kakashi. No one is more suitable. Kakashi closed the file and let out a sigh. I'll do as you say. The 3rd Hokage didn't smile, his expression grew more serious. Kakashi, Danzo also has his eyes on that child. At the mention of Danzo's name, Kakashi's eyes finally sharpened. The office fell silent for a moment. I understand. Inside the root base. In the dim room, Danzo also held the team assignment list. A root ninja knelt on one knee. Lord Danzo, Chiya Uchiha has been assigned to Team 7 under Hatake Kakashi. Danzo studied the list, his expression unreadable. Kakashi. He tapped his cane lightly. Sarutobi certainly keeps a tight leash. The root ninja asked in a low voice. Shall we continue to arrange for someone to approach him? Danzo did not answer immediately. After a moment, he said coldly, no rush. Once they become genin, they'll have to leave the village for missions. The root ninja bowed his head. Yes. Danzo tossed the list onto the table, his single eye utterly devoid of warmth. An Uchiha who survived a pierced heart must not be wasted in Sarutobi's hands. Back in the classroom, the Jonin instructors for the other teams gradually arrived. One by one the students were called away. Team 8 left. Team 10 left as well. The number of people in the classroom dwindled until only the 4 members of Team 7 remained. Naruto had been patient at first, but after waiting half an hour he was about to explode. When is our teacher going to show up? Sakura was also a bit dissatisfied, but she held back. Sasuke leaned by the window, his expression cold. Chiya was dozing with his head on the desk. He had slept too little the night before and was genuinely exhausted. Naruto paced around the classroom a few times, then his eyes lit up as he moved his chair to the door. Chiya heard the commotion and glanced up. Sure enough, that kid had picked up an eraser again. Chiya was exasperated. He had already pulled this trick yesterday, and now he was doing it again. Couldn't he come up with something new? Naruto wedged the eraser on top of the door, then turned back to flash a smug grin at the others. When that teacher walks in, haha. Sakura looked nervous. Naruto, is that a good idea? He's a Jonin instructor. Sasuke said flatly, a Jonin would never fall for such a trap. Chiya rested his head on the desk again. That's not necessarily true. No sooner had he spoken than the door slid open. The eraser fell with a smack, landing squarely on the head of the person entering. The classroom fell silent. At the door stood a silver-haired man wearing a mask, his forehead protector slanted to cover one eye. He held a book in his hand and looked nothing like a reliable teacher. Naruto froze for a second, then doubled over laughing. Huh. It worked. It actually worked. Sakura's face went pale. Sasuke was also speechless. Was this guy really a jonin? Chiya looked up at the man at the door. Hatake Kakashi. Finally here. Kakashi slowly removed the eraser from his head, glanced at Naruto, then at Sakura and Sasuke, and finally let his gaze linger on Chiya for a moment. For some reason Chiya felt that his look lingered longer on him than on the others. Kakashi set the eraser aside, his voice languid. How should I put it? He closed the book in his hand. My first impression of you all is that I don't like you very much. Naruto's laughter abruptly stopped. Chiya watched the scene unfold, barely able to suppress a smirk. Kakashi led them to the rooftop. Naruto was still muttering under his breath, clearly dissatisfied with Kakashi's remark about being rather. Sakura kept stealing glances at Sasuke, who leaned against the railing, still wearing his usual aloof expression. Chiya stood nearby and yawned. Kakashi sat on the concrete platform, book in hand, his tone casual, as if chatting. Let's start with introductions. Likes, dislikes, future dreams, interests, and such. Naruto immediately raised his hand. Teacher first. Kakashi thought for a moment. My name is Hatake Kakashi. I don't feel like telling you what I like. As for dreams, I don't have any. I have plenty of interests. Sakura's face darkened as she muttered. So he told us nothing but his name. Naruto nodded in agreement. Then it was Naruto's turn. He stood up, hand on his forehead protector, and declared, My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like Ichiraku ramen, especially the bowl Irika-sensei treated me to. What I hate is the 3 minutes waiting for the ramen. My dream is to surpass the Hokage and have everyone in the village acknowledge me. Kakashi watched him, his gaze shifting slightly. When Sakura introduced herself, she practically revolved around Sasuke was straightforward. Uchiha Sasuke. He paused, his voice turning cold. I hate many things. I don't like anything in particular. Calling it a dream is too light. I have something I must accomplish. Sakura's smile slowly faded. Sasuke lowered his head, his fingers tightening slightly. I will restore the Uchiha clan and kill that man. The rooftop fell silent for a moment. Naruto said nothing. Chiya glanced at Sasuke and remained silent. When it was his turn, Kakashi's eyes noticeably sharpened. Chiya straightened up a little. My name is Uchiha Chiya. I like many things and I dislike many things. I have no dreams for now. As for what I must do. He paused. Survive. Kakashi looked at him. The answer was brief, but it didn't sound like something a child would say. Naruto frowned. What do you mean survive? You have no ambition at all. Chiya smiled, but didn't respond. Naruto wanted to say more, but Kakashi had already closed his book and stood up. Alright, you all have distinct personalities. Tomorrow we'll conduct a survival exercise. What? We've done plenty of exercises at the academy already. Sakura complained. This isn't an ordinary exercise. It's the test that determines whether you become Genin. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Kakashi leaned forward mysteriously. Of all the graduates, only a few will actually become Genin. The elimination rate is over half. At this, both Naruto and Sakura turned pale with fear. Alright, meet at the training ground at 5 tomorrow morning. And don't eat breakfast, or you'll throw up. With that, Kakashi vanished. The next morning, Chiya still ate something. Not much, just 2 rice balls. Kakashi's warning about skipping breakfast was just to scare them. Going on an empty stomach for half a day was fine for a stamina freak like Naruto, but Chiya didn't want to fight on an empty stomach. Sasuke was already waiting at his door and asked, seeing him chewing, You ate? Chiya nodded, still chewing. The teacher said not to eat. Sasuke was a bit anxious. Chiya swallowed and said, You believe everything he said. Sasuke's face darkened. Clearly he hadn't eaten anything. Chiya smiled and pulled out a rice ball from his pocket. Here for you. Sasuke's eyes lit up. I was just worried you'd overeat and slow down. Chiya shook his head helplessly. What at Sundara? When the two arrived at the training ground, Sakura was already waiting. She was always the most punctual. Naruto showed up soon after, and then they waited and waited until nearly noon when Kakashi finally appeared. Naruto pointed at Kakashi and yelled, Kakashi-sensei, you're late. Kakashi scratched his head innocently. Sorry, I got lost on the path of... Naruto was stunned for a moment, then grew even angrier. You're lying. Sakura couldn't help but nod in agreement. Sasuke said nothing, just stared coldly at Kakashi. The rules are simple. You 4 try to take the bells from me. As you can see, there are only 2 bells. The 2 who don't get them will be eliminated. The rules are simple. You 4 try to take the bells from me. As you can see, there are only 2 bells. The 2 who don't get them will be eliminated. Here. Kakashi placed the alarm clock on a wooden post. Then begin. The moment he spoke, Sasuke vanished from sight. Sakura quickly hid in the trees. But Naruto just stood there rolling up his sleeves. I'm not hiding. Chiya had just hidden behind a tree when he heard that, and almost burst out laughing. Naruto was so adorably naive. Kakashi pulled out his book Ika Paradise and flipped it open. A ninja must conceal his presence and wait for an opportunity. Naruto wasn't listening. Shut up. And he charged forward. The result was predictable. He was sent flying. More precisely, he didn't even touch Kakashi's sleeve before being knocked into the water with 1,000 years of death. Kakashi turned a page, his tone lazy. First one eliminated. After Naruto was dealt with, Sakura soon ran into trouble. She had been hiding reasonably well, but when she saw Sasuke disappear she panicked. Kakashi used a simple genjutsu. Sakura saw Sasuke lying before her covered in blood. Sasuke! With a scream she fainted. Chiya watched from behind the tree, twitching his mouth. That was too fast. At this stage Sakura hadn't grown yet. Good theory, but practically useless. The field quickly fell silent. Naruto was buried. Sakura was unconscious. Only Sasuke and Chiya remained. Sasuke hid behind a tree on the other side, and their eyes met briefly through the branches. Neither spoke. The next moment, both pairs of eyes turned crimson. In Sasuke's eyes, 2 tomo slowly rotated. In Chiya's eyes, 3 tomo rotated. The moment their Sharingan activated, the world seemed to slow down. The wind rustling the leaves, Kakashi's fingers turning pages, the bells swaying at his waist. All became clearer than before. Sasuke moved first. Several shuriken flew from the trees, fast and precise, aimed at Kakashi's wrists and feet. Kakashi simply sidestepped, dodging them easily. But as he moved, Chiya's shuriken were already flying toward his new position. Kakashi finally lifted his eyes. He leaped lightly, vanishing in a flash to avoid them. Sasuke seized the opportunity, hands forming seals rapidly. Fire release, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from the trees, illuminating half the clearing. Kakashi dodged to the side. But the moment he moved, Chiya's voice came from the other side. Fire release, phoenix flower jutsu. Dozens of small fireballs shot out. Unlike the fireball jutsu, phoenix flowers scattered wide. Several shuriken were hidden among the flames, hard to spot. Looks like I can't read anymore. Kakashi snapped his book shut, flicked his wrist, and threw several kunai, deflecting the shuriken hidden in the fire. With a series of sharp clinks, Sasuke charged forward. Chiya leaped from behind the tree, slamming his hands on the ground. Earth release, earth-style rising spear. Several earthen spikes erupted at Kakashi's feet. Kakashi paused, tilting his body to avoid the spikes. In that instant, Sasuke was already in front of him. Kunai aimed directly at the bells. Chiya threw a wire-attached shuriken, the wire looping around to entangle Kakashi's waist. One closed and the other cut off the escape route. The bells were within reach. Clink! Sasuke's kunai grazed the bells. So close. But the next moment, Kakashi's figure turned into a log. Substitution jutsu. Sasuke's expression changed. Chiya immediately retracted the wire and retreated. But it was too late. Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke and kicked him away. Chiya threw a kunai in return, but Kakashi tilted his head to dodge, caught his wrist, and flung him aside. Chiya was sent flying. While in midair, Chiya quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, fireball jutsu. An even larger fireball hurtled toward Kakashi. But Kakashi was too fast, vanishing instantly. Nice idea, good teamwork. Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded in Chiya's ear. Chiya whipped his head around, but it was too late. Earth release, decapitation technique. With a thud, Chiya was pulled into the ground. But you're still far from it. Kakashi, to his surprise, pulled out his book again. Kakashi-sensei, don't you know a ninja must never underestimate the opponent? Chiya, whose head alone was exposed, looked up and said. Before Kakashi could react, with a puff, Chiya turned into the Chiya in the earth was actually a clone. Manipulate shuriken jutsu, 1,000 threads bind. A mass of wires suddenly rose from the ground, and as Chiya pulled from a distance, the wires tightened rapidly. With a snap, Kakashi's limbs were bound. Damn! Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. Sasuke, who had been waiting, quickly lunged forward and grabbed both bells. Got them. Just as he was about to seize the bells, the alarm clock rang. The bell rang. Zuiju's hand also grasped the bell. The two sounds nearly clashed together. The training ground quieted for a moment. Chiya still held the steel wire in his hand, his eyes fixed on Zuiju's hand. Did you really get it? Zuiju looked down at the bell in his hand, his chest heaving twice. Kakashi was still tangled in the steel wire, his arms and legs bound, unable to move at all. Zuiju tightened his grip on the bell and looked at Kakashi. We won. Kakashi glanced down at the steel wire on his body. He glanced at the alarm clock again. It doesn't count. Zuiju's face darkened. Why, oi? Kakashi lifted his chin. Well, because the time is already up. But I already got it. You got it after the bell rang. Zuiju's fingers tightened even more. Kakashi's voice was still lazy. A ninja on a mission who fails to complete it within the time limit is a failure. There is no other reason. Chiya stood nearby, the corner of his mouth twitching. Good heavens. A last-second failure. Kakashi's wrist flicked slightly, and somehow the steel wire wrapped around him loosened by a knot. He slipped out of the wires and took the bell back from Zuiju's hand. Zuiju didn't let go. The two of them hesitated for a moment. In the end, Zuiju let go first. Kakashi rehung the bell at his waist. Mingren also climbed out of the water at that moment. Hey, how can this be? Zuiju clearly got it. Kakashi looked at him. You still have the nerve to say that? Mingren choked. Kakashi pointed at his soaked clothes. As a ninja, you didn't reconnoiter the enemy's information, just charged straight in and were knocked into the water in less than 3 seconds. Ming Ren's face flushed red. That's because I wasn't ready. Before the battle starts, does the enemy need to remind you to prepare? Ming Ren had nothing to say. Kakashi then looked at Xiaoying. Xiaoying lowered her head and whispered, I know I was hit by an illusion. Fainting from a single enemy illusion. Your mental resilience is too poor. Finally, he looked at Zuozhu and Qianyi. As for you two, not bad. Zuozhu kept a cold face. Qianyi shook his fingers that were sore from the steel wire. Not bad. That remark somehow felt unpleasant. Kakashi continued. Your coordination was good, just a bit unlucky. If time hadn't run out, you would have indeed snatched the bell. Kakashi walked over to the wooden stake and called them over. Zuozhu and Qianyi, you can have lunch. Ming Ren and Xiaoying, you'll be tied up and watch. Ming Ren's eyes widened. Huh? Why? Because you performed too poorly. Xiaoying said nothing, but in her heart, she was already roaring, damn it. But thinking about how she had fainted from the illusion earlier and hadn't contributed anything in the battle, she felt too embarrassed to speak. Soon Ming Ren and Xiaoying were tied to the wooden stakes. Ming Ren was still struggling. Let me go. Kakashi couldn't be bothered with him taking out 2 lunchboxes from his bag and tossing them to Qianyi and Zuozhu. Ming Ren's eyes were almost green with envy. Teacher Kakashi, I'm hungry too. Go hungry. That's too much. Kakashi added another sentence. You two can eat, but you are not allowed to share with them, or you'll be eliminated. With that, with a pop, Kakashi disappeared from the spot. The training ground quieted down. The wind blew and Ming Ren's wet clothes clung to his body. He sneezed. Xiaoying was tied beside him, much quieter than Ming Ren, only occasionally casting glances towards Zuozhu. Qianyi opened the lunchbox. Rice balls, grilled fish, and a little bit of vegetables. It smelled quite good. Ming Ren swallowed hard. The sound was not small. Qianyi picked up a rice ball with chopsticks and glanced at him. Ming Ren immediately turned his head. I don't want to eat anyway. His stomach made a very cooperative growl. Gurgle. Ming Ren's face turned red. Qianyi held the lunchbox out to him. Go ahead. Ming Ren was stunned. Huh? I had breakfast, I'm not hungry. Ming Ren looked at the lunchbox, then at Qianyi. Aren't you afraid of being eliminated? Less nonsense, open your mouth. Ming Ren immediately opened his mouth. On the other side, Zuozhu also opened his lunchbox. Seeing Qianyi share his lunchbox with Ming Ren, Zuozhu felt embarrassed to eat alone. He stood up and walked toward Xiaoying. When Xiaoying saw him approaching, her entire body froze. Zuozhu walked up to her and handed the lunchbox over. Eat. Xiaoying's face instantly turned red. Zuozhu, hurry up. But Teacher Kakashi said. He's not here. Xiaoying blushed to the roots of her ears, took a tiny bite of the rice ball, her eyes nearly spinning, her heart already soaring to the sky. Ming Ren chewed while watching over there. Zuozhu, you're pretty good at taking care of people. Zuozhu turned to look at him. Shut up. TCH can't even take a compliment, you tsundere. Qianyi sat nearby and couldn't help but smile. He had finally managed to fit into Team 7 a little, he thought. Before he had taken 2 more bites, Kakai's voice sounded from behind. You guys. Ming Ren nearly choked. Xiaoying's blush hadn't faded, and she was completely dumbfounded. Zuozhu's hand reached for a kunai. Qianyi put down his chopsticks. He came really fast. Kakashi stood under a tree, his eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. I said it earlier, didn't I? Ming Ren still had food stuffed in his mouth, unable to speak clearly. Kakashi, teacher. Whoever feeds them is eliminated. The air was still for a moment. Ming Ren lowered his head. Xiaoying also lowered her head. Zuozhu kept a cold face, offering no explanation. Qianyi thought for a moment and said, then eliminate me. Ming Ren jerked his head up. Xiaoying was also stunned. Zuozhu glanced at Qianyi. Qianyi spread his hands. I can't just watch my comrades go hungry. Kakashi looked at him. After a moment, he suddenly broke into a smile. Pass. Ming Ren forgot to chew the food in his mouth. Huh. Kakashi walked over and untied the ropes for Ming Ren and Xiaoying. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are called scum. He paused. Those who don't cherish their comrades are worse than scum. Ming Ren blinked. Xiaoying also realized. So we passed. Kakashi nodded. From today, Team 7 is officially formed. Ming Ren jumped up. Great. Xiaoying moved her sore wrists from being tied, the blush on her face, not yet fully gone. Zuozhu snorted coldly, obviously also quite pleased inside. Qianyi looked at the half-eaten lunchbox in his hand, and without ceremony, he sat down and continued eating. After a morning of exertion, who wasn't hungry? Kakashi glanced at him. You really don't hold back. Can't waste food. After they finished eating, Kakashi explained that they would officially start taking missions tomorrow. As soon as Ming Ren heard about missions, he came back to life. Is it a super cool mission? Like protecting the daimyo or defeating a rogue ninja? Kakashi flipped open Ika. You'll find. Qianyi wiped his mouth and said nothing. He knew it wouldn't be protecting the daimyo or defeating any rogue ninja. Most likely it would be grunt work like picking up trash or catching cats. After Team 7 was officially formed, Naruto was excited for an entire day. He thought he would soon be assigned a very impressive mission, such as escorting a daimyo, infiltrating enemy nations, and fighting rogue ninjas for 300 rounds. But the next day Kakashi just took them to catch a cat. Naruto immediately deflated. I, a proud ninja, the man who will surpass all Hokage in the future, am just here to catch a cat. The group spent a great deal of effort to finally find the cat. The cat had quite a temper. As soon as Naruto pounced on it, he was scratched on the face by a claw. Then the third day's mission, pulling weeds. The fourth day, picking up trash. The fifth day, helping an old lady in the village carry things. Naruto was about to break down. What kind of ninja mission is this? In the Hokage's office, Naruto slammed his hand on the desk, his face red with anger. Iruka stood nearby, veins bulging on his forehead. Naruto, mind your manners when speaking to the Hokage. Naruto was completely unreachable. I am the man who will become Hokage. How can I spend my days catching cats and pulling weeds? Chiya stood by, saying he knew these drank missions were just a transition. The real, first major scene, the Wave Country, was coming. Zabuza, Haku, the Demon Brothers, and that bridge-building old man reeking of alcohol. In the original story, it was Naruto's fuss that made the third Hokage assign them this mission. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi, what do you think? Kakashi leaned against the wall, book in hand. Well, although they are still a bunch of problem children, a simple escort mission should be worth a try. Naruto's eyes lit up. Escort mission. The third Hokage nodded. Since you are so eager for a high-level mission, I'll give you a crank mission. Great. Naruto jumped up. The next second, the office door slid open. An old man carrying a sake bottle walked in, reeking of alcohol. He first looked at Kakashi, then at the Team 7 kids, his face practically oozing disdain. What's this? These brats are supposed to protect. Naruto, who had just been happy for 2 seconds, immediately exploded. Who are you calling a brat? The old man took a swig of sake and glanced at him. Especially that yellow-haired one, he looks the most unreliable. You drunken old man. Sakura quickly pulled Naruto back. Chiya looked at the old man and sighed inwardly. It was indeed him, Tazuna. The Wave Country arc was officially beginning. The third Hokage introduced, this is Tazuna, a bridge-building expert from the Wave Country. And your mission is to escort him back to the Wave Country. Naruto was still exchanging glares with Tazuna. Sasuke showed no reaction except a slight flicker in his eyes when he heard, leaving the village. Chiya, however, was thinking of something else. Danzo. In the village with the third Hokage, and Kakashi watching, Danzo was fairly well behaved. But once outside the village, encountering a few rogue ninjas along the way would be all too normal. Chiya glanced down at his ninja tool pouch. He would need to pack more things when he got back. That evening he packed for a long time. Kunai, shuriken, wire, explosive tags, soldier pills. He prepared extra of everything. Who knew what would happen on this trip outside the village? He went over his father's notes on fire release again. Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Flower, and the Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu. After packing, Chiya sat on the edge of the bed and gently pressed his fingers against his chest. That wound was long gone, not even a scar remained. But ever since he saw Kaguya last time, she had been completely silent, as if she didn't exist. Why was she hiding inside his body? And had Danzo really set his sights on him? Or was it just his imagination? Was the tragedy of Zabuza and Haku about? Anyway, next, real combat was about to begin. The next morning, Team 7 assembled at Konoha's main gate. Naruto was brimming with energy, bouncing along with his backpack. Tazuna drank and complained about his noise. Sakura and Sasuke walked in the middle. Chiya followed beside, turning back to glance at Konoha's gate. This was his first time leaving the village. Kakashi walked at the front, waved his hand, and said, after leaving Konoha, Naruto was obviously overexcited. One moment, he jumped to the roadside to look at the bushes. The next, he stared at the distant forest, as if enemies might burst out at any time. Where are the enemies? Why aren't there any enemies yet? Sakura couldn't help saying, Naruto, can you please be quiet? This is a crank. There must be enemies. Tazuna snorted from behind. If we do encounter enemies, just don't wet your pants from fear. What did you say? Naruto started arguing with Tazuna again. After walking a short, while a puddle of water appeared on. When Chiya saw that puddle, he paused for a moment, then chuckled. He had thought those two wouldn't show up, but here they were waiting. However, the disguise was too obvious. A puddle suddenly appearing on the road was hard not to notice. Kakashi walked past the puddle as if completely oblivious. Chiya followed along. He knew Kakashi would play dead. As soon as they passed the puddle splash, two figures burst out from the water, chains wrapping directly toward Kakashi. Naruto's face changed drastically. Kakashi sensei. The chains tightened, and with a snap Kakashi was torn apart. Blood splattered everywhere. Sakura turned pale with fear, and Naruto was frozen in shock. Chiya watched the scene, his eyelid twitching. He knew it was a substitution, but seeing it live was still thrilling. The two demon brothers did not stop. After killing Kakashi, they immediately charged at Tazuna. Sasuke reacted first. He dashed forward, throwing a kunai that pinned their chains. Chiya moved, as well, launching a fireball that landed at the demon brothers' feet, forcing them to halt their advance. Sakura finally snapped back to reality and stood in front of Tazuna. Naruto, however, still stood frozen. Chiya glanced at him. This kid was experiencing killing intent for the first time. He was still scared. It was normal. He appeared behind the two, subduing them with one hit each. That's enough. Kakashi gave his assessment of the group. When he mentioned that Naruto hadn't moved at all, Naruto trembled. He appeared behind the two, subduing them with one hit each. That's enough. Kakashi gave his assessment of the group. When he mentioned that Naruto hadn't moved at all, Naruto trembled. Did I do nothing? They all had their first real combat too, why aren't they afraid? Kakashi sighed. Naruto, if you don't treat that wound, you'll get poisoned. Sakura said nervously. Naruto, your hand is poisoned. You need to cut it open to let the poison blood out, but there's no anesthetic. Naruto raised his kunai and drove it into his own hand with a squelch. I swear by the pain in my left hand that I will never be cowardly or shrink back again. Kakashi finished binding the demon brothers. Naruto, although it's good that you let out the poison blood in time, if you don't bandage it, you'll bleed to death, you know. Naruto immediately started screaming in panic. Seeing this, Chiya couldn't help but laugh out loud. Watching it live was indeed much funnier than watching it through a screen. After bandaging Naruto, Kakashi turned to Tazuna. Mr. Tazuna, could you explain? Tazuna fell silent. What do you mean? Kakashi pointed at the demon brothers on the ground. These aren't ordinary bandits. They are Mist Village Chunin. In a crank mission, there shouldn't be ninja. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Tazuna took a drink of sake, his expression sour. After a long while, he finally told them about Gato. The Wave Country was controlled by Gato. He was building the bridge to give the country hope. But he didn't have the money to issue a higher rank mission, so he could only disguise it as... After hearing this, Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. Then we definitely can't go back. Sakura was worried. But the mission rank is already wrong. Sasuke looked at Kakashi. Chiya said nothing. He certainly wouldn't go back. The Wave Country arc had to be followed through. At the very least, he truly wanted to save Zabuza and Haku. Kakashi looked around at everyone. What do you think? Naruto was the first to shout, continue. Sasuke said coolly, I don't mind. Sakura hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Kakashi looked at Chiya. I don't mind either. Then we continue. After the mission resumed, Naruto grew considerably quieter, and Tazuna also fell into a heavy silence. The moment the demon brothers had appeared, most of his drunkenness had evaporated, and now he clutched his sake bottle as he walked in the middle, not uttering a word for a long time. After walking a bit further, the surrounding mist grew denser, and the air was thick with a damp scent. Naruto, who had barely been quiet for a moment, couldn't help asking, aren't we there yet? Tazuna grunted. You little brat, why are you so talkative? Old man, stop calling me a brat. Sakura sighed. Naruto, can you stop arguing with the client? At that moment, a sudden sound of something cutting through the air came from the mist ahead. Whoosh whoosh. As if something heavy was hurtling horizontally toward them. Kakashi's expression changed. Get down. Chiya, already prepared, pressed Sakura down beside him. Sasuke reacted quickly as well, but Naruto was a beat slower and ended up face first in the mud. The next instant, a massive, decapitating blade flew just over their heads and slammed into a tree ahead with a thunderous crash. Naruto looked up at the blade, his mouth hanging open for a long moment. Wow, what is this? A man slowly emerged from the mist. He stood on the hilt of the blade, his face wrapped in bandages, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. Zabuza Momochi. Copy Ninja Kakashi, I never expected you to take on such a mission with a bunch of brats. Kakashi stepped in front of the group, his hand already resting on his forehead protector. Fall back and protect Mr. Tazuna. Naruto swallowed hard. Kakashi-sensei, who is this guy? Kakashi's voice took on a rare, grave tone. Fall back and protect Mr. Tazuna. Naruto swallowed hard. Kakashi-sensei, who is this guy? Kakashi's voice took on a rare, grave tone. The mist seemed to be sliced apart by a blade. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan. Naruto's eyes widened. Kakashi-sensei has a Sharingan too. Worn-out hidden mist headbands, faces covered with cloth. They looked like rogue ninjas. But Chiya's heart sank. In the original story, worn-out hidden mist headbands, faces covered with cloth. They looked like rogue ninjas. But Chiya's heart sank. In the original story, these two were not here at all. The two didn't go for Tazuna. Instead, they came straight at Chiya from left and right. Chiya suddenly activated his eyes. His 3-to-mo Sharingan began to rotate slowly. Sasuke. Sasuke spun around immediately, his face turning cold at the sight of the two. More enemies. Chiya was about to reply when a short blade slashed toward his face. He sidestepped to dodge, thrusting his kunai toward the opponent. The man twisted his wrist, deflecting the kunai with his blade, and then kicked out. Bang! Chiya raised his arm to block, but the force still knocked him back half a step. His arm went numb. Meanwhile, the other man had already circled behind him. A blade slashed toward his thigh. Chiya's Sharingan spun wildly. He could see the opponent's movements, but his body was a step too slow. With a slicing sound, the blade grazed his leg, leaving a shallow cut. Sasuke tried to come help, but one of the men flung several kunai, forcing him back. Naruto charged in too. Bastard. Don't underestimate us. The moment he lunged, one of the men kicked him over, sending him rolling twice on the ground. Sakura shielded Tazuna, backing away repeatedly. Over where Zabuza was, he had already engaged with Kakashi. Water splashes, and mist exploded everywhere. Kakashi was tied up. He would have to handle this himself. Chiya gritted his teeth and began forming hand seals. Fire-style Phoenix, Sage Fire technique. A dozen fireballs scattered. He had practiced this technique thoroughly. But the two opponents were faster. They dodged all the fireballs with a few quick movements. One of them even flashed right in front of Chiya, thrusting a blade toward his chest. Chiya saw it coming, but his body was a beat too slow. He only managed to shift. Thud. The short blade plunged into his shoulder, blood gushing out. The pain made his vision go dark. Before he could recover, the man behind him struck the back of his neck with the hilt. Chiya's legs gave way, and he nearly fell to his knees. The man in front immediately grabbed his wrist, while the other produced a black rope covered in intricate seals. Chiya cursed inwardly. They really were here to capture him. Chiya. Sasuke rushed over, and one of the men turned to engage him. Naruto also got up and charged, only to be kicked away. By then the black rope had already coiled around Chiya's shoulder. Just then the man's movements suddenly halted. On Chiya's wounded shoulder, a faint layer of moonlight seemed to cling to his skin. The bleeding stopped, and a faint white ring appeared around the wound. Then the torn flesh began to close. The man's expression shifted noticeably. What is this? Taking advantage of his shock, Chiya suddenly flung a shuriken from his sleeve straight at the man's neck. The man tilted his head to dodge, but Chiya tugged his fingers. The shuriken, controlled by a wire wrapped around the man's shoulder, an arm binding him. Chiya quickly retreated. By then Naruto had created several shadow clones that charged into. A few were dispersed, but they bought a moment. Enough. Chiya, enduring the pain in his shoulder, formed hand seals together with Sasuke. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Fire-style Phoenix, Sage Fire. The Great Fireball pressed forward from the front, while the Phoenix Sage Fire spread from both sides. The two men from the root were forced back by the flames. They exchanged a glance. Retreat. Then they vanished into the depths of the forest. But the battle was not over yet. No sooner had those two withdrawn than Zabuza's voice rang out. Water-style Water Prison technique. Kakashi was trapped. Inside the water sphere, Kakashi was held fast. Zabuza kept one hand on the water prison, while on the other side a water clone, carrying the decapitating blade, was walking toward them. Naruto's face changed. Kakashi-sensei. Chiya gritted his teeth and stood up. His shoulder still hurt, but the bleeding had stopped. Sasuke glanced at Chiya's shoulder and frowned. Can you still move? I want that. By then Naruto had already charged in. Unsurprisingly, he was kicked away by Zabuza's water clone, rolling several times on the ground. Damn it. He got up ready to charge again. Chiya grabbed him. Don't act recklessly. Then what do we do? Kakashi-sensei is still in there. Chiya looked at the water prison. Zabuza's hand cannot leave the water sphere. We just need to make him let go. That water prison requires him to keep his hand on it constantly. If we force him to let go, Kakashi-sensei can get out. Sasuke's eyes flickered. Are you sure? Chiya nodded. Zabuza's water clone had already drawn near the decapitating blade, dragging on the ground, producing a grating sound. Sakura shielded Tazuna as she backed away, her face pale. Tazuna, needless to say, could barely hold his sake bottle. Naruto clenched his teeth. Then he'll draw that water. Chiya glanced at him. The kid had finally gotten a bit smarter. Don't get cut. Don't underestimate me. Naruto formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With several poofs, multiple Narutos charged at the water clone. The water clone sneered and swept the decapitating blade horror. Several shadow clones exploded instantly. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already produced a windmill shuriken. Chiya flicked out a steel wire and wrapped it around the tail of the shuriken. Go! Sasuke hurled the windmill shuriken with all his might. The massive shuriken spun through the mist, heading straight for Zabuza's main body. Zabuza didn't even bother to look closely. You think something like that can hit me, eh? He sidestepped. The windmill shuriken flew past him. But the next second, Chiya's fingers yanked sharply. The wire went taut. The flying windmill shuriken was forcibly split into several fragments that curved back. The water sphere exploded with a roar. Kakashi burst out of the water and landed on the bank, drenched, but with a chillingly cold gaze. Good work. The water sphere exploded with a roar. Kakashi burst out of the water and landed on the bank, drenched, but with a chillingly cold gaze. Good work. Zabuza's face darkened. A bunch of brats. Before he could finish, Kakashi moved, his eyes locked on Zabuza as his hands flew through hand seals. Whatever seal Zabuza made, Kakashi copied it. Their movements were almost identical. Naruto was dumbfounded. Kakashi-sensei is imitating him. Sasuke stared at Kakashi's Sharingan, his expression complicated. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Zabuza's forehead. You bastard. Kakashi said coldly, it's over. Water-style great waterfall technique. A massive torrent of water exploded forth. Zabuza was swept away by the deluge, slammed heavily into a tree, and his decapitating blade fell to the side. He struggled, but couldn't get up. Naruto shouted excitedly, we won. Suddenly, several Senbon whistled out from deep in the forest, piercing precisely into the side of Zabuza's neck. He struggled, but couldn't get up. Naruto shouted excitedly, we won. Suddenly, several Senbon whistled out from deep in the forest, piercing precisely. Thank you, I've been waiting for an opportunity. Naruto was startled. Huh, who are you? The masked figure dropped down from the tree. I'm a member of the Mist Hunter tasked with hunting down rogue Mist Ninja. Kakashi walked over, crouched down, and after a moment he said, he's dead. Sakura let out a sigh of relief. Tazuna nearly collapsed to the ground. Naruto stared at Zabuza's corpse, his expression strange. A guy this strong just died like that. Chiya didn't speak. Dead my ass. He's putting on a good act. The masked figure hoisted Zabuza onto his back. The body contains many village secrets. I must take it back for processing. Kakashi didn't stop him. The masked figure quickly disappeared into the mist. Naruto was still staring in that direction. Are all hunter nin this small? Sakura said he probably just looks small. Kakashi withdrew his gaze and said, let's leave here first. Tazuna nodded quickly. It's not far ahead to my house. But I didn't die, did I? Chiya, walking behind, couldn't help but smirk. The group continued toward the land of waves. The mist gradually dispersed. But I didn't die, did I? Chiya, walking behind, couldn't help but smirk. The group continued toward the land of waves. The mist gradually dispersed. Yet Chiya's heart was not at ease at all. Wajigomai. In the deepest office of the root, only a single lamp was lit. The lampshade was pressed low. The light fell on the desktop, illuminating several scrolls and books on the table. Tuanzang sat in the shadow behind the table, his face wrapped in bandages, revealing no emotion. When the door was pushed open, there was almost no. Two root ninjas knelt at the doorway, their heads bowed deeply. Tuanzang-sama. Tuanzang did not speak immediately. He slowly rubbed his fingers on the cane, and after a long while he asked indifferently, where is the man? Mission failed. The office fell silent. The lamp wick jumped slightly, and the shadows on Tuanzang's face flickered accordingly. I don't want to hear that. The root ninja kneeling on the left whispered. The target was accompanied by Chimu Kakashi, as well as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha Ōtsutsuki. When we acted, Tauti Zaibuzan was also present, and the situation was chaotic. We failed to take the target. Tuanzang remained silent. Silence flooded the room like a tide. That root ninja couldn't help but continue. After the target was injured, a white mark appeared on the wound, and then it healed quickly. We saw with our own eyes his blood stop and the flesh regrow. Tuanzang's hand stopped. He leaned forward, half his face exposed to the light. White chakra. Yes. Tuanzang's voice was low. The Uchiha clan indeed has another secret. The two root ninjas knelt motionless on the ground. Tuanzang opened his single eye. And Kakashi. He fought with Tauti Zaibuzan and expended great energy. Before we left, he was trapped by the water prison technique. Tuanzang opened his single eye. And Kakashi. He fought with Tauti Zaibuzan and expended great energy. Before we left, he was He knew the shinobi of my too well. Chimu Kakashi was not so easy to deal with. However, escaping was one thing, but the exhaustion caused by the Sharingan could not be faked. A Jonin who fought with an external Sharingan, having just finished fighting Zaibuzan, could not recover in a short time. Tuanzang tapped his cane. Several more figures appeared silently outside the door. Tuanzang looked at them, his voice eerily calm. You will all go to Bojigwa. Bring back Uchiha Chinya while it's chaotic. Yes. After they withdrew, the office fell quiet again. The light was still on. Tuanzang leaned back in his chair, darkness enveloping him again. In the night of Bojigwa, the wind was filled with the smell of the sea. The wooden house of the Dazuna family was not large. At night, when the wind blew outside, the windows trembled gently. A lamp was lit in the house. Several bowls of food were set on the table. Mingren was eating while still arguing with Inari. What do you know, you little brat? Who says heroes don't exist? Inari sat aside, holding his bowl, his voice muffled. Even if they exist, they will eventually die. Mingren slapped his chopsticks on the table with a bang. Say that again. Xiaoying quickly pulled him back. Mingren, stop arguing. Inari looked up at him, his eyes redrimmed, but his mouth was still stubborn. No matter how powerful someone is, they will die. Everyone who opposes Kadwa will die. You too. Mingren's face flushed red with anger. I want die. I'm the man who will become the Hokage. Inari said nothing more. He lowered his head, ate a couple of mouthfuls, then turned and went upstairs. Jin-Naime looked at his back and sighed softly. Dazuna drank in silence, not speaking. Inari wouldn't listen to anyone now. Reasoning was useless and passion was useless. Only when Mingren truly stood before him and shielded him from those things would this kid understand. After dinner, Kakashi went back to his room first. His complexion was still not good, and his speech was lazy as if he could fall asleep at any moment. Inari wouldn't listen to anyone now. Reasoning was useless and passion was useless. Only when Mingren truly stood, the first sound was Mingren's snoring followed by Zuozu's heavy breathing, presumably also exhausted. Chiya lay on the bed, his eyes open. He was not asleep. The two ninjas who attacked him during the day weighed on his mind. He felt uneasy thinking they would not give up. Outside, the wind made the window paper rustle softly. Suddenly, a very light sound came from the roof. Click. Chiya's eyes sharpened. He slowly sat up without disturbing the people beside him. Mingren was still snoring, Zuozu's breathing was heavy, and Xiaoying slept next door. There was no sound from Kakaxi's room, presumably he had also gone to sleep. Another soft sound, this time at the edge of the eaves. Chiya threw off the blanket, got out of bed, and climbed out through the window. He didn't want to lead the intruders into the house. The house held the Dezuna family, Mingren, Xiaoying, and the worn-out Kakaxi. If things went wrong, it would implicate them. The moonlight in the yard was mist drifted over the ground like a thin white veil. Chiya stood in the center of the yard, looking up at the roof. Stop hiding. His voice was not loud. Come out, all of you. The next moment, two figures dropped from the roof, and three more appeared by the yard. They all wore masks and black clothes, and immediately surrounded Chiya. The person on the roof looked down at him. Come with us, and you'll suffer less. Chiya sneered, and began forming hand seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. A massive fireball answered him. The yard was instantly illuminated by the flames. The root ninja on the roof leaped aside the fireball, grazing his body and striking the distance, exploding with a boom. The other four moved simultaneously. Chiya's eyes turned red. Sharingan. A short blade slashed from the left. He dodged sideways and stabbed a kunai backhandedly toward the opponent's ribs. The man raised his arm to block the blade and kunai clashing with sparks. Wind approached from behind. Chiya stomped his foot and pressed both hands to the ground. Earth-style earth spear. Several earth spikes rose from the ground, forcing the person behind to retreat. Chiya didn't pursue. He threw 3 shuriken, the wire winding around his fingers. The shuriken grazed the root ninja's shoulder and looped back from behind. A fierce wind pressed down, scattering the mist on the ground. Chiya was blown back several steps. As soon as he steadied himself, a stream of water lashed. A fierce wind pressed down, scattering the mist on the ground. Chiya was blown back several steps. As soon as he steadied himself, a stream of water lashed from the right. Water-style water wave. The water whipped like a whip. Chiya gritted his teeth and formed hand seals rapidly. Earth-style earth wall. An earth wall rose abruptly from the ground, and the water crashed against it with a roar. Before he could catch his breath, a root ninja vaulted over the wall and thrust a short blade directly at his throat. Chiya looked up, his Sharingan meeting the man's eyes. Click. Jinjutsu. The man's movements froze for an instant. Chiya kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. Chiya looked up, his Sharingan meeting the man's eyes. Click. Jinjutsu. The man's movements froze for an instant. Chiya kicked him in the chest. The 5 of them were too well coordinated. Chiya supported himself against the wall and stood up, his breathing ragged. His Sharingan spun rapidly, and his chakra drained severely. The opponents gave him no time to breathe. A short blade chopped down again. Chiya raised his kunai to block, and with a clang his arm went numb from the impact. At that moment, a kunai flew from behind, piercing his shoulder with a thud. Then a wind blade grazed his calf, and blood gushed out. Chiya staggered and fell to one knee. Cold sweat dripped from his chin. The person on the roof landed before him, taking out a black rope. Take him away. Chiya looked up at the rope and cursed inwardly. This thing again. Just as the black rope was about to coil around him, a cold voice sounded in it. Didn't I tell you to be careful, eh? Chiya paused. Hui's voice was very soft, as if it came directly from his heart. Why so many troubles? Chiya tugged at the corner of his mouth, his voice a bit hoarse. I don't want this either. Trouble comes to me on its own. What can I do? As his words fell, a faint layer of white suddenly emerged from the wounds on Chiya. It was like moonlight clinging to the skin, or a thin layer of cold fire flickering silently. The kunai was slowly pushed out by the muscles, falling to the ground. The bleeding on his calf stopped, and the wound quickly closed and healed. The 5 root ninjas stopped simultaneously. This is it, someone muttered. Chiya slowly stood up. At that moment, a faint white chakra spread outward along his skin, quickly covering his entire body. He lowered his head to look at his hands, seeing a thin layer of white flame flowing and dancing on his skin. Chiya looked up at the 5 ninjas. Now he felt his chakra was extremely abundant, and a sense of satisfaction from power surged into his heart. Just now you ganged up on me. He formed hand seals. Now it's my turn. Shadow clone technique. With a few poofs, 5 shadow clones appeared in the courtyard. The root ninjas immediately scattered. Chiya's shadow clones charged together. One shadow clone flung a wire shuriken, wrapping it around the left root ninja's wrist. Another shadow clone rolled on the ground, aiming a kunai at the enemy's ankle. The third shadow clone spat out fire-style phoenix flower jutsu, forcing the ninja on the roof back to the ground. Flames, wires, kunai, water streams, and wind blades tangled chaotically in the courtyard. Chiya's original body stood still, his Sharingan eyes fixed on their positions. Let them come closer, just a little closer. Meanwhile, he was accumulating power within his body. The jutsu he couldn't use before, now he could try it. The 5 root ninjas were forced toward the center by the shadow clones. Chiya's chest heaved, and the speed of his hand seals grew faster and faster. He had only seen this technique in a scroll before, and couldn't use it due to insufficient chakra. Now that cold white chakra inside him surged violently. He had to let it out. Horse, fire style. Chiya took a deep breath, his chest swelling high. Great fire annihilation. Boom. White flames burst from his mouth. That flame was not the ordinary orangerd of fire style, but a dazzling, scorching white. As the flames emerged, the mist in the courtyard instantly evaporated, the ground's moisture hissed loudly, and even the air was scorched and distorted by the surging heat wave. The faces of the 5 root ninjas changed instantly. Water-style water formation wall. Earth-style earth flow wall. A water wall and an earth wall rose simultaneously. The next moment, the white flames slammed into them. Sizzle. The water wall turned into a vast white mist in an instant, and the earth wall held for less than a breath before its surface turned red hot, and then shattered with a roar. Screams rang out. The flames engulfed the 5 figures. The courtyard was illuminated as bright as day, and the wooden house's windows shook with the impact. After a few breaths, the flames dispersed. The ground was scorched black. The 5 root ninjas lay on the ground completely still. Chiya stood in place watching the scene. He had caused his throat moving. This power. Something's off. At that moment, the white chakra on his body began to fade rapidly. Deep exhaustion followed. Chiya's vision went dark, his knees gave way, and he collapsed. Just then someone caught him with a shoulder. Aya. Kakaxi's voice sounded, making such a big commotion. Your teacher can't sleep even if Chiya barely opened his eyes. Teacher Kakaxi. Kakaxi carried him on his back, still speaking in a lazy tone. You're quite capable. Chiya wanted to say something, but his eyelids grew heavy, his head tilted to the side, and he fell into deep sleep. Kakaxi carried him back into the house. Ming Rin was still sound asleep, but Zhuozhu had already sat up, his red Sharingan eyes very conspicuous in the darkness. Enemies. Kakaxi nodded, then put his finger to his lips. Shoo. He covered Chiya with a blanket, turned around, and went out again. Zhuozhu also got up and followed. The courtyard was scorched black, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. Kakaxi stood at the door looking at the traces on the ground, scratching. Sigh. Still have to clean up the mess. When Chiya opened his eyes again, there was a shallow layer of water under his feet. The pale blue space stretched endlessly. The water surface was calm, like a mirror reflecting the huge moon above. Mist drifted in the distance, and behind it a white figure was faintly visible. Chiya looked down at his feet, then up at the sky. This was not the first time he had come here. He walked forward a few steps, passed through the thin mist, and saw Hui Yi halfling on a bed. Her long white hair spread across the bed, even trailing to the floor. She propped her face with one hand, looking at him with cold eyes, like looking at a troublesome thing that had just crawled out of the mud. Chiya stood there holding back for a long time. Hello. Hui Yi looked at him for a moment, then suddenly let out a soft laugh. Didn't I tell you to be careful, eh? Chiya scratched his head. I've been pretty careful. You have too many troubles. I don't like it. Those troubles aren't ones I wanted to provoke. Chiya spread his hands. I'm being targeted. I can't just stand there and let them catch me. Hui Yi didn't respond. She just looked at him. Chiya felt a bit creeped out by her gaze. He coughed and changed the subject. You're Princess Hui Yi, right? Hui Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Almost forgot to ask you. She sat up, her white hair sliding off her shoulders. How do you know my name? Chiya's heart skipped a beat. Spoke too fast. He thought for a moment, then simply said, what if I said I've known you for a long time? Would you believe me? Hui Yi frowned. Her expression was as if she didn't understand, or as if she was judging whether he was lying. Seeing that she didn't attack immediately, Chiya grew a bit bolder. And you? Why are you inside my body? Hui Yi fell silent. The pale blue space grew quiet, with not even a ripple on the water underfoot. After a long while she finally spoke. I don't know either. Chiya was stunned. You don't know? I was being hunted, and I got hit by a technique. When I opened my eyes again, Chiya frowned. This is different from the original story. In the original, Hui Yi should still be sealed in the moon at this time. He stared at Hui Yi for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, did you eat the divine tree's fruit? Hui Yi's eyes instantly turned cold. Who exactly are you? Chiya felt a chill down his back. That look was no joke. He forced a smile. I told you I've known you for a long time. Hui Yi stared at him. Chiya said nothing more. After a long time, Hui Yi slowly spoke. I stood guard by the divine tree for centuries. The fruit finally ripened. As soon as I ate it, they came. Her voice was very faint, as if she were talking about something. I had just obtained that power and couldn't fully control it. In the chaos, I was hit by their technique. Chiya knew that the people she referred to were most likely the daytime. You guarded the divine tree for centuries, so you never came into contact with humans. Hui glanced at him. Humans? Her tone was emotionless. Why would I bother with ants destined for extinction? Chiya fell silent. He understood. The Hui before him was not the one he knew. She had not fallen in love with humans, nor had she given birth to Yu and Ucun. After guarding alone for centuries, she had just eaten the divine tree fruit when she was hunted by the Daitongmu, and then, like him, she had inexplicably traveled to this era. Except that he had become Yuzibo Chienyi, and Hui had entered his body. Hui looked at him, her voice turning colder. Now it's your turn. Chienyi looked up. Answer what? How do you know me? Seeing her serious expression, Chienyi suddenly felt like laughing. The legendary progenitor of chakra was actually waiting for his explanation. He took a step forward. Want to know? Hui looked at him and obediently nodded. Chienyi almost lost his composure. That move was too cute. He suppressed his smile and deliberately said, "I'll tell you next time." Hui was stunned. Chienyi's body began to fade. He waved at Hui. Bye-bye. Hui finally realized what was happening, and her eyes instantly turned cold. Bastard. The words had barely faded when Chienyi disappeared into the pale blue space. The following days passed in a rather fragmented manner. Kakashi, still not fully recovered from his injuries, spent his time leaning against a tree reading, occasionally lifting his head to say a few words. They learned a method to train their chakra control: tree climbing. Naruto initially scoffed at the idea, but ended up being the one who fell the hardest. Sakura learned quickly. In terms of chakra control, she was indeed stronger than the others. Sasuke and Chinya practiced the longest. Neither was willing to concede to the other, training day and night, leaving the tree trunk covered in scratch marks from kunai. Every time Naruto saw them climbing again, he cursed under his breath, but his body was honest. He turned around and charged right back up. After a few days, Kakashi was finally able to. Tazuna packed his tools early in the morning, saying the bridge could no longer be delayed. The workers had grown restless from Gado's intimidation. If he, the bridge builder, didn't show up, the bridge would never be completed. Naruto had trained late into the night, and in the morning he slumped over the table, his face nearly buried in his bowl. Sakura nudged him. Naruto, wake up. Naruto lifted his head groggily, eyes still closed. I'm not asleep. I can keep training. With that, his head lolled to the side and crashed back onto the table. Sakura was speechless. Kakashi glanced at him and waved a hand. I'll let him sleep. But the mission? Well, Kakashi pulled his headband down. If he goes like this, he'll just end up falling into the river. Naruto muttered something in his sleep. Who fell into the river? Chinya looked at Naruto, but didn't call him. It was better for him to stay home. In the original story, Tazuna's house wasn't safe either. Chinya looked up at him. Sasuke merely tightened his ninja tool pouch and said flatly, let's go. Oh, the distance from Tazuna's house. Chinya looked up at him. Sasuke merely tightened his ninja tool pouch and said flatly, let's go. Oh, the distance from Tazuna's house to the Great Bridge wasn't extremely far, but the fog grew thicker with every step. Tazuna spoke little along the way, walking faster than usual. Sakura stayed close beside him, her hand never leaving her tool pouch. As they neared the bridge, Chinya sensed something was wrong. It was too quiet. Normally at this hour the workers would already be on the bridge, the sound of hammers against wooden planks echoing far and wide, but today there was nothing. Only the mist slowly drifting across the bridge. Tazuna's face changed. He hurried forward a few steps, reaching the bridgehead, and froze. No one was on the bridge. Tools lay scattered on the ground, some having rolled to the edge. A half-length rope hung over the bridge, swaying gently in the wind. Where are they? Tazuna's voice trembled slightly. Sakura also grew tense. Did they all dare not come? Chinya said nothing. His Sharingan was already activated. 3 Tomo spun slowly within his eyes. But the fog was too thick. Even the Sharingan couldn't see far. Sasuke moved to stand beside him, activating his own Sharingan. The two stood an arm's length apart, silent, but their positions naturally flanked the space in front of Tazuna. Kakashi raised his hand and lifted his headband. Come out. A cold laugh echoed from the mist. Kakashi, you're still as Zabuza emerged slowly from the fog, his massive blade resting on his shoulder. Bandages still wrapped his face and several tiny red dots marked his neck, the exact spots where the sunbond had pierced him that day. Zabuza emerged slowly from the fog, his massive blade resting on his shoulder. Bandages still wrapped his face and several. Kakashi stared at Zabuza. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Zabuza let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over Kakashi before landing on Sasuke and Chinya. Missing one yellow-haired brat. Sasuke tightened his grip on his kunai and said nothing. Chinya glanced at Haku. Haku was looking back at. Through the mask, he couldn't see the eyes, but Chinya felt as though Haku was sizing him up. Zabuza took another step forward, swinging the executioner's blade to point at Tazuna. Hand him over, and I might spare your lives. Kakashi stepped forward, blocking Zabuza's line of sight. Then there's nothing to discuss. Suddenly the fog thickened even more. In the blink of an eye, the bridge was swallowed by a sea of white. Tazuna quickly retreated, Sakura shielding him, her face pale. Chiya and Sasuke stood back to back. Sasuke's voice was low. "Watch out for the one in the mask." Chiya murmured an acknowledgement. In the next instant, Senbon came flying through the mist. Chiya raised his hand to deflect two, while Sasuke threw shuriken to knock aside the ones aimed at Sakura. The clatter of metal echoed through the fog. On the other side, Zabuza had already engaged Kakashi. The executioner's blade cleaved through the mist, slamming heavily onto the bridge deck, splitting the wood. Kakashi sidestepped his kunai, scraping along the blade, a flash of sparks disappearing into the fog. While the fight raged on the bridge, trouble struck at Tazuna's house. Tsunami had just finished cleaning up the dishes when the door was kicked open. Two men stood at the entrance, knives tucked into their belts, leering with malicious grins. Inari ran down the stairs, his face turning white. "Who are you?" One of the men chuckled darkly. "Mr. Gato sent us to invite you for a little visit." Tsunami pulled Inari behind her. "Get out." The man's face darkened and he reached out to grab her. Just then a dull thud came from a nearby room. The two men paused. Inari also froze. The next moment the door slid open. Naruto stumbled out, his yellow hair a mess, eyes barely open, his face full of annoyance. "So noisy." He rubbed his eyes, blinked at the two men at the door, and froze for 2 seconds. Then his temper flared. "Hey, you two, what do you think you're doing to the lady?" The two men exchanged glances, then laughed. "Kid, get lost." Naruto's face darkened. "Who are you calling a kid?" Inari watched Naruto's back, his fingers clutching the hem of his cloak. But now Naruto was actually standing in front of them. Naruto clasped his hands together in a hand seal. Shadow clone technique. With a series of poofs, the room. But now Naruto was actually standing in front of them. Naruto clasped his hands together in a hand seal. Shadow clone technique. With a series of poofs, the room was suddenly filled with Narutos. The two Gato thugs' expressions changed. "A ninja." Naruto grinned. "Scared now?" "Too late." Chaos erupted in the wooden house of Tazuna. Meanwhile, on the bridge, the mist grew colder. Chiya had just deflected a sunbon when a gust of wind pressed close behind him. He spun around, thrusting his kunai. Haku's figure flickered before him, then vanished into the mist. Too fast. Sasuke saw it too. His Sharingan spun faster. "He's testing us." Chiya shook his numb wrist. "I see that." The fog grew thicker. Chiya and Sasuke stood together, their ears filled with the sound of wind and the whistling of sunbon. The masked figure was fast. Ridiculously fast. One moment he was on the left, the next his voice came from behind and to the right. Chiya's Sharingan could catch a glimpse of his shadow, but his body was still a beat too slow to react. Clang. Sasuke threw a shuriken, deflecting a sunbon aimed at Chiya. Chiya didn't waste time either. With a flick of his fingers, several shuriken attached to wire looped back through the mist, forcing Haku to take a step back. "Thanks." Haku's figure vanished again into the mist. Only faint footsteps remained. Sakura shielded Tazuna, retreating, a kunai clenched tightly in her hand. She was completely out of her depth, only able to keep Tazuna from running off. On the other side, Kakashi and Zabuza had already fought to the opposite end of the bridge. The executioner's blade smashed into the ground, splitting the wooden planks. Kakashi sidestepped his kunai, scraping along the blade, sparks vanishing instantly in the mist. Chiya had no time to watch. Haku was coming again. This time the senbon were aimed at his shoulder and wrist. Chiya blocked two, but the third grazed the back of his hand, drawing a drop of blood. He glanced down. Not a vital spot. This guy still wasn't going for the kill. Chiya understood. Haku, though called Zabuza's tool, always held back in battle. If he really wanted to kill, they wouldn't just be hopping around with senbon stuck in them. Haku's voice came softly through the mist. "Step aside. I don't want to kill you." Sasuke snorted. "Let's talk." He formed hand seals. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A massive fireball blasted into the mist, burning away a large patch. Chiya followed with his own seals. Fire-style Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Dozens of small fireballs scattered, carrying shuriken within the flames, sealing off Haku's possible escape routes. The coordination was smooth. Haku's figure was finally forced out. Sasuke's eyes turned cold, and he thrust his kunai directly at him. But just as the kunai was about to connect, a layer of ice suddenly formed on the bridge. Haku flicked his foot and slid backward. He formed hand seals. Secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Crack, crack, crack. Moisture condensed around them. A mirror of ice rose from the mist. Then, in an instant, dozens of ice mirrors formed a circle, trapping Chiya and Sasuke inside. In every mirror, Haku's reflection stared back. Sasuke frowned. Chiya looked at the ice mirrors and cursed under his breath. Here it comes. This thing was troublesome in the original story. Standing inside it now felt even worse. Haku, within the mirrors, slowly raised his hand. "Stop struggling." Sasuke ignored him and charged straight at the nearest mirror. His kunai struck. Clink. The mirror cracked only slightly, and in the next moment, several sunbon flew from the side. Chiya grabbed Sasuke's collar and yanked him back. The sunbon whizzed past Sasuke's cheek. Then Haku in the mirrors moved again. This time it wasn't one shadow, but multiple figures from all directions. Sunbon rained down like a storm. Chiya and Sasuke dodged simultaneously. The Sharingan spun wildly. They could see it, but dodging was hard. Too many Senbon, too many tricky angles. Soon both were dotted with blood. Chiya took a hit to the shoulder, another to Sasuke's two Tomo spun faster and faster. He was beginning to adapt to Haku's speed. That guy was a true genius. The more he fought, the faster he got, and the more dangerous the calmer he became. Chiya dared not hold back. He formed hand seals and stomped the ground. Earth-style earth spear. Several spikes of earth thrust up from the bridge, crashing into a few of the ice mirrors. The mirrors shuddered, cracking. Sasuke seized the opportunity and blasted a fireball directly at them. Boom. The mirrors hissed with white steam from the flames. But before they could celebrate, the cracks slowly sealed. Chiya grimaced. It can repair itself. Sasuke panted heavily. Keep fighting. The two spread out left and right using shuriken, kunai fire style, and wire all at once. Sparks flew inside the mirrors, the mist burned away only to reform. But Haku was too fast. Each time he emerged from a mirror, he paused only an instant, and already the sunbon were piercing them. Chiya's wounds multiplied and Sasuke was no better. Yet he gritted his teeth, showing no expression. On the other side of the bridge, Tezuna's house was in chaos. Naruto's shadow clones were pounding two of Gado's men into the floor. Chairs were overturned, the table tilted, and even the door was half smashed off its hinges. Tsunami clutched Inari, standing in the corner, her face still pale. Naruto stepped on one man's back, fuming. How dare you bully people? Another man scrambled to run, but several shadow clones pounced on him, raining down punches. Stop! Stop! Naruto finally stopped. Inari looked at the room full of Narutos, his eyes slowly reddening. You? Why are you saving us? Naruto turned to him. Do I even need to ask? He thumped his chest. I'm gonna be Hokage. Inari's lips trembled, but no words came. Naruto glanced outside, then suddenly remembered. Oh no, Kakashi-sensei and the others are still on the bridge. He spun around and ran out. At the door he paused and looked back at Inari. Stay hidden. I'm going to help them. With that he dashed into the mist. Inari stood at the door staring blankly after Naruto's retreating figure. After a long moment, he wiped his eyes, turned, and ran. Tsunami gasped. Inari. Inari didn't look back. I'm going to call everyone. On the bridge, Chiya was forced back by several Senbon, his back crashing into an ice mirror, sending a chill through him. Sasuke suddenly rushed in front of him, deflecting 3 Senbon with his kunai. Chiya glanced at him. Sasuke didn't turn, only said quietly, don't die here. Chiya was taken aback. Hearing that from Sasuke felt strange. Before he could reply, Haku's figure burst from the ice. This time he was even faster than before. Sasuke's pupils contracted. He twisted his body a mere half-inch, his kunai scraping the edge of Haku's sleeve. Haku hadn't expected Sasuke to keep up that well, and his movements faltered for a moment. Chiya seized the chance, throwing a wire-tied shuriken. Clang! The shuriken grazed the edge of Haku's mask, leaving a faint scratch. Haku retreated into the mirror. Sasuke's breath was ragged. I'm almost seeing through him. Chiya shook blood off his hand. Then hurry up. The two stood back to back, surrounded by ice mirrors. Just as Haku was about to move, a loud shout came from beyond the bridge. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura! Sasuke! Just as Haku was about to move, a loud shout came from beyond the bridge. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura! Sasuke! Chiya! A blonde figure burst out of the mist. Naruto sprinted forward, and upon seeing Sasuke and Chiya trapped in the ice mirrors, his eyes went wide. How did you two get lost? Sasuke's face changed. Don't come in. Chiya yelled to stay out. Naruto didn't hear clearly. Or rather, he heard, but didn't care. He stomped onto the bridge and charged straight into the mirror range. I'm here to save you. Chiya watched Naruto rush, in the corner of his mouth twitching. Well, that's so like you, Naruto. The moment Naruto rushed in, Chiya truly felt like cursing. This idiot could have stayed outside and helped smash a few ice mirrors, but instead he charged straight in. Sasuke's face darkened. Idiot. Naruto, still oblivious, glanced around and asked blankly, what's going on? Why are there so many mirrors? And why is he in every single one? No one answered. In the next instant, Haku inside the ice mirror moved. Several Senbon flew from behind Naruto. As Naruto turned, Sasuke grabbed his collar and yanked him half a step to the Senbon grazed Naruto's shoulder and embedded into another ice mirror with crisp clicks. What are you doing, son? Naruto staggered, about to lose his temper, when Chiya rushed over, flicked up a kunai, and deflected 2 more Senbon. Shut up. Chiya stared at the reflection in the ice mirror, his voice low. If you want to live, don't move. Only then did Naruto belatedly notice the blood on both of them. Several Senbon were stuck in Sasuke's arm, and Shinya's clothes were stained with blood. None were fatal, but they were still alarming to see. Naruto's eyes reddened. You guys, don't argue. Sasuke cut him off, his eyes fixed on the surrounding ice mirrors. Haku was too fast. After Naruto entered, the situation became even more chaotic. Haku clearly didn't want to kill Naruto. All the Senbon aimed at shoulders, arms, and thighs, but Naruto couldn't keep up, not even knowing where to dodge. Shinya's breathing grew rapid. He could see that Haku was still holding back. But that was the problem. Haku not wanting to kill them didn't mean they could win. If the ice mirrors weren't broken, the three of them would eventually be worn down. On the other side of the bridge, Kakashi and Zabuza's battle wouldn't wait for them to slowly figure out a solution. Chinya looked up at the rows of ice mirrors. Haku would go to save Zabuza. That wouldn't change. If everything followed the path in his memory, Kakashi's Chidori would eventually pierce Zabuza, and Haku would surely rush in to block it. He had to get out before that, preferably to stop Haku. Chinya gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had to get out first. Break this damned ice mirror first. Sasuke. Yeah. Sasuke didn't look back. They both moved almost simultaneously. Chinya raised his hand and threw wire-bladed shuriken. Several shuriken weaved between the ice mirrors, the wires tightening, trying to entangle multiple mirrors at once. Taking advantage of the opening, Sasuke formed hand seals rapidly. Fire-style fireball technique. A fireball slammed into the ice mirror, and white mist exploded. Chinya immediately pressed his palm to the ground. Earth-style mud spikes. Several earth spikes rose from the bridge, pushing against the ice mirror. Cracks spread, instantly crackling, as if they were about to shatter. Naruto's eyes lit up. It's breaking. But Chinya didn't smile. As the mist cleared, the cracks began to close again. Haku's figure emerged from another ice mirror, his voice still soft. It's useless. With those words, more Senbon came. This time denser than before. Sasuke shielded Naruto, swinging his kunai several times, but still got hit in the shoulder. Chinya sidestepped away, felt a sting in his wrist, and another Senbon lodged there. Naruto finally couldn't hold back. Shadow clung. With a series of poofs, a dozen Narutos filled the space between the ice mirrors. So what if there are many of you? I've got plenty too. The group of Narutos roared and charged at the ice mirrors. Chinya's expression changed. Don't rush blindly. But it was too late. Haku's figure flickered in the ice mirror, and nearly a dozen shadow clones exploded simultaneously. Before the smoke cleared, the real Naruto was kicked to the ground, rolling twice. Sasuke rushed over and dragged him up. Do you even have a brain? Naruto winced in pain, but still retorted, I was trying to help. Shutting up is helping. The two were still arguing, but Chinya remained silent. He stared at the spot where Haku had just attacked. He still hadn't struck a vital point. Haku had had the chance to pin Naruto to the ground, but he only kicked him and deliberately aimed the Senbon at the shadow clones. Chinya's sense of urgency grew. It would be a waste for someone like this to die here. But he couldn't even get out of the ice mirrors. That was the most frustrating part. He knew what would happen next, and he knew who he wanted to save, but he only had so many cards to play. Fire couldn't burn through earth, couldn't shatter the Sharingan saw, until his eyes ached. His body still couldn't match Haku's speed, and Kaguya's chakra within him hadn't surged out again. Usually it would come to heal him after injury, but now even after being pierced by so many Senbon, Kaguya's chakra didn't appear. Chinya pulled the Senbon from his arm, sucking in a sharp breath from the pain. Again, Sasuke glanced at him. Chinya didn't explain, just re-wrapped the wire around his fingers. Sasuke understood. Together they charged at the ice mirror once more. This time Chinya didn't attack the mirror directly, instead he used the wire to seal Haku's escape route. Sasuke focused on one of the shadows, and the moment Haku left the ice mirror, he thrust his kunai directly. Haku's sleeve was torn open a bit. So close. Just a hair's breadth. But Haku retreated again. The next second, even more Senbon flew from all directions. Chinya's pupils contracted. This time they were aimed at Naruto. Naruto had just gotten up and had no idea what was happening. Sasuke moved first. He instinctively rushed over and stood in front of Naruto. Chinya cursed and lunged as well, pushing Naruto down from the other side. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Senbon piercing flesh was soft. But at that moment Naruto felt as if something had exploded. Sasuke stood before him, his shoulders back and arms riddled with Senbon. Chinya knelt beside him, no better off. Several Senbon were stuck in his legs, a few more in his shoulder, and back, blood dripping down his clothes. Naruto froze. Sasuke. Sasuke swayed, gritted his teeth, trying to steady himself, but eventually fell to one knee. Naruto reached out to support him. Don't touch me. Sasuke's voice was low still with that annoying tone. But after saying that, his body tilted and fell. Naruto quickly caught him. Sasuke. Sasuke. Chinya couldn't hold on either. He sat down against the ice mirror, shivering from the cold, his vision darkening. The wounds were all avoided vital spots. Haku had still held back, but there were too many. Pain, numbness, cold blood. Chinya looked up at Haku in the ice mirror, his lips moving, but no sound coming out. The gap was too wide. He wanted to break the situation, save people, drag Haku and Zabuza out of their original fate. But now he could barely stand. This feeling was damn unbearable. Chinya. Naruto's voice trembled. Chinya turned his head to look at him, forcing a faint smile. Stop calling. His voice was soft. Not dead yet. Naruto's hand froze in midair. He looked at Sasuke in his arms, then at Chinya slumped against the ice mirror, as if something had pinned him in place. For a moment, everything was silent. Haku stood inside the ice mirror, not attacking further. It's over. His voice was low. You can no longer fight. Naruto lowered his head, his shoulders beginning to shake. Why? No one answered. Slowly Naruto raised his head, his eyes red. Why? A surge of red chakra erupted from him. At first just a little like bubbles before water boils, then it burst violently, rolling over his skin. Haku in the ice mirror paused. Chinya leaned against the frigid mirror, his eyelids heavy, but he still saw that red chakra. The air grew heavy. The mist on the bridge was swept away by the chakra, and the ice mirrors emitted faint cracking sounds. Naruto hung his head, his nails slowly lengthening, his teeth becoming sharper. Sasuke lay in his arms, no longer responding. Naruto gently set Sasuke down, then glanced at Chinya. Chinya wanted to say something. Like, don't actually kill Haku. But his throat was filled with the taste of blood, and the words came out only as faint breaths. Naruto didn't hear. He slowly stood up, the red chakra clinging to him like fire. Haku looked at him for the first time, unable to move immediately. Naruto raised his head. His eyes had changed. I'm going to kill you. When Naruto rushed out Chien, he only saw a blur of red. Haku emerged from an ice mirror, Senbon poised to strike, but Naruto had already slammed his fist into the mirror. Boom. The ice mirror that both Chien-Yi and Sasuke had failed to shatter was instantly blown apart. Shards of ice flew everywhere as Haku's figure surfaced from another mirror, but before he could steady himself, Naruto was already upon him. His speed was terrifying. Red chakra bubbled and boiled around his body like blood seething. Haku raised his hand to block. The next moment, bang. He was sent flying backward, crashing through two ice mirrors before stopping. Sasuke. Naruto's voice was hoarse, his head lowered. Give Sasuke back. Haku propped himself against an ice mirror, his breath faltering for a moment beneath his mask. He looked at Sasuke on the ground, then at Chien-Yi leaning against another mirror. I didn't kill him. But Naruto wouldn't listen. He charged again. Haku was fast, but as Naruto smashed mirror after mirror, the space for movement dwindled. Senbon flew from all directions, piercing Naruto, but most were deflected by the red chakra. Chien-Yi lay on the ground, pain blinding him. He wanted to shout for Naruto to stop, but his throat was full of blood and no sound came out. Bang! Haku was sent flying again by Naruto, rolling across the bridge. His mask cracked with a snap, revealing half a pale face. Naruto charged, fist raised high. At the same time, a series of dull thuds came from the other end of the bridge. Summoning jutsu. The ground suddenly split open. Several ninja dogs emerged from under the bridge, sinking their teeth into Zabuza's limbs and shoulders. As Zabuza struggled, Pakuchi bit his wrist and spoke lazily. Don't move. Zabuza's face darkened. Kakashi stood before him, a lightning glow in his right hand. The piercing chirp of birds drowned out the wind. Kakashi gazed at Zabuza, pinned by the dogs, and said coldly, Zabuza, it's over. Will you still cling to your delusion? Zabuza, drenched in blood, grinned. Don't put on that act, Kakashi. He panted, his eyes still fierce. I'm a ninja. I get paid, I do the job. That's a ninja's duty. Kakashi was silent for a moment. Then there's nothing. The lightning flared brighter. Yes, heart tightened. Kakashi's Chidori had already lit up. Haku would surely block it. If he waited until Haku moved, it would be too late. Chien-Yi gritted his teeth and pushed himself up, but a Senbon was lodged in his leg. The moment he exerted force, half his leg went numb, and he nearly collapsed. Kaguya. He called inwardly. Help me. There was no response. He saw Kakashi charging at Zabuza, and, pleased. A cool sensation spread from his chest. Pale white chakra surged from the wound, the bleeding quickly stopped, and the numbness in his leg receded. Chien-Yi ignored everything else, pushed himself off the ground, and dashed straight towards Zabuza's position. He didn't look at Haku. He didn't chase Haku either. He knew exactly where Haku would end up. As Chien-Yi sprinted, Haku also saw the lightning in Kakashi's hand. His expression changed, and he vanished from before Naruto. Naruto's fist hit empty air, and he froze. Where did he go? In the next instant, Haku appeared in front of Zabuza. He spread his arms, standing before the Chidori. Zabuza's pupils contracted. Haku didn't turn back. Kakashi's face also changed, but the distance was too close. The Chidori could no longer be withdrawn. Kakashi hastily twisted his arm, trying to avoid the vital spot. Haku closed his eyes. Just then a figure appeared. Before Haku could turn, a hand seized his shoulder. Chien-Yi rushed to his side, using all his strength to yank him sideways. Haku, caught off guard, lost his balance and tumbled sideways with Chien-Yi. But what Chien-Yi didn't notice was that Kakashi, to avoid Haku's vitals, had forcibly redirected the Chidori's thrust. Qianyi stood beside Haku. The Chidori was coming straight for his chest. Qianyi's eyes widened. Kakashi also recognized the newcomer. Qianyi. His pupils shrank. But the distance was too short, there was no room for maneuver. The lightning grazed past Haku, and then pierced through Qianyi's right chest. Thud. Qianyi's body stiffened, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it. Kakashi-sensei, you don't play by the rules. A torrent of blood burst from his back, splattering onto Haku's face. Kakashi immediately dispersed the Chidori and reached out to catch Qianyi's shoulder, preventing him from falling forward. Haku was frozen, staring dumbfounded. Qianyi's chest was torn open by the Chidori, blood quickly soaking his clothes. Qianyi. Naruto finally snapped out of it and stumbled over. Kakashi helped Qianyi lie down and pressed his hand over the wound. Don't move. Haku also scrambled up. He knelt beside Qianyi, watching the blood seeping through Kakashi's fingers, his face drained of color. Why? Haku's lips trembled. Why did you save me? Qianyi's ears were filled with ringing. He forced his eyes open and saw Haku's cracked mask and his reddened eye. Qianyi was nearly fainting from the pain. He hadn't expected this to happen. I'm just a tool. Haku lowered his head. I'm not worth saving. Qianyi looked at him for a moment, then opened his mouth with effort. What kind of tool are you? Every word sent a sharp pain through his chest. He took a breath and continued. You had so many chances just now, but you didn't kill us. You spared us 3, so how could I stand by and watch you die? Haku was stunned. Qianyi wanted to say more, but his vision was darkening. In the end, he couldn't utter another word and lost consciousness. Haku stood frozen. Naruto finally reacted and stumbled over. Qianyi. He wanted to touch him, but didn't dare, tears welling up in his eyes. Kakashi-sensei, what do we do? Kakashi crouched down to examine Qianyi's wound, but his expression suddenly changed. Around the edge of the hole in Qianyi's chest, a faint white light was forming. The flesh was slowly closing. Very slowly. But it was truly healing. Kakashi was taken aback. This is... Before he could finish, applause came from the end of the bridge. Clap, clap, clap. So touching. Gato emerged from the mist with a large group of henchmen. He adjusted his glasses, his face full of smiles. All that fighting among ninjas, and in the end it's all mine. Ha ha ha. Zabuza was still held by the ninja dogs, his expression grim. Gato saw Qianyi in Haku's arms and laughed even louder. And this brat almost got himself killed for an enemy. Are all Konoha ninjas this stupid? Haku slowly raised his head. Tears still clung to his face, but his eyes had turned cold. Gato waved his hand. Enough, kill them all. Save me a payment. A group of thugs grinned and charged onto the bridge. Haku gently placed Qianyi beside Naruto. Naruto stared at him bewildered. The next instant Haku vanished. Before Gato's smile could fade, Haku appeared in front of him. You? Thud. A senbon pierced his throat. Gato's eyes bulged and his cane clattered onto the bridge. The henchmen were all stunned. Haku removed his mask, his voice icy. Shut up. A few Ronin charged at him with a yell. Haku's figure flashed in the mist, senbon flying one after another. With each strike, someone fell clutching their throat. Zabuza watched this scene in silence for a long. He let out a low chuckle. Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at him. Zabuza grinned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Let me go. Kakashi frowned. What else do you plan to do? Zabuza looked at Haku's back. The boy who always called himself a tool was now raging for someone else. Zabuza's smile slowly faded. Kill. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. The ninja dogs released their grip. Zabuza stumbled to his feet and picked up the executioner's blade. He was badly wounded, unsteady on his feet, but when he raised the blade, the thugs on the bridge instinctively stepped back. Hey! Zabuza's voice was hoarse. Who did you say you were going to kill? No one answered. The next moment, the executioner's blade swept across. Screams exploded on the bridge. Mist, blood, and cries mingled together. Naruto knelt beside Qianyi's red fists clenched tight. Sakura ran over and saw the wound on Qianyi's chest healing. She was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Kakashi didn't answer. He stared at the white chakra on Qianyi's chest, his expression complex. Meanwhile, Qianyi's consciousness had sunk into that pale blue space. Underfoot was still shallow water. Above was still the enormous moon. Kaguya stood not far away, her white hair trailing to the water's surface, her face cold as she looked at him. Qianyi looked down at his chest. Though there was no hole, the pain was still there, making him wince. Kakashi-sensei's Chidori lives up to its reputation. He looked up at Kaguya. Grandma, why did you take so long? I was just turned into a pincushion. Kaguya sneered. Aren't you quite capable? Tell me next time. Then I'll help you next time. Qianyi immediately fell silent, smiling sheepishly. Haha, come on, don't be mad. I was just joking. Kaguya suddenly said. If there's a next time, I may not be able to say. Qianyi looked at her, the playful words stuck in his throat. He finally examined Kaguya's condition closely. Her face was deathly pale, her form frail, as if she could collapse at any moment. Qianyi looked at her, the playful words stuck in his throat. He finally examined Kaguya's. Kaguya stood on the water, her white hair trailing to her feet, her face still wearing that cold demeanor. But this time, Chiya saw clearly her body was much fainter than before, like a veil of mist. Chiya took a step forward. Hey! Kaguya raised her eyes to look at him. Don't come closer. Chiya halted. He had a belly full of words he wanted to say. Wanted to ask why she had come so late, wanted to know what she was doing when he was nearly skewered by lightning blade. But seeing her like this, those words suddenly lodged in his throat. Kaguya gazed at him for a moment, then said flatly, I want die. What's really going on? Kaguya was silent. Were you already injured before? A very faint sound. Chiya's heart sank. Kaguya turned around and looked at the distant moon. I was already hurt before I came here. Chiya recalled what she had said earlier. She had guarded the divine tree for centuries, and no sooner had she eaten the fruit than those people came. She had barely gained that power, had not yet mastered it, when she was hunted and struck by some technique of theirs. Then she woke up, already inside his body nothing left but her soul and consciousness. When Chiya first heard this, he had been too stunned by the twisted plot to think. Now mulling it over, he realized something was wrong. She had never been whole. Not from the start. So you've never healed? Kaguya nodded. This is not my body. Chiya suddenly understood. This was his body, his mental space. For Kaguya to hide here and merely survive was already a feat. Healing would be far from easy. And she had been saving him all along. Once on the night of the clan massacre. Once on the night Root captured him. And just now from Lightning Blade again. Chiya's lips moved, but for a long time he could not speak. I didn't know you were so weak. What would you do if you knew? The question caught Chiya off guard. Right. What could he was just a freshly graduated genin, unable even to break through Haku's demonic mirroring ice crystals. If Naruto hadn't gone berserk, he and Sasuke would still be lying in that ice mirror getting stabbed. What could he do for Kaguya? For the first time, Chiya felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Then why did you still save me? Kaguya looked back at him. That gaze was like looking at an idiot. If you die, you'll be in a lot of trouble. Chiya's heart skipped a beat, as if the last line of defense in his heart. All along he had regarded Kaguya as his ultimate trump card. Even when he knew the lightning blade had already struck, he still dared to rush forward and pull Haku away, all because a thought lingered in his mind. Even if something went wrong, Kaguya could save him. But now seeing Kaguya so weak, he realized how terribly wrong he had been. Every time Kaguya saved him, she paid a price. For the first time since coming to this world, he truly felt a sense of crisis. Then, how are you now? Terrible. Kaguya said it very calmly. But the calmer she was, the more turbulent Chiya's heart became. How can I help you? Kaguya looked him over from head to toe. If you can be careful and not stir up trouble, that would be the biggest help you can give me. Then she moved closer, raised her hand, and lightly pressed her fingertip to his chest. Chiya flinched in pain. Then a very cold chakra seeped in. Not the surging sensation from before, but very thin, very slow, like tiny streams trickling into his heart meridian. Chiya saw Kaguya's face grow even paler and immediately grabbed her wrist. Enough. Kaguya looked down at it. Only then did Chiya realize what he had grasped. His fingers stiffened, but he did not let go. Really enough. Kaguya stared at him for a long time. Finally, she withdrew her hand. When you wake up, don't take any more risks. What about you? I'm going to sleep for a while. How long? Kaguya did not answer. The water around them began to ripple. Mist surged from afar, and the moon. Chiya felt a pang of urgency. Kaguya. Kaguya's figure slowly receded into the mist. From now on, you must be careful. As her voice faded, Chiya's vision went dark. When he woke again, the first thing he heard was Naruto's voice. Chiya. Chiya. It made his head ache. Chiya forced his eyes open and saw Naruto crouching beside him, his face streaked with dirt and blood, his eyes red-rimmed. Stop shouting. His voice was hoarse. My ears are about to burst. Naruto froze for a moment, then nearly threw himself on Chiya, but stopped himself. You're awake. Sakura beside him covered her mouth, tears streaming down. Kakashi crouched on the other side, his hand still pressed near Chiya's chest. Seeing Chiya open his eyes, Kakashi let out an obvious sigh of relief. How do you feel? Chiya looked down. His shirt had a hole in the chest stained with a large patch of blood. The wound had already closed, leaving only a faint white scar, but it still hurt inside, as if someone had stirred it with a red-hot iron hook. A bit painful, but much better. He said it honestly. Kakashi was silent for a moment. Sorry. Chiya looked at him. Kakashi's eyes were different from usual. Chiya felt a little uncomfortable. It's okay, teacher Kakashi. He glanced around and saw Haku sitting nearby, his hands covered in blood. Haku's mask was gone and tears still clung to his face. He seemed to want to speak, but his mouth opened and closed without making a sound. Chiya breathed a sigh of relief. At least his efforts had not been wasted. This time Haku did not call himself a tool. The mist on the bridge cleared a little. The Gatos men were all lying on the ground. Haku had killed quickly, and Zabuza too. The executioner's blade was stuck in the bridge, blood dripping from the blade down the wooden planks. Zabuza stood in the mist, his body covered in wounds, limping over. He glanced at Chiya. Still alive. Chiya lay on the ground and said irritably, sorry to disappoint you. Zabuza snorted. Still sharp-tongued. Guess you won't die. Naruto immediately took offense. How dare you talk like that? Zabuza ignored him. He looked down at Chiya, and after a moment his voice dropped. Hey kid, you'll remember this life. Chinya's eyelids grew heavier. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him, and he said weakly, it wasn't me who saved you. It was Haku. Zabuza fell silent. This time he did not reply. Then from the end of the bridge came the sound of ragged footsteps. Inari led a group of villagers charging up. They carried wooden clubs, hoes, and fish, spears, their faces pale and legs trembling. Naruto turned to see them and froze. Inari ran to the front looking at the blood-soaked bridge, his voice quivering. Are we too late? Naruto looked at him, a slow grin spreading across his face. No. He wiped his face with his hand. Just in time. Are we too late? Naruto looked at him, a slow grin spreading across his face. No. After returning from Wave Country, Chiya spent 3 days in my hospital. On the morning of the 3rd day, just as the medical ninja placed the discharge papers on his bedside table, the ward door was slammed open with a bang. Chiya. Naruto was the first to burst in, his voice so loud it could be heard from the corridor. Chiya, who was sitting on the edge of the bed putting on his shoes, was startled by the sudden noise, nearly dropping his shoe. Can you keep your voice down? This is a hospital. Sakura followed behind, raising her hand to smack Naruto. Idiot. Chiya just got discharged, why are you shouting? Naruto rubbed his head, sulking. I was just too excited, okay? Sasuke leaned against the doorframe, watching the two of them bicker, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Kakashi entered last, still holding that book in his hand, his eyes crinkling. Looks like you've recovered well. Chiya nodded. Thank you for your concern, sensei. I'm fully recovered. Not even a scar left. Just then Naruto eagerly rushed over, pulling a money pouch from his pocket and slapping it onto the bed with a loud thud. I've got great news. The pouch landed on the bedboard with a heavy sound. Chiya's eyes immediately lit up. The commission? Exactly. Naruto grinned triumphantly. Kakashi-sensei said our mission was no longer a crank. It's been upgraded to a, and the commission has been raised by a huge amount. Chiya reached out, picked up the pouch, and weighed it in his hand. Good heavens. It was far more than what had been promised earlier. Although there were gold bars left by his father at home, they were too valuable. Chiya decided to keep them for emergencies. So ordinarily he could only rely on my village's relief funds. Now with this substantial sum of money, he could buy a lot of ninja tools. Wire, explosive tags, soldier pills, and spare kunai all needed to be replenished. After the last battle in Wave Country, his ninja tool pouch was practically empty. If things continued like this, the next time he encountered trouble, he'd have to bite people with his teeth. Chiya tucked the money pouch away and said cheerfully, great, I can buy new gear now. If I had a few explosive tags last time, I might have taken fewer Senbon hits. As soon as Naruto heard the word Senbon, he suddenly remembered something and quickly rummaged through his ninja tool pouch. Oh right, there's this too. He pulled out a small scroll and handed it to Chiya. The scroll was small, bound with a white string on the outside, and looked, what's this? Naruto paused for a moment. I insisted on giving this to you. He and Zabuza couldn't enter the village, so he asked me to pass it to you. As he said this, Naruto's face puffed up again. I said he didn't have any real treasures, so he wanted to give you this as a discharge. I asked him what it was, but he wouldn't tell me, and he wouldn't let me open it. Stingy. Chiya looked at the scroll in his hand and smiled. I didn't seem like the kind of person who would give away something useless. There was probably something worthwhile inside. They left. Yeah, Naruto said, leaning against the window, his tone not too disappointed. But don't worry. I said they won't do that kind of dirty work anymore. They want to find a quiet place to live. Sakura said softly, that's good too. Kakashi just glanced out the window. Chiya tucked the scroll into his robe. That's good. Naruto soon perked up again, raising his fist and shouting, all right. To celebrate Chiya's discharge, let's go eat some Ichiraku ramen. Sakura's forehead vein bulged. You idiot. Chiya just got out of the hospital. He needs nutritious food, not ramen. Naruto cowered, covering his head. Ramen is very nutritious. How is it nutritious? It has noodles, broth, and chashu. Sakura wanted to hit him again. Chiya sat on the edge of the bed watching the two argue, and suddenly found the sound quite pleasant. Sasuke stood at the door, and a very subtle smile flickered across his lips. Chiya caught it. Sasuke, you smiled. Sasuke's face instantly turned cold. How only an idiot would smile. Naruto immediately leaned in. Don't be so smug. I saw it too. You definitely smiled. Shut up. The ward erupted into chaos again. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, watching his students, his eyes crinkling once more. He then pulled out the little notebook he always carried with him. Beneath my village. There was little light in the root base. Danzo sat in the shadows, his fingers slowly tapping on his cane. The root ninja kneeling before him bowed his head, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. The 5 men dispatched to Wave Country have been confirmed dead. Their bodies were not retrieved. There were intense scorch marks at the scene preliminarily suspected to be some form of high-level fire release. Danzo's expression darkened ominously. 1 Tokubetsu Jonin and 4 Chunin. His voice was low, and they couldn't even bring back a single freshly graduated Uchiha brat. The kneeling root ninja did not answer. Danzo narrowed his eyes, his hand tightening slightly on the cane. Keep watch. Yes. Don't make any more rash moves. The root ninja lifted his head slightly. Danzo said coldly, Kakashi is already suspicious, and Hiruzen will certainly be on guard as well. Yes. In the Hokage's office the air was thick with smoke. The 3rd Hokage sat behind his desk holding his pipe in his hand, but not smoking for a long time. Kakashi stood before the desk, having just finished recounting the events of Wave Country. The room fell silent for a long moment. Raikiri piercing through the chest. The 3rd Hokage finally, yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The wound was severe. Under normal circumstances it would have been impossible to survive. Kakashi paused. White chakra appeared at the edges of the wound, and the recovery rate was very fast. After returning to the village, the hospital examined him, and his internal organs had also repaired within a short time. The 3rd Hokage gripped his pipe, the smoke filling the room and making him squint. Kakashi continued, that kind of recovery. It's somewhat similar to Naruto's. As soon as these words were spoken, the office grew even quieter. The 3rd Hokage of course knew what Kakashi was referring to. Naruto had the 9 tails inside him, so he possessed an extraordinary recovery ability, far beyond normal humans. But Chiya was different. The Uchiha clan had no Jinchuriki. At least there was no record of such in Mai. Are you suspecting that he also has a tailed beast inside him? Kakashi did not answer immediately. After a moment he said, just a suspicion. The 3rd Hokage shook his head. It can't be a tailed beast. All the tailed beasts are under the control of the various ninja villages. Kakashi fell silent. The room was quiet for a while until the 3rd Hokage was choked by the smoke and coughed twice. Find an opportunity to examine his body. The 3rd Hokage said. In the meantime observe him more closely. Understood. Also there are others who have set their sights on him. He must not be taken away. Yes. After Kakashi left, the 3rd Hokage sat alone in his office for a long time without speaking. The sunlight outside the window was just right. The streets of Mai were bustling with voices as if nothing had happened. The 3rd Hokage looked down at the mission report on his desk, his finger pausing at the name, Chiya. After a long while he let out a soft sigh. Another troublesome child. After parting ways with Naruto and the others, Chiya returned home, carrying a large bag. Upon entering he closed the door behind him. The sounds of the street outside were blocked by the door, leaving only the sound of his own footsteps. He went back to the study, placed the bag on the table, undid the rope, and with a clatter, everything inside spilled out. A jumble of items. Kunai shuriken, explosive tags, soldier pills, and a new coil of steel wire, scattered across half the table. Chiya then pulled out a chest guard from the bag. It didn't look thick, but it had a slight weight in his hand. The outside was made of dark fabric while the inside was stitched with dense metal plates. He pressed it with his fingers. It was hard yet slightly resilient. Not bad, muttered Chiya. Though it couldn't block Kakashi Sensei's Raikiri, it could certainly stop Kunai Senbon and the like. At least next time he was showered with a barrage of Senbon, he wouldn't have to rely solely on his flesh. Chiya put on the chest guard, rolled his shoulders, and tightened the clasps. It felt fine. Then he counted the explosive tags one by one and wrapped them back in oil paper. 20 tags. Not many, but enough for emergencies. He also sorted the kunai and shuriken, placing some in his ninja tool pouch and storing the rest in the 2 boxes of soldier pills. Chiya opened one, took a glance, and quickly closed it again. The taste was truly awful. But in critical moments they could save his life. Finally, he took out the new coil of steel wire. It was thinner than the wire he had used before, darker in color, and nearly invisible when wrapped around his fingers. Chiya pulled out a length, stretched it tight between 2 fingers, and with a slight force the pads of his fingers were painfully cut. Though this wire was much thinner than the one he had bought before, its toughness was no less. It was good stuff. Looking at the thin thread, Chiya felt much better. Spending that money had truly pained him, but having these items before him was genuinely reassuring. Chiya put away the wire and looked at the table. There was still a scroll left, small, delicate, and tied with a thin string. Chiya reached out, picked up the scroll, and untied the white knot. As the scroll slowly unrolled, his first sight left him stunned. Inside was a training manual written by Bai. The handwriting was delicate and the lines were neatly spaced. The opening words were one-handed seal training insights. After just a few lines, Chiya's eyes lit up. This was incredibly practical. Bai had written in great detail about chakra flow and other key points. Things that couldn't be learned at the academy. In Konoha, such valuable knowledge was mostly passed down within clans. Chiya rubbed his eyes and read more carefully. He tried following the instructions on the scroll as he read, and though he failed each time, he could sense subtle changes. Further into the scroll I had recorded another set of insights. Ice release Kekei Jinkai chakra nature transformation. This part was much messier than the earlier section. Some lines were written halfway then crossed out with a sentence added beside it. Some of the handwriting was also more hurried, as if I had reached a certain step in training suddenly had a breakthrough and jotted it down casually. Chiya read this part very slowly. He knew he couldn't learn ice release because he didn't possess the ice release Kekei Jinkai. But the records on chakra nature transformation were very detailed and professional. As he read, Chiya felt an itch in his hands. Watching Bei's explanation of how wind and water chakra fused into ice nature chakra made him eager to try something similar. Currently the chakra he was most familiar with extracting were fire and earth natures. What if he tried fusing fire and earth together? Chiya recalled that in the original story lava release seemed to be created that way, but lava release was also a Kekei Genkai, and in the original work Kekei Jinkai all required bloodline support. The conditions were very strict. Chiya recalled that in the original story lava release seemed to be created that way, but lava release was also a Kekei Genkai, and in the original work Chiya recalled that in the original story lava release seemed to be created that way, but lava release was also a Kekei Genkai, and in the original work Chiya's heartbeat quickened. This direction seemed truly worth trying. He spread his right hand and slowly summoned chakra. First fire nature. His palm grew warm. Then he carefully pressed a bit of earth nature chakra into it. The moment he added it, the fire nature chakra became chaotic. The heat in his palm turned dull like a mass of red-hot mud churning. Chiya gritted his teeth, refused to let go immediately, and forced the two streams of chakra to merge. The chakra scattered. Chiya's palm stung, and he almost cursed. He looked down and saw a red patch on his palm as if burned. It failed, but Chiya didn't immediately withdraw. He sat at the table staring at his palm, his eyes growing brighter. For a moment just now. Really just for an instant. Fire and earth had touched each other. The feeling was rough, unstable, as if it could explode at any moment, but it had indeed appeared. At least he had touched the edge. Chiya turned his gaze back to Bei's notes. This manual had shown him a new path. That's enough for today. If he continued practicing, his palm would probably be ruined. He carefully rolled up Bei's scroll and placed it on the edge of the table, not casually tossing it aside. After a moment's thought, he took out another scroll from the deepest part of the drawer. Flying Thunder God. This was something he had secretly recorded earlier. Chiya unrolled it and glanced at it. Still couldn't understand it. The techniques were densely packed together, making his eyes sore after a while. Individually, he could barely remember a single symbol, but when linked together, they were like a tangled mess, leaving him no idea where to start. Space-time ninjutsu were indeed monstrous. He really had no idea how Minato had learned such a technique at a young age. After staring for a long time, he finally closed the scroll. No good. Touching this now was pure self-torture. He wondered if Kaguya could understand it. Her Yamatsu Hirasaka was also a space-time technique, so she shouldn't be unfamiliar with this. When she woke up, maybe he could ask her. If she could teach him, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? At this thought, Chiya's heart suddenly sank. He didn't know when Kaguya would wake up, nor did he know how she was. Chiya sighed, then put the Flying Thunder God scroll back into the drawer. His fingers paused at the drawer's edge for a moment before slowly pushing it shut. The lamp flame on the table flickered slightly. Chiya picked up Bei's training manual again and flipped back to the first page. One-handed seals. This was the most practical. He slowly tried again according to the records. This time it went a little smoother than before. Though it was still awkward and uncoordinated, it was gradually improving bit by bit. Chiya looked down at his own hands and suddenly smiled. Progress was enough. The room grew even quieter, leaving only the sound of pages turning and his practice of hand seals. The following days were surprisingly peaceful. During the day, Team 7 went on missions, mostly moving things for people, catching cats, pulling weeds, or fixing roofs. Yet Chiya found these tasks quite agreeable now. They barely consumed chakra during the day, and he could continue practicing ninjutsu after returning home at night. Life was tough, but it was also calm. That evening a lamp was lit in the yard. Chiya stood in the center of the courtyard, slowly forming hand seals. After days of continuous attempts, he could clearly feel that the chakra within him flowed much more smoothly than before. The fusion of chakra had stabilized significantly, and he could even perform simple combined ninjutsu. He took a deep breath, feeling the heat gathering in his palms, while the earth-natured chakra beneath his feet was gradually drawn upward. Chiya stared at his hands forming seals, then his fingers suddenly paused, and he jerked his head up. Meteor escaped lava bullet. In the next instant, a small red-hot stone shot out of his mouth. It was not large, only about the thickness of a thumb, but it was incredibly fast, whistling across the yard and striking a wooden post in the corner with a thud. The wooden post shuddered violently. Where it was hit, a charred smell rose, and the edges were dotted with glowing red fragments like burnt stone shavings. Chinya walked over and examined it, reaching out to touch it before quickly pulling his hand back. Not bad, he muttered, shaking his hand, but could not suppress the smile tugging at his lips. The edge of the wooden post was still scorching hot, and a hole had been punched through the center. Although the lava bullet was small and its power far from extraordinary, it was fast and had decent penetrating ability. If he ever got into a real fight, shooting one out unexpectedly would likely give his opponent a hard time. This was a promising start. Staring at the blackened pit on the post, Chinya's mind began to churn again. If the lava bullet worked, could he also try the earth-style rising spear? If he infused a bit of fire-nature chakra into the earth spikes, they would emerge not as ordinary earthen spikes, but as high-temperature lava spears. The thought made his eyes light up. If he could master this technique, it would be perfect for ambushes. Just as Chinya was about to try again, a slight noise came from outside the courtyard wall. He spun around sharply. A dark figure leaped over the wall, moving with considerable agility. He landed lightly without making much sound, but unfortunately, he landed right in front of Chinya's eyes. The two stood in the yard a few steps apart, staring at each other in surprise. Chinya took a closer look. Well, it was Sasuke. Sasuke clearly hadn't expected to be caught red-handed. His face stiffened for a moment, and under the moonlight, a faint blush crept up to the tips of his ears. Chinya blinked, holding back a laugh. Why didn't you use the front gate? Sasuke straightened up, his tone stiff. I was practicing taijutsu. Chinya dragged out his words in a teasing tone. Oh, practicing taijutsu, and you ended up in my yard. Sasuke's face reddened further. He turned his head away. Why do you talk so much? Chinya finally couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Chinya quickly waved his hand. Let's talk inside, let's talk. The room was warmer than the yard. Chinya poured 2 glasses of juice and slid one across to Sasuke, then sat down opposite him. So what brings you here? The room was warmer than the yard. Chinya poured 2 glasses of juice and slid one across to Sasuke, then sat down opposite him. So what brings you here in the middle? Sasuke didn't answer immediately. He looked down at the glass, his fingers lingering on its rim for a long while. Chinya didn't rush him. After a moment, Sasuke lifted his head. Chinya, you said that no matter what I do you'd help me, right? Sasuke's gaze was serious. Seeing his solemn expression, Chinya's playful demeanor faded. He looked at Sasuke for a moment, then nodded. I did say that. Sasuke's fingers tightened slightly. That night, I couldn't sleep. Chinya was taken aback. Sasuke continued. I know you killed 5 ninjas, all by... The room fell silent. Outside, the wind rustled through the leaves with a soft whisper. Chinya looked at Sasuke without speaking. Sasuke didn't avert his gaze either. I don't care who they were, or whether they deserved to die, Sasuke said, looking up with a serious expression. I just want to know how you... Chinya breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared Sasuke was about to defect from the village. That would have been a shock. But Sasuke had only witnessed the power Chinya displayed, the very thing he craved most now. Chinya leaned back in his chair, exhaling softly. You know Naruto has a fox demon inside him, right? Sasuke frowned. I know. Inside me there's something similar. Sasuke's expression shifted. Chinya didn't elaborate further. He didn't know how to explain it. Claiming that Kaguya Ōtsutsuki resided within him. Even if he said it, Sasuke probably wouldn't know who she was. So he simply looked at Sasuke. Sasuke's expression darkened. Chinya continued as if he hadn't noticed. We are just tiny grains of sand in this world right now. Many things are not as they seem. This world is far more complicated than you. Sasuke's expression darkened. Chinya continued as if he hadn't noticed. We are just tiny grains of sand in this world right now. Many things are not as they seem. This world is far more complicated than you or I have ever imagined. Sasuke's hands slowly clenched into fists. The juice in his glass rippled. No matter what. His voice was a little hoarse. No matter what, I will definitely kill that man with my own hands. Chinya looked at him. He knew Sasuke wouldn't listen. Right now Sasuke's heart was consumed by vengeance. His path was one he had to walk alone. Chinya was silent for a moment, then stood up and walked to his desk. From a drawer he took out the scroll that Haku had left behind. He handed Haku's training notes to Sasuke. You can take a look at this. Sasuke looked up. What is it? Haku's training notes, Chinya said as he sat back down. It contains techniques for one-handed hand seals and insights on chakra nature transformation. The part about nature transformation should be useful to you too. Sasuke took the scroll, his fingers pausing on it. You're letting me see this? I'm not letting you keep it. Chinya shot him a glance. Return it when you're done. Sasuke unrolled the scroll and began reading quickly. His eyes visibly shifted when he reached the section on one-handed hand seals. As he continued to the part about chakra nature transformation, his expression gradually turned serious. Chinya took a sip of his juice. Sasuke glanced over it briefly, clearly captivated by the content. They'll return it tomorrow. Fine. Sasuke stood up. Chinya couldn't help but ask, over the wall again this time. Sasuke paused for a moment. He shot Chinya a cold glare. The gate is too far. Chinya nearly burst out laughing again. The mission ended early that day. After finishing the mission, the group was walking towards the Hokage's office. Mingren walked with his head down, listlessly howling. Why is our mission always about buying groceries again? The mission ended early that day. After finishing the mission, the group was walking towards the Hokage's office. Mingren walked with his head down, listlessly howling. Why is our mission always— Zhuozhu let out a cold snort. Mingren rolled his eyes hard beside him. At that moment, Qian saw a very familiar person leaning against the street corner ahead. Kakashi. Kakashi was leaning against a street lamp, still holding that book in his hands, reading intently. Mingren also saw him, paused for a moment, then ran over to greet him. Teacher Kakashi, what are you doing here? Kaka's eyes curved. I'm here to wait for you, of course. Mingren looked unconvinced. Flyer. Without explaining Kaka, she directly took out 4 sheets of paper from his pocket and handed them over. Here, since you're all here, I should give you this too. Mingren blinked. What is this? Xiaoying took the paper, looked down at it, and her expression immediately turned serious. Zhuozhu also took it. Chunin exam. Kakashi put away his book, his voice lazy. Listen, let me make this clear first. This exam is not a mission. I'm just recommending you to participate. Whether you actually join or not is up to you. Just as Mingren was about to speak, she raised his hand and pressed it on his head. Listen to the end. Mingren was pushed down slightly, his mouth puffed up. Kakashi continued, in the Chunin exam, there will be people from other ninja villages. Shain, Inin, Xiaoyin, Yuin. All kinds of people. Some are just looking for promotion, but others may not be there solely for the exam. Xiao Ying's hand holding the application tightened. Will it be very dangerous? Yes. Kakashi answered quickly. This time, even Mingren quieted down a bit. You've seen real combat in Bojigua. You should know that ninja battles are The Chunin exam is more troublesome than you think. Getting injured is normal, and if you die— Kakashi paused, then looked at them and continued. It wouldn't be surprising. Mingren swallowed hard, then quickly stiffened his neck. I'm not afraid. Kakashi looked down at him. Alright, I've made it clear. Whether you participate or not, think it over carefully. If you're joining, submit your application to the Ninja School 3rd floor classroom 301 before 3 p.m. tomorrow. No late submissions. Zhuozhu looked down at the application, saying nothing. No need to ask, he would definitely go. And Mingren goes without saying. Xiaoying lowered her head, looked at the application for a while, then raised her head to look at Zhuozhu. Kakashi took note of everyone's reactions and finally looked at Qian. How's your body? Fine. Don't push your— Really, I'm fine. Kakashi stared at him for a moment, then nodded. Okay, that's it. With that, his whole figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Mingren held the application, looking very excited. Wow, the Chunin exam. It sounds awesome. How about it? Let's all join together. Xiaoying glared at him. Did you hear what Teacher Kakashi just said? It's very dangerous. I heard it. Mingren stuffed the application into his chest. That's why I'm even more determined to join. I want everyone to know that I, Xuanhua Mingren, will become Hokage soon. Hey Zhuozhu, you're not scared, are you? Zhuozhu let out a cold snort. I wonder who was so frightened by the enemy that they stood frozen. Oh, you arrogant Zhuozhu. They'll definitely prove myself. Xiao Ying's eyes were full of hearts, thinking to herself, as expected of Zhuozhu, so cool. The group was running and messing around on the street. When they reached an intersection, a shout suddenly came from ahead. Qian Yi looked up and saw Mu Yiwan being lifted by the collar by a boy in black clothes. His toes were almost off the ground, and his face was flushed red. That boy had purple patterns painted on his face and carried something wrapped in bandages on his back. Beside him was a girl with blonde hair, carrying a large fan, frowning. Qian Yi's steps faltered. This should be Kanjio Lang, and Shou Ju So Wa Ai Luo should be around too. Mingren rushed over. Hey, let Mu Yiwan go. Mu Yiwan saw Mingren and immediately shouted, Big brother Mingren. Kanjio Lang turned his head and looked Mingren up, and another waste of space. Mingren's fists clenched. What did you say? Xiaoying quickly followed. Mingren, don't do anything rash. Zhuozhu stood still, his gaze falling on the bandages on Kanjio Lang's back. A puppet. If that thing were to move in the street, the surrounding residents would be in trouble. He reached out and pulled Mingren. Put Mu Yiwan down first. Mingren looked at him displeased. Humph. Kanjio Lang sneered, his fingers tightening. Mu Yiwan cried out in pain. Smack. A small pebble flew over and hit Kanjio Lang's wrist. Kanjio Lang's hand relaxed, and Mu Yiwan fell to the ground, scrambling to run behind Mingren. Zhuozhu stood nearby, still holding a second pebble in his hand. Kanjio Lang's face darkened. You bastard. He raised his hand and reached behind his— Shouju's expression changed. Kanjio Lang, stop it. Kanjio Lang didn't listen. Qian Yi's fingertips hooked onto a steel wire, and just as he took half a step forward, a voice came from above it. Stop. The voice was not loud. Kanjio Lang's movements immediately halted. Hanging upside down from a tree branch was a red-haired boy. He had his arms crossed, and his eyes were cold beyond his years. What AI Luo? Mingren looked up at him. When did this guy get up there? Zhuozhu also looked up. What AI Luo dropped from the tree, his toes touching the ground without a sound. Kan Jiulang stepped back a little. What AI Luo? What AI Luo didn't look at him. His gaze first swept over Zhuozhu, then stopped on Qianyi. What AI Luo looked at him. Qianyi also looked at What AI Luo. What AI Luo spoke, name. Mingren immediately pointed at himself. Im Xuanhua Mingren. The future Hokage. What AI Luo didn't even look at him. Mingren's face stiffened. Zhuozhu glanced at Mingren, the corner of his mouth twitching, but he quickly suppressed it. What AI Luo's gaze remained on Qianyi. Knowing he couldn't avoid it, Qianyi had to speak. Yuzibo Qianyi. Zhuozhu also stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qianyi. Yuzibo Zhuozhu. What AI Luo's eyes flickered. Yuzibo. A few passers-by on the street had already retreated far away. Mu Yiwan shrank behind Mingren, not daring to make a sound. Shouju walked over to What AI Luo and lowered her voice. Time to go. What AI Luo turned around. After taking a few steps, he paused. They'll remember you. See you at the exam. With those words, the three from Sha-in turned and left. Mingren watched their backs, hopping with it. What the heck? He just ignored me. Xiaoying let out a sigh of relief. Mu Yiwan tugged at Mingren's clothes. Big brother Mingren, that red-haired guy is really scary. What's there to be afraid of? Mingren patted his chest. They'll definitely defeat him during the Chunin exam. The following afternoon, the group agreed to meet at the school. Along the way, Naruto kept fumbling with the application form in his pocket, pulling it out to glance at it, then tucking it back in as if terrified it might suddenly sprout legs and run away. Sakura grew irritated by his constant fidgeting and couldn't help but say, "Can you stop taking it out all the time? What if you actually lose it?" "No way." Naruto immediately pressed the form against his chest. "This is my first step to becoming a Chunin." Sasuke walked beside him, saying coldly, "You're so loud." Once they entered the school, everything seemed the same as usual except that the building was noticeably more crowded today. The corridors were filled with unfamiliar faces, some from Konoha, others from different villages, all sporting fierce, intimidating looks that made it clear they were not to be trifled with. They went upstairs, but before reaching classroom 301, they found the way blocked by a crowd. Two tall examinees stood at the door, shoving a would-be entrant back. "With skills like yours, you think you can take the Chunin exam?" The fallen examinee gritted his teeth, too intimidated to retaliate. Some around them lowered their heads, while others stealthily retreated. No one dared to push forward anymore. Naruto's temper flared at the sight. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Sakura was about to stop him when she suddenly frowned. She looked at the doorplate, then at the nearby window, her expression turning Wait! Naruto turned back. "What's wrong?" Sakura lowered her voice. "This is the second floor." Naruto was stunned. "Second floor?" Sasuke looked up at the doorplate, and his gaze turned icy. "A cheap trick. Dispel the Jinjutsu." As soon as he said that, many eyes turned toward them. The two examinees at the door changed expression briefly, then sneered. "Not bad eyesight." The number 301 on the doorplate flickered, and soon became 201. Naruto's eyes widened. "Huh. You tricked us. Those who can't even see through this are just walking to their deaths in there." One of the fake examinees stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Sasuke, before landing on Chiya. "But seeing through it doesn't mean you're qualified to enter either." With that, he suddenly kicked out, aiming straight at Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes turned cold as he prepared to move, but a shuriken suddenly flew from Chiya's sleeve. With a sharp whoosh, it shot toward the man's leg. The attacker hesitated, forcibly altering his kicking trajectory, which threw him off balance. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. The corridor fell silent. Chiya stood still, barely appearing to have thrown the shuriken. He gave a cold snort. "Don't." The two men stared at him for a few seconds before finally stepping aside from the door. Naruto immediately grew smug, pointing at them. "This is Team 7. Sakura grabbed his clothes. "That's enough, keep your mouth shut." Sasuke glanced at Chiya, said nothing, and simply headed upstairs. As they continued upward, a boy in a green jumpsuit suddenly appeared in front of them as they turned the corner. He had thick eyebrows, bowl-cut hair, and appeared so abruptly that Sakura nearly collided with him. It was Shaoli. "Hello." Naruto was startled. "Who are you?" But the boy ignored Naruto, his eyes fixed on Sakura, and his face flushed instantly. It was Shaoli. "Hello." Naruto was startled. "Who are you?" But the boy ignored Naruto, his eyes fixed on Sakura, and his face. Her reply was so swift that even Naruto was stunned. The next second, Naruto doubled over with laughter. "Huh. Rejected. So pathetic." Shaoli looked utterly crushed, his head drooping and shoulders slumping. A girl with two hair buns beside him covered her forehead, looking as if she didn't want to be associated with him. Another boy with pale eyes leaned against the wall, his gaze sweeping over the group before settling on Sasuke and Chiya. "Uchiha." Sasuke looked up at him. The pale-eyed boy said nothing more. But Shaoli quickly lifted his head again, his eyes burning with renewed intensity. "Uchiha Sasuke, I want to challenge you." Naruto immediately protested. "Hey, why is it always Sasuke? I'm pretty strong too, you know. Xiaoli gave him a serious look. You're not my target. Naruto's face darkened. You bastard. He charged straight forward. Sakura shouted, Naruto, don't be reckless. But it was too late. Xiaoli's form blurred, and before Naruto could even see how he moved, he crashed to the ground with a loud thud. The atmosphere in the corridor shifted. Naruto, who had been making a ruckus moments ago, now lay on the floor unable to get up for a while. Sakura's expression changed and Sasuke's eyes darkened. Xiaoli didn't press the attack, instead looking at Sasuke. Please fight me. Sasuke gave a cold snort. Fine by me. The next moment, both moved almost simultaneously. Sasuke's movements were already swift, but Xiaoli was even faster. His fists and feet had no flashy hand seals or weapons. It was all taijutsu. After several exchanges, Sasuke was forced back 2 steps. Naruto got up from the ground, clutching his stomach, still refusing to admit defeat. Sasuke, don't lose to this watermelon head. Xiaoli's expression stiffened. Sakura yelled, Naruto, shut up. Sasuke's eyes darkened, and his Sharingan activated instantly. Xiaoli's expression grew serious as he saw those eyes. So this is the Sharingan. He stomped his foot, lowering his Konoha Senpu. The kick was terrifyingly fast. Sasuke's Sharingan could track the movement, but his body was still a fraction too slow to keep up. Chiya flicked his wrist, sending a steel wire from the side, wrapping it around Sasuke's waist, and yanking him back. Sasuke was pulled half a step away, Xiaoli's leg grazing his clothes, the wind messing up Sakura's hair. After steadying himself, Sasuke's expression grew even darker. Chiya had already finished forming hand seals. Meteor released lava bullet. A red-hot stone pellet the size of a fingertip shot from his mouth, whizzing towards Xiaoli's feet. Xiaoli reacted instantly, flipping his body to land on the other side of the corridor. Bang! The pellet struck the wall, scorching the plaster black, and sending up a wisp of white smoke. Xiaoli reacted instantly, flipping his body to land on the other side of the corridor. Bang! The pellet struck the wall, scorching the plaster black, and Xiaoli glanced at the wall, then back at Chiya, his eyes even brighter than before. You're strong too. Chiya didn't respond, simply retracting the steel wire. Sasuke looked down at the wrinkled fabric where the wire had grabbed him, his expression chilling. It's not over yet. Xiaoli readied his stance. Just what I wanted. At that moment, a green figure suddenly rushed up from the stairwell. With a bang, Xiaoli was punched flat. Li. A man in the same green jumpsuit stood in the corridor, tears streaming down his face. Li. Didn't I tell you that youth should be burned in the right place? Xiaoli, still on the ground, started crying too. Kaizen sighed. I'm sorry. Chiya covered his face and turned away, unable to bear the sight. The impact of witnessing this scene in real life was leagues beyond reading it. Naruto stared in disbelief. What's wrong with these two? Sakura's mouth twitched as she took half a step back. After the farce ended, the group finally arrived at the real classroom 301. Naruto rubbed his still sore belly from the earlier kick and grinned. This one isn't fake, is it? Sasuke didn't answer. He pushed the door open. As the door swung open, the noise inside suddenly dropped. All the genin inside turned to look. Some looked down at the paper slapped on the table by Anko, others furrowed their brows, and a few began cursing under their breath. Naruto, however, after entering classroom 301, it wasn't long before Marino Ibiki walked in with the examiners. The noise in the classroom quickly subsided. Chiya sat in his seat looking at the scar-faced man before the podium, already knowing what to expect. As expected, the first exam was a written test. But this exam wasn't really about the questions. It was testing their ability to gather intelligence, in other words, cheating. Ibiki didn't waste words and directly stated the rules. Each person started with 10 points, 10 questions. Each time cheating was detected, 2 points were deducted. If it reached 0, the entire team was eliminated. When Mingren heard the words, written test, his face turned green. Written test. Xiaoying whispered, Mingren, keep your voice down. Zuozhu glanced at the exam paper after receiving it, his brows slightly furrowed. Chiya also opened the paper and looked at a few questions. Code analysis, ninja, tool trajectories, chakra flow, terrain judgment. It was indeed beyond the syllabus. Chiya twirled his pen. For a normal genin's level, these questions were impossible to answer, but he had been studying hard lately. Basic theory of the Ninja Academy mission records, ninja tool usage, chakra control. He had flipped through almost everything he could find. Let's try. First answer on my own. If I really can't, I'll find a way to copy. He lowered his head and began writing. The first question was quickly finished. The trajectory calculation for the second question was a bit tricky. Chiya drew 2 lines on the side and quickly deduced the answer. For the third question about chakra flow, he stared at the problem for a few seconds, paused his pen tip, then continued writing. The exam hall was extremely quiet, with only the sound of pen tips scratching paper. Soon someone started making a move. He lowered his head with Akamaru hidden inside his clothes, secretly peeking at the front row. A few small insects crawled out from beside Jinai, quietly spreading along the table legs. Kyushin's eyes shifted slightly, then quickly lowered her head. Zuozhu also activated his Sharingan, glanced forward, and then began writing. Xiaoying, on the other hand, hardly paused. Although the questions were difficult, she wrote steadily. Mingren's situation was tragic. He lay on the desk staring at the paper, unable to produce a single word for a long time, his pen tip blackening the paper. Chiya glanced over and almost laughed. But there was no need to worry about him. When the bonus question came, even if Mingren submitted a blank paper, he would still pass. He withdrew his gaze and continued writing his own. The sixth question was a bit troublesome. The problem statement was stuffed with useless information. Chiya bit his pen and looked at it for a while, then crossed out the extra parts, and the rest made sense. The seventh question was terrain judgment. He had just reviewed similar content a few days ago, so writing it was actually quite easy. He wrote too quickly and soon attracted attention. Jingya sat diagonally behind him, originally frowning at her paper. She stared for a long time, growing more irritated. Just as she was about to find a suitable target, she looked up and saw Chiya continuously writing. It wasn't just pretending. He was really writing. Jingya's eyes lit up. She looked at her own blank questions, bit her lip, and slowly began forming hand seals. Mind-body switch technique. With a whoosh, the next moment he felt as if someone had lightly bumped into him. The exam paper was still in front of him, but his fingers were no longer under his control. Suddenly Jingya's voice echoed in Chiya's mind. Sorry, Kian, I'll borrow your eyes for a moment. The next second he felt as if there was another person in his field of vision. Jingya didn't move his body recklessly, as she just quickly scanned the exam paper through his eyes. Wow, you really know everything. Chiya replied in his mind, hurry up. Jingya gave a soft hum. Got it, stingy. Chiya ignored her. Jingya continued to look at two more questions through his eyes and muttered, your handwriting is quite nice. With your usual cold face, I thought your writing would be cold too. Chiya couldn't help but say, don't you think I'm gentle? Jingya was a bit shy. You still remember that. But Kian, even with a cold face, you are still gentle. She memorized the answers quickly. When she reached the last question, she added, after the exam, I'll treat you to a meal. Chiya said, let's pass the exam first. Then it's settled. With that, before Chiya could reply, she quickly withdrew. Then on the other side, Jingya suddenly lowered her head and began writing furiously on her paper. In the exam hall, people were being caught and taken out one after another. You cheating 5 times eliminated. Your team get out. The people pointed at turned pale. Some tried to explain, but were directly dragged away by the examiner. The sound of chairs scraping the floor echoed again and again. The number of people in the classroom diminished significantly, and those remaining grew quieter. Mingren's forehead was covered in sweat. After Xiaoying finished writing, she secretly glanced at him, and her expression immediately changed. His paper had not a single word. Chiya finished the last question and put down his pen. Sure enough, Ibiki quickly spoke. Now I will announce the rules for the 10th question. Everyone looked up. Mingren's eyes lit up as if he had finally found a lifeline. Ibiki said coldly, for the 10th question you may choose to answer or not. Those who choose not to answer along with their teammates will be eliminated. Those who choose to answer and get it wrong will forever lose the qualification to participate in the Chunin exam. The classroom erupted. Are you kidding me? Forever lose qualification. Then why even take the exam? Ibiki looked at them. If you want to withdraw, raise your hand now. Soon someone raised a hand. 1, 2, 3. Group after group left, leaving many empty seats. Some lowered their heads, some gritted their teeth, and some, when reaching the door, turned back to glare fiercely at Ibiki. Xiaoying turned to look at Mingren. Mingren's face was grim. The pen in his hand was almost crushed by his grip. Xiaoying's hand slowly began to rot. Chiya sat in the back silent. If Mingren couldn't stand up, then he wouldn't be Mingren. Just as Xiaoying was about to raise her hand, Mingren suddenly stood up. Bang! He slammed his hand on the desk. Don't look down on me. Everyone turned to look at him. Mingren pointed at Ibiki and shouted loudly, I won't run away. Even if I remain a genin for life, I will definitely become Hokage. Xiaoying was stunned. Zuozu's mouth twitched slightly, but quickly suppressed it. Chiya leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Ibiki stared at Mingren for a few seconds. Then he also smiled. Excellent. Mingren was stunned. Huh. Ibiki looked around the room. Now I declare, everyone who remains has passed the classroom was silent for a moment. The next second the room erupted. What? We passed. I passed. Xiaoying let out a long sigh of relief, almost collapsing onto the desk. Jingya also sighed in relief, turned to look at Chiya, and secretly winked at him. Just then, before everyone could recover, a loud crash came from outside the window. Bang! The glass shattered instantly, and a black figure burst in carrying a banner. It's too early to be happy. Mitarashi Anko stood before the podium, her cloak flaring open. I am the proctor of the second exam, Mitarashi. She grinned, slapping a stack of papers on the desk. Next, everyone signs the death waiver. What? Death waiver? A death pact, eh? The classroom erupted instantly. Those who had been exhilarated by passing the first exam were now utterly silenced. Some looked down at the paper slapped on the table by Anko, others furrowed their brows, and a few began cursing under their breath. Naruto, however, didn't overthink it. He leaned forward curiously. What's a death pact? Anko glanced at him and grinned. It means no one is held responsible if you die. The smile on Naruto's face froze. Sakura's face paled slightly. Anko paid no heed to their reactions, raising a hand to wave. Come on, the second exam isn't held here. You'll find out when you get there. When the group of examinees was led to the 44th training ground, many faces darkened. High iron fences encircled the entire forest. The trees inside were tall and dense, and strange insect chirps could be heard even through the mesh. The wind blowing from the woods carried a damp, earthy smell. That name is really unlucky. It suits you perfectly, Anko said with a smile. The second exam, the scroll hunt. Each team will receive one scroll. That name is really unlucky. It suits you perfectly, Anko said with a smile. The second exam, the scroll hunt. Each team will receive one scroll, either heaven or earth. You have 5 days to collect both the heaven and earth scrolls and reach the central tower. She shook the paper in her hand as she spoke. Sign this before you go in. Once you sign, don't blame Konoha if you die in there. Quickly, as well. She shook the paper in her hand as she spoke. Sign this before you go in. Once you sign, don't blame Konoha if you die in there. Quickly, as well, then handed the pen to Sakura. Sakura took the pen, her eyes fixed on the paper, her fingers visibly hesitating. Beside her, Naruto had already scribbled his signature and slapped the paper down. Done. Let's get started. Sakura glanced at him, gritted her teeth, and signed. When the scrolls were distributed, Anko cast a look at Team 7. You four are a team. Kakashi had apparently informed them beforehand. The examiner in charge glanced at the list and nodded quickly. Team 7, Foreman Squad. Anko raised an eyebrow and tossed a scroll to Sasuke. Then your team needs to collect 2 complete sets of heaven and earth scrolls, or you fail. Sasuke caught the scroll and looked down. Heaven scroll. Naruto immediately leaned in. What is it? What is it? Sasuke handed the scroll to Naruto. It's nothing. Just then, Ino walked over from the side. She was holding the death pact she had just signed, and as she passed by Chiya, she deliberately paused. Hey. Chiya turned. Ino looked at him, lowering her voice. I haven't forgotten what happened earlier. Chiya feigned ignorance. What happened? Ino squinted. Playing dumb, huh? She leaned in closer, a smug smile on her face. After the exam, I'm treating you to a meal. If you dare to run, I'll use mind transfer to drag you there. Chiya's lips twitched. Is that how you invite someone to dinner? Yeah, Ino said matter-of-factly. The Nara family's way of inviting. Sakura overheard and immediately frowned. Inapig, don't mess around at a time like this. Ino turned to her. Forward girl, it's none of. Just as they were about to argue, Shikamaru called out lazily from behind. Ino, let's go. What a drag. Ino snorted and turned to leave. After a few steps, she looked back at Chiya. Make it out alive. Chiya met her gaze. You too. Ino was stunned for a moment, then a smile curled at the corner of. Don't worry. I still owe you that meal. The gate soon opened. Teams entered the forest from different entrances. The iron door closed behind them with a heavy bam. The forest fell silent. The noise from outside was sealed beyond the iron gate, leaving only the whisper of wind, the chirping of insects, and the distant rustle of something crawling over leaves. Naruto took a few steps forward, looking around. It's not so bad. His words had barely faded when a scream suddenly echoed from afar. Oh. Naruto stiffened. Sakura's face turned pale. Sasuke frowned and immediately looked toward the direction of the sound. Chiya didn't move toward it. Instead, he pointed to the other side. This way. Naruto looked back. Why? Someone's in trouble over there. Chiya shot him a glance. Do you want to let others lead you around right from the start? Naruto opened his mouth, then closed it. Sasuke leaped onto a branch without hesitation. Listen to him. The group quickly moved away from the entrance. Chiya led the way at a moderate pace, frequently scanning the trunks and the ground. This place was perfect for ambushes. Vines, roots, bushes, every spot could hide someone. Naruto followed behind, muttering. Why are we being so careful? There are 4 of us. Sakura lowered her voice. Didn't you hear that scream? Yeah, I heard it, Naruto said stubbornly. That's why we should hurry and find someone to snatch their scrolls. Chiya suddenly stopped. Naruto nearly bumped into him. What? Chiya raised a hand, signaling them to stay still. A leaf on a branch ahead swayed. The wind came from the right, but that leaf swayed to the left. Sasuke noticed it too, his eyes turning cold as his hand moved toward his ninja tool pouch. Sakura had already drawn a kunai guarding the scroll pouch behind her. 3 rain ninja dropped from the tree. One of them sneered, Konoha rookie's lucky to run into us right after entering. Hand over your scrolls. Sakura had already drawn a kunai guarding the scroll pouch behind her. 3 rain ninja dropped from the tree. One of them sneered, Konoha rookie's lucky to run into us right after entering. Hand over your scrolls, and we might spare your lives. Naruto immediately rolled up his sleeves. Who dies remains to be seen. He was about to charge when Chiya already flung 3 shuriken. The rain ninja dodged sideways, but then his expression changed. The shuriken were trailing steel wires. Chiya yanked hard. The wire wrapped around a tree trunk, tightened with a snap, and coiled around one of the rain ninja's ankle, yanking him down. Sasuke. Sasuke didn't need to be told. His hands were already forming hand signs. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A blazing orb shot forward, and the ninja with his ankle caught couldn't dodge. The scorching fireball blasted him away, leaving him motionless on the ground. The other two ninjas, enraged, charged forward. Take this. At that moment, Naruto leaped in, summoning shadow clones. In an instant, several Narutos filled the field, raining fists on the rain ninja, forcing them back. One of the ninjas tried to launch a sneak attack, flickering in front of Sakura. But Sasuke had already marked him. As soon as the ninja steadied himself, Sasuke appeared behind him, kicked his wrist, and the short blade flew from his hand. The battle ended quickly. Naruto jumped down from a shadow clone's shoulder, brimming with pride. How about that? Now you know my power. The rain ninja on the ground gritted their teeth, saying nothing. Sasuke searched their bodies and found a scroll. He opened it. Heaven scroll. We still need to collect 2 earth scrolls. He tossed the scroll to Chiya, who tucked it into his pouch. A good start. Let's keep searching. As they were about to leave, Chiya paused. He looked up at the distant canopy. There was nothing there. But for a moment he had felt something. Sasuke noticed his movement. What's wrong? Chiya looked away. Nothing. Let's go. The group quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. On a thick branch far away, a grass ninja slowly crouched down. He watched the direction Team 7 had gone, licking his lips slowly. 2 Uchihas. Interesting. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the dimmer the light became. Team 7 changed direction several times, no longer urgently seeking anyone. Sasuke walked at the forefront, then suddenly halted. Chiya also stopped. The wind sounded wrong. The forest was eerily quiet. Even the chirping of insects had diminished. The next moment, the canopy ahead exploded with a loud rustle. A colossal serpent burst from the tree, its massive maw gaping as it lunged toward them. Scatter! Chiya barked, stomping his foot and darting sideways. Boom! The serpent crushed the branch they had been standing on, sending with chips raining down. Naruto had just landed on another branch when the tail swept toward him. Thud! The trunk shuddered violently. Naruto was sent flying backward, crashing into a cluster of leaves. Naruto! Sakura's face paled as she moved to follow, but Sasuke clamped a hand on her shoulder. Don't! Sakura bit her lip, halting reluctantly. Chiya fixed his gaze on the giant serpent, his fingers already hooking around the wire. A snake. Kusagakure. The forest of death. A chill crept up his spine. Orochimaru. Footsteps echoed from the shadows. That hurt. Naruto emerged from behind a tree, rubbing his shoulder, leaves still clinging to his face. Sakura's eyes lit up. Naruto. Chiya remained still. Sasuke didn't move either. Naruto stepped closer, frowning. Why are you all staring at me? Chiya spoke. What's for dinner tonight? They had long agreed on a code. Sure enough, Naruto hesitated. Huh. Whoosh. Chiya flicked his wrist, and 3 shuriken shot forth. Simultaneously, Sasuke hurled 2 kunai, cutting off the target. Naruto twisted, sliding along the trunk like a snake. Sakura's expression changed instantly. A fake. On a branch, a Kusagakure ninja crouched down slowly. He looked at them, a grin spreading across his face. Not bad. Quick reflexes. Both Sharingan eyes had activated. The Kusagakure ninja's gaze first landed on Sasuke, then shifted to Chiya. 2 Uchiha. He licked his lips. Lucky day. Sasuke's face darkened, his hands forming seals rapidly. Fire-style Phoenix, Sage Fire technique. Several fireballs hurtled toward the branch. The Kusagakure ninja's body contorted, sliding down the tree as if boneless. The fireballs exploded against the bark, leaving it charred. In the next instant, he was behind Sasuke. Sakura hadn't even seen him move. Chiya's eyes narrowed. He formed a single-handed seal. Earth-style rising earth spears. Boom. Several earthen spikes erupted from the ground, blocking Sasuke's back. The Kusagakure ninja paused, striking the spikes with his palm. Crack. The spikes shattered. Seizing the moment, Sasuke spun and kicked at his chest. The Kusagakure ninja blocked with his arm, his grin deepening. Pretty fast. Thud. Sasuke was sent staggering back, his feet carving a long gouge in the trunk. Sakura stood guard in front of where Naruto had fallen, her kunai clenched tightly. Her face was pale, but her fingers never loosened. Who are you? The Kusagakure ninja glanced at her. That single look froze Sakura in place. An icy chill crawled up her spine, and in her ears only her own heartbeat remained. Chiya bit the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to focus. The killing intent was overwhelming. He knew who this was, but knowing and facing it were 2 different things. His body instinctively stiffened. The Kusagakure ninja turned to Chiya, interest flickering in his eyes. You didn't seem surprised at all. Chiya said nothing. The Kusagakure ninja let out a low chuckle. No, Mie. Chiya looked up at him. Kusagakure doesn't have a snake stench like yours. The smile on the Kusagakure ninja's face froze. Then he laughed even more heartily. Interesting. The next moment his sleeve twitched. Dozens of small snakes shot out lunging toward them. Fire-style great fireball technique. Sasuke spat out a massive fireball. Boom. Several snakes were engulfed, writhing and falling in charred heap. Chiya stomped his foot, forming a one-handed seal, while slamming his other palm against the trunk. Earth-style rock binding. Crack. The trunk and ground split open as earthen pillars rose from all sides, snapping shut around the Kusagakure ninja's ankles. Sasuke, without needing instructions, had already begun forming seals. The fireball roared toward him. The Kusagakure ninja glanced down at the stone binding his feet, seemingly unconcerned. But in the next instant the stone around his ankle turned red. Chiya flipped his palm, channeling fire nature chakra into it. Meteor-style crimson rock binding. Sizzle. The red-hot rock clamped around the Kusagakure ninja's ankle like molten iron. At the same moment the fireball struck. Boom. The explosion of flames lit up the area. Sakura's eyes sparkled. Hit. Sasuke remained vigilant, his Sharingan fixed on the figure within the blaze. The next moment a hand emerged from the flames. The Kusagakure ninja walked out slowly, his ankle charred black, a scorched patch on his Kusagakure cloak. He looked down at his foot. Nice teamwork. My turn. In the blink of an eye he vanished from his spot, reappearing right behind Chiya. Chiya reacted swiftly, kicking backward. The two clashed in taijutsu. The opponent was formidable. Even with the Sharingan's boost, Chiya could only manage a draw. Chiya hurled a shuriken with his left hand. The Kusagakure ninja dodged by tilting his head. Something like that won't hurt me. In the next moment Chiya pulled with his left hand and mouth a thin wire, jerking the shuriken in a loop back. Snap! The wire wrapped around the Kusagakure ninja, binding him to the trunk. Simultaneously Chiya formed a one-handed seal with his right hand and Sasuke caught on. Lava bomb. Fire-style great dragon fire technique. A fist-sized meteor and a dragon head fireball hurtled toward him. Boom. The explosion tore through the area, obliterating the ninja and the tree stump behind him. Sasuke panted. Did we get him, Mai? Chiya remained silent. Ridiculous, that was Orochimaru, not someone to be taken down so easily. Sure enough, a figure emerged from the adjacent tree. You impressed me. I'm very pleased. He slowly licked the corner of his mouth. One-handed seals, earth-style, fire-style, and that strange fusion technique. Even more surprising than Sasuke-ken. Before they could respond, the Kusagakure ninja vanished. Gone. Sakura jerked her head up. A chill ran down Chiya's back. Without hesitation he leaned back. In the next instant the Kusagakure ninja appeared before him. The face was terrifyingly closed, the neck unnaturally elongated, mouth gaping to bite Chiya's neck. Crack! But he bit into a layer of earth. The instant the earth shell shattered, a mass of red-hot mud exploded from within. Bang! The scalding mud splattered across the Kusagakure ninja's mouth and chin, sizzling as it burned. The Kusagakure ninja recoiled, wiping his mouth. The skin had been seared open. Chiya rolled out from behind another trunk, breathing heavily. Good. That defense held, but Sasuke was in danger. Sasuke! Chiya shouted. Sasuke had already moved. He didn't freeze. He stepped back, hurling shuriken to block the path. Clink! Clink! The Kusagakure ninja knocked them away with a single sweep. Sasuke formed seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. Boom! The fireball roared toward him. The Kusagakure ninja slid around the edge of the flames, his body twisting at an unnatural angle. Chiya flicked his wrist, sending a wire from the side to snap around the Kusagakure ninja's shoulder. Sasuke seized the opportunity, lunging with a kunai aimed at the throat. The coordination was swift, but the Kusagakure ninja was faster. His body contracted like a snake, slipping out from between the wire. In the next heartbeat he appeared behind Sasuke. Chiya's pupils shrank. Back! Sasuke heard, but it was too late. A snake suddenly shot out from the tree trunk, coiling around his ankle. That half-second was all it took. The Kusagakure ninja's neck stretched grotesquely, sinking his fangs into Sasuke's neck. Oh! Sasuke screamed, his body convulsing. Sakura's face went white. Sasuke! Sasuke clutched his neck, collapsing to his knees on the branch. A black curse mark crept from the wound, spreading like fire across his face. At that moment Naruto's roar erupted from deeper in the forest. Bastard! Naruto burst out, covered in leaves and scratches. Seeing Sasuke on his knees, his eyes turned red. What did you do to Sasuke? He formed seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Poof! 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 White smoke exploded and a dozen Narutos charged the Kusagakure ninja. The Kusagakure ninja raised a hand. A gust of wind blasted outward, scattering the clones and sending them crashing into trees, each vanishing with a poof. But the real Naruto gritted his teeth and lunged forward, fist aimed at the Kusagakure ninja's face. The Kusagakure ninja's eyes turned cold. Annoying. He pressed his palm against Naruto's abdomen. 5-element seal. Snap! A black sigil flashed. Naruto's body stiffened, and he fell from the tree. Sakura dove to catch him, gritting her teeth as she absorbed the impact, sliding backward and scraping her arms raw against the bark. She looked up at the Kusagakure ninja, eyes reddening. "You bastard." The Kusagakure ninja ignored her. He glanced at Sasuke, then at Chiya. "Uchiha Chiya, I'll remember you." With that, he vanished into the shadows. The forest was left with only Sasuke's agonized breaths. Sakura supported the unconscious Naruto, her arm still bleeding. Chiya landed beside Sasuke, placing a hand on his shoulder. Sasuke's body was scorching hot, the curse marks still spreading. Sasuke clenched his teeth, eyes wide open, but unable to utter a word. Chiya looked toward the direction Orochimaru had disappeared, his hand still trembling faintly within his sleeve. After Orochimaru left, the forest fell into an eerie silence. Sasuke knelt on a branch, his hand clutching his neck tightly as the curse mark continued to spread. Sakura supported the unconscious Naruto, her arm scraped by the tree bark, blood dripping down her wrist. Chiya stood beside Sasuke, his chest feeling tight and heavy. The battle earlier had drained his chakra too quickly, but he couldn't rest yet. "Sasuke," Sakura's voice trembled. "Are you—" Sasuke gritted his teeth, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He tried to speak, but only a muffled grunt escaped his throat. The next moment, he pitched forward. Chiya reached out and caught him. "Let's find a place to hide first." Sakura nodded, gritting her teeth as she lifted Naruto onto her back. They didn't go far, finding a somewhat concealed spot under a massive tree. The roots twisted together, leaving a hollow area that could barely block the view. Sakura set Naruto down and hurried back to check on Sasuke. Sasuke had already lost consciousness. The black curse mark on his neck was still faintly warm. "Chiya, what should we do?" Chiya leaned against the tree trunk, catching his breath. "Don't touch that mark yet." Sakura's hand froze in midair. Chiya pulled out a few explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch and handed them to her. "Stick them outside, not too close. Detonate if someone approaches." Sakura took the tags. "Okay." Her fingers were still trembling, but she placed each tag with great care. Chiya also set up some wires and explosive tags nearby. After everything was done, he wiped the sweat from his brow and sat down on the tree trunk to rest. At this moment, his chakra had recovered a bit, but it was still insufficient. He couldn't help but think of Kaguya's white chakra. That sensation of overwhelming explosive power was far too addictive. Unfortunately, Kaguya had been silent for a long time. Chiya looked down at his own hand. The palm still bore the scorching sensation of the earlier crimson rot. He suddenly thought, what if he could turn the entire ground into that kind of scorching earth? His eyes flickered. Just then footsteps came from afar. More than one person. Sakura heard it too, immediately retreating to the tree roots, holding a kunai in front of her. "Someone's coming." Chiya stood up. The tree shadows swayed, and the next moment, 3 sound ninjas emerged from the forest. Tosu stood at the front, his face wrapped in bandages. Saku swung his arms, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke, before finally landing on Chiya. Quite a sorry sight. Jin stood beside him, sneering. "That Uchiha is already down." Saku raised his arm, the hole in his palm, aiming at Chiya. "Hand over your scrolls, or die." Sakura gripped her kunai tightly, standing in front of Sasuke and Naruto. Chiya stepped forward. "Stay back." Sakura looked at him. Chiya didn't turn around. "Guard them." Sakura gritted her teeth and retreated to Sasuke's side. Sokka laughed. "You want to die? I'll grant your wish." As the words fell, he raised his arm. Boom. The air exploded violently, the sonic wave blasting straight at Chiya. Chiya's Sharingan spun, he stamped the ground, and sharply sidestepped. The sonic wave grazed his shoulder and slammed into the tree trunk behind him, cracking a large chunk of bark. Before Saku could withdraw, Chiya had already flung 2 shuriken. Swish swish. Saku dodged aside, about to mock, when a spark suddenly flared at his what? Bang. The explosive tag detonated. Saku was blasted backward. But at that moment, Tosu flickered and circled around to Chiya's side, the sonic device on his arm, slamming down fiercely. Chiya had no time to dodge, only able to raise his arm to block. Thud. A dull sound. Chiya's arm and chest went numb from the shock. His arm ached, as if broken. His chest felt like it had been punched hard, and blood immediately trickled from the corner of his mouth. Chiya formed a hand seal with his right hand alone. Earth release, earth split. The ground rumbled, and Tosu stumbled. Taking advantage of the distraction, Chiya quickly retreated. But the other ninja had already charged at Sakura. Then he had to try that jutsu. Chiya formed hand seals, then pressed his hands to the ground. Meteor released lava swamp. As the words fell, hot air surged from the cracks in the ground, the soil rapidly turning red and glowing like red-hot iron. In several low-lying areas, crimson mud began to churn, bubbling like a cauldron. The scorching ground encircled the area where Sasuke and Sakura were forming a large. Sokka's face changed. "What is this?" A wave of scorching hot air spread out instantly. Jean was about to land. As soon as her toes touched the ground, she let out a cry and leapt back onto a branch. Hot. Saku and Tosu were also forced to jump to higher ground. The ground was no longer safe to stand on. Sakura stared at the crimson ground before her eyes wide. Chiya. Chiya didn't turn around. Sweat covered his forehead. This technique consumed a lot of chakra. Much more than lava bullet, his chakra was almost... Saku stood on a branch, his expression grim. Trickery. He raised his arm, and the sonic wave struck again. Chiya didn't dodge far, instead he rushed for... Boom. The sonic wave slammed into his chest. The next moment Chiya turned into a log with a puff. Substitution jutsu. Now Chiya appeared behind him, holding an explosive tag in each hand, slapped them on Asaka's back with 2 smacks, then kicked him flying. Tosu reacted quickly. As soon as Chiya appeared, he moved, raising his sonic device and slamming it down at Chiya. Chiya had no time to dodge, only instinctively turning his head. Tosu's device struck him hard on the shoulder. Sakura's face went pale. Chiya. Boom. In an instant, searing pain shot through half his body, and he was sent flying. Meanwhile, Saku was blasted away by the 2 explosive tags. A gene to prevent him from falling into the lava rushed over, grabbed him, and saved him onto a tree trunk. Chiya was midair, his entire right side now immobile, excruciating pain. About to fall into the lava, the next moment Chiya pulled hard with his left hand. The previously hidden wires tensed with a sharp whistling sound, and with a snap they caught Chiya, suspending him in midair. The other ends of the wires were wrapped around several large trees, and several explosive tags had been attached to the wires. The next moment the explosive tags detonated with a boom, a cloud of smoke bursting among the trees. By now Chiya's chakra was completely exhausted. The red of the crimson rock prison slowly dimmed, hot air still rising, but the lava was gone. Chiya landed back on the ground, his body swaying. Sakura rushed over. Chiya. Chiya opened his mouth to speak, but darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. He collapsed. Sakura couldn't catch him in time. Just then footsteps sounded from the branches. Who? Sakura whirled around, kunai already in hand. Shikamaru jumped down from the tree, saw Chiya on the ground, then glanced at the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke, his expression turning grim. This is too troublesome. Choji landed behind him, forgetting to eat the chips in his hand. What happened to them? Ino was the last to jump down. The moment she landed, she saw Chiya lying on the ground. The expression on her face changed instantly. Chiya. Before Sakura could speak, Ino had already rushed over, knelt down, and carefully lifted Chiya into her arms. Chiya was covered in blood, his chest guard was cracked, blood flowing from his shoulder and mouth, his face deathly pale. Ino reached out and touched the blood on his chest, her fingers pausing. Chiya. No one answered. Ino gritted her teeth and looked up at Sakura. Who did this? Sakura's voice was hoarse. Sound ninja. Chiya fought them off alone. Ino looked down at Chiya in her arms and fell silent. Just then Sasuke's finger twitched. Sakura immediately looked down. Sasuke? Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. Sasuke, you're awake. Sasuke did not answer. His gaze was somewhat vacant, as if he had just crawled back from a very deep place. The next moment the curse mark on his neck suddenly twitched, and black lines crept up his skin toward his face. Sakura's expression changed. Sasuke, you. Sasuke slowly sat up. His eyes first fell on the unconscious Naruto, then on the blood on Sakura's arm, and finally stopped on Chiya, who was held in Ino's arms. Chiya's face was pale, and blood still seeped from his shoulder. Sasuke's fingers clenched slowly. Who did this? His voice was... Sakura opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, the branches not far away suddenly shook. Everyone looked up abruptly, and saw Kin standing on a thick branch, dragging Sakan with one hand and supporting Tosu with the other. Both of them were badly injured. Sakan's back was torn open by the explosion, and Tosu's body hung limply from the branch, clearly still reeling. She had wanted to flee, but wounded and burdened with 2 people, she hadn't gotten far. The moment Sasuke saw them, his expression turned utterly cold. Sakura's heart tightened. She reached out to grab him. Sasuke, wait. Slap. Sakura seized his wrist. You're not yourself right now. Just calm down. Sasuke looked up at her. In those Sharingan eyes, the black curse mark had already spread across half his face. Let go. Sakura bit her lip. I won't. Sasuke's fingers tightened slightly. Shikamaru frowned from the side. Hey Sasuke, look at what you're doing. Sasuke turned sharply. With just one look, Choji instinctively stepped forward, placing himself between Sasuke and Shikamaru. Ino, holding Chiya, also changed expression. Sasuke, don't do anything reckless. Seeing this, Kin on the tree quickly dragged Sakan and Tosa back, trying to retreat. The moment she moved, Sasuke's figure vanished. Whoosh. The next instant he appeared on the branch and kicked at Kin's wrist. Kin had no time to react. Her hand released, and Tosu nearly fell from the tree. Ah! Kin staggered from the kick, let out a startled cry, then whipped back with several sanbon. Ding ding ding. Sasuke swept them away with a flick of his hand, then stepped forward and lunged. Sakan gritted his teeth and raised his arm, aiming the hole in his palm at Sasuke. Don't get too cocky. Boom. The sound wave exploded. Sasuke sidestepped to dodge, and the curse mark suddenly spread across his body. He screamed in pain, but once the curse covered half his frame, his speed became terrifyingly fast. Bang! He punched Sakan in the abdomen. Sakan doubled over, slammed into the tree trunk, and nearly passed out. Sasuke grabbed his neck and lifted him off the ground with sheer force. Kin's face turned completely pale. Stop! Sakura also rushed forward. Sasuke. Sasuke seemed not to hear. His fingers tightened bit by bit, and Sakan's face turned purple. Just then a green figure burst out from the side. Bang! With a kick, Rock Lee knocked Sasuke's hand away. Sasuke staggered back, and Sakan fell onto the branch, gasping for air. Lee landed on the other side of the branch, assumed a fighting stance, his eyes serious. Sasuke-can, please stop. Sasuke stared at him. Move aside. Lee did not move. You're not yourself right now. The coldness in Sasuke's eyes deepened. I said move aside. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped forward, charging straight at Lee. Lee crossed his arms. Bang! Their fists and feet collided, shaking the branch violently. Sasuke's strength was far greater than before. Lee was forced back, half a step, the bark beneath his feet cracking. Lee frowned. Such incredible power. Sasuke gave him no time to recover. With a flicker, his next punch was already before Lee's face. Lee dodged to the side, but the next moment Sasuke flipped his wrist, and a kunai slid out from his sleeve, stabbing toward Lee's shoulder. Lee's pupils shrank, and he leaned back sharply. Whoosh! The kunai grazed past his clothes. Sasuke-can. Lee's expression darkened. I don't want to hurt you. Sasuke did not reply. He drove his knee upward. Lee raised his arm to block, and the impact sent him stumbling back several steps. Crack! The branch beneath him broke. Lee leaped to another branch, but before he could steady himself, Sasuke was already on him. Bang, bang, bang. They exchanged blows continuously among the branches. Lee was fast, but Sasuke was even faster, and his strikes grew more vicious. Shikamaru watched with a grim expression. This is bad. He really wants to kill. On the tree, Sasuke kicked Lee's shoulder, and he crashed into the trunk with a thud. Lee grunted, but quickly steadied himself. Sasuke-can, this is enough. Sasuke raised his hand, the black curse mark crawling up his arm and covering his skin. You're in the way. He vanished and reappeared directly in front of Lee's chest. Lee gritted his teeth and crossed his arms in front of him. Bang! The punch shattered the branch beneath Lee's feet. Both fell toward the ground. Before they landed, Sasuke twisted midair and kicked at Lee. Quick as a flash, Lee raised his arm to block, using the force to flip backward, landing 3 steps away. Sasuke landed steadily, his eyes still terrifyingly cold. Sakura stared at his back, a chill running through her heart. Sasuke. Lee blocked Sasuke's attack again, leaving 2 grooves in the ground. Sasuke raised his hand to continue, but Sakura suddenly rushed forward. Sakura. Shikamaru's expression changed. Sakura wrapped her arms around Sasuke from behind, locking tightly around his waist. Sasuke's body went rigid. Let go. Sakura held on tighter. No. The curse mark on Sasuke's arm writhed, and his fingers clenched. Sakura's voice trembled, but she did not release him. Sasuke, it's enough. Sasuke said nothing. Lee stood nearby, breathing heavily, and for a moment only the wind rustled through the forest. Sakura buried her face in Sasuke's back, her voice choked with tears. Chiya and Naruto would never want to see you like this. Please stop, Sasuke-can. Something flickered in Sasuke's eyes. He slowly turned his head and looked into the distance. Naruto was still unconscious. Chiya was held in Ino's arms, his chest barely rising and falling. The coldness in Sasuke's eyes finally eased a little. The curse mark receded gradually back to his neck. He closed his eyes, and his body swayed. Sasuke. Sasuke lowered his head, his voice hoarse. I'm fine. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Kin quickly dragged Sakan and Tosa backward. Shikamaru suddenly blocked their path. Hand over your scrolls, and then get lost. Kin's face darkened, but she dared not retort. She swiftly pulled a scroll from her robe, tossed it to the ground, and then disappeared into the shadows with her 2 comrades. Lee relaxed his stance and walked over to Sakura. Sakura-san, are you all right? Sakura shook her head. Thank you. Lee's cheeks reddened slightly, but he spoke seriously. We should find a safe place now. Shikamaru scratched his head and sighed. Let's leave here first. With all that noise, someone else will come soon. The group did not linger for long. The commotion from the forest earlier had been too loud. If they stayed any longer, they would inevitably attract others. Shikamaru glanced at the scroll on the ground, confirmed it was the Earth Scroll, and casually tossed it to Sakura. Do you have all your scrolls? Sakura caught the scroll and shook her head. We still need 1 Earth Scroll. At that moment, Naruto woke up lying on Choji's back and muttered dazedly, what? Another fight finished. Damn, I didn't even get to strike. Sasuke leaned against a tree, his face still pale. Hearing Naruto's voice, he glanced at him, but said, Chiya also woke up halfway, his eyelids lifting slightly. Seeing Ino supporting him, he instinctively asked, what about the scroll? Ino turned her head to look at him, almost laughing in exasperation. Is that the first thing you ask when you wake up? Chiya's lips moved. What else? You're something else. Ino said that, but her hands still held him steady. She saw the blood seeping through Chiya's shoulder again, her brow furrowing tightly. She pressed her hand over his wound. Don't move, or Chiya closed his eyes, too weak to argue with her. The rest of the journey was relatively uneventful. As dawn approached, they encountered a team from Kusagakure. Those three were unlucky. Facing such a large group, they were easily overwhelmed. Thus the second Earth Scroll was obtained. Team 10 had already gathered their scrolls, so the group didn't separate again. Lee rendezvoused with Niji and Tintin on the way and headed toward the central tower. When they finally saw the towering structure, Naruto perked up, pointing ahead and shouting, "We're here. We made it." Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke said nothing but glanced at Chiya, who was being supported by Ino. Chiya's steps were unsteady and his face was pale. He had barely spoken during the journey. His shoulder wound was hastily bandaged and the bloodstains on his clothes were still fresh. He looked worse off than Naruto and Sasuke. After entering the tower, Sakura placed the two sets of heaven and earth scrolls on the ground. The moment the scrolls were unrolled, white smoke burst forth. "Oh my, it seems you've really passed with ease." Iruka's figure appeared in the smoke. Naruto's eyes lit up. "Iruka sensei." Iruka looked at the group, but his smile froze halfway. Naruto's clothes were torn, Sasuke's face was pale, Sakura had a wound on her arm, and Chiya could barely stand. Iruka paused for, "You really are a mess." Naruto scratched his head, about to boast, but Sakura reached out and pulled him back. "Don't talk yet." Iruka nodded, his expression turning serious. "Go rest inside, the medical team will be here soon." The group was led to a rest area inside the tower. Quite a few teams who had already passed the exam were there, the air thick with the smell of blood and medicine. As soon as Chiya sat down, his vision went dark and he began to topple sideways. Ino quickly caught him. "Chiya." Sakura also rushed over to check his. Naruto paced anxiously nearby. "Hey Chiya, don't scare us like this." Sasuke leaned against the wall, watching the blood on Chiya's shoulder, his fingers slowly clenching and then relaxing. Soon footsteps echoed from outside. Several people wearing Konoha medical ninja vests entered, carrying a stretcher, moving briskly. They scanned the room, their gaze almost immediately landing on Chiya. "This one's the most injured, take him first." Sakura and the others quickly stepped aside for the medical ninjas. Their movements were indeed practiced. They cut the bandages, re-staunched the bleeding, immobilized the shoulder, and lifted him onto the stretcher without a wasted. Shikamaru, standing nearby, slowly furrowed his brow. He looked at Sasuke, then at Naruto. Naruto's injuries were also severe, and Sasuke had that strange curse mark on his neck, yet from the moment they entered, the medical ninja's eyes had never left Chiya. Shikamaru's lips moved, about to say something, but the lead medical ninja had already forced a pill into Chiya's mouth and re-bandaged his shoulder. Shikamaru paused and finally said nothing. Maybe he was overthinking it, Chiya indeed needed treatment. Ino watched as they lifted Chiya onto the stretcher and instinctively took 2 steps forward. The lead ninja raised a hand to stop her. "Stay here. The treatment area is off-limits to examinees." Ino's expression darkened. "They'll just go to the door." "No." The man's voice was calm, but left no room for negotiation. Ino was about to argue further, but Shikamaru reached out and pulled her back. "Ino." She turned to look at him. Shikamaru shook his head. She gritted her teeth and stopped. The stretcher was quickly carried out of the room. The corridor fell silent save for the soft creaking of the stretcher poles. The medical ninjas quickened their pace. Just as they turned a corner, the lead one muttered, "Got it." As the words left his mouth, a figure suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. "Where do you think you're going?" It was a man with silver hair wearing a mask, his forehead protector slanted over one eye. Kakashi leaned against the wall, as if he had been waiting for a long time. "Put him down." The group halted. The lead ninja looked up. "Please step aside. This Jinin needs emergency treatment. We are the medical team." Kakashi looked at them, his voice still lazy. "Konoha's medical ninjas haven't been dispatched yet." The corridor fell into dead silence. The man's expression didn't change. Perhaps there was a miscommunication in the orders. "Konoha's medical ninjas haven't been dispatched yet." The corridor fell into dead silence. The man's expression didn't change. He looked at them, his tone still calm. "Otherwise put him down." Chiya remained unconscious on the stretcher, his face frighteningly pale. The medical ninjas didn't move. The air felt compressed. After a few seconds, the lead one slowly released the stretcher. "Since you insist, the man is yours. But if anything happens to him, you'll bear full responsibility." Kakashi said nothing. The man glanced at him, then turned and left. The others followed, quickly disappearing around the corner. Kakashi watched them go, then walked to the stretcher, looked down at Chiya, his expression grave. Kakashi stared at him for 2 seconds, then let out a soft sigh. "My students are more trouble than one after another." He bent down, lifted Chiya onto his back, and turned back. When Kakashi carried Chiya back to the rest area, Naruto was the first to rush over. "Kakashi-sensei, what happened to Chiya?" Sakura also stood up immediately. "Where are those medical ninjas?" Kakashi's eyes curved into a smile. There was a small problem on the way. Shikamaru glanced at him, but said nothing. Ino, however, stared intently at Chiya. Is he okay? He's fine. Kakashi laid Chiya against the wall. The real medical ninjas soon arrived and re-examined the wound. Sakura helped nearby, and Ino was no longer shooed away. She just crouched aside, watching as Chiya was rebandaged. Not long after, all those who had passed the second exam were summoned to the hall. Chiya was still unconscious, but the others quickly got up and headed over. At the front of the hall, the third Hokage stood, his gaze sweeping over everyone. First, congratulations on passing this. The crowd fell silent. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe and continued, however, the number of passers is higher than expected. A preliminary round will be held before the official match. Naruto was taken aback. Huh, another fight. Sakura covered Naruto's mouth. Keep your voice down. In the front, Gekko Hate coughed twice and stepped forward. Now I will serve as the proctor for the preliminary matches. If anyone is unwell or wishes to withdraw, you may speak up now. No one in the hall spoke. Good. Then I'll assume everyone will participate in the preliminaries. No sooner had Uegwang Jifeng finished speaking than a low murmur rippled through the hall. Many were wounded, some leaning against the walls, others sitting on the floor gasping for breath. The second exam had just ended and many could barely stand. Upon hearing that another round was imminent, their faces soured. The third Hokage swept his gaze over the crowd and said, there are too many injured. The preliminaries will begin in half an hour. Within this half hour, anyone who wishes to withdraw may register with the examiner. Uegwang Jifeng nodded and coughed twice. After half an hour, those who haven't withdrawn will be considered as continuing. Mingren finally let out a sigh of relief and turned to look beside him. Where's Chiya? After half an hour, those who haven't withdrawn will be considered as continuing. Mingren finally let out a sigh of relief and turned to look beside him. Zuizhu leaned against the wall, saying nothing. Behind the crowd, Yao Shirdo adjusted his glasses, his fingers lifting slightly before slowly lowering again. Half an hour passed quickly. When Chiya woke up, his shoulder had been re-bandaged and his mouth was full of the bitter taste of medicine, so bitter that he almost grimaced. Chiya crouched beside him. Seeing him open his eyes, she immediately leaned in. Awake. Chiya looked at her. I'm still alive, Chiya said irritably. You almost weren't. Chiya tried to sit up, but as soon as he moved, his shoulder hurt so much he sucked in a breath of cold air. Chiya immediately pressed him down. Don't move. The medical ninja beside him frowned. You'd better not fight now. The wound just stopped bleeding. If it tears open again, it'll be trouble. The electronic screen had already lit up. The first match would begin soon. The electronic screen had already lit up. The first match would begin soon. Zuizhu versus Chitankai. This match was about the same as Chiya remembered. Chitankai could absorb chakra. Zuizhu was pushed into a corner at first, and the curse mark on his neck began to stir restlessly. Upstairs, Xiao Ying's face turned pale with tension. Mingren shouted anxiously, but Zuizhu gritted his teeth and held on. In the end, he used Shaoli's Taijutsu Shadow to unleash a series of lion combo, slamming Chitankai to the ground with a bang. Winner Uchiha Zuizhu. As soon as Uegwang Jifeng announced it, Kakashi led Zuizhu away. Chiya leaned against the railing, watching Zuizhu being taken away by Kakashi, saying nothing. He knew Kakashi was going to help Zuizhu seal the curse mark. The next few matches went quickly. Jinai versus Sake. The insects blocked the sound wave device, and Sake lost badly. Kanjialing versus Jian Meicheng. Once the puppet came out, the outcome was hardly in doubt. The match between Xiao Ying and Jinya dragged on for a long time. The two went from ninjutsu to fists, and in the end both were too exhausted to stand. Before Jinya fell, she glanced up at the second floor, just in time to see Chiya leaning against the railing. Her lips moved as if she wanted to curse something, but the next moment she collapsed to the ground together with Xiao Ying. Uegwang Jifeng coughed and announced that both had lost the ability to fight. Mingren was stunned. Huh, then Xiao Ying lost. It's a draw. Luan lazily reminded him from the side. The match between Tian and Shoju ended even faster. As soon as the fan opened, all the hidden weapons in the arena were blown back. Tian had met her natural enemy. The match between Mingren and Ye was the liveliest. Ye and Chiwan pressed Mingren from the start, chasing him all over the arena, while he kept refusing to admit. In the end, who knows how his luck turned. A foul fart made Ya's movements falter for a moment, and Mingren seized the opportunity to land a series of blows, finally knocking Ye down. Chinya couldn't help but laugh out loud. Truly the most unpredictable ninja. The match between Ningxi and Chutian. The atmosphere in the hall shifted noticeably. Ningxi was too ruthless. Chutian was knocked down again and again, but she kept getting up. Mingren shouted from above until his voice was nearly hoarse. In the end, if the Jonin hadn't intervened in time, Ningxi's blow might have killed Chutian. Chinya looked at Ningxi below, his gaze darkening slightly. He didn't care to comment on the Hyuga clan's affairs. But Ningxi's resentment had indeed been suppressed for too long. Then came Xiaoli versus Woluo. Even though Chiya had known this match would be spectacular seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but sit up straighter. At first Xiaoli was completely blocked by the sand, unable to get close. No matter how fast his punches and kicks, he couldn't touch Wolo even once. Until he removed the lead weights from his legs. Boom. The weights crashed to the ground, shaking the entire hall. Mingren's eyes widened. What the heck are those things? The next moment, Xiaoli vanished. It wasn't the body flicker technique, it was pure speed. So fast that even Chiya with his Sharingan activated could only barely catch a blur of green. Bang! Woluo was kicked from the ground into the air. Chiya's pupils contracted. This was what taijutsu really meant. Xiaoli pursued Woluo relentlessly, and the sand finally couldn't keep up with his speed. Until he opened the gate of opening, gate of rest, gate of life, gate of hurt, gate of limit. His entire aura exploded like a bomb, and his speed surged again. At this point, even Chiya's Sharingan couldn't keep up. A pure stat monster. All he could see was Woluo being blasted into the air again and again, then slammed down hard. Almost no one spoke in the hall. In the end, Xiaoli still lost. Woluo's sand coiled around his limbs, nearly crippling him. When Kai rushed down to hold Xiaoli, Mingren's fists were clenched tight, his teeth grinding. Chiya sighed. Too strong. Woluo at this stage was simply on. Dingxi versus Toosi didn't last long. Toosi's sound waves were too troublesome. Dingxi was shaken until his eyes rolled back, and he quickly succumbed. Match after match ended. Until the electronic screen lit up again. The names flashed rapidly. Everyone in the hall looked up. A few seconds later the screen stopped. Uchiha Chiya versus Yao Shirdo. Xiaoying had just returned to Chiya's side, and her face changed. Mingren also jumped up. Are you kidding me? He's still injured. Jingya, ignoring her own disheveled state from the previous match, held onto the railing and stood up staring intently below. Chiya looked at the names on the screen, a puzzled expression on his face. Yao Shirdo. Shouldn't he have withdrawn? Yueguang Jifeng turned to Chiya. Uchiha Chiya, in your current condition, you may choose to forfeit. Do walked out from the crowd still wearing that gentle Hyanyukin, you're badly injured. There's no need to push yourself. Chiya grabbed the railing and stood up. Jingya seized his wrist. Are you crazy? Chiya turned to look at her. I'm fine. This is fine. Chin didn't explain further. He gently pried her hand off and slowly walked down the stairs. Do stood in the center of the arena, watching him come down, his eyes behind the lenses narrowing slightly. When they both were in position, Yueguang Jifeng announced begin. The moment the words left his mouth, Do's figure blurred, and several kunai flew over. Ding ding ding. Chiya knocked the kunai aside, stomped his foot, and slid to the side. Do almost simultaneously rushed in front of him, striking a palm toward his shoulder. Chiya, with his Sharingan active, saw it clearly. The palm looked ordinary, but the chakra in it was as sharp as a blade. Chiya abruptly turned sideways, Do's palm grazing his shoulder. The movement was too sudden, the bandage tore open instantly. Blood seeped out. Jingya's face turned pale upstairs. Do's tone was gentle. Sorry, I was too heavy-handed. Chiya looked at him and curled his lips. You've got a pretty poisonous hand. The next moment Chiya formed a single-handed seal. Earth release, earth rising spear. Crack. The ground split open and several earth spikes shot up from under Do's feet. Do reacted with terrifying speed, flipping his body almost against the spikes, landing without even a touch to his clothes. Too fast for a genin. On the second floor, several jonins' gazes fell on him. Do sensed it too. Chin didn't give him a chance to pause. He flipped his wrist, and his hand seals accelerate. Meteor release, lava bomb. A small crimson stone orb shot from his mouth, whizzing toward Do's face. Do raised his hand to block. But halfway up, he stopped abruptly, changing to a backward dodge. The lava bomb grazed his glasses, hit the wall with a bang, and left a charred mark. Chiya gasped, his face even paler. Block it. Do's smile finally faded a little. Just as Chiya was about to use meteor release lava swamp, Do suddenly raised his hand. Examiner, I forfeit. Murmurs immediately broke out in the hall. Mingren was stunned. Huh, he's just quitting like that. Do rubbed his forehead, showing a hint of helplessness. I guess I overestimated myself. My body can't take it anymore. Yueguang Jifeng glanced at him. Chiya stood still, the bandage on his shoulder already soaked with blood, his face frighteningly pale. Winner, Uchiha Chiya. The moment the words were spoken, Chiya's vision went dark and his body swayed. Chiya. Jingya practically dashed down from the second floor. Mingren followed, running down. Before Chiya fell, he vaguely saw Do push up his glasses and turn back into the crowd. That guy still wore that gentle expression, as if nothing had happened. After Chiya was carried away again, the preliminaries finally ended. That evening, the list for the official matches was posted. Zhuozhu, Mingren, and Chiya were all on the list. But Chiya himself was still lying in the medical room, his eyes not even open. On the other side, Kakashi had already taken Zhuozhu away from the tower. In the training ground, Zhuozhu leaned against a tree, the curse mark on his neck suppressed by the sealing technique, his face still not looking good. Kakashi stood before him. For the next month you'll train with me. Zuiju looked up at him. Train in what? Kakashi didn't answer immediately, he just raised his right hand. The next moment, a piercing electric crackle erupted. Zzz. Blue-white lightning burst in his palm like a flock of birds screaming. Zuozu's gaze locked onto it. Kakashi looked at him. This technique is called Chidori. After the lightning in Kakashi's palm dissipated, a faint smell of scorch still lingered in the training ground. Sasuke stared at his right hand, his gaze not moving away for a long time. This technique is called Chidori. Kakashi lowered his hand. It's fast enough and powerful enough. If it hits a vital point, one strike can end the battle. Sasuke looked up at him. Teach me. Kakashi looked at the curse mark on his neck, his eyes narrowing as he said, first suppress. You can't even control your own body now. Sasuke frowned, didn't refute, just pulled his collar up. On the other side, when Ino got home, it was already dark. She was carrying an empty lunchbox in her hand. Before entering, she looked down and noticed a bit of unwashed water stain on the edge of the lunchbox. She rubbed it with her sleeve, then felt a bit silly, and her ears flushed. You're back, came the voice of Yamanaka and Noichi from the living room. Ino paused, hiding the lunchbox behind her back. Inoichi sat at the table with an intelligence scroll in front of him. He didn't look at her immediately, just slowly rolled up the scroll and said it. You've been getting close to that Uchiha lately. Ino pretended not to understand. Which one? Inoichi looked up at her. Ino pursed her lips. Just a classmate. Stay away from him from now on. As those words fell, the flush on Ino's face instantly faded. Why? Inoichi's brows furrowed. Isn't the Uchiha clan's business messy enough? Do you know how many people are eyeing that kid now? If you get involved one day, you'll be dragged in, and you won't even know how you died. Ino clenched the handle of the lunchbox. I'm already grown up. Slap. Inoichi slammed his hand on the table, making the cups on it tremble. This is not about whether you're grown up. Ino stood still at the entrance, her eyes gradually reddening. She didn't want to cry, but the more she held back, the worse she felt. Finally, she silently lowered her head and changed her shoes. Then she ran upstairs, clutching the lunchbox, and the door slammed shut. Inoichi stared in the direction of the upstairs, lost in thought for a long time, and finally sighed. The Uchiha matter was too complicated. Countless people inside and outside the village were watching him. Even the Hokage couldn't handle it. How could he, Inoichi, a mere intelligence division member, manage it? No, he must make his daughter stay away from him, absolutely not let her get involved with him. Early the next morning, Ino left the house early. She stood in front of the mirror for a long time, tying and untying her hair repeatedly. Finally, she changed to a light purple hair tie, but just as she was about to leave, she felt it was too conspicuous. Frustrated, she pulled it off and switched back to her usual one. When she reached the hospital entrance, she stopped again. The lunchbox in her hand was still a bit warm. She looked down and muttered softly, I'm just passing by. When Ino pushed the door open, Chiya was sitting by the window. The afternoon sunlight slanted in from outside, falling on his profile and shoulders, softening his originally cold features. The young man was quietly gazing out the window, his black hair hanging over his forehead, his eyelashes casting a faint shadow beneath his eyes. Ino's steps faltered, and her heartbeat suddenly quickened. Ino placed the lunchbox on the table deliberately, making a loud noise. Only then did Chiya snap out of it, and turn to look at Ino. Ino lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. My mom made too much. Just Chiya opened the lunchbox, and upon seeing the food inside, his movements paused. The food was neatly arranged inside, clearly showing that the person who prepared the lunchbox had been very attentive. Ino stood nearby, pretending to look at the vase on the windowsill, but her eyes kept glancing at him. Seeing him start to eat, she secretly let out a sigh of relief. Chiya ate very slowly. He actually didn't have much appetite. The official tournament was coming soon. He knew what would happen that day. The Suna and Oto would make their move, Orochimaru would show his true colors, and the third Hokage would die within the 4 Violet Flames formation. Originally, he just needed to follow the original storyline and avoid the most dangerous places. But now it was different. Danzo would definitely make a move in the chaos, and who knew if Orochimaru had any backup plans. When Konoha fell into chaos during the tournament, everyone would have their own matters to attend to, and probably no one would be able. He had thought of many solutions, such as telling the third Hokage about Orochimaru's plan in advance, or not participating in the tournament, and simply running away. But after reasoning through them, all he hit a dead end. He couldn't explain to the third Hokage how he knew, nor did he have any evidence. Not participating and running away would only give Danzo an excuse to act. As a Missingnin, where could he even escape to? Moreover, there was the Akatsuki organization out there. His current strength was still too weak. Ino watched him drift off into thought again, and finally couldn't hold back. What are you thinking about? Chiya snapped back to reality. Ino frowned, sat down on the bed, and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Staring out the window all day, so young, yet acting like an old man. Chiya looked at her. The girl was very close, her golden hair slipping down from her shoulder, which she hadn't noticed herself. Sunlight fell on her face, making the tips of her ears slightly red. She spoke fiercely, but her eyes revealed an unmistakable worry. Chiya's heart suddenly sank. She couldn't come anymore. She couldn't get too close to him. He had too many troubles on his shoulders. Getting too close would put her in danger. Ino, feeling embarrassed under his persistent gaze, blushed. She pretended to glare at him fiercely. What are you looking at? Chiya was silent for a moment. Ino. What? Don't come anymore from now on. Ino was stunned. Chiya averted his gaze, his voice very flat. I don't need anyone to take care of me anymore. The room fell instantly silent. Ino's fingers were still resting on the lunchbox lid, slowly tightening. As if she hadn't heard clearly what. Chiya turned his head and looked seriously into her eyes. I said don't come anymore. She blinked, her eyes instantly reddening, tears welling up and spinning in her eyes. She forced herself not to let them fall. She pretended to tidy up the lunchbox, lowering her head, her voice muffled. You think I wanted to come? I told you I was just passing by. She stood up, hugged the lunchbox to her chest, and quickly turned her head away. Bastard. Ino ran out. Chiya sat on the bed listening to her footsteps fading away. He sighed, her image of holding back tears still fresh in his mind, a pang of bitterness in his heart. I'm sorry, Chiya whispered softly. In the following days, Ino never came again, and the room became much quieter. The doctor, on the other hand, was pleased, saying that he was finally willing to rest properly. Sakura came by occasionally to tell him about Naruto and Sasuke recently. Sasuke was very mysterious every day, and Naruto was running around with a strange old man. As Chiya listened to Sakura's chatter, the weight in his heart didn't lighten at all. Sasuke was very mysterious every day, and Naruto was running around with a strange old man. As Chiya listened to Sakura's chatter, sometimes he would also attempt to merge chakra, feeling it flow through his fingertips, fusing fire and earth together, turning into waves of scorching heat. The day before the official tournament, Chiya was discharged from the hospital. He didn't go home. Instead, he went to the Yamanaka flower shop first. Ino was inside arranging flowers. Hearing the wind chime at the door, she looked up and froze in her movements. Chiya stood at the entrance. Having not seen him for a few days, Chiya had almost fully recovered. He was still wearing the Uchiha outfit with the same cold expression on his face. Ino quickly lowered her head, pretending to continue trimming flowers. What kind of flowers would you like, customer? Chiya walked in. I have something to tell you. Ino paused, snip, aggressively cutting off a flower branch. What? Don't you not want to see me? Don't go to tomorrow's The scissors stopped with a click. Ino looked up. What? Chiya looked at her, his tone serious. Don't go to the venue. Stay home. Don't go anywhere. Ino had wanted to talk back, but seeing his serious face, her words got stuck. She had never seen Chiya like this. She held the scissors, her fingers turning white. What happened? Chiya was silent for a moment, then instead of answering, he looked into Ino's eyes. Listen to me, just this once. She held the scissors, her fingers turning white. What happened? Chiya was silent for a moment, then instead of answering, he looked into Ino's eyes. Listen to me, just this once. But those words got stuck in her throat, and in the end, she didn't utter a single one. After a long time, she lowered her head and said softly, humph. The next day, the venue was already crowded with people early. Chiya stood at the edge of the competitors' passage, looking up at the elevated seats. The third Hokage had already taken his seat, and the Kazekage sat beside him, his bamboo hat pressed low, obscuring half his face. Even from such a distance, Chiya felt a chill down his back. The spectator stands were nearly full, everyone eagerly anticipating the upcoming matches, their voices mingling into a chaotic buzz. Chiya sighed. A disaster was about to strike. He had barely slept last night. He still couldn't think of a good way to break the situation, for now, he could only take it one step at a time. He even indulged in the fantasy that if Konoha were shorthanded, might Danzo send Root to defend against the enemy, leaving him no energy to come after Chiya. Hey Chiya. At that moment, Naruto sidled over, his face brimming with excitement. It's almost my turn. You better watch closely. Chiya smiled at him. Alright, I believe in you, Naruto. You'll definitely win. Naruto immediately grinned. Of course. You have good taste. I'm going to beat Neji today. Sakura stood nearby, extremely nervous. Naruto, don't just rush in blindly. Don't worry, Sakura, I'm really strong now. Chiya listened to their bickering, but his gaze swept across the audience. Shikamaru leaned against the railing, looking half asleep. Choji sat beside him eating. Next to him was Ino. Chiya's expression suddenly darkened. She had come after all. Ino saw him too. Their eyes met across the crowd. Ino froze for a moment, then quickly turned her face away, pretending to listen to someone beside her. Chiya watched her. After pretending for a while, Ino couldn't help but sneak another glance in his direction. It just happened to meet Chiya's gaze. Her ears turned red and her lips moved. Too far away to hear, but Chiya understood. She was saying, none of... Chiya closed his eyes, almost amused by her stubbornness. He had spoken so seriously yesterday, but she hadn't heeded a word. Just then the announcer's voice rang out in the arena. First match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. Naruto slapped his own face vigorously and stepped onto the field. Halfway he turned back and shook his fist at the others. Watch this. Neji already stood in the center of the arena, his Byakugan scanning over Naruto, his expression cold. As the match began, Naruto instantly created a swarm of shadow clones and charged forward. The arena erupted with puffs of white smoke. Bang, bang, bang. Neji stood in the middle, his footsteps steady, his palm strikes so fast they were almost invisible. Soon Naruto was sent flying. He got up, charged again. Was sent flying again. Sakura shouted anxiously from the sidelines several times, but Naruto seemed deaf to her, wiping the dust off his face and grinning as he stood up again. When Neji's 8 trigrams 64 palm struck Naruto, a series of dull thuds echoed through the arena. Naruto crashed to the ground and lay still for a long moment. Many thought it was over. The next moment, red chakra burst from Naruto's body. The ensuing battle was swift. Neji used rotation to block Naruto's attack, and Naruto was knocked into the dust. Just as everyone thought he had lost, the ground suddenly exploded with a bang, and Naruto burst out from beneath, landing a punch on Neji's chin. Neji collapsed. The arena erupted instantly. Kāma glanced at them, raised his hand, and announced, "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto stood in the center, his face covered in dust, grinning from ear to ear. "We won." Sakura jumped up excitedly. Chiya also smiled. Even though he knew the outcome beforehand, seeing this guy smash the word fate to pieces with his own eyes was still exhilarating. He looked up at the audience. Ino was also smiling. When she smiled, her eyes crinkled slightly, and all traces of her earlier sulkiness with him vanished. But halfway through her smile, as if remembering something, she secretly glanced at Chiya again. Their eyes met. The smile on Ino's face froze for a moment, and she immediately turned her head away. Chiya, however, could no longer smile. He hoped she wouldn't run around or follow him later. His fingers slowly clenched into fists. The arena soon began preparations for the second match. Gaara had already stood up. His gourd of sand swayed gently, and fine sand leaked from its mouth, slowly swirling around his feet. Kāma looked toward the competitor's passage. Second match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. No one came out of the passage. Naruto had just returned to the top and immediately froze. "Where's Sasuke? Why hasn't he come yet?" Sakura's face also turned pale. Didn't Kakashi-sensei take him for training? In the stands, people began shouting in discontent. Gaara stood in the arena, head lowered, silent. But the sand gathered more and more, as if it had a will of its own, coiling around his feet in circles. Up high, the third Hokage and the Kazekage exchanged a few words in low tones, then gave instructions to their subordinates. Down below, Shiranui Gunma, receiving the signal, spoke with a senbon in his mouth. "Uchiha Sasuke has not arrived yet. The match will be postponed." The crowd immediately erupted in uproar. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I thought Sasuke was going to lose by default." Sakura said nothing, just clenched her hands. Just then, 2 figures suddenly appeared above the arena. Kakashi had one hand in his pocket, the other resting on Sasuke. Sasuke stood beside him, wearing different clothes, his gaze icy cold. As the wind blew, his black bangs stirred, and he looked completely different from a month ago. The noise in the arena instantly rose. Naruto's eyes widened. "Sasuke." Kakashi's eyes crinkled as if nothing had happened. Gaara slowly raised his head, his gaze like that of a predator spotting prey. The two stared at each other across half the arena. Gaara slowly raised his head, his gaze like that of a predator spotting prey. The two stared at each other across half the arena, neither making the first move. The wind on the field swept fine sand across the ground, producing a soft rustling sound. The crowd that had been murmuring just a moment ago gradually quieted down. Gunma, with the senbon in his mouth, swept his gaze over the two. Second match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. He raised his hand. "Begin." The moment the words fell, the sand at Gaara's feet burst upward with a crash and swept towards Sasuke. Sasuke moved his feet, and his entire body suddenly vanished from the spot. Boom. The sand slammed into the ground, sending gravel flying. Naruto's eyes widened. So fast. Sasuke didn't stop. He landed, lowered his body, spun sharply with his right hand on the ground, and swept his other leg directly at Gaara's lower stance. Sasuke didn't stop. He landed, lowered his body, spun sharply with his right hand on the ground, and swept his other leg directly at Gaara's lower stance. The sand surged again, but Sasuke seemed to have anticipated it. Using the rebound, he flipped backward, and as soon as his toes touched the ground, he charged for bang, bang, bang. In just a few breaths, a series of dull thuds echoed in the arena. The noise from the audience suddenly rose. Chiya leaned against the competitor's passage, his gaze following Sasuke intently. Over the past month, Sasuke had indeed changed. His speed lacked the sheer explosiveness of Rock Lee's, but with his Sharingan, every step was precisely placed. The moment the sand stirred, he had already shifted positions, as if forcing Gaara to constantly expose openings. Now Gaara was no longer as calm as he had been at the start. The sand still protected him, but Sasuke's attacks were too dense. No sooner had the left side been blocked than the right was under pressure. Before the sand above could descend, Sasuke had already slipped in from below. Suddenly Sasuke's form flickered, and he skimmed across the ground. Gaara's eyes shifted. The next instant Sasuke's fist slammed into the side of his face. Crack! A small piece of sand armor chipped off Gaara's face and fell to the ground. The arena went silent for a moment. Gaara did not counterattack immediately. He slowly raised his hand and touched his own face. On his fingertips was blood, a very small amount of blood, yet he stared at that tiny red stain for a long time. Blood. His voice was low and chilling. Sensing something wrong, Sasuke kicked off the ground and retreated swiftly. The moment he pulled back, the sand around Gaara suddenly surged and exploded outward with a deafening roar. The spot where Sasuke had just stood was cratered by the sand. Naruto's expression changed. Hey, what's wrong with that guy? Sakura, gripping the railing, nervously fixed her eyes on the arena. Gaara hung his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. The sand coiled around him in ever faster spirals, as if something within was struggling to break free. Temari's face had already turned pale. This is bad. Kankuro gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In the arena, Sasuke steadied himself, his right hand hanging at his side, his gaze turning cold. He did not recklessly charge in. By now the sand around Gaara had grown terrifyingly thick. Ordinary attacks could not even reach him. Sasuke took 2 slow steps around the perimeter, his Sharingan tracking the sand's flow. Gaara suddenly lifted his head. He'll kill you. The moment the words left his lips, the sand shot upward, enveloping his entire body. With a cascading rustle, layer upon layer of sand pressed down, quickly forming a massive sphere in the center of the arena. A bulge rose on the surface, slowly opening into a single sandy eye that fixed its gaze on Sasuke. The scene turned eerie. In the audience, the cheers had faded. Few dared to speak loudly. Gunma furrowed his brow, already preparing to step in and stop the fight. Sasuke flung several shuriken. Clink, clink, clink. They struck the sand sphere, leaving only shallow marks that were quickly filled by the fine grains. Then a piercing sound filled the arena. A high-pitched screech like countless birds screaming in unison. Sasuke stood still, a blue-white lightning burst erupting in his right paw. The light grew brighter, tiny arcs of electricity crawling up his arm, making even the pebbles at his feet tremble and bounce. Sakura's head snapped toward Kakashi. That's Master Kakashi's. Kakashi stood by the railing, his visible eye calm and composed. Chidori. Sasuke crouched slightly, his breathing low and controlled. In the next instant, he shot forward. His speed was even greater than before, the lightning tracing a blinding line across the ground. Upon reaching the sand sphere, he did not ram into it directly. Instead, he planted his foot and launched himself up the wall. Bang! Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface. Sasuke raced upward along the wall, the lightning trailing a long tail behind him. Many in the audience instinctively rose to their feet. At the highest point, he twisted around. He dove downward from above. The electric light tore through the air, the screeching pitch rising to a crescendo. Boom! Chidori plunged into the sand sphere. The surface split open instantly, fine sand cascading like water. From within came a piercing, distorted scream. Then from inside the sand sphere, a grotesque claw shot out and clamped onto Sasuke's wrist. The claw was nothing like a human hand. Its nails were long and black, its skin. Then from inside the sand sphere, a grotesque claw shot out and clamped onto Sasuke's wrist. The claw was nothing like a human hand. Its nails were long and black, its skin covered in coarse, rough patterns. Sakura's face went pale. Sasuke gritted his teeth, grabbed his right arm with his left hand, and yanked it back with all his strength. Blood and sand splattered together. Sasuke tumbled backward, bending his knees slightly upon landing, his right arm still trembling. The sand sphere cracked open. Gaara knelt inside, head bowed, half of his body already swollen and twisted. The monstrous arm hung limp, its claws digging into the dirt with a grating, grinding sound. He lifted his head, his eyes wild and unfocused. Blood! My blood! Sasuke gasped for breath, sweat dripping from his forehead. Temari suddenly gripped her fan tightly. We can't fight anymore. Kankuro, without a second thought, leaped down from Genma's eyes turned cold. He flashed forward and blocked the way. The match isn't over yet. Kankuro did not answer, but his fingers twitched and the puppet on his back swayed slightly. The atmosphere tightened instantly. Then a Sand Village Jonin on the sidelines raised his hand. Temari and Kankuro, as if receiving a command, both rushed toward Gaara. Temari spread her giant fan and swept it forward. Whoosh! A gale of wind and sand roared towards Sasuke and Gunma. Sasuke raised an arm to shield his eyes, but as he started to give chase, a sharp tightness seized his chest. He stumbled, pressing his right hand to his knee, his breathing clearly ragged. Chiya saw this and frowned. Chidori was too much of a drain on Sasuke in his current state. By the time the dust settled, Temari and Kankuro had already carried Gaara toward the edge of the arena. Sasuke looked up at them, his eyes cold. He wanted to pursue, but the moment he took a step forward, his body hesitated. Kakashi's voice came from above. Sasuke, don't recklessly chase them. Some still thought it was part of the exam, but others sensed something was wrong and began pushing toward the exits. Some still thought it was part of the exam, but others sensed something was wrong and began pushing toward the exits. Chiya's heart raced faster and faster. He looked at Ino. Ino had also stood up, her face marked with obvious unease. Shikamaru beside her frowned, seemingly aware of the wrongness in the air. Suddenly a white feather floated down from above. Light and slow it drifted downward. At first only a few, but soon the entire sky above the arena was filled with white feathers. The noise from the audience gradually faded. Someone leaned on the railing, swaying, their eyelids drooping. Then row after row of spectators collapsed into their seats. Chiya bit down hard on his tongue. The taste of blood spread in his mouth, and he immediately channeled his chakra to dispel the drowsiness. Genjutsu. Just then the outer wall of the arena exploded with a thunderous crash. Debris flew, smoke billowed. Several figures burst through the smoke into the... Just then the outer wall of the arena exploded with a thunderous crash. Debris flew, smoke billowed. Several figures burst through the smoke into the arena, their blades glinting in the sunlight. High above, the guard behind the wind shadow also moved suddenly. The third Hokage had just turned sideways when a hand pressed down on his shoulder. The conical hat tilted upward slightly. That face, both unfamiliar and familiar, curled into a cold, sinister smile. That face, both unfamiliar and familiar, twisted into a cold smile. The third Hokage's expression shifted drastically just as his hand began to rise. The Kazekage's grip had already clamped onto his shoulder. The next instant, several figures leaped from the four corners of the stands. 4 violet flames formation. Purple flames roared upward, sealing the entire area tightly. Lord Hokage. The venue erupted into chaos. Before the ordinary spectators could even grasp what was happening, the white feathers falling from the sky grew denser and denser. Those who had been shouting a moment ago now slumped heavily in their seats, eyelids drooping. Chiya bit his tongue sharply. The taste of blood burst in his mouth, instantly clearing his mind. The scene before him had descended into utter pandemonium. The stands were littered with collapsed bodies. Figures from Sunagakure and Otogakure charged through the smoke, blades flashing as they struck at the nearest Konoha shinobi. At the edge of the arena, several Chunin had already clashed with the enemy. A series of clangs rang out as kunai sparked against each other. Chiya was about to move when a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Kakashi appeared beside him, his voice low. Don't run off. Stay close to me. Chiya froze for a moment, then nodded immediately. Under these circumstances, sticking with Kakashi was the safest choice. Kakashi drew a kunai with one hand, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. His entire demeanor was completely unlike his usual lazy self. An Odanin lunged from the side, but before he could get close, Kakashi's form flickered, and the kunai had already slashed across the man's wrist. With a clatter, the blade in the enemy's hand hit the ground. Kakashi drove his elbow into the man's chest, sending him flying backward. Sakura. Sakura had already broken free from the genjutsu, her face pale as she stood by the railing. Yes. Kakashi spoke quickly. Wake the others. It's too dangerous here. Sakura finally snapped out of it. She rushed to Naruto's side and slapped him twice on the cheek. Naruto. Naruto's eyes shot open, and he nearly jumped out of his seat. Who hit me? Without explaining, Sakura turned to shake Shikamaru. Shikamaru lay in his seat, his eyes slowly opening as he muttered under his breath. How troublesome. Sakura was taken aback. You were awake. Just woke up. Shikamaru sat up, his gaze already sweeping across the entire venue, his expression growing increasingly grim. By then Naruto had finally caught on. He shouted, Hey, where's Sasuke? Sasuke's gone. Kakashi finally spoke. Sasuke went after Gaara. Naruto, Shikamaru, Sakura, go bring him back. Pakin will lead the way. Yes. The three followed Pakin through a hole in the wall, and with a few leaps vanished into the forest. Just then a sharp sound of something cutting through the air came from above Chiya. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, several figures landed around Kakashi and Chiya. They wore Odanin attire and forehead protectors, landing with no wasted movement. The one in front flipped his palm chakra, already gathering at its center. These men were nothing like the grunts from before. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous explosion erupted from the other side of the stance. Guy kicked 3 enemies aside, his green figure flashing through the smoke. Asuma and Kurenai were also pinned down by foes, surrounded on all sides, unable to break free. The venue had been split into several sections. Kakashi shielded Chiya as they took a half step back. Chiya, don't leave my side. Understood. Chiya acknowledged, but his fingers slowly clenched into fists. Then the figures moved. Kakashi deflected the short blade coming at him. He then twisted his body and kicked another opponent in the chest. That man flew backward, smashing through 2 rows of seats. But before Kakashi could pursue, 2 more enemies closed in. Others flanked around Kakashi, encircling him. One of them blurred his short blade, thrusting straight for Chiya's throat. Chiya jerked backward, the blade grazing his chin, leaving a sharp sting. Deformed hand seals chakra rolling in his throat. Meteor-style lava bullet. A crimson stone projectile shot out. The man dodged sideways, and the bullet slammed into the wall, exploding into a shower of sparks. Before Chiya could catch his breath, another enemy closed in from the right, a palm strike aimed at his shoulder. Chiya's Sharingan whirled, catching the faint chakra flow in the opponent. A sealing technique. He stomped the ground and retreated. Bang! The palm struck empty air, hitting a stone pillar. Instantly, black curse marks crawled across the pillar's surface. A chill ran down Chiya's spine. So they were after him after all. Kakashi-sensei. He barely shouted when Kakashi tried to rush over, but the 5 men immediately pressed in, sealing off his path. Kakashi's gaze turned icy. Who are you? No one answered. The next moment, the men surrounding Chiya moved again. Ino had already risen from her seat. Her face was still pale, her legs weak, but seeing Chiya surrounded, she gripped the railing and took a step forward. Chiya caught her movement in his peripheral vision, and his heart tightened. Don't come. Please don't come. But Ino didn't. She clearly hadn't fully recovered from the Jinjutsu. Her steps were unsteady, but her eyes remained fixed on him. Chiya gritted his teeth. He couldn't let her get close. He suddenly turned and dashed toward the breach in the venue's outer wall. Chiya! Kakashi called out immediately. Chiya didn't look back. The men surrounding him paused for a moment, then all gave chase. Just as he thought. Their target had been him all along. Ino watched Chiya flee the venue, frozen in place. Kakashi too realized what was happening in that instant, his expression darkening. Damn it! As he moved to go, the 5 enemies before him simultaneously formed seals. Wind blades swept across, earth walls rose from the ground, and 2 short blades slashed at his vital points from left and right. Kakashi was forced to stop, deflecting 3 strikes with his kunai, his eyes as cold as ice. Get out of my way. In response, the attacks came even more dense. Chiya had already charged into the corridor outside the venue. It was much quieter here than inside, with only the distant explosions echoing. The walls trembled and dust rained down. He ran fast. The footsteps behind him were also fast. As he rounded the first corner, 2 figures dropped from above, blocking the corridor. The pursuers behind him also stopped. 7 in total, front and back. Chiya slowly exhaled, his Sharingan fixed on their hands. For a mere genin like me, you sure went all out. The one in front finally spoke. Don't hold back. His voice was hoarse. You want die? Go all out. The next moment, all 7 moved at once. Chiya formed a single hand seal and stomped the ground. Earth release, bang. Sharp spikes of earth erupted from the ground, forcing the 2 in front to leap up. Chiya immediately changed his seal. Meteor style. The tips of the earth spikes instantly turned red-hot, radiating waves of scorching air. The man in midair paled, slapping the wall to change direction barely. But another enemy had already attacked from the side. Chiya twisted sharply, slamming his fist into the man's wrist. Crack! A sharp sound, and the short blade dropped from the man's hand. Chiya was about to follow up with a kick when a sudden pain shot through his back. A blade plunged into his lower back from behind. Chiya let out a muffled groan, staggering half a step forward. Before he could steady himself, a kick slammed into his ribs from the right. Bang! He crashed into the wall, his chest tightening as blood surged into his mouth. Yet the men gave him no respite. One swung a blade at his shoulder, another thrust toward his leg, while a third palm, etched with a sealing technique, drove straight for his chest. Chiya's eyes hardened. He twisted violently to evade the sealing palm, but the blade sliced across his left shoulder, staining his clothes crimson. Meteor escaped lava swamp. He slammed both hands onto the ground. With a thunderous roar, the tunnel floor turned a fiery red, and searing magma-like chakra erupted from the cracks. The root ninjas instantly leaped onto the walls, the stone beneath their feet sizzling. Chiya seized the moment to retreat, pressing his back against the wall, panting. Blood dripped from his fingers onto the scorching ground, hissing softly. A ninja stood on the wall, staring down at him. Go! The moment the command fell, 3 figures lunged simultaneously. Chiya looked up, his Sharingan capturing their movements, but his body was half a beat too slow. He blocked the first strike, dodged the second. But the third blade drove straight for his heart. Too close. No escape. Chiya's pupils contracted sharply. Just then the ninja froze. The blade halted less than half an inch from Chiya's chest. Chiya was stunned. The ninja's eyes shifted, his lips quivering, as if desperately fighting to control his own body. At the tunnel entrance, Ino stood, their hands clasped in a seal, her face drained of all color. Mind-body switch technique. Her voice was barely a whisper, and her body swayed. In the next instant, she collapsed straight down. Thud. But the sound exploded in Chiya's ears. Ino. The other root ninjas reacted swiftly. One of them turned sharply, spotting Ino, crumpled at the passage, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Yamanaka clan. He raised a finger. Kill her. The instant the order was given, a ninja dashed toward Ino. Chiya's pupils shrank. He tried to move, but 2 men on either side pinned his shoulders and arms, one of them driving a knee hard into his abdomen. Bang! Chiya tasted sweetness in his throat, blood surging up. Get off! He roared chakra, erupting wildly. The ground beneath him reddened again, scorching heat, rising, forcing the two men to grimace. Yet they did not let go. They seemed to have anticipated his struggle, their fingers locked onto his joints, the hilt of a blade pressed against his nape, making it nearly impossible for him to lift his head. Chiya could only watch helplessly as the ninja reached Ino. Her body lay on the ground, still unconscious from the mind-body switch technique. Her golden hair spread across her face, her usually proud features now deathly pale. Her fingers were still slightly curled, as if she hadn't fully relaxed after forming the seal. A roar filled Chiya's mind. Don't touch her. He opened his mouth, but only blood spilled out. The ninja showed no hesitation, short blade raised, glinting in the dim light of the corridor. In that moment, everything seemed to slow for Chiya. Slow enough to see a speck of dust on the blade's tip. Slow enough to see Ino's eyelashes flutter faintly. Slow enough to remember how her eyes had reddened with grievance, yet she pretended not to care, saying, "You think I wanted to come." She shouldn't have come. He had told her not to. Why didn't she listen? Why did it have to be her? Stop. Chiya's voice was hoarse, almost inaudible. The next instant the blade fell. Thud. The steel pierced Ino's chest. Her body convulsed violently. Blood gushed from her clothes, quickly staining a large patch. Her eyes slowly opened, still unfocused, as if she had just returned from a faraway place, not yet understanding what had happened to her. She looked at Chiya. Her lips moved, but no sound came. Chiya's entire body went rigid. The two men still pressed him, but he suddenly felt no pain. The wound on his side, the gash on his shoulder, the churning blood in his abdomen, all seemed distant, far away. He only saw Ino, the blood spreading across her chest, her fingers scratching weakly at the ground, grasping at nothing. At that moment, a flood of emotions swept through his mind. Was it regret? Regret that he should have planned ahead, should have insisted she stay away, should have left the venue long ago? Was it rage? Hatred toward these ninjas, toward Danzo, toward this world, toward his own pathetic weakness? Or perhaps confusion? Since he had been transported here, he had always carried a cynical detachment, still feeling like an outsider who knew all the plots, understood everything. But why? Why had it come to this? The scene before him seemed to slip beyond his control. It truly dragged him into this world, body and soul. Chiya, because of your arrival, someone truly died for you. He recalled his life before the transmigration. A 20-something office drone, few friends, no one worrying if he was sick or had eaten well. In the years since his arrival, this was perhaps the first time he had been so cared for. Now, everything slowed. He heard his own heartbeat slow and heavy and watched the scene freeze in time. Chiya's breath gradually stopped. Then all emotions burst forth. In an instant, regret, rage, confusion, desperation. Every feeling flooded his mind. The final string in his heart snapped. Ino. His voice was barely a whisper. The next moment, Chiya jerked his head up. The three tomo in his eyes spun wildly, blood vessels spreading like a spiderweb across his entire eyeballs. Agony exploded from the depths of his eye sockets, as if red-hot nails were being hammered into his brain. Crimson blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. Oh. The two ninjas restraining him sensed the shift at once. Back. But it was already too late. Chiya fixed his gaze on the ninja who had stabbed Ino. The ninja tried to pull out his blade, but the air around him suddenly warped. His movements froze. The small space around him seemed gripped by an invisible force. The blade still lodged in Ino's chest. His hand still clutched the hilt. But in the next instant his body began to warp. Bones cracked with a sickening crunch, his chest caved in, shoulders and neck crushed together. The ninja finally showed terror, his mouth opening, but no scream escaped. Then bang! A mist of blood exploded. Warm blood splattered the wall and coated Chiya's face. He knelt on the ground, two streaks of blood trailing from his eyes. His eyes had transformed completely. The scarlet pupils bore no trace of the three tomo. In their place was a ring of cold, twisted black patterns. Mangekyo Sharingan. Slowly he raised his head to face the remaining. You will all die? Meanwhile, chaos had fully engulfed Konoha. On the rooftop, the four violet flames formation had risen, sealing the entire area with violet fire. Orochimaru had already reincarnated the first and second Hokage. The third Hokage, true to his title as the professor of ninjutsu, unleashed a barrage of nature transformations. Until the first Hokage clapped his hands together. Wood-style birth of dense woodland. In an instant, a forest sprouted across the rooftop. Sarutobi dodged and weaved, but was eventually bound by branches, unable to move. In the arena, Kakashi had just finished off an enemy when several ninjas lunged from the side. They didn't engage him directly, only pinning him down. Wind blades swept across the stands, forcing Kakashi to save an unconscious spectator first. By the time he turned toward the direction Chiya had fled, the men had encircled him again. Kakashi's eyes turned cold. He pushed up his headband, his Sharingan locked onto the opponent's movements. Elsewhere, Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru had followed Pakin out of the arena. Soon several sound ninja pursuers caught up. Shikamaru glanced back, his brow furrowing deeper. What a drag, he muttered, but his steps slowed. Naruto started to turn back, but Shikamaru waved him off. You go ahead. I'll hold them off. Naruto gritted his teeth and continued charging after Pac. Deep in the forest, Sasuke had caught up with the three sand ninjas. Kankuro tried to block him, but was intercepted by Shino, who had arrived just then. The two clashed among the trees, puppets, clattering insects swarming from the shadows. Temari was quickly defeated by Sasuke. Gaara's state had grown alarming. Half his body encased in sand, his aura increasingly volatile. Sasuke pressed his attack, lightning crackling in his palm, as Chidori struck toward Gaara. But this time his body had reached its limit. The curse mark on his neck burned, causing him to falter. The next moment, sand slammed down. Boom. Sasuke was sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree trunk. Gaara slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse and inhuman. Uchiha Sasuke. In the forest, broken trees lay scattered on the ground, leaves and branches crushed haphazardly by sand. Sasuke leaned against a tree trunk, blood still at the corner of his mouth. The curse mark on his neck burned in waves, the pain causing his breath to falter. The previous Chidori had nearly drained his chakra dry. Now even lifting his arm felt heavy. Gaara stood not far away, half his body already transformed into a monstrous form. The previous Chidori had nearly drained his chakra dry. Now even lifting his arm felt heavy. Gaara stood not far away, half his body already transformed. Uchiha Sasuke. The next moment the sand lunged forward violently. Sasuke's pupils contracted, but his body was half a beat. Boom, boom, boom. A group of shadow clones suddenly charged from the side, slamming into the sand and forcing it back. Naruto burst through the smoke, grabbed Sasuke by the collar and dragged him backward. Hey, Sasuke, are you okay? Sasuke's chest tightened from being yanked, and he shot Naruto a cold glare. Annoying. You bastard, I came to save you. As Naruto finished shouting, Sakura also arrived. Seeing Sasuke's injuries, her face turned pale. Sasuke-kun. But as she took 2 steps forward, the sand on the ground suddenly shot up, wrapped around her body, and slammed her hard against a tree. Sakura. Naruto's face changed. Gaara lifted his head, the monstrous half of his face twisted, his voice hoarse. Those who get in the way must all be killed. Naruto gritted his teeth. Bastard. Let her go. He formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. White smoke exploded through the forest and countless shadow clones rushed out from the smoke, swarming toward Gaara. Gaara let out a shrill laugh, a massive sand claw sweeping across, destroying entire rows of shadow clones into white smoke. Trees were snapped, craters were smashed into the ground, and wood chips and dust filled the air. In the corridor outside the Konoha venue, the stench of blood had become suffocating. Chiya knelt on the ground, streaks of blood from his eyes running down his cheeks. He slowly raised his head, looking at the remaining root ninja. All of you will die. The remaining few did not move immediately. The previous comrade had been crushed into a mist of blood right before their eyes. It was an instant. They hadn't even seen what he did. Only the air trembled and the man was gone. One of them took a half step back. Chin, yes, right, I shifted slightly. Tenon. The moment the words fell, the space around that man seemed to be hollowed out. His eyes flew wide open, hands forming seals, frantically trying to escape. But as his body moved, the isolated space around him suddenly compressed and crack. The sound of bones breaking was clear and distinct. Off. The next instant his entire body burst apart, blood contained, as if by a transparent square, not splattering outward. Spread out. The remaining few finally panicked. Some threw smoke bombs, some leaped along the wall, and one rushed directly toward the exit. Black smoke exploded with a bang, swallowing the entire corridor. Chiya stood in the smoke, his figure swaying. His right eye throbbed painfully, and the pain spread to half his head. But he did not close his eyes. The patterns of his right eye turned again. Bang. A cloud of blood mist burst in the black smoke. Then a second sound. Bang. The man on the wall had half his body crushed, falling to the ground. Before he could scream, his neck was snapped. The last 2 rushed out of the smoke, one fleeing outward, the other charging at Ino. The one charging at Ino still held a blade. The bloodlust in Chinya's eyes deepened to its darkest. You dare. The next instant the man suddenly stopped midair as if seized by something invisible. His body was clenched by unseen hands, shoulders collapsing inward, chest. You dare. The next instant the man suddenly stopped midair as if seized by something invisible. His body was clenched. Blood mist exploded. The last man fleeing toward the exit turned back just in time to see this. His face changed completely, and chakra erupted from his feet as he tried to burst out. Chiya turned his gaze toward him. That short stretch of corridor suddenly fell silent. The next moment the man's body stiffened in midair. Then bang. No enemies remained standing in the corridor. Chiya leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, then stumbled to Ino's side. The ferocity of the killing had vanished completely. Her usually bright eyes were half open, but now completely unfocused. Chiya pressed his hand over the wound. Blood. His voice began to tremble. Ino's body was light blood still seeping from her chest, her clothes already soaked in a large red patch. Her usually bright eyes were half open, but now completely unfocused. Chiya pressed his hand over the wound. Blood immediately gushed out from between his fingers. No. He lowered his head, his fingers trembling violently. No. His right eye was throbbing as if about to explode, but he paid no attention. The Mangekyo pattern in his left eye suddenly began to spin faster and faster. He stared intently at the wound on Ino's chest. Stop. Please stop. Stop bleeding. His left eye felt as if it were stabbed by a knife. Uchiha's vision went black, and he nearly collapsed. But the next moment the blood gushing from Ino's wound actually slowed. The blood gradually stopped, no longer flowing. Chiya froze, then immediately lowered his head to feel her pulse. Very weak. So weak it seemed it could stop at any moment. His hand pressing the wound stiffened little by little. The bleeding had stopped, but she was not getting better. This eye could only delay time in that small area, making the blood flow slower, but it still couldn't save her, only postponing death. Chiya's throat felt choked, even breathing became difficult. What should I do? He held Ino, his voice hoarse. What should I do? Ino lay in his arms, her hair spilling over his arm. Her face was still smudged with dirt, her lips white almost. Chiya lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers. Tears mixed with blood from his eyes fell onto her face. Don't die. His voice grew softer. Ino, don't die. Outside, the corridor explosions still echoed, and people were shouting in the distance, but those sounds could not reach his ears. He could only hear Ino's faint fading breath. One breath. Another. The intervals grew longer. Chiya's hand pressed firmly on her chest, not daring to relax. He suddenly remembered her standing in the flower shop, still angry, yet unable to resist looking at him. He remembered her placing the lunchbox on the table, insisting it was just on the way. He remembered her, before she fell, hands forming seals, her face deathly pale. She was clearly terrified too. Kaguya. Chiya closed his eyes, his voice almost breaking. Help me. Inside his body, all was silent. Kaguya was still asleep. Chiya gritted his teeth, tears falling. Please. This time, deep within the darkness of his body, a cold white chakra finally seeped out slowly. Chiya's head snapped up. He clutched at this last shred of hope, hastily covering the wound on Ino's chest with chakra. The cold white chakra flowed through his palm, entering her body bit by bit. Chiya poured the remaining chakra from his own body into hers as well. Please. His teeth chattered. Please, please. The cold white chakra finally seeped into the flesh and blood. The stab wound on Ino's chest began to close excruciatingly slowly, the turned out skin and flesh pulling together bit by bit. Chiya dared not blink. His left eye was still maintaining that time freeze, his right eye ached until his vision went dark and his chakra was utterly drained. But he kept pressing. He couldn't stop. Not even for a moment. Just hold on a little longer. He pressed his forehead against Ino's, his voice barely audible. Ino, hold on a little longer. Suddenly hurried footsteps came from outside the corridor. When Kakashi rushed in, the first thing he saw was the bloodstains everywhere. On the walls, on the floor, everywhere. Those wearing Sounding uniforms were no longer recognizable, only shattered headbands and large patches of blood remained. Kakashi's steps halted abruptly. Then he saw Chiya kneeling in a pool of blood. Chiya was holding Ino, one hand still pressed against her chest. The Mangekyo patterns in his eyes had not yet faded, and the blood from the corners of his eyes had half dried. Chiya. Kakashi rushed over and crouched down. Chiya slowly looked up at him. Kakashi. His voice was as light as if it would scatter in the wind. Save her. As the words fell, Chiya's arms went limp and he collapsed. Kakashi caught him, his face frighteningly pale. Medical team. His voice exploded in the corridor. Hurry. On the rooftop, the battle within the purple barrier was also reaching its end. The branches from the birth of the tree world covered the roof tiles, scattered everywhere. The first and second Hokage stood ahead, their eyes hollow. Orochimaru stood behind them, still wearing a smile. Saratobi Sensei, you have grown old. The third Hokage looked up at his once most brilliant student. He slowly formed hand seals. Dead demon consuming seal. Orochimaru's smile froze. The phantom of the death god appeared behind the third, its massive figure bowed, a short sword held in its mouth. You? The third Hokage said no more. He first dragged the souls of the first and second into the death god's belly. The bodies of the two Hokages crumbled, dust peeling from them. Then he seized Orochimaru's arms tightly. Orochimaru's face finally changed, struggling desperately. Old man, let go of me. The third Hokage's grip tightened. Your ambition ends here. The death god's short sword fell. Orochimaru let out a shrill scream, his arms. At that moment, the third Hokage's body also lost its strength. The purple barrier dispersed. The Hokage hat rolled among the broken tiles and stopped beside his hand. Deep underground. In a dim room, Danzo sat in a chair, his staff standing before him. A root ninja knelt on the ground. Danzo-sama, the third Hokage, has fallen in battle. Orochimaru has fled Konoha. Danzo did not respond. His face was grim, his thoughts unreadable. The room was quiet. Soon another root ninja appeared, kneeling on one knee. Danzo-sama. Danzo looked up. The man's voice was tight. The squad sent to capture Uchiha Chiya has been completely wiped out. Danzo's grip on his staff tightened, his fingers creaking. The man's voice was tight. The squad sent to capture Uchiha Chiya has been completely wiped out. Danzo's grip on his staff tightened, his fingers creaking. He slowly rose, his eyes fierce. I will go personally. Beside him, a root ninja immediately bowed his head. Danzo-sama, not now. Danzo shot him a cold glare. The man lowered his head further. The third Hokage has just died. The village will soon have to elect the next Hokage. At this moment, you cannot be associated with the matter of Uchiha Chiya. Danzo said nothing. The pressure in the room gradually sank. After a long while, he sat back down in his chair. Then we must not let him escape. He gripped his staff, his voice icy. We have already burned bridges. He cannot be allowed to live in peace. From the corner, a root ninja stepped forward. Danzo-sama. Danzo looked at him. You will handle one matter personally. Yes. Spread a rumor. Danzo's eyes were dark. Say that during the Konoha collapse, Uchiha Chiya was controlled by Orochimaru and personally killed over a dozen Konoha ninja. Fu lowered his head. Yes. When Chiya slowly blinked awake, his vision was a blur. The white ceiling swayed in his sight several times before gradually drifting in. When he blinked, a sharp pain shot through his eyes like needles. Hiss. He instinctively raised his hand, but the 4-needle on his wrist was tight. The nurse beside him jolted awake. You're awake. Don't move. You mustn't move yet. Chiya couldn't hear the rest of her words. His mind was a tangled mess, as if shattered fragments had been stuffed into his head. Blood tunnels, root ninjas, and the image of Ino lying on the ground. Ino. Chiya sat up abruptly. Where is Ino? Startled, the nurse reached out to hold him down. First, lie back down. Chiya brushed aside the nurse's hand and flung off the blanket. As he moved, a tearing pain shot through his chest and waist. He gritted his teeth and forced himself off the bed. The moment his feet touched the floor, he nearly collapsed. Where is Yamanaka Ino? His voice was hoarse. The nurse's face went pale with anxiety. Don't run around. Your wounds haven't healed yet. Chiya steadied himself against the bed frame, darkness swimming before his eyes. But he didn't care. He pulled out the needle from his hand and stumbled toward the door. The moment he pushed it open, a figure blocked. Kakashi stood in the corridor, stretching out an arm to stop him. Chiya looked up at him, his eyes still unfocused. Kakashi-sensei, where is Ino? Kakashi gazed at him, then fell silent for a moment. In that instant, Chiya's heart plummeted. She survived. Kakashi spoke. Chiya stood frozen. Kakashi continued, the medical team has already treated her wounds. She's out of danger. But she's still very weak and needs to rest. You can't visit her for now. Chiya stared at him blankly. After a long moment, he slowly lowered his head, as if finally releasing the breath he had been holding. At least she's alive. His voice was barely a whisper. The next moment, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion crashed over him. His vision went dark and his body collapsed. Kakashi caught him instantly. I told you not to move. Chiya tried to speak, but no sound came from his throat. Kakashi hoisted him onto his back and carried him back to the ward. Back in bed, Chiya leaned against the pillow, his face deathly pale. Kakashi reattached the 4-needle and called the nurse to tend to him. As the nurse reinserted the needle, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Just woke up and already running around. You really don't value your life. Chiya said nothing. After the nurse left the room, fell silent. Chiya looked at Kakashi. What about Naruto and the others? Kakashi leaned against the window, his voice lower than usual. Sasuke is more seriously hurt, but he's not in danger. Naruto's chakra is severely depleted, so he's resting too. Sakura's fine. She should come to see you soon. Chiya nodded. What about Gaara? The Sand Village took him back. Kakashi paused. There were issues on the Sand Village's side with this incident. Someone will handle it later. Chiya asked no more questions. His head was now throbbing and his eyes ached. Especially his right eye. Every slight movement felt like a needle piercing deep into his socket. Kakashi watched him for a moment before speaking. There's one more thing. Chiya looked up. Kakashi's voice was very soft. The third Hokage has fallen. The room fell utterly silent. Chiya had known this would happen. He had known it since before the Chunin exam began. In fact, from the moment he saw the Kazekage seated on the high platform, he had envisioned this outcome countless times. Yet hearing the words spoken aloud still made his chest feel heavy. The old third Hokage had ultimately perished on this day. Chiya lowered his head, unable to articulate the feeling in his heart. Perhaps it was simply the weight of this space pressing down on him. Kakashi said nothing. Through the window, someone hurried past. In the corridor, hushed voices mingled. Konoha Hospital was filled with the wounded, the scent of medicine and blood intermingling, impossible to dispel. After a long silence, Kakashi suddenly asked, "How are your eyes?" Chinya's fingers froze. He raised his head and looked at Kakashi. His vision was blurry. Then a thought struck him. Kakashi must have already awakened the Mangekyo long ago. He must have recognized the pattern in Chinya's eyes. Chiya rubbed his eyes, wincing from the pain. "It hurts badly." His voice was hoarse. "And I can't see clearly." Kakashi didn't interrupt him. Chiya paused, then continued. "When Ino was hurt, my mind went blank. Then my eyes suddenly ached violently, and they started bleeding. After that I felt like I had grasped some kind of power." Kakashi was silent for a few seconds. Then he looked at Chiya, his gaze growing serious. "Chiya, you've likely awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Chiya looked up, feigning ignorance of the name. "Mangekyo?" Kakashi nodded. "It's a form of the Sharingan beyond the three Tomo. Only a very few in the Uchiha clan can awaken it." He paused, his voice slowing. "It grants immensely powerful ocular abilities. Each person's ability is different, but the cost is immense." Chiya watched him. "Overusing it will cause your vision to deteriorate. In severe cases you could go blind. Your blurry vision now is one of its costs." Chiya was silent. He had known this all along. "Kakashi sensei?" Kakashi nodded slightly, his gaze drifting. "I have also awakened the Mangekyo." He fell silent for a moment, as if recalling some long bear. Then Kakashi looked at Chiya and said, "This power, do not use it casually unless it's a life or death situation." Chiya nodded. Kakashi stood up. "Rest now. He'll have someone keep an eye on Ino and let you know if anything changes." Chiya immediately looked at him. Kakashi, as if anticipating his request, said, "You can't go see her now." Chiya opened his mouth, then closed it. Kakashi's eyes crinkled slightly, but his smile was faint. "Not until you can walk on your own." With that he turned and left the ward. Kakashi's eyes crinkled slightly, but his smile was faint. "Not until you can walk on your own." With that he turned. He had wanted to think about Danzo, about what to do next. But his eyelids refused to obey, sinking shut as he drifted into sleep. His sleep was restless. In his dreams, there was the cramped rental apartment from before, his transmigration takeout boxes piled on the table, a computer screen glowing into the dead of night. Then came the bloody night of the Uchiha compound, flames in the distance, black shadows beneath his feet. He dreamed of Naruto calling his name, of Sasuke, standing far away, turning to look at him. He dreamed of Ino again. She stood at the entrance of the Yamanaka flower shop, a bouquet of flowers in her arms. Chiya wanted to walk toward her, but as he took a step, the petals scattered in the wind. He reached out desperately, but grasped nothing. Finally, he dreamed of Kaguya. Her figure was faint, ethereal, her long white hair cascading to the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she reached out to touch his cheek. Then in the next instant he snapped his eyes open. Chiya woke up, his eyes still throbbing with pain, especially his right eye, which felt like needles piercing it. After staring for a while, his vision blurred. He covered his eyes and sat up. He tried to close his eyes and contact Huey, asking how she was doing. The dream he just had felt far too real. But Huey never responded. Chiya sat on the bed, staring out the window in a daze for a long time. This time she was probably even weaker. When Chiya left the hospital, the streets of Mai had already begun to return to order. The collapsed walls had not yet been repaired. By the roadside, ninjas and villagers were carrying wooden planks together. In the distance, blackened eaves could occasionally be seen. After the great battle, Mai had an indescribable stillness. Everyone kept their heads down, tending to their own tasks with little conversation. The bustling scene from before had vanished, and it would likely be difficult to restore anytime soon. Chiya wandered aimlessly through the streets, eventually finding himself at the Uchiha clan compound. The compound was still the same, empty, with weeds growing in many places. The setting sun fell on the eaves, stretching shadows long on the ground. Chiya walked along the riverbank. Not far ahead, he saw Zetsu sitting by the shore. Zetsu hugged his knees, staring down at the river. Chiya paused, then walked over and sat beside him. Neither of them spoke. They sat there watching the water flow slowly onward. The wind blew over the surface, carrying a hint of chill. The sun sank lower and lower, the light on the river gradually dimming, and the shadows on the bank stretched longer. After a long silence, Chiya, still gazing at the river, suddenly spoke. "Zetsu, moi, what do you think we live for?" Zetsu was startled, then turned to look at him. The look in his eyes was strange, as if he were looking at a patient who hadn't recovered from a fever. Chiya also felt his question was a bit abstract, so he lowered his head and chuckled. "Forget it, pretend I didn't ask." Zetsu was silent for a few seconds, then turned his gaze back to the river. "Of course, for revenge." His voice was low but firm. "And to restore the Uchiha clan." Chiya said nothing. The river continued to flow, ripples spreading and dissipating with the wind. The sky had turned completely dark. The streetlights along the river lit up, casting their shadows onto the water, flickering gently. Zetsu stood up, dusting off his pants. "I'm leaving." Zetsu shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away along the riverbank. Chiya remained seated, watching the river a while longer, until the moon also sank into the water. Then he slowly stood up. The next morning Chiya went to the hospital. This time Jingye was awake. When he pushed open the door, Shanzhonghai and Jingye's mother were both in the ward. Jingye was leaning against the pillow, her face still pale, her chest wrapped in thick bandages, and her usually neatly tied blonde hair slightly loose. Seeing Chiya, she was first startled, then quickly looked away. Shanzhonghai glanced at Chiya, but said nothing. Jingye's mother gently patted Jingye's hand, stood up, and said, "Well, step out for a moment." The door closed, and the ward fell silent. Chiya walked over, pulled up a chair, and sat down. Jingye looked at him. Chiya glanced at the bandages on her chest, his fingers slowly tightening. "I'm sorry." Jingye frowned. "That's the first thing you say when you come in." Chiya didn't look up. Jingye tried to sit up a little, but as soon as she moved, she went. Chiya instinctively moved to help her, but his hand stopped halfway. Jingye let out a soft snort. "I'm not complete." She leaned back against the pillow, took a moment to recover, then continued, "I'm still alive, so don't make that face." Chiya nodded. She looked down at her fingers, and after a few seconds said softly, "At a time like that I couldn't just watch you get killed." Chiya looked up at her. "Don't do that again." Jingye's lips moved as if she wanted to retort, but she was too weak, so she only muttered, "Annoying." Chiya said nothing more. He knew whatever he said now was useless. After a moment he stood up. "Take good care of your wound." Jingye looked at him. "You shouldn't keep coming to the hospital either." Chiya turned and walked toward the door. Just as he was about to leave, Jingye suddenly called out, "Chiya." He stopped. Jingye was still in bed, her face pale, but her eyes were serious. "Take care of yourself." Chiya didn't turn back, only replied softly, "I know." He pushed the door open and left. In the corridor, Shanzhonghai was already waiting for him. Chiya stopped. Hai looked at him, his expression calm. "She almost died." Chiya lowered his head. "I know. You saved her. I should thank you." Hai paused as if still shaken. "But she was also injured because of you." Chiya didn't argue. Hai looked at him for a long moment, then said, "You're too dangerous to be around right now. Jingye is just a child, as she shouldn't get involved." "I understand. I'll keep my distance." Hai raised his hand and patted his shoulder. "You're a good kid." "But I am her father." Chiya nodded, then turned and left the hospital. The sunlight outside was glaring. Chiya raised his hand to shield his eyes, and the pain returned. At that moment, a familiar shout came from across the street. "Chiya." Chiya looked over and saw Mingren covered in bandages, holding a bag of dumplings, waving at him. Xiaoying stood beside him, holding a bouquet of flowers for visiting the sick, with obvious displeasure on her face. Zuizhu was also there, leaning against the wall, hands in his pockets, his expression still cold. Mingren ran up to Chiya, looking him up and down. "You're okay? Great. I thought you'd be bedridden for a long time." Xiaoying frowned. Mingren say less unlucky things. She looked toward the hospital and asked, "Is Jingye awake?" "She's awake." Xiaoying visibly relaxed. "That's good." Mingren immediately chimed in, "Since we're all out of the hospital, let's go eat Ichiraku ramen." Xiaoying punched him on the head. "Is there anything else in your head besides ramen?" Mingren crouched down, holding his head. "Ow ow. Ramen is so delicious." Zuizhu sneered, "Idiot." Mingren jumped up. "Zuizhu, who are you calling an idiot?" Chiya couldn't help but smile. The group walked along the street. Mai was under repair everywhere. By the roadside, people were carrying tiles and clearing rubble. When they reached an intersection, a few villagers ahead were speaking in hushed tones. "Did you hear? That Uchiha brat killed over a dozen my ninjas." Chiya's footsteps faltered. Mingren also stopped. Another person whispered, "Weren't they said to be sound ninjas?" "Who knows? I heard he was controlled by Orochimaru, killed them horribly." The Uchiha. Already scary. Hearing this, Zuozu's face darkened instantly. Mingren's face flushed with anger, and he rolled up his sleeves to charge. "What nonsense are you talking?" Chiya reached out and grabbed his shoulder. "Mingren, don't be impulsive." Mingren turned to look at him. "They're slandering you." Xiaoying also frowned, her expression grim. Chiya looked in the direction the villagers had gone. "It's useless, they're just repeating what they heard." Mingren gritted his teeth. "Then let's find the one spreading the rumors." Chiya didn't answer. He knew very well who it was. The wind blew from the corners, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the distance, white cloth was hung in the direction of the Hokage building. The third Hokage's funeral was tomorrow. The next morning, a light rain fell over Mai. The rain was not heavy, landing softly on the umbrellas. White cloths hung on both sides of the streets, and passers-by were dressed in black, speaking in hushed tones. Chiya followed the crowd to the memorial stone. The portrait of the third Hokage stood at the front. The old man, still wearing his Hokage, had a familiar smile on his face. Chiya followed the crowd to the memorial stone. The portrait of the third Hokage stood at the front. The old Mingren was unusually serious and solemn. He bowed his head, clutching a white flower in his hand. The usually boisterous boy seemed to have grown up overnight. The rain fell drop by drop. The funeral did not last long. Offering flowers, observing a moment of silence, bidding farewell. Mayu kept biting his lip until Yaluka crouched down. The rain fell drop by drop. The funeral did not last long. offering flowers, observing a moment of silence, bidding farewell. Mayu kept biting his lip until Yaluka crouched down and hugged him, then he finally couldn't help but cry out loud. Mingren stood nearby watching for a long time. In the end, he only bowed his head and placed the flower in front. After the funeral, the crowd began to slowly Just then, several umbu suddenly appeared outside the memorial stone. The crowd came to a halt. Shuahomin Yin and Zhuanqin Xiaochun walked over from behind, followed by a few umbu. The moment Chiya saw them, his heart sank. In the next instant, Shuahomin Yin stopped in front of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally landing on Chiya. Uchiha Chiya. The surroundings fell silent instantly. Mingren was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously looked at Chiya. Chiya did not move. Shuahomin Yin continued, "You are suspected of murdering multiple my ninja and are under serious suspicion regarding the Orochimaru incident. Effective immediately, your freedom of movement is temporarily restricted." Zhuanqin Xiaochun added, "Tomorrow morning a trial will be held in my provisional hearing hall. Until then you will be held in custody by the umbu." A low murmur arose from the crowd. "Murdering my ninja. Is this the rumor from before? So it's true." Mingren suddenly lunged forward. "What are you saying?" Xiaoying's face also changed. How could Chiya do such a thing? Zuizhu said nothing, but had already stepped half a pace forward, his eyes chillingly cold. Kakashi also came over, standing between Chiya and the umbu. "Advisor, this matter has not been fully investigated. Isn't this too hasty?" Shuahomin Yin looked at Kakashi. "That's why we will hold the trial." Zhuanqin Xiaochun also said, "Kakashi, this is a decision from the high-level." Mingren clenched his fists in anger. Screw the high-level decision. Chiya was protecting everyone that day. "Mingren." Chiya suddenly spoke. Mingren turned to look at him. Chiya stepped forward and reached out to press Mingren's shoulder. "It's okay." "How can it be okay?" Mingren's eyes were red. Chiya looked at him, lowering his voice slightly. "It might be a misunderstanding. Once explained, everything will be fine." Mingren was momentarily stunned. Xiaoying also looked at him. Zuizhu frowned, clearly not believing the words. Chiya, of course, didn't believe them either. In his heart, he knew very well that this was Tuanzang's doing. How impatient. The third Hokage's funeral had just ended, and they were already making their move. But he couldn't act rashly now. Mingren, Xiaoying, Zuizhu, and Kakashi were all here. If he started a fight, these people would be dragged into it. Chiya didn't want to involve anyone else. Besides, there was still room for negotiation. He didn't believe Tuanzang could turn black into white. Paper could never wrap fire. He raised his hand and slowly pushed down the arm Kakashi had extended in front of him. "Kakashi-sensei, it's fine." Kakashi looked at him. Chiya gave a slight shake of his head. Kakashi was silent for a few seconds, then finally didn't stop him. Two umbu stepped forward. One of them took out handcuffs. Mingren immediately rushed forward again. "Chiya." Chiya turned back to look at him. "Wait for me to come back for ramen." Mingren froze. The handcuffs clicked shut. The surrounding murmurs died down, and everyone's eyes were on him. Chiya did not look back as he was taken away by the umbu. Xiaoying stood still, her fists clenched tightly. Mingren watched Chiya's retreating figure on the verge of exploding. "Kakashi-sensei." He spun around. "What do we do?" Xiaoying also looked at Kakashi. Zuizhu said nothing but stared intently in the direction Shuahomin Yin and Zhuanqin Xiaochun had left, his brow deeply furrowed. Kakashi looked in the direction Chiya had been taken, silent for a long time. After a while he finally spoke. "I'll go find out the specific details." Mingren asked anxiously, "What about us?" "You go back first." "But..." Kakashi turned to look at him. "Mingren, this matter is not something you can handle." Xiaoying also tugged at his sleeve, whispering Mingren. Mingren was furious. "I just can't stand them treating Chiya like this. Why is this happening?" Kakashi said nothing more. He ruffled Mingren's hair, then vanished into the rain. The next morning, my provisional hearing hall. This place was rarely used, only opened temporarily for major incidents in the village. In the center of the hall was an open area surrounded by a full audience. The my high-level officials sat at the front. Shuahomin Yin was in the main seat with Zhuanqin Xiaochun beside him. Tuanzang sat in a side seat, his cane resting before him, half his face hidden under bandages and shadow. Kakashi, Kai, Asamahong, and other jonin were also present. The 12 young ninjas of Mai had all arrived and were seated in the audience. Chiya had also come. Her body had not yet recovered and her face was extremely pale. She sat in a wheelchair with Shanzhong Hai behind her, one hand on the handle and the other supporting her shoulder. Before long the door opened. Chiya was brought in by two umbu. He was still wearing the same clothes, but handcuffs were on his wrists and his face was somewhat pale. Mingren abruptly stood up. "Chiya." Shuahomin Yin looked up. "Silence." Mingren gritted his teeth and was pulled back down by Xiaoying. Chiya did not look back. He stood quietly in the designated area. The hall gradually fell silent. Shuahomin Yin opened the documents before him, his voice low but clear. "Uchiha Chiya. On the day of Orochimaru's invasion of Mai, you killed 17 Mai ninja in the corridor outside the venue. Is this true?" Chiya stood in the center of the hall. Everyone's eyes were on him. He raised his head and looked forward. They were not my ninja. They came to kill me. Nonsense. A nearby ninja stood up shouting indignantly, all the dead were my comrades. How could they possibly come to kill a genin like you? The crowd instantly broke into murmurs, and the hall fell into chaos. Silence. Shuohomin Yin slapped the table. Silence. Shuohomin Yin slammed the table. The noise in the hall gradually subsided. The ninja was still standing, his face flushed red, his eyes fixed on Chiya. They died to protect the village. How dare you say they came to kill you? Chiya looked at him. I am stating the facts. The ninja sneered. Facts. The fact is the scene was covered in their blood. 17 men, not a single survivor. He pointed at Chiya. Uchiha Chiya, they were supposed to protect everyone outside the venue to maintain order. Bullshit. Mingren jumped up. Chiya is not that kind of person. Shuohomin Yin frowned. Sit down. Mingren wanted to say more, but Xiaoying pulled him down. Mingren gritted his teeth and sat down angrily. Shuohomin Yin turned back to Chiya. Uchiha Chiya, you said those ninjas came to kill you, but they were sent by advisor Tuanzang to protect the venue. What evidence do you have that they intended to kill you? Chiya looked up at Tuanzang. Tuanzang sat on the side, one hand resting on his cane, his expression calm. Chiya sneered. Evidence. He raised his handcuffed hands. I nearly died at their hands, and Miss Ino nearly died too. Isn't that evidence? The ninja slammed the table again and stood up. Nonsense. He said sharply, according to the scene, those ninjas fought you to stop you from harming Miss Yamanaka Ino. The ninja slammed the table again and stood up. Nonsense. He said sharply, according to the scene, those ninjas. Mingren stood up again. Xiaoying was also anxious. You can't just say that. How could Chiya be that kind of person? Zuizhu stepped forward this time. He didn't say a word, his eyes chillingly cold. Kakashi reached out to stop him. Zuizhu said quietly, let go. Zuizhu. If you go now, you'll only make things worse for him. The man looked at Mingren. You've all been deceived by him. Tell me, why didn't he go with you to chase Gaara? Mingren was stunned. The man continued. Uzumaki Mingren, your team 7 should act together, right? Then why didn't he go with you? Mingren opened his mouth. It's because. He faltered. The man snorted. It's because he couldn't leave the venue. He had to help Orochimaru create chaos. You're full of shit. Mingren's voice was hoarse from Xiaoying's eyes were red. Chiya is not that kind of person. The man looked at her. Haruno Xiaoying, this deliberation is not about whether you believe him. Chiya stood on the dock watching this scene and suddenly smiled. Shuohomin Yin looked at him. What are you smiling at? Chiya raised his head. I'm laughing at how well you fabricate stories. His gaze swept over Shuohomin Yin and then fell on Tuanzang. I stayed at the venue to follow Kakashi Sensei in stabilizing the situation and protecting everyone. Those 17 men came for me. Kakashi Sensei can testify. Everyone looked at Kakashi. Kakashi stood up. I can testify that after the battle began, Chiya stayed by my side and did not harm anyone. Later, a group of ninjas suddenly appeared, engaged me, while another group chased Chiya out of the venue. The ninja immediately asked, and then Kakashi looked at him. The man continued, after Uchiha Chiya left your sight, did you see what he did with your own eyes? Kakashi was silent. The hall fell quiet. The man sneered, you didn't see. He turned to Shuohomin Yin and continued, that is, Kakashi can only prove that Uchiha Chiya left the venue. As for whether he was being chased after he left, or if he deliberately avoided surveillance to create chaos, Kakashi is not sure. The ninja did. Xiaoying bit her lip, her face turning pale. At that moment, Ino suddenly struggled to stand up, holding onto the armrest of her wheelchair. Yamanaka and Noichi's expression changed. Ino's face was pale, her body still trembling, but she managed to stand. The audience fell silent instantly, everyone looking at the fragile girl. Ino looked at Shuohomin Yin, her voice soft, but those men came to kill Chiya. I saw it with my own eyes. Chiya suddenly looked at her. Ino did not look at him. Her gaze was fixed steadily on Shuohomin Yin. She leaned on the wheelchair, her body slightly hunched, her wounds likely not fully healed. I used the mind-body switch technique to save him. After they discovered me, they attacked me. The ninja let out a cold laugh. Miss Yamanaka Ino, you have just woken up from serious injuries. Your memory is probably unclear. Ino gritted her teeth, her emotions stirring. I am very clear. Oh. The man turned to the crowd. Everyone knows that the Uchiha clan Sharingan is most adept at casting jin. Miss Yamanaka Ino, are you sure what you saw is real? Ino's face turned white. You? The man continued. Is it possible that everything you remember is just what Uchiha Chiya made you see? Ino was shaking with anger. You're lying. She wanted to continue, but Yamanaka and Noichi quickly pressed her down. Inoichi lowered his voice. Don't say anymore. You're too emotional. Your wounds will reopen if you keep talking. Ino's tears suddenly burst forth. She stared at Chiya's back ahead, tears streaming down her cheeks. The murmurs in the hall grew louder. Jinjutsu. No wonder the Sharingan is indeed terrifying. The Uchiha clan. Before. The Uchiha clan is truly evil. Should keep your voice down. Why be quiet? The Uchiha are all gone anyway. Chiya laughed in rage. Well played, Tuanzang, you've prepared thoroughly. He looked up at Tuanzang. You old dog. The hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Chiya, handcuffed, pale-faced, had eyes that were chillingly cold. He pointed at Tuanzang, his other hand also raised despite the cuffs, and said word by word, "Dare you say those ninjas were sent by you to protect everyone?" Tuanzang raised his eyes. He was not angry, nor did he defend himself, just looking at Chiya calmly. As a Konoha ninja inheriting the will of fire, of course I would send people to protect the village and its people. Chiya laughed heartily. The will of fire. Tuanzang said calmly, Uchiha Chiya, anger cannot clear your guilt. As these words fell, murmurs arose again in the hall. Lord Tuanzang is protecting everyone. The men he sent are all dead, and he's being bitten back. This Uchiha is terrifying. Indeed, the Uchiha are all. Someone shouted, kill him. That shout was like a stone thrown into water. Immediately more voices rose. Kill him. Kill this traitor. Average the dead ninjas. Mingren stood up, his face red. It's not like that. His voice was drowned out by the crowd. Zuozu suddenly rushed forward. Kakashi immediately grabbed him. Zuozu's voice was cold. Let go. Kakashi held his shoulder arm. Zuozu suddenly rushed forward. Kakashi immediately grabbed him. Zuozu's voice was cold. Let go. Kakashi held his shoulder arm, straining. If you go now, he's truly finished. Zuozu stared fixedly at the stage, his teeth grinding. Ino, sitting in her wheelchair, could no longer hold back her tears. She didn't understand. She was the one who was saved. Those men really wanted to kill Chiya. Why didn't anyone believe it? Why, as the talk went on, did Chiya become the one who deserved to die? Shuahuman Yin slammed the table several times before the noise gradually. At that moment, Tuanzang stood up. As soon as he stood, many eyes fell on him. Tuanzang leaned on his cane and walked forward a few steps. The third Hokage sacrificed himself for the village. He was my comrade and my brother. Konoha has just suffered a disaster. What it needs most now is order. He said, looking, I inherit the will of fire and will continue to protect this village for Sarutobi. Someone in the crowd murmured agreement. Soon more voices joined. Lord Tuanzang. Thank goodness there is Lord Tuanzang. We must give justice to the dead. Chiya watched this scene and felt nauseous. Tuanzang turned to Shuahuman Yin. Shuahuman Yin frowned, flipping through the documents in front of him. Based on the available evidence, Uchiha Chiya killed 17 Konoha ninjas during the Konoha collapse and is strongly suspected of assisting Orochimaru in creating chaos. He paused. Given his young age and the need for further investigation, execution is temporarily suspended. People below immediately shouted. Death penalty. Must be death penalty. Kill him. Shuahuman Yin frowned. Tuanzang raised his hand, signaling for silence. The noise in the hall gradually died down. Tuanzang said slowly, Konoha will not lose its bottom line because of anger. He looked at Uchiha Chiya is still just a child. Even if he has committed a serious crime, he should be given a chance to reform. Tuanzang's eyes were calm, showing no emotion. Shuahuman Yin spoke. Uchiha Chiya, from today you are deprived of freedom of movement, transferred to special supervision and sentenced to life imprisonment. Mingren's face changed. What a... Xiaoying covered her mouth, tears falling. Zuozu suddenly struggled. Kakashi held him tightly. Ino also struggled to stand, but Yamanaka and Oichi did not let go. Tuanzang looked at the Yanbiyu beside him. Take him away. As soon as he spoke, the two Yanbiyu ninjas stepped forward. At that moment, Chiya suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and the two Yanbiyu ninjas, you've really gone to great lengths. Chiya looked at Tuanzang. I've learned something too. But do you really think you can take me away? With that, with a crack, the handcuffs on his hands shattered. They were special handcuffs that suppressed chakra flow, yet he broke them with a mere tug. Tuanzang's expression changed instantly. That nauseatingly calm demeanor finally disappeared. Huh. Since you all want me dead, then no one should. Suddenly, a violent surge of chakra erupted from his body, whipping up gusts of wind in the hall. Kakashi's expression changed drastically. This is Chiya. The next moment, a huge black-red skeletal structure slowly grew beside him. Susanoo. A blackened skeletal frame slowly unfurled beside Chiya. First the ribs, then the spine. Then a massive bony arm extended from the chakra, its 5 fingers spread wide like a hand reaching out from hell. Boom. The entire deliberation hall jolted violently. The front rows of tables and chairs were overturned by the gale. Several Umbu members, before they could even get close, were forced back by the sheer force of that chakra. The lamps on the wall shattered with a crash, scattering shards of glass across the floor. The crowd burst into chaos instantly. What is this? Quick, fall back. Protect the advisor. Naruto stared blankly at Chiya. Sakura was also stunned. Sasuke's eyes locked onto that blackened skeletal frame, and his breathing grew heavy. So this was Chiya's power. Chiya stood within the ribs of Susanoo, the black patterns in his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating. He looked at Danzo. You old dog. Danzo's calm finally cracked a little. Seize him. Several Umbu members rushed out instantly. In the next moment, Susanoo's bony arms swept across. Bang! The foremost Umbu was sent flying, his body smashing into the wall, which cracked with a loud. A second Umbu circled in from the side, thrusting his short sword fiercely. With a clang, the blade shattered on impact. Chiya turned his head, and Susanoo's bony arm reached out, grabbing him in its grip. The next moment, bang! The entire person was crushed into a bloody pulp. Everyone was stunned. The hall descended into utter panic, people screaming and scrambling to flee. Mitokado Hamura's face changed drastically. Uchiha Chiya, are you rebelling? Chiya laughed loudly. Isn't this exactly what you wanted to see? Accuse me of betraying the village. Then I'll show you a real betrayal. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through everyone, locking onto Danzo. Old dog, weren't you trying to take me away? Danzo stood up and stepped back. He moved swiftly, tapping his staff on the ground, his body flickering as he attempted to retreat through the side door. I'll give you that chance. Chiya's right eye spun violently. The space under Danzo's feet suddenly sank. He had barely moved halfway when his body slammed into an invisible wall. Shocked, he twisted his head around. Chiya's voice grew more manic. Run! Susanoo's skeletal hand grabbed downward. Danzo's expression completely changed. He raised his hand to form a seal, but the bony hand had already seized his body. The skeletal hand brought Danzo before Chiya. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. With that, Susanoo's hand tightened suddenly. Crack! In that instant, the hall fell into a terrifying silence. Everyone heard the sound of bones being crushed. Danzo screamed as if his throat were being torn apart. His body slowly collapsed within Susanoo's grip, blood spurting between the fingers. Bang! The hand clenched completely. Danzo was crushed into a pulp of flesh and blood. The entire hall was dead silent. Naruto's eyes widened. Sakura covered her mouth, her face pale. Ino, still sitting in her wheelchair with tears on her cheeks, was frozen stiff. But the next moment, on the other side of the side seats, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Danzo stood there again, his clothes still fairly intact, but his expression was exceptionally grim. Izanagi. So the old dog wasn't so easy to kill. Danzo raised his head, his eyes finally filled with killing intent. Uchiha Chiya, you will die today. Then try it. At that moment, the sound of dense footsteps came from outside the deliberation hall, and a large number of Konoha ninjas had already arrived. Quick! Block the exits. Don't let him escape. More and more ninjas arrived. Umbu Jonin patrol units, all converging on this area. Chiya's vision darkened, and Susanoo's skeletal frame began to tremble slightly. He couldn't delay. He couldn't kill Danzo now. If he stayed any longer, he would only be worn down and die here. Chiya shot a fierce glare at Danzo. Next time I'll take your dog's life. With that, Chiya spun around sharply, and Susanoo's bony arm punched the outer wall of the deliberation hall. Boom! The wall exploded outward. Debris flew, and the cold wind from outside rushed in after the rain. Stop him! Several ninjas lunged through the breach. Chiya's left eye spun. Sujin. The movements of those ninjas suddenly slowed. As if dragged into thick water, their actions were pressed into slow motion. Every move they made slowed down. Susanoo charged straight through. Bang! 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 Several ninjas were sent flying, crashing into walls and stone pillars. Chiya burst out of the deliberation hall. Chiya! Naruto finally snapped out of it, and was about to chase after him. Sasuke also moved. Kakashi flickered and appeared directly in front of the two, blocking their path. One hand pressed down on Naruto's shoulder, the other stopped Sasuke. Don't chase him. Naruto whirled around. Why? Chiya is clearly a good person. He's been framed. Why won't you let me chase him? Kakashi looked at the broken wall, his voice heavy. If he stays in Konoha, it's a dead end. Naruto was stunned. Sakura stood beside him, tears suddenly streaming down. But Kakashi remained silent. Sasuke stared at the wall outside. Now he finally understood. Those people weren't after Chiya because of whether he killed Konoha ninjas or not. From the very beginning, they were after the special power within him. Sasuke slammed his fist onto the table beside him. Bang! A crack appeared in the wooden table. Power, always power. If he were strong enough, would none of this have happened? If he were strong enough, things would definitely not have turned out this way. Everyone would treat him and all Uchiha with respect. Sasuke stared fixedly at the direction Chiya had disappeared, speaking each word in his heart. Chiya, I will definitely catch up to you, and I will also clear your name. Outside the deliberation hall, Chiya had already leaped onto the rooftop, heading straight for the village outskirts. Susanoo's skeletal frame shielded him, its blackened chakra churning in the rain-washed air. The ninjas behind him kept giving chase, kunai shuriken, and various jutsu flying through the air. They struck Susanoo's skeleton, sparking. Chiya did not look back. He planted his foot and leaped from one rooftop to another. Ahead, several ninjas formed hand seals simultaneously. Earth release, earth flow wall. Boom. An immensely tall and thick wall of earth rose up directly blocking his path. Chiya's right eye throbbed with pain and blood trickled down from the corner. Tianyu. The space in the middle of the earthen wall trembled violently. In the next instant the center of the wall seemed to be crushed by something collapsing with a boom into a large hole. Chiya burst out through the hole. Behind him a jonin closed in from the side, lightning flickering in his hand as he thrust at Chiya's back. Chiya's left eye spun. The jonin's movements suddenly slowed for an instant. Chiya twisted sharply, and the lightning scraped past Susanu's skeleton. Susanu's bony arm swung back and struck. Bang! That jonin was sent flying crashing through the roof and tumbling into a pile of shattered tiles. Don't get close. Engage from a distance. He can't hold out much longer. Chiya heard these words. They were right. He really couldn't last much longer. Susanu's skeletal frame was already fading, its blackened chakra flickering intermittently. Chiya gritted his teeth and continued charging toward the village outskirts. Ahead, Konoha's outer wall came into view. Several ninjas on the wall were about to form hand seals, and Chiya looked up. Get out of my way. No one moved. Several jutsu rained down simultaneously. Fire release, wind release, lightning. All converging on him. Chiya raised his eyes sharply. The blackened Susanu skeleton lunged forward, enduring the first wave of jutsu. With a boom, flames burst across the skeleton, wind blades carved cracks into it, and lightning raced along the chakra bones. Chiya tasted blood in his throat and spat out a mouthful. He did not stop. Susanu's bony arm punched the Konoha outer wall. Rumble. The wall. A second punch. Crack. The fissure spread. As the third punch landed, the entire section of the wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Rubble tumbled down and dust rose into the sky. Chiya rushed out through the breach. Behind him, ninjas still gave chase. After him. We can't let him escape. Chiya plunged into the forest. Tree shadows sped past, and the rain clouds pressed lower and lower overhead. Before long, the rain began to fall again. Soon the raindrops grew denser. Whoosh! A torrential downpour came crashing down. Susanu flickered a few times in the rain, its skeletal edges beginning to disintegrate. Chiya could barely see. Tree trunks rain curtained muddy ground, all blurred into one. He wanted to keep running, but his feet suddenly gave way. Susanu completely collapsed. The blackened chakra dissipated like a flame blown out by the wind, scattering bit by bit in the rain. Chiya stumbled 2 steps and grabbed hold of a tree. His eyes could only see blurred shapes of light and shadow. He could still hear the sounds of pursuers in the distance, but could no longer discern direction. Chiya let out a low laugh, his voice shattered by the rain. How pathetic. The next moment his body went limp and he collapsed into the muddy ground. The pouring rain pounded down on him quickly, soaking his hair, clothes, and bloodstains through. The sounds of pursuit continued in the distance. But Chiya could no longer hear them. He had completely blacked out. Just then someone walked through the rain, their footsteps stopping beside him. By this time the Konoha deliberation hall had descended into chaos. Wind and rain poured incessantly through the gaping hole in the wall, leaving the floor strewn with footprints and bloodstains. Danzo stood beneath the eaves, his face ashen and terrifying. The earlier blow from Susanu had shattered the entire wall along with the carefully laid plans he had prepared. He could have smoothly taken Uchiha Senyu away. Once the boy entered the route, no one would ever see him again. But now not only had the boy escaped in plain sight, but he had also nearly crushed Danzo before everyone's eyes. Danzo's grip on his cane tightened, and he slammed it down hard. Pursue him. The root ninja beside him immediately bowed. Yes. Danzo said coldly, deploy all personnel. Dead or alive, he must be captured. As the root ninja was about to withdraw, Danzo suddenly spoke again. Never mind, I'll go myself. At these words, several nearby root ninja raised their heads in surprise. Danzo ignored them and turned to leave. He could not afford to wait any longer. Uchiha Senyu had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. If allowed to heal and grow stronger, he would become a formidable threat. He had to seize the boy while he was still gravely wounded. Just as Danzo was about to move, a root ninja suddenly rushed through the rain, flashed into position, and knelt before him. Danzo-sama. Danzo stopped. Speak. The root ninja's voice was urgent. 2 suspicious ninja have been found in the village. One has been identified as Uchiha Itachi, the other is likely the rogue Kirigakure ninja Hoshigaki Kisame. Kurinai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi have already engaged them. Uchiha Itachi. At those 4 words, the atmosphere beneath the eaves grew even colder. Danzo frowned. The foot he had already lifted slowly retracted. Uchiha Senyu must be captured, but the greater problem now was Uchiha Itachi. That man knew too much. The night of the clan massacre, Uchiha Sasuke, and the secrets he held. If Itachi exposed them at this moment, the entire situation would spiral out of control. Danzo was silent for a few seconds, his anger gradually subsiding. First, seal the information. His voice was deep. Recall all personnel pursuing Uchiha Senya to the village perimeter. Do not advance without orders. Deploy all village forces to prioritize monitoring Uchiha Itachi and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kakashi standing nearby heard the name, and his visible eye darkened. At this moment Sasuke stood frozen in place. When Senya had defected earlier, he had stared at the broken wall, as if something inside him had, but now hearing that name he felt as if set ablaze, all his fury surging forth. The next instant Sasuke spun around and charged out. Sasuke. Sakura's face changed. Naruto was startled for a moment, then immediately gave chase. Hey, Sasuke, wait up. Sakura gritted her teeth and followed. Kakashi's expression darkened. He turned to Hamura Mitokado. He'll go provide support. Hamura Mitokado frowned as if about to object, but Danzo spoke, first go. Kakashi said nothing, vanished in a flash. On another street in Konoha, rainwater dripped from the eaves. Kurenai stood on the street, breathing heavily. Asuma stood beside her, his chakra blade already glowing. Across from them, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame stood at the intersection. Itachi's black cloak with red clouds was dampened by the rain, but his expression remained unchanged. Kisame, shouldering Samahata, grinned. Leaf Jonin, not bad. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke. What are you doing in Konoha? Kisame was about to speak when Itachi's eyes lifted. Kurenai's gaze sharpened as she formed hand seals. The Jinjutsu unfolded instantly. At the same moment Itachi's Sharingan spun. Mirror heaven and earth change. Kurenai's face changed dramatically. She felt the scene before her warp, her own illusion twisted back at her. In the next instant, invisible branches wrapped around her body, and her feet sank in. No good. Kurenai bit her tongue hard, the taste of blood bursting in her mouth. Just as she was about to break free, a hand landed on her shoulder. Don't look into his eyes. Kakashi's voice suddenly rang out beside her. Kurenai felt her body lighten, as if pulled out by Kakashi. The next moment she opened her eyes, pale. Across the way Itachi hadn't even moved. With just a glance he had countered and reflected her jin. Kakashi had already pushed up his forehead protector, his Sharingan fixed on Itachi's feet. When fighting him, never make eye contact. Kisame looked at Kakashi's Sharingan and chuckled. Oh, another Sharingan. Itachi turned to Kakashi. Kakashizen. Kakashi frowned, his tone serious. Itachi, why have you returned to Konoha? Itachi did not answer. The world seemed to shrink to that one person. Father, mother, the blood in the clan compound, and the silhouette standing in the moonlight that the world seemed to shrink to that one person. Father, mother, the blood in the clan compound, and the silhouette standing in the moonlight that night, all exploded in his mind. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke roared. Kisame looked over curiously. Oh, a Sharingan, and he looks a lot like you, Itachi-san. Uchiha Itachi's voice was flat. He is my younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke slammed his left fist into the wall, leaving a small crater. Itachi, I will kill you. As you said, I hate you, I despise you. I live only to kill you. Kakashi's expression shifted. Sasuke, don't come closer. But Sasuke would not listen. The next instant, blue-white lightning erupted in his palm. ZZZ. A piercing bird cry rang through the street. Chidori. Sasuke stamped his foot and lunged straight. At that moment, Kakashi tried to stop Sasuke rushing forward, but as he looked up he saw a pair of blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyami. Damn it. Kakashi cursed under his breath. But it was too late. In an instant his world turned crimson and he was bound to a cross. Then countless blades stabbed into his body over and over for what felt like an eternity until his spirit was completely broken. Only then did the Jinjutsu release. But in the outside world only a moment had passed. Sasuke charged forward, his Chidori carving a long groove into the wall beside the road. Itachi, die. Die. Itachi stood still, his expression unchanged. The moment Sasuke charged before him, Itachi sidestepped slightly, and the lightning grazed past his cloak. Sasuke's pupils constricted, but before he could alter his move, Itachi lifted his foot and kicked him squarely in the abdomen with a loud thud. Sasuke was sent flying backward, crashing violently into the wall. Sasuke. Naruto's expression shifted, and he was about to rush over when Kisame, bearing Samahata on his shoulder, blocked his path. Don't be in such a hurry, kid. Kisame grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. You're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, aren't you? Naruto froze for a moment, then roared, get out of my way. Kisame chuckled lowly, then swung Samahata abruptly. Whoosh. The heavy blade swept through the rain, and Naruto leaped back just in time. The ground burst open with a bang as Samahata smashed a large crater. On the other side, Sasuke slid down from the wall, blood smeared across his lips. He gritted his teeth, trying to stand, but his body refused to obey. That kick had been too heavy. Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, unable to rise. Itachi slowly walked over to him. Sasuke looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Uchiha Itachi. Itachi grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Too weak. Those words made Sasuke, you are far too weak now. Sasuke stared at Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, suddenly recalling that Chiya also seemed to possess the same eyes. The next moment Itachi's voice rang out again. It seems you do not hate me as you claimed. It appears you have not suffered enough. The next instant the world before Sasuke turned blood red. The clan compound, moonlight corpses, father-mother, and the man standing in the darkness. The scenes unfolded before his eyes again and again like a nightmare from which he could not awaken. Sakura, who had been rushing forward, suddenly halted. She saw Sasuke held in Itachi's grip, his body motionless, his face deathly pale. Sasuke-kun. She wanted to go, but Asuma stopped her firmly. Don't get close. Asuma's voice was heavy. That guy is beyond your reach. Kurenai leaned against the wall, her face still pale. Kakashi knelt in the rain, his hands on the ground, breathing heavily, as if he had been pulled from the water. A single glance from Itachi had reduced him to this state. This was Uchiha Itachi. Naruto, seeing Sasuke's condition, panicked. Let him go. He swiftly formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. White smoke exploded and more than a dozen Narutos charged at Kisame simultaneously. Kisame chuckled. Plenty in number. Samahata swept out, and several shadow clones burst apart with a bang. The original Naruto lunged from the side, swinging a fist at Kisame's face. Kisame raised his hand to block, while his other hand gripped Samahata. So unruly. He'll cut off your legs first. With that, Samahata sliced toward Naruto's leg. At that moment, a green figure suddenly dashed in. Bang. The next instant, Kisame was sent flying by a kick, sliding far across the wet ground before regaining his balance. Naruto blinked in surprise. Bushy-brow teacher. Guy stood before Naruto, raising a thumb. Just in time. Kisame stared at Guy, his expression odd. What kind of getup is that? Must be some rare beast or monster. Guy's face immediately stiffened. Rare beast. Monster. Seeing Guy appear, Kakashi finally gave out and collapsed. Itachi also released his grip. Sasuke crashed to the ground with a thud, his body still trembling. Itachi glanced at Guy, then turned around. Kisame, let's go. Kisame frowned. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is right here. Itachi did not look back. We've made too much noise. Other Konoha ninja are likely on their way. We withdraw first. Kisame hoisted Samahata onto his shoulder and snorted with a laugh. Fine. The next moment, both figures vanished into the rain curtain. On the street, only the sound of rain remained. Guy watched the direction Itachi had gone, his smile fading. Get them to the hospital first. Outside Konoha, the sounds of pursuit gradually faded. Rainwater dripped from the leaves, falling onto the muddy ground with a pattering sound. Several ninja swept through the forest, heading back toward Konoha. Lord Danzo's orders. Withdraw to the village. The voices were intermittent, soon drowned out by the rain. Deep in the forest, Chiya lay in the mud, drenched through by the rain. After an unknown time, footsteps sounded. Shizune, holding an umbrella and cradling Tonton, walked along the forest path. The rain had fallen too suddenly. She had only gone to gather some medicinal herbs in the nearby mountains, but the heavy rain caught her on the way back, and the mountain path had become muddy and difficult, delaying her considerably. Tonton suddenly twitched its nose. Tonton! Shizune stopped. Tonton poked its head out from her arms and snorted twice toward the forest beside them. Shizune frowned and followed its direction. After a few steps, she saw Chiya lying in the mud. Someone. Shizune's expression changed, and she immediately crouched down to check. Still breathing. Very faint. She reached out and brushed aside the wet hair on Chiya's forehead, revealing the Konoha forehead protector. A Konoha ninja. Shizune glanced at his age. So young. Without another thought, she set the umbrella aside and quickly examined his injuries. No obvious external wounds, but his chakra was depleted to an alarming degree. What had this child gone through? Shizune gritted her teeth and lifted Chiya. Shizune carried Tonton in front and Chiya on her back. The rain beat against her shoulders, streaming down Chiya's clothes. His body was heavy, his breathing so faint it was almost inaudible. Shizune walked quickly. Hold on, she murmured. We're almost there. When Chiya woke, he first heard voice. You really know how to cause me trouble. We couldn't just leave him to die, Tsunadesima. Chiya's eyelids twitched. Tsunadesima. His mind was still hazy, and it took a couple of seconds for him to process. Shizune Tsunade. Chiya did not open his eyes immediately. His entire body ached, especially his eyes, which felt like needles were stabbing them, and even beneath his eyelids there was a searing heat. Then another woman's voice rang out, laced with clear impatience. If you're awake, stop playing dead. Chiya's heart skipped a beat. Tsunade. It really was Tsunade. He slowly opened his eyes. The lamplight in the room blurred into a large patch, and he could only see vague silhouettes. One person stood by the bed, another sat at the table, a wine cup seemingly nearby. Chiya feigned confusion, his voice hoarse. Who are you? Shizune let out a sigh of relief. You're awake, that's good. Chiya looked in her direction. He could not make out Shizune's face, only judging her position by her voice. Did you save me? Shizun nodded. I found you lying in the forest. You were wearing a Konoha forehead protector, so I brought you back. Tsunade snorted. Now it's your turn to talk. Footsteps approached. Tsunade stood by the bed looking down at him. Who are you? Chiya swallowed. I am Chiya of the Uchiha clan. The room fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, Tsunade spoke. Uchiha. She stared at Chiya, her tone growing heavier. Why would a Konoha Uchiha be found collapsed outside like this? Chiya was silent for a moment. He knew he could not say too much, nor could he pretend to know nothing. Before him stood Tsunade. Lying to her would be pointless. Something happened in Konoha. Tsunade's brow furrowed. What happened? During the Chunin exams, Orochimaru attacked Konoha and the third Hokage fell. What did you say? Tsunade's voice turned icy cold. Beside her, Shizun's expression also shifted instantly. Chiya leaned against the headboard, his chest heaving with difficulty. The third Hokage has fallen. I saw him fight Orochimaru with my own eyes, and I attended his funeral afterward. The room was deathly silent. Shizun covered her mouth, her face pale. Tsunade lowered her head, her expression unreadable, but her hands were trembling slightly. Go on. Chiya paused. On the day Orochimaru invaded Konoha, someone took advantage of the chaos to chase and kill me. I killed them in self-defense. Tsunade, who would want to kill you? I don't know. Chiya shook his head. They wore headbands from other villages. Later they claimed to be Konoha ninjas sent to protect the venue. Tsunade's expression grew increasingly grim. Chiya continued. So I was forced to become a criminal who attacked Konoha ninja, and they even accused me of colluding with Orochimaru. Shizun frowned. Were you colluding with Orochimaru? No. Chiya answered quickly. Then why were you outside the village? Chiya gave a bitter smile. Because they didn't believe me. He raised his hand, his fingers touching the Konoha forehead protector on his brow. They held an impromptu trial. I explained everything during the hearing. Kakashi Sensei testified for me, and Miss Yamanaka Ino also spoke on my behalf. But they refused to believe a word. And then, then they sentenced me to life imprisonment. I didn't want to be taken away, so I escaped. Tsunade stared at him for a long time, then snorted and returned to the table to drink a cup of sake in silence. The room suddenly fell quiet. After an unknown stretch of time, Tsunade spoke abruptly. Don't expect me to pity you. In this world there are far too many who are wrongfully accused. With that, Tsunade downed the entire cup of sake in one gulp. Sunadecima, you shouldn't drink anymore. Shizun, just one more sip. Chiya suddenly felt the lamplight sway more violently. He could still see some shapes a moment ago, but now even the positions of Shizun and Tsunade were blurred. He blinked, and a sharp pain shot through his eye sockets. He instinctively raised his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. He could barely. Chiya's heart sank. Tsunade noticed his movement, frowned, and walked over. What's wrong? Chiya slowly looked. He strained to look towards Tsunade, but could only make out a blurry golden silhouette. After a few seconds, he spoke cautiously. Tsunade said impatiently, speak if you have something to say. Chiya hesitated. My eyes. Can they be saved? The room went still. Then Tsunade reached out and pried open Chiya's eyelid. Chiya's body tensed. Don't move. Tsunade's chakra slowly seeped in through her fingertips. Chiya felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if needles were being pushed in one by one. He clenched his teeth, gripping the bedding, and did not utter a sound. Tsunade examined him for a long time. The room was filled only with the sound of rain and the soft clinking of Shizun tidying medicine bottles. After a long while, Tsunade released her hand. Chiya looked at her. How is it? Tsunade did not answer immediately. She walked back to the table, picked up a clean cloth, and wiped her fingers. It's complicated. Chiya's heart sank. Tsunade looked at him, her voice losing some of its earlier edge. Your eyes aren't just ordinary. It's a decline in ocular power caused by overusing the eye's ability. Chiya's fingers slowly tightened. Can it be cured? Chiya knew this was the price of using Mangekyo's power. In the original story, only transplanting a sibling's eyes to become eternal Mangekyo could work. But he still wanted to ask. Maybe Tsunade had a way. Tsunade paused. I don't know. Those 4 words silenced Chiya. He lowered his head, staring at his own blurred hands. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh. I see. Chiya's voice was soft, his head lowered. The room fell silent for a moment. Jingyin stood nearby, as if wanting to offer some comfort, but the words caught in her throat, unsure how to begin. After all, in such matters, anything said would seem trivial. Tsunade, however, had no intention of offering solace. She picked up her sake cup, swirled it, and found it empty, her expression souring further. You'd better not move around now. Chiya lifted his head. Through his blurred vision, Tsunade's figure remained a hazy golden silhouette. Tsunade frowned at his state. And don't think about sneaking off either. Chiya was taken aback. Tsunade let out a cold snort. I've seen plenty of brats like you. Before your wounds are healed, you're already thinking about playing the hero. If you crawl out of this bed now, you'll end up dead in a ditch with no one to claim your body. Chiya's lips twitched. I'm not that foolish. Best be so. Tsunade stood up. Get some rest. Chiya nodded. He truly couldn't hold on any longer. Having escaped from the My Council Hall, using Mangekyo Susanoo, Tanyu Shujin, and others, each one drained chakra heavily, leaving him nearly spent. Now with a slight relaxation, the fatigue surged through his body. At this 13-year-old frame, his chakra reserve was still pitifully small. He closed his eyes. Outside, the rain continued to fall. At first he could hear Tsunade and Jingyin speaking in low voices, Jingyin seemingly trying to persuade Tsunade to drink less, and Tsunade replying impatiently. Then the voices grew distant, and the rain faded. Chiya's consciousness slowly sank. When he opened his eyes again, he stood on that familiar expanse of water. Pale blue light. Towering stone pillars. Beneath his feet the water rippled gently. Chiya froze for a moment, then abruptly looked up. Huey. The surroundings were deathly quiet. Chiya's heart leaped, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Huey. This time a faint voice finally came from afar. You're still this noisy. Chiya froze completely, then an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. You're awake, he said as he ran toward the direction of the voice. The mist in the spiritual space had grown thicker, and the pale blue light had dimmed considerably. Chiya dashed past several stone pillars, and finally saw Huey. She sat at the edge of the water, her long hair draped to one side, her white robe trailing in the water. Her entire form appeared much fainter than before. It was not mere weakness, but more like a cluster of moonlight about to be scattered by the wind. Chiya's pace slowed. The joy on his face lingered, but seeing Huey like this, his heart suddenly sank. What's wrong with you? Huey looked up at him, her voice much lighter than before. Nothing. Chiya frowned. You call this nothing? Huey didn't answer. Chiya walked up to her and studied her face closely. Huey turned her head slightly. Stay back. Instead, Chiya grew more anxious. What exactly is going on? You were off when you saved Ino, and then you went silent. Just now I thought. He stopped mid-sentence. Huey glanced at him. Thought what? Chiya was silent for a few seconds. Thought you were gone. A flicker passed through Huey's eyes. After a moment she said calmly, I was merely sleeping. Chiya breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help frowning. Then why are you awake now? Huey looked down at the water. Someone infused chakra into you. Chiya froze, then quickly understood. Tsunade had used medical chakra to examine his eyes earlier. So it was Tsunade's chakra that woke you. Huey nodded lightly. Chiya looked at her, increasingly translucent form, a bitter feeling stirring in his heart. Then what's your situation now, eh? Huey was silent for a while. I am now merely a residual energy body. Her voice was soft. The chakra I had left was not much to... Over this period, I saved you several times, and it consumed a great deal. Chiya was speechless for a moment. He thought of Bwagwa, of Kakaxi's Raikiri, of the wound on Ino's chest, and of the cold white chakra that surged from within him every time he was on the brink of death. Those things didn't come from nowhere. They were all from Huey. Chiya raised his hand, and a small amount of chakra slowly condensed in his palm. Then let me transfer some to you. Huey looked at his hand. The next moment she raised her hand and swatted it away. With a slap, the chakra in Chiya's palm was dispersed. Chiya was stunned. What are you doing? Huey gazed at him. It's useless. How is it useless? You're too weak. Chiya's mouth twitched. That remark stung directly. Huey continued, the chakra you have is too little, and its quality too low. Giving it to me would only make you weaker. Chiya choked. He wanted to argue, but after thinking for a while he found no words. At this moment he was indeed weak. He had just awakened his Mangekyo and nearly blinded himself, and escaping the village almost left him dead in the mud. If not for Jingyin passing by, he might have been stiffened by the rain. Chiya sat down on the water and sighed. Fine, I'm weak. Huey glanced at him. Chiya looked up at her. Then how do you recover? Huey gazed at the distant stone pillars and said indifferently, I need stronger chakra. Or... Huey didn't finish, but Chiya understood. A storm surged in his heart. He had never considered this direction. If Huey was to recover, it would likely require the tailed beasts. But Chiya showed no sign of agitation. He simply nodded firmly. Don't worry, I will definitely become stronger. Regardless, becoming stronger was the most important thing now. The stronger he was, the more chakra his body could hold. Hunting the tailed beasts in the future would also go more. In the end, it all came down to getting stronger. Huey suddenly looked at his eyes, then reached out and tapped the corner of his eye. Her hand was cool, and Chiya was complete. Here, I can heal it. Really? Chiya looked at her excitedly. He had almost forgotten. Before him was Huey, the progenitor of chakra. Huey looked at him, her tone calm. But not now. The joy on Chiya's face froze. Why, oi? I don't have enough chakra. Chiya opened his mouth, then closed it. That made sense. Huey could barely maintain her own form now, though asking her to heal his Mangekyo was indeed unrealistic. But at least there was hope. Hope was enough. Suddenly Chiya thought of something and clapped his hands. That's right. Huey was startled and frowned slightly. Chiya's eyes lit up. I've had something I couldn't understand for a while. You should be able to write. Huey looked at him. What? Chiya concentrated. The next moment ripples spread across the water. A scroll slowly emerged from the surface. The Flying Thunder God scroll. Ever since he was hunted, he had always felt that something might go wrong, so he kept valuable items on him. The scroll unfurled before them. Dense arrays of seals spread across the water, making Chiya's scalp tingle. He pointed at the seals. This. The Flying Thunder God technique. Huey glanced down at it. Chiya watched her nervously. So, can you understand it? Huey looked for a few seconds. Space-time seal. Chiya nodded vigorously. Yes, it's a space-time ninjutsu. Huey continued to study it. Chiya dared not disturb her, so he obediently crouched beside her. After a moment, Huey raised her head. It's not difficult. Chiya was stunned. Not difficult. Huey's tone was flat. Chiya's mouth twitched fiercely. He had been studying it for so long and hadn't even found the door. Yet Huey took one look and said it wasn't difficult. Was this the gap between humans and the Ōtsutsuki? Chiya quickly leaned in. Then can you teach me? Huey glanced at him. Not now. The smile on Chiya's face. Huey raised her hand, her fingertip gently touching the scroll. The seals were gradually enveloped in pale blue light, then slowly sank into the water. I will study how to teach it to you. Chiya's spirits immediately lifted. Great. Finally some good news. With the Flying Thunder God, even if he couldn't win, he could escape. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. But such a space-time ninjutsu is not easy to master. To use it in battle, you need extremely fast reflexes. At that moment, Huey suddenly raised her hand. Chiya was startled. Wait, what are you doing? Huey said calmly, you're too noisy. I need to rest. Then Before he could finish, the water beneath his feet suddenly trembled. Chiya was pushed backward by an invisible force. Hey, Huey, don't always kick me out. Huey closed her eyes. Get out. Chiya's vision went black. The next moment, he snapped his eyes open. The room was the same as before. Outside, the rain was still falling. The bitter smell of medicine by the bed was pungent. The room was empty. Chiya's lips curled up uncontrollably. Huey was awake and his eyes could be saved. He would soon master the Flying Thunder God. Chiya leaned back against the pillow and let out a soft breath. The next day, Chiya woke up very early. The rain outside the window had stopped, but the eaves were still dripping drop by drop, the sound distinct and clear. Chiya stared blankly for a long while before slowly raising his hand and waving it in front of his eyes. Still blurry. His fingers were right before him, yet they seemed veiled by a layer of mist impossible to bring into focus. Chiya tried blinking a few times, but a sharp pain immediately shot through his eye sockets, forcing him to stop. Don't blink, echoed Huey's voice in his mind. Chiya was startled, then exclaimed with great delight, You're still awake. Don't be noisy. I haven't even said a few words yet. You're noisy just by being awake. Chiya almost laughed out loud. He pushed himself up from the bed and reached for the water cup on the bedside table. His fingertips brushed against the surface twice, only touching a damp cloth. To the right, Huey said. Chiya moved his hand to the right, and indeed touched the cup's wall. He lifted the cup and took a sip. The water was already cold, but as it flowed down his throat, he felt a bit more awake. Then a thought struck him. Hey, does that mean from now on I can rely on you to find my way? Huey was silent for a long time before letting out a soft hum. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Jingyin entered carrying a bowl of medicine. Seeing Chiya sitting on the edge of the bed, she hurried over. You're awake. How are you recovering? Chiya put the cup back and stretched. After a good sleep, I feel much better. That's good, but you still need to rest more. Don't move around too much for now. She lifted the medicine bowl and handed it to Chiya. Chiya reached out to take it, his fingers missing the edge by a hair. Jingyin noticed immediately. She didn't point it out, only nudged the bowl deeper into his palm. Here, drink this medicine. Chiya grasped the rim, lowered his head, and took a sip. The bitterness made his brows knit together. What is this stuff? Medicine. I know it's medicine. I'm asking why it's so bitter. Jingyin was amused by his reaction. If it weren't bitter, would it still be called medicine, eh? Chiya pouted, his face twisted with the urge to spit it out. Can I skip it? No way. I spent a lot of effort preparing this medicine. You have to finish it all. Chiya was about to retort when footsteps sounded at the doorway. Gangso walked in wearing an outer robe, her hair carelessly tied up, her face still bearing the irritation of just waking up. What are you two arguing about so early in the morning? Without waiting for an answer, she walked to the table and plopped down onto a chair. Gangso crossed one leg over the other, then extended a hand toward Chiya, a strange grin spreading across her face. Kid, did you bring any money when you escaped? Chiya was stunned. Huh. Jingyin also looked dumbfounded. Lady Gangso, he's just a child. At those words, Gang's expression grew impatient. She frowned at Jingyin and said, What child? At his age, I was already roaming the ninja world. Besides, we're completely broke, haha. Jingyin covered her forehead, speechless. Gang's turned back to Chiya. Hey kid, you must have money. I saw it yesterday. Chiya gave a stiff nod. He never expected that the same Gangsho who had extorted Naruto would now extort him. Seeing his nod, Gangsho, "Oh, I knew you had money. So how about investing in me?" Without waiting for Chiya's response, she slid from the chair onto the bed and wrapped an arm around him. "They'll let you in on a secret, kid. I'm the legendary gambling goddess around here. Just lend me a bit, and when I win I'll pay you back tenfold." Gangsho spoke with such conviction, her whole demeanor exuberant. But Chiya knew better. Legendary gambling goddess. She was the legendary big fat sheep, the one who lost every bet. Seeing Chiya's prolonged silence, Gangsho's face gradually darkened. "Kid, you don't want to support me." As she spoke, her arm around Chiya tightened. Chiya panicked and quickly forced a smile. No, of course I'm willing." "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Come on, take it out. I saw it earlier." Reluctantly, Chiya pulled a small purse from his clothes and extracted a gold bar. Gangsho's eyes sparkled like stars. She snatched it away. "Gold bar." Jingyin was also dumbfounded, then stammered, Lady Gangsho, this." "Enough. I'm going to win this time. They'll get back everything I lost." As soon as "Let's go. I can feel it. My luck is off the charts today." "Lady Gangsho, is it really okay to trick a kid like—" "Oh, just consider it his medicine fee." Their voices faded into the distance until they were completely gone. Chiya stared blankly for a long time before coming to his senses. He had been extorted. Just then Huey let out a soft laugh in his mind. Idiot. Chiya got up, tidied himself a bit, and left the hotel. Now he had no village, no missions, not even a clue what he was supposed to do. He could only wander idly through the small town. "Really? Then when can we start?" Chiya asked excitedly. "But I still don't know how to teach you." Huey said, her tone flat. Chiya bought a few rice balls and dumplings from a roadside vendor. "By the way, about the flying thunder god technique you mentioned yesterday, have you figured it out?" "I understood it long ago." "Really? Then when can we start?" Chiya asked excitedly. "But I still don't know how to teach you." Huey said, her tone flat and unreadable. "What do you mean?" "I mean you're too stupid. I don't know how to teach you." "Hey, that's a bit insulting." "Watch out. Lamppost ahead." Hui's voice suddenly turned tense. Chiya's vision was still too blurry to see clearly, but at her warning, he instinctively dodged to the side. Then with a loud thud, he crashed into the wall beside him. Huey burst into laughter, and Chiya could almost picture her laughing heartily. "I told you you're an idiot." Chiya's face darkened with exasperation. "Is this Kaguya, the progenitor of chakra?" "Oh right. This Kaguya isn't the progenitor of chakra." "Even so, what kind of Kaguya makes jokes like this?" "Oh, his own Kaguya. Then it's fine." After her laughter subsided, Huey explained some concepts of space-time ninjutsu and went over the principles of the flying thunder god technique. Chiya wasn't exceptionally bright, but he wasn't stupid either. He absorbed the concepts and principles quickly. That evening, Gangsho trudged back to the inn dejectedly, followed by an equally dejected Jingyin. Chiya didn't need to see to know she had lost big. But he still asked cheekily, "Lady Gangsho, you must have won a ton of money, right? So about that tenfold return you promised, shouldn't you be paying up now?" Gangsho lifted her head, her face slightly flushed. She cleared her throat, trying to appear composed, and said, "Ahem, well, we had a bit of bad luck, mainly because, right, I stepped into the casino with my right foot first. That really messed up my luck. You still have some money left, don't you? Lend me a little more. I promise this. They'll definitely win it back." Gangsho looked at Chiya with hopeful eyes. By now, Jingyin was too embarrassed to lift her head. She held Tonton in her arms, staring at the floor, lost in thought. Chiya shook his head like a rattledrum. "I don't have any left. Really, I don't." Gangsho slammed her hand on the table. "Bullshit. I saw it. You still have 2 more gold bars in your bag." As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, the room fell silent instantly. Chiya hugged his small purse and shrank back. "Sunadesima, isn't that a bit too much?" Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "Too much. I'm giving you an opportunity, don't you understand? The chance to invest in the Sannin isn't something everyone gets. But you just lost everything. That was an accident." Shizen stood holding Tonton, already unwilling to speak. Chiya's mouth twitched. "How about this? Give me back that gold bar first." Tsunade's gaze drifted elsewhere. "It's already gone. So fast." Wins and losses happened quickly in the casino. Chiya nearly choked on his breath. "This is called wins and losses quickly. It's more like giving away money quickly." Kaguya was silent in his mind for a moment, then said softly, "She's robbing you." Chiya agreed wholeheartedly, but he didn't dare say it. Tsunade had already reached out her hand. "Kid, give me another one. Really, it's gone. Don't lie to me. Really, there are still 2 in your bag." Chiya was completely numb. He suddenly felt that having poor eyesight had its advantages. At least he didn't have to see Tsunade's perfectly justified expression. Shizen finally couldn't help but say, "Sunadesima, this really is too much. They'll pay it back. You always say that. This time it's different." "How is it different?" Tsunade paused for a moment. "This time the gold bar is bigger." Shizen covered her forehead. Chiya almost laughed out loud, but held it in for fear of getting beaten. In the end, under Tsunade's strong insistence and Shizun's extremely guilty gaze, Chiya reluctantly pulled out the second gold bar. When Tsunade took it, both her eyes lit up. She patted Chiya on the shoulder, looking serious. "Don't worry, kid. When I win, I'll pay you back tenfold." Chiya looked at her blurry golden silhouette and couldn't help but sigh. "Now I'm just afraid that after you lose, you'll ask for a third one." Tsunade paused. Then she coughed dryly. "How could that be?" Shizun muttered under her breath, "Very likely." Shizun. The next morning, Tsunade dragged Shizun out the door. Chiya originally didn't want to go. But Tsunade's line, "You're the investor, so you have to see me win it back with your own eyes," pulled him along. The casino in the town opened early. Inside, the smell of smoke was heavy. The sound of dice shouts and the noise of people banging on tables mixed together, giving Chiya a headache. His eyesight was blurry, and the figures in the casino swayed back and forth, looking like a group of black shadows dancing. "There's a chair on the left," Kaguya reminded him. Chiya sat down to the side. Just as he settled, Tsunade had already rolled up her sleeves and rushed to the table. "Big." She slapped all the chips she had exchanged for the gold bar onto the table. Shizun's face changed. "Sunadesima, don't bet everything at once. What do you know? Momentum. Gambling is all about momentum." Chiya's eyelids twitched. Kaguya said flatly, "She will lose." Chiya replied in his mind, "I know that too." The dice cup opened. 1, 2, 3 small. Tsunade froze. Shizun hugged Taunt in her shoulders, slumping. Chiya was stunned. That was it. A solid gold bar. Tsunade stared for a few seconds, then slammed the table. Again. The dealer looked at her. "Customer, you have no chips left." Tsunade turned to Chiya. Chiya immediately covered his pocket. "There's none left. I haven't said anything yet. Whether you speak or not, I don't have any." Tsunade gritted her teeth at him. Chiya couldn't see her face, clearly only felt that blurry golden shadow swaying before him. He simply closed his eyes. Not seeing meant no pressure. At that moment, the casino entrance suddenly quieted down a little. Chiya was still in a mental battle with Tsunade when Kaguya's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Someone is watching you." Chiya paused. "Who?" "The entrance." Chiya opened his eyes and looked toward the door. He could only see a blurry figure. The person wasn't tall, stood very properly, and seemed to be wearing glasses. Chiya's heart skipped a beat. Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto stood at the entrance, not approaching, just smiling in their direction. Tsunade also saw him. The casino entrance quieted further. Tsunade frowned. "Who are you?" The man pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, "I am Kabuto Yakushi, here to see Tsunadesima. By Lord Orochimaru's order, I have come to invite you." "Tsunadesima, Lord Orochimaru wishes to see you." Tsunade sneered. "He sure knows how to pick a place." Kabuto pushed his glasses. "Lord Orochimaru said that the casino is indeed the easiest place to find you." Tsunade's mouth twitched. Chiya barely held back a laugh. "Reputation precedes him." Shizun frowned. "What does he want with Tsunadesima?" Kabuto didn't answer, just looked at Tsunade. "You'll know when you see him." Tsunade stood for a moment, then tossed the empty chip tray onto the table. "Lead the way." "Tsunadesima." Shizun panicked. Tsunade waved her hand. "Relax. I want to see what tricks he can pull." Chiya also stood up. Tsunade turned to look at him. "Why are you following? My money is still on you." Tsunade glared at him. "Stingy." Chiya's mouth twitched. "This is called stingy. This is the basic duty of a creditor." Kabuto led them outside the town. Ahead was a stone bridge. The river below had risen, gushing noisily against the piers. On the other side of the bridge stood a tall, thin man with a pale complexion, long hair hanging over his shoulders, and a faint smile on his lips. Orochimaru. Even without seeing clearly, Chiya could recognize him. That chilling aura was too obvious. Tsunade stopped at the bridge. Orochimaru looked up. "Long time no see, Tsunade." Tsunade crossed her arms. "I have nothing to say to you." Orochimaru smiled. Still so direct. "Let's talk." Tsunade's voice turned cold. "What do you want from me?" Orochimaru slowly raised his hands. His arms hung limply, as if completely useless. Tsunade glanced at them, her brow slightly raised. "Oh, looks rough." Orochimaru's smile faded a little. "Before he died here, since I sealed my hands." The expression on Tsunade's face vanished. The wind blew across the bridge, stirring the hem of her clothes. After a few seconds, she spoke. "You killed the old man, and now you come to me to fix your hands." "Tsunade, there are no eternal enemies in this world. I have one." Tsunade took half a step forward. "You are that enemy." Kabuto stood nearby, his body tensing slightly. But Orochimaru didn't retreat. "I can give you what you want. I want you dead. Other than that." Tsunade sneered. Orochimaru looked at her and said slowly, "Nawaki." Tsunade's smile froze. "And Dan." Shizun's face instantly changed. "Tsunadesima." Tsunade didn't turn around. She just stood on the bridge as if nailed to the spot. When Chiya heard those two names, he couldn't help but frown. This guy Orochimaru is truly disgusting. Orochimaru continued, "Edo Tensei. You must have heard of it." Shizun immediately shouted, "That's not Orochimaru glanced at her. To be able to stand before you, speak, and look at you. For many people that's enough. Chiya suddenly spoke. That thing isn't alive. Orochimaru turned to him. Chiya leaned on the stone railing of the bridge, his eyesight blurry, only able to see Orochimaru's pale shadow. The day you invaded Konoha, I saw the first and second Hokage. They could move and fight. He paused, but there was nothing alive in their eyes. Orochimaru stared at him for a few seconds. I actually overlooked you, Uchiha Chiya. What are you doing here? Chiya didn't answer. Orochimaru suddenly let out a dry, raspy laugh. Speaking of which, Kianyukin, your own situation seems quite troublesome too. Chiya looked up. Orochimaru's voice was soft. Shimura Danzo has taken over as the 5th Hokage. Konoha's wanted list will soon reach all the nations. Chiya felt as if struck by lightning. Danzo, the 5th Hokage. The pain of being cheated out of money by Tsunade earlier vanished completely. This matter completely caught him off guard. Since he had transmigrated, although there were some small deviations in the plot, the overall flow had been similar to the original. Until now, Danzo had actually become the 5th Hokage. The butterfly effect. Had that butterfly really started flapping? Tsunade turned back to glance at Chiya's eyes were vacant, lost in thought. Orochimaru looked at Chiya, a hint of interest in his eyes. Konoha has no place for you anymore, Kianyukin. He licked his lips. Come with me. I've heard about you escaping from Danzo. I can give you power, help you kill Danzo. I can give you a chance for revenge, and help you study those eyes. At that moment, Kaguya's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Heal your own hands first. Orochimaru was taken aback, then let out a low laugh. How interesting. He looked at Chiya's eyes. Heal your own hands first. Orochimaru was taken aback, then let out a low laugh. How interesting. He looked at Chiya's eyes. I once wanted Itachi's body but failed. But you show me another option. Chiya felt extremely uncomfortable. This guy's gaze was not like he was looking at a person. It was more like looking at an object. Tsunade suddenly spoke. Orochimaru. Her voice was low. Are you done? Orochimaru looked at her. Tsunade lifted her head. Then get lost. Orochimaru wasn't angry. He just smiled and turned to walk off the bridge. You won't refuse me, Tsunade. Tomorrow noon, the wasteland outside town. After a few steps he paused. They'll wait for your answer. Kabuto followed him. Before leaving, Kabuto turned back to Chiya. Kianyukin, you can consider it too. Chiya replied with a single word. Get lost. Kabuto smiled and said no more. The two figures quickly disappeared into the woods. Soon only the sound of the river washing against the bridge piers remained on the bridge. Tsunade stood for a long time, then suddenly turned and walked back toward the town. Shizun hurried after her. Tsunadesima. Chiya didn't move. He couldn't see Tsunade's expression, only heard her footsteps. Much heavier than Kaguya suddenly said she's wavering. Chiya muttered softly, I know. He held the cold stone railing, and slowly, the next day Gang's Ho sneaked out without telling them. Chiya sat on the tatami mat, pressing his palm over his eye socket, his vision still a blur of gray shadows. Hui's voice sounded in his mind. She's gone. Chiya was silent for a moment. You knew all along. Pretty much. Hui was quiet for a moment, as if observing his mood. Chiya slowly stood up and draped his coat over. His movements were not fast, even somewhat sluggish. After Deshuin announced that Tuanzang had succeeded as the 5th Hoying last night, his mind had been in a mess. Originally he thought he had only taken a few extra steps in the original story. But now it seemed that every step he took might collapse the path behind. Tuanzang became the 5th Hoying. This meant that Mai had completely transformed into a different place. It also meant that he could no longer take anything for granted, as the original plot will correct itself. Gangsho would go to see Deshuin. He had known this since last night. For Gansho, those two names were the biggest knots in her heart at the moment. But without Mingren's encouragement this time, could Gangsho really break free? Suddenly Jinjian's anxious voice came from outside the door. Chiya. Chiya slid the door open. Jingyin stood at the doorway, pale-faced, holding Tunten in her arms, clearly having searched for a while. Lady Gangsho is missing. Chiya nodded. I know. Jingyin was stunned. You know? She went to the wasteland outside the town. Jinjian's face instantly changed. Chiya nodded. I know. Jingyin was stunned. You know? She went to the wasteland outside the town. Jinjian's face. Jingyin turned back, her eyes red with urgency. Why are you stopping me? Lady Gangsho is in danger. They'll go. Jingyin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. It was a grassy field. The wind swept bits of grass across the ground, and the distant shadows of trees swayed in the afternoon light. Gangsho stood in the center of the wasteland, her hands hanging at her sides, her face expressionless, making it impossible to guess her thoughts. Dashuin stood opposite her. Do stood a little farther away, still wearing that smile that was so gentle it made people uncomfortable. You are very punctual, Lady Gangsho. Dashuin looked at Gangsho, his voice hoarse and low. Ha, I told you wouldn't refuse me. Gangsho did not answer. Her gaze fell on Dashuin's limp arms. Dashuin let out a light laugh. As long as you heal my hands, I will bring them back. Gangsho's fingers trembled slightly. Do pushed up his glasses and calmly added, "With Lord Deshuan's ability, he can certainly make the two reappear before Lady Gangzhou." Gangzhou trembled slightly, her inner struggle betraying her expression. Dashuan looked at her, the smile on his lips deepening. "You should understand that the lost cannot return out of thin air. This opportunity only I can give you." Gangzhou closed her eyes. After a long time she spoke. "What do you want me to do?" Do's eyes flickered. Deshuan's smile fully spread. "Unseal me and heal these hands." He took a step forward. "If even you cannot do it, then probably no one in this ninja world can." Gangzhou slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to have made a decision. But just as she lifted her foot to step forward, a voice suddenly came from the edge of the wasteland. "Gangzhou." Gangzhou stopped in her tracks. Dashuan also turned his head. Chiya stood at the edge of the wasteland, his clothes rustling in the wind. Gangzhou frowned. "What are you doing here?" Chiya slowly approached. "To collect a debt." Gangzhou's mouth twitched. At a time like this, she shouldn't have laughed. But Chiya's words somehow loosened the crushing weight on her chest just a little. Dashuan looked at Chiya, his eyes narrowed. "Kianyakin, it seems you still haven't fully considered my proposal." "I have considered it very clearly." Chiya stopped beside Gangzhou and looked up at the pale, blurry figure. "Following you brings no benefit." Do's smile stiffened. But Dashuan let out a low laugh. "Bravado won't change your situation, Kianyakin. I can no longer tolerate you, and Tuanzang will not let you off. What you need most now is someone who can protect you." "You," Chiya let out a laugh. "You can't even protect your own hands." Dashuan's laughter stopped. The temperature in the air seemed to drop a few degrees. Seeing Dashuan fall silent, Chiya turned to look at Gangzhou. "Gangzhou, do you really believe him?" Gangzhou's face darkened. "This is my business." Chiya nodded, ignoring her words, and continued. "If Shangshu and Duan really stood before you but could only obey Dashuan's orders, existing only as tools in his hands, do you think they have truly returned?" Gangzhou's fingers trembled, and she abruptly raised her head to look at Dashuan. Chiya's voice remained calm, and he continued earnestly. "They are not shadows without will. When they were alive, they had their own dreams, their own choices, and people they wanted to protect. Shangshu wanted to become Huang, not to be a bargaining chip in someone else's deal. Duan wanted to protect the village, not to become a tool in the hands of those who destroy it." Gangzhou's pupils constricted slightly. Dashuan's face turned. "I understand that you want to see them. If someone told me I could see the person I want to see again, I might also waver." He paused here, his voice faltering. In his mind, Huey said nothing. But Chiya's expression grew heavier. "But Gangzhou, you are a medical ninja. You know better than anyone that life is not just about moving, speaking, or standing before you. True life is the will a person leaves behind when they live the things they once believed in, and the reason they want you to keep moving forward." Gangzhou's breathing became erratic. She seemed to want to speak, but something was stuck in her throat. Chiya looked up at her. "If you agree to Dashuan today, it's not letting them live again. You are making them die again." As these words fell, the wasteland suddenly fell silent. The wind passed between them. Gangzhou's face gradually turned pale. She lowered her head and looked at her hands. Those hands had once saved many people. They had also trembled with blood. She once thought that as long as she didn't reach out, she wouldn't lose anymore. But now Dashuan had torn open her deepest wound, placed what she most desired before her, and told her that as long as she reached out, she could exchange for it. She almost really reached out. Gangzhou closed her eyes. Shangshi's smiling face seemed to emerge from a distant place. "Sister, I will definitely become Huang in the future." Then came Duan's gentle voice. "Gangzhou, I want to protect this village, and I want to protect more people." Her hands began to tremble. Dashuan's face finally darkened completely. "Kianyakin, you know I hate it when people disrupt my plans." Chiya sighed. "Well, you might end up hating me quite often then." The moment he spoke, Dashuan's form suddenly moved. His neck stretched like a snake, lunging forward with terrifying speed. Though his hands were unusable, his body remained astonishingly fast. All Chiya saw was a pale blur closing in. Chiya sidestepped a gust of wind grazing his shoulder. Tsunade instinctively moved to act, but Kabuto had already appeared at her flank. "Tsunadesima, your opponent is me." A cold gleam flashed in Kabuto's hand. Shizen cried out from a distance, "Tsunadesima." Tsunade raised her hand to block Kabuto's first strike, then slammed her fist into the ground. Boom. The wasteland cracked open. Kabuto leaped back, dodging the impact, but his face showed no panic. "Indeed, if I get hit by you even once, it would be trouble." On the other side, Dashuan and Chiya were locked in a fierce battle. One couldn't use his hands, the other couldn't see clearly, yet both struck with ruthless ferocity. Dashuan's speed was extraordinary. Chiya's current body simply couldn't match it. But Chiya unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu, and the two exchanged blows relentlessly. Then Dashuan spat out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, and in a flash he thrust it at Chiya. So fast it seemed like a streak of lightning. Chiya had no time to dodge. In the next instant, a small black-red skeletal frame rose from his chest. Clang! The skeleton barely managed to block the Kusanagi sword. Deshuin's pupils contracted. He withdrew the Kusanagi sword, extended his long tongue, and licked his lips. The power of the Uchiha. It's magnificent. I must have you. On the other side, Kabuto suddenly slashed his palm and blood gushed out. Tsunadesima, look here. Tsunade looked and froze. Then her whole body trembled. She wanted to step forward, but it was as if something pinned her to the spot. Blood. All she could see was that single patch of red. Images from the past surged like a flood. Nawaki's dawn body slowly growing cold in her arms. She wanted to save them, but she couldn't save anyone. Tsunade. Shinya's voice came from beside her, but Tsunade seemed not to hear. Dashyuin seized the moment to close in on Shinya, a cold smirk spreading across his pale face. Distraction in battle is not a good habit. Chiya felt a heavy impact on his chest and was sent flying. He rolled twice on the ground, a bitter taste rising in it. The world spun more violently. Shinya gritted his teeth and pushed himself up, only to find Dashyuin already in front of him. Shinya instinctively dodged to the right. Dashyuin's attack grazed his hair. Shinya raised his hands and formed seals, flames erupting from his mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. Flames rolled toward Dashyuin. Dashyuin twisted his body as if boneless, evading the fire, then closed in with a cold laugh. Useless. Such ninjutsu can never hit me. Shinya stepped back, his foot slipping, nearly falling. Dashyuin's voice rang out again. Kian, you can rest assured I will take good care of your eyes. Shinya closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The next moment his right eye snapped open. The pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly within, and his pupil contracted sharply. The world seemed to freeze for an instant. Shinya raised his hand, reaching toward Dashyuin's position. Amino de Jikara. Dashyuin's smile faltered for a moment. In the next instant, the space around him twisted violently. That invisible patch of space was seized by an unseen hand, compressing inward with brutal force. Dashyuin's previously smiling face stiffened. Before he could utter a sound, his body was instantly crushed and deformed. A dull explosion tore through the air. Kabuto spun around, his expression changing for the first time. What a... Dashyuin's body was locked in place by that power. He tried to transform into snakes to escape, but the entire surrounding space seemed sealed, rendering him immobile. Blood trickled down Shinya's cheek from his right eye. He gritted his teeth and clenched his hand tighter. Break. The space constricted again. Bang. Dashyuin's body was crushed, violently flattened into a shapeless mass. Kabuto stood frozen. Even Tsunade, jolted by the deafening sound, briefly regained her senses and stared blankly toward Shinya. Shinya covered his eye as searing pain surged like a tide. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers, dripping onto the soil. Then Kaguya's voice echoed in his mind. He's not dead. Shinya panted. I know. That snake has plenty of life-saving tricks. The dust cleared. The crushed body lay motionless on the ground. Kabuto was about to speak when the corpse's mouth suddenly split open. A pale, cold, wet figure slowly crawled out from within, coated in sticky fluid. Dashyuin rose anew, his expression darker than before, yet a smile still clung to his lips. What terrifying eyes! He looked at Shinya, his voice hoarse. The Uchiha clan never ceases to amaze me. Kabuto involuntarily stepped back half a pace. He had just witnessed Dashawansama's body crushed by that power. If it were him. Kabuto's throat bobbed. Shinya slowly raised his head. Blood dripped from his chin. He tried to stand, but found little strength left in his legs. Dashyuin noticed. A pity. How many more times can you? Shinya smiled. I have plenty of tricks. Enough to kill you. Tsunade stood still trembling. The next moment Dashyuin charged at Shinya's right eye now throbbed so painfully he could barely open it. It felt as if a fire was lodged in the socket. Even the slightest movement sent agony buzzing through his skull. Dashyuin's figure closed in again. Left. Kaguya's voice resounded in his mind. Shinya lunged sideways. In the next instant, Dashyuin's attack grazed his shoulder, and the ground exploded with a thud, sending up a spray of dirt. Shinya gritted his teeth, rolled over, and quickly formed hand seals. Earth style, mud spear. Several earthen spikes erupted from beneath Dashyuin's feet. Dashyuin twisted his body, slithering between the spikes like a snake, his smile growing ever wider. Kianyakin, your body is even more interesting than I imagined. Shinya ignored him. His right eye couldn't open, so he relied on his left eye and Kaguya's warnings to barely gauge positions. Meanwhile, Kabuto's gaze fell on Shinya's face, more precisely on his right eye. That eye was now closed. Blood still streamed through the gaps of his fingers. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a slow smile spreading across his lips. I see. He had hesitated to approach recklessly. That dojutsu which could flatten Dashyuin's body would make anyone's blood run cold. But now it seemed that I would be unusable for a short while. Kabuto glanced at the blood on his palm, then at Tsunade, who still stood trembling in place. Tsunadesima, your current state seems hardly fit for battle. As he spoke, his form blurred as he dashed straight towards Tsunade. Shizun's face changed. Tsunadesima. Kabuto's hand shimmered with a chakra scalpel aiming for her shoulder. Chiya didn't turn his head, but his left eye moved. Shujin. Kabuto's movements suddenly slowed for an instant. Chiya's form flickered, and he yanked Tsunade behind him. Then clang. Kabuto's chakra scalpel struck the skeleton, unable to cut through. Chiya looked up, fury blazing in his eyes. In the next moment, Susanu's skeletal arm slammed down with brutal force. Kabuto dodged, swiftly retreating a great distance in an instant. Then Dashuin's voice rang out from the side, summoning technique. In the next instant, a massive cloud of white smoke exploded across the wasteland. Boom. The ground sank heavily. A giant purple serpent lifted its head from the smoke, its colossal body coiling across the wasteland. The snake's head alone loomed like a small house bearing down. Chiya looked up, his vision was blurry, seeing only a vast purple-black shadow. The corner of his mouth twitched. This thing is way too huge. When he used to read the manga, he never realized how massive these summoned beasts could be. But facing it directly, he felt the sheer scale. It was overwhelming. His Susanoo skeleton looked like a toy before Manda. Kaguya's voice grew graver. Run. You can't win. Without hesitation, Chiya grabbed Tsunade and retreated. In the next instant, Manda's tail swept across. Whoosh. A gale blasted straight into their faces. Chiya's expression shifted. The black-red Susanoo skeleton crossed its arms in front of him. Bang. The tail slammed into the Susanoo skeleton with tremendous force. The ground beneath Chiya's feet instantly cracked, and he was sent flying a great distance. Dashuin stood atop Manda's head, chuckled. Heck, Chiya, don't you have plenty of tricks to kill me? Go ahead and use them. Before Chiya could respond, the massive serpent head dove down. Chiya had no time to dodge. The Susanoo skeleton raised its arm to block. Bang. The current skeleton couldn't withstand such a heavy blow. With just one strike, cracks appeared on the Susanoo. Anxiety welled up in Chiya's heart. His chakra was already severely depleted. Dragging this out any longer might truly mean defeat. Kabuto, now standing beside Dashuin, suddenly spoke. Dashuin-sama, his eyes are heavily drained. Dashuin smiled. I can see that. In the next moment, Manda's head slammed down again. This time, Chiya did not retreat. The black-red Susanoo skeleton raised its arms, bracing against the strike. Boom. The ground beneath him collapsed. The Susanoo skeleton emitted cracking sounds as if it were about to be crushed. Pain lanced through both of Chiya's eyes. Tsunade stood behind him, watching. Once again, he had placed himself in front of her. Manda raised its head, and Dashuin's laughter echoed from above. Chiya, how much longer can you hold on? Chiya didn't answer. The black-red Susanoo skeleton suddenly trembled. Crack, crack, crack. Outside the skeleton, black-red chakra began to churn. Between the originally empty ribs, chakra textures resembling muscles slowly formed. The arms grew thicker, and the shoulders broadened. The Susanoo was still not enormous, only about 4 or 5 meters tall. But compared to the skeletal form earlier, its power was clearly far greater. Dashuin's eyes lit up. Evolved Doi. Standing within the half-body Susanoo, Chiya looked up at Manda's massive shadow. Again. Enraged by those words, Manda lunged, its fangs bared. Chiya stomped forward, and the half-body Susanoo raised its fist, slamming it into the side of Manda's head with brutal force. Bang! That punch sent Manda's head reeling to the side. The massive serpent fangs scraped past the Susanoo's shoulder, and with a crack they shattered the rock beside it. Taking advantage, Chiya landed another punch on Manda's lower jaw. Boom! Manda recoiled in pain. Brat! The wasteland was churned into a mess of tumbling rocks by its massive body. Chiya panted, the half-body Susanoo shielding Tsunade. Kabuto also moved. He didn't charge at Chiya, but circled towards Tsunade's flank. Chiya immediately turned his head. His left eye was about to shift again. Tsunade suddenly looked up. Enough. She had watched long enough. In the next moment, Tsunade stepped forward. Enough. Her voice thundered across the wasteland. Chiya paused. Kabuto also halted for an instant. Tsunade stood before Chiya, her golden hair whipped by the wind. Her hands were still trembling slightly, but she had finally risen. Boom. She stomped the ground, and the entire earth cracked open. Kabuto's expression changed, and he hastily retreated. Chiya, still within the Susanoo, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Tsunade flexed her wrist, her voice still a little hoarse. With that, Tsunade raised her head and looked at Dashuin. The fear in her eyes had turned into fury. Dashuin, she said coldly. Now it's my turn. Gangsho stared coldly at Dashuin. Now it's my turn. As she spoke, she bit her finger and rapidly formed hand seals. Slap. Her palm struck the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. White smoke exploded, and a giant slug appeared in the center of the wasteland, a gentle voice accompanying it. Lady Gangsho. Gangsho did not turn around. Slug, take care of them. Yes. Several small slugs split off from the main body and landed beside Qianyi and Jingyin. The half-body Susanoo around Qianyi wavered, and the black-red chakra flickered twice like a dying flame before slowly dissipating. He knelt on one knee, his right eye too painful to open, and his left eye throbbed with swelling. The small slug crawled onto his shoulder and spoke in a very soft voice. Please don't move for now. Qianyi caught his breath and didn't pretend to be strong. He indeed couldn't move now. Wan Shi's massive body coiled on the wasteland, its crimson eyes fixed on the slug, its tone filled with impatience. Does she want you summoned me just to deal with these few? Wan stood atop Wan Shi's head, his expression gloomy. He did not answer. Wan Shi only stared at Gangsho. The person who had been frozen by the sight of blood moments ago was now standing before him. Gangsho's hands were still stained with blood, but this time she did not lower her head. The next instant she stomped her foot. Boom. The ground exploded directly. Gangsho shot forward like a cannonball. Wan Shi's head lunged downward, its massive shadow instantly covering her. The next moment Gangsho punched the ground. The wasteland split with a roar and fissures spread rapidly beneath Wan Shi. Wan Shi's body tilted, its head veered off, and with a crash it slammed into the nearby embankment. Dust and smoke billowed up. Gangsho did not stop. She leaped over the rubble, her figure flickering, and directly jumped near Wan Shi's head. Wan's pupils contracted. Gangsho. Bang. Gangsho's fist smashed down. Wan Shi's head was driven down by the punch, and the ground instantly collapsed in a large area. Wan Shi roared in fury. Little girl. Its massive tail swept across, bringing a gust of wind. Gangsho landed, bent her legs, and in the next moment shot forward again. At the same time the slug opened its mouth and sprayed acid. Hiss. The acid landed in front of Wan Shi, sending up clouds of white smoke. Forced to raise its head, Wan Shi's tail swept wide, smashing a distant rock with a boom. Wan's expression grew increasingly grim. His hands were still crippled, and many ninjutsu were unusable. Do stood nearby watching Gangsho drive Wan Shi back with punch after punch, his gaze behind his glasses darkening. The Gangsho now was no longer the one trapped by blood moments ago. Continuing to fight was pointless. Wan clearly understood this as well. But Gangsho did not give him a chance to speak. She crushed the ground with a stomp and used the recoil to rush before Wan. Wan slid backward like a snake, spitting out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, its cold light thrusting straight at Gangsho. Gangsho sidestepped, raised her hand, and grabbed his collar. Wan's face changed. Bang! Gangsho punched him in the face. Wan flew backward, rolling several times on the ground before crashing violently into a pile of rubble. Before he could get up, Gangsho had already walked up to him. Without a word, she raised her foot and stomped. Boom! The spot where Wan had been lying was directly crushed into a deep pit. His body slid out from the side, still wearing that cold smile, but the amusement had faded considerably. Gangsho looked up. Wan, do you still want to continue? Wan was silent for a moment. He glanced at Gangsho, then at Qianyi in the distance. Qianyi knelt on the ground, his right eye closed, face pale, but the threat from his Mangekyo Sharingan had not dissipated. That move, Heavenly Dominion from earlier, Wan did not want to endure it a second time. He let out a low laugh. Gangsho, you're still the same. Gangsho took a step forward. Wan did not linger. Do, let's go. Do immediately came to his side. Boom. White smoke exploded, and Wan Shi's massive body vanished from the wasteland. Wan and Do also took advantage of the smoke to retreat quickly. Gangsho stood still, only lowering her hands slowly after confirming they had left. At this moment Jing In ran over. Lady Gangsho. Gangsho snapped back to reality, then turned and walked to Qianyi. Qianyi was still sitting on the ground, and the small slug on his shoulder was channeling chakra to him. He looked up at Gangsho, twitched the corner of his mouth, and forced a smile uglier than crying. Did we win? Gangsho didn't reply. She crouched down and placed her palm on his chest. Green chakra slowly flowed in. After a moment she frowned. Your chakra is severely overdrawn. Qianyi said softly, I know. Gangsho then looked at his eyes. Qianyi instinctively tried to avoid her, but she firmly pressed his head. Don't move. She examined him for a while, then use the Sharingan less in the future. Especially your two dojutsu. If you misuse them, your eyes will eventually have problems. Qianyi was silent for a moment. Too much trouble, no choice. Gangsho looked at him without speaking immediately. That statement was indeed honest. After a while she stood up and said, let's talk when we get back. After they returned to the inn, Gangsho directly pressed Qianyi onto the bed. Qianyi initially wanted to sit up, but a glare from Gangsho made him lie back. He had no choice but to lie still. The sky gradually darkened. Gangsho sat at the table, a scroll spread out before her, and she wrote for a long time with Qianyi couldn't see what she was writing, only the rustling sound of the brush tip across the paper. After a while Gangsho rolled up the scroll and tossed it into his arms. Keep it safe. Qianyi touched the scroll and froze. What is this? The basic formula of the Yin seal. Qianyi's hand trembled, and he almost sat up. The Yin seal. That was a technique that stores chakra in the body. Combined with Gangsho's creation rebirth technique, it was the famous Byakuga 100 healings technique. Gangsho leaned back in her chair, her voice flat. This is a technique that allows you to store chakra in your body during normal times. Store more in the future so you don't drain yourself every time you fight. Qianyi gave an awkward smile. Gangsho continued. Also, you shouldn't rely solely on the Sharingan to fight. The stronger the dojutsu, the greater the cost. You should know that best yourself. Qianyi nodded. Then what should I do? Gangsho looked at the small slug lying on his shoulder. Go to the Shikatsu. Gangsho continued. You can learn Sage Jutsu there. If you can master Sage Chakra, your path will be much broader. The small slug spoke gently. If Lord Qianyi is willing, I can guide you. Qianyi held the scroll and smiled slowly. Good. Gangsho stood up and walked outside. At the door she paused. First get your body well. Qianyi murmured an acknowledgement. Gangsho pushed the door open and left. The room fell silent. Qianyi lay in bed staring at the blurry ceiling beams, still clutching the scroll in his hand. The next day Tsunade and Shizun rose early to pack their luggage. At that moment Chiya was still sitting by the bedside drinking his medicine. The bitterness of the potion made his entire face contort into a grimace. Tsunade glanced at him and couldn't help but frown. Don't make that face. It won't kill you. Chiya set down the bowl and let out a long breath. This taste, it may not kill you, but it could take half your life. Shizun was stifling a laugh beside him. Tsunade ignored him and tossed the remaining packets of medicine onto the table. Remember to take them. Shizun and I are heading back to Konoha. Chiya was taken aback. So soon? Tsunade slung her bundle over her shoulder, her expression sour. Konoha is in such chaos that I can't rest easy without going back to check. Especially now that someone like Danzo sits in the Hokage's seat. Chiya fell silent for a moment. Tsunade paused at the door and turned back to say, just go straight to the Shigalin forest and don't wander off. Without the slug, no one can find you there. Lay low and come back later. Chiya nodded. I understand. Tsunade nodded and pushed open the door to leave. Shizun, carrying Taunton, followed behind. When she reached the door, she glanced back at Chiya. Take care, Chiya. Chiya gave her a smile. Take care. After the door closed, the room fell silent. Chiya sat for a while, then looked down at the little slug lying by the table. When do we leave? The little slug lifted its head. Anytime you wish. Chiya immediately stood up and stretched. Over the past few days his body had recovered considerably. Though his eyesight was still slightly blurry, it was far better than before. The little slug crawled onto the table, spreading out a summoning scroll for the Shigalin forest. Chiya bit his finger and wrote his name on the scroll. Uchiha Chiya. As the blood settled, the patterns on the scroll glowed faintly for a moment before dimming again. The little slug said, the contract is complete. The next moment, a faint white light emanated from the little slug. Lord Chiya, please do. All right. No sooner had he spoken than Chiya felt the ground vanish beneath his feet. With a thud, a flash of white light filled his vision. When he regained his senses, his feet were already standing on a soft, damp surface. Before he even opened his eyes, his first sensation was the humidity. Moisture rushed toward him as if a heavy rain had just fallen, and his clothes instantly clung to him with a layer of coolness. Chiya instinctively took a deep breath. His nose was filled with the scent of vegetation, grass, earth, and a faint aroma of mushrooms. When he opened his eyes, he was utterly stunned. Everywhere he looked, there were lush green plants. Ferns grew to an absurd size, their leaves stacked layer upon layer, towering higher than the trees outside. Thick stems burst from the ground like green pillars holding up the sky. Beside them were enormous mushrooms. The caps of the mushrooms spread open like rooftops, shading the area above. Shades of gray-white, light brown, and pale red mingled together, densely packed, blocking out most of the sunlight. In the Shigalin forest, it was hard to see a full sky. Only scattered fragments of light filtered through the gaps in the vegetation, falling upon moss and puddles, casting faint glimmers. Chiya slowly stepped forward. A soft crunch sounded beneath his feet. He looked down. It was a fallen fern leaf. The leaf was as large as a blanket. Chiya's lips twitched. What do these plants eat to grow so big? No sooner had he spoken than a fluttering sound of wings came from above. Chiya jerked his head up. A giant dragonfly flew in from the mist, its wings beating rapidly. The creature's body alone was half the size of a person. Chiya froze, then pointed at it, his words stumbling out. Hey, what kind of monster is that? The little slug let out a soft chuckle from his That's just a dragonfly. Only a bit larger than usual. Chiya swallowed hard. A bit larger. At this size it could eat a person. The giant dragonfly flew overhead, buzzing as it disappeared behind an enormous fern leaf. Chiya stared at where it had vanished, taking a long moment to collect himself. Walking through the Shigalin forest, he truly felt as though he had shrunk into an insect. On both sides of the path stood massive mushrooms. The ground was thickly carpeted with fallen leaves and moss soft underfoot, with occasional water seeping out from beneath the foliage. In the distance, the roar of a waterfall echoed, rumbling as if it were far away, yet making the entire forest seem to tremble. The little slug led him deeper into the forest. The farther they went, the thicker the mist became. At first Chiya looked around everywhere, but eventually he simply followed the little slug obediently. The plants here were so enormous that after a few steps it was easy to lose all sense of direction. Before long, a massive mountain suddenly appeared ahead. Chiya stopped. The mountain was pure white with a few pale blue streaks running across its surface, extending from the depths of the mist to a place beyond sight. He was about to ask what mountain it was. The next instant the mountain shifted slightly. The ground trembled along with it. Chiya's eyes widened. The little slug said gently, "Lord Chiya, this is my true body." Chiya stood frozen. He tilted his head, trying to look up, but he could not see the top at all. The enormous white body lay deep within the Sharingan forest, stretching across like a mountain range. Standing before it, Chiya could not even make out a single segment of its markings. He opened his mouth. "This is too huge." The next moment, Lady Kuyu's voice came from the depths of the mist, still gentle. "Lord Chiya, welcome to the Sharingan forest." Chiya quickly straightened up. "Lady Kuyo, Lady Tsunade has already informed me of your situation. Rest today and begin training tomorrow." Chiya was about to say he had already rested enough, but swallowed the words. It would not be wise to be rebellious right after arriving at someone else's territory, better to follow their arrangements first. Lady Kuyo prepared a meal for him. The food was all made from mushrooms, various berries, and vegetables. The mushroom soup was fresh and warm, comforting to drink. The berries looked peculiar, some like white jade beads, others like tiny purple lanterns. When bitten into, their juice was sweet. Chiya had not expected much, but after one bite, he could not stop. So delicious. He held a purple berry in his hand, speaking indistinctly. The little slug said, "There are many berries in the Sharingan forest. Lord Chiya can pick them yourself later." Chiya nodded vigorously. "I will. He'll go explore more when I get the chance." After the meal, the little slug led him to his lodging. It was a mushroom house. To be precise, it was a medium-sized mushroom whose cap had been hollowed out. A wooden ladder was built into the mushroom stem, and climbing up it led to his room. Halfway up the ladder, Chiya couldn't help but look around. All around were mushroom houses of various sizes, some with water droplets hanging from their caps, others with faint light glowing from their windows. The scenery was truly beautiful. He entered the room. Inside, everything was made of mushrooms. A mushroom table, mushroom chairs, and a mushroom bed. Chiya pressed his hand on the bed. It was soft. He sat down, and it bounced slightly. "This bed is amazing." He eagerly lay down to try it out, and found he didn't want to get up. Chiya had planned to study the Een Seal scroll for a while, but the bed was just too comfortable. He really didn't want to move. Soon he felt his eyelids growing heavier and heavier until he sank into a deep sleep. At night, the Sharingan forest was utterly silent. Outside, only the sound of the waterfall and the occasional chirping of insects could be heard. It was so comfortable here. Though it was a bit humid, it wasn't stuffy. On the contrary, a gentle breeze brought a pleasant coolness. Thus, Chiya's first day in the Sharingan forest ended with a long, beautiful sleep. Early the next morning, the little slug called him awake. Chiya rubbed his face, got up to wash up. That sleep was incredibly satisfying, or it had been a long time since he had slept so deeply. After washing up, the little slug led him to a waterfall. The cascading water plummeted from a high cliff, its roar thundering in his ears. Moss covered the surroundings, and the stones were slick with moisture. Yet beside the waterfall lay a smooth white stone, as if deliberately placed for someone to sit on. Chiya sat down on the white stone. The little slug slowly crawled onto his head, its soft body pressing against his hair. Chiya stiffened. The posture felt a bit odd, but he didn't complain. Lord Slug didn't waste words, it simply explained the cultivation method once. The first step of the Sharingan forest sage art did not require Chiya to absorb natural energy himself. The little slug would first absorb a wisp of natural energy, and then transmit it into his body. All Chiya had to do was sense it, and remember how it differed from ordinary chakra. If his chakra began to fluctuate, or the natural energy showed signs of losing control, the little slug would instantly withdraw it. When the natural energy first entered his body, Chiya nearly shivered. It was very cold. Unlike chakra that flowed from within, it was like a drop of external water falling through his crown and slowly sliding along his meridians. Chiya was about to mobilize his chakra to touch it, but the next instant the drop of natural energy was withdrawn. He opened his eyes. That fast. The little slug said nothing more, simply telling him to close his eyes again. The second time, the third, the fourth. The entire morning Chiya repeated the same task. Sitting, sensing the natural energy enter his body, then being withdrawn. At first it seemed easy, but later it grew increasingly exhausting. He had to stay mentally focused, not distracted, not impatient, and not let his chakra stir. Besides, the process was unbearably tedious. He was constantly distracted by the occasional insect flying, by the roar of the waterfall, the chirping of distant insects, and then he would fail and start over. At lunch, Chiya held a bowl of mushroom soup, his neck stiff. He stared at the soup surface for a long time, suddenly feeling as if he were practicing some kind of elderly health regimen. After a few days passed gradually, he could finally catch that sensation the moment natural energy entered his body. A few more days later, even without the little slug transmitting natural energy, Chiya, sitting by the waterfall, could faintly sense that power floating in the air. It was everywhere, in the water, in the leaves, and the damp moss beneath his feet. But he could only sense it, not draw it into his. The little slug soon began teaching the second step, making natural energy remain inside the body. This step was far more painful than the first. The first time the little slug directly transmitted a much larger amount of natural energy. The moment that energy poured down from his crown, Chiya's entire body stiffened. His meridians felt as if they had been flushed with ice water. Instinctively, he mobilized his chakra to suppress it. As a result, his chakra immediately went into chaos. The next moment, the natural energy was withdrawn by the little slug. Chiya gasped for breath, his forehead drenched in sweat. Again, he gritted his teeth. The second time, still failure. The third time, the natural energy barely lingered for a breath before being withdrawn. He let natural energy enter his body time and again, only to see it withdrawn each time. The process was excruciating. Every time he felt he let natural energy enter his body time and again, only to see it withdrawn each time. The process was excruciating. Every time he felt he was close to success, it vanished with a snap. Every time he thought he had stabilized it, the next moment his chakra would go haywire. Chiya nearly cursed aloud several times. Kaguya, seeing his impatience, reminded him not to rush. Chiya thought that was true. Now in the Shirgu forest, no one could find him except Tsunade and Shizune. Why was he in such a hurry? Living like this, eating and drinking every day, wasn't bad either. He even entertained the thought of staying here forever. After another 10+ days, he finally managed to keep natural energy inside his body for a brief moment. Though brief, he could clearly feel the natural energy merging with his own chakra, fusing into Sage Chakra. Next came the third step, absorbing external natural energy on his own. After this step began, Chiya sat by the waterfall every day for most of the day. The little slug no longer perched on his head. This was also the most dangerous time. Without the slug, he had to be extremely cautious. A single mistake could turn him into a statue, never to return. He closed his eyes, sensing everything in the Shirgu forest. Sometimes after sitting for a long time, Chiya would suddenly forget he was cultivating. He felt as if he were a stone remaining here, experiencing the wind and water. Until one day, he finally sensed the natural energy slowly drawing near him with each breath. Then it gradually entered his body, merging seamlessly with his chakra, as if by nature. Soon green stripes appeared under Chiya's eyes, resembling the facial tattoos of ancient tribes. Chiya opened his eyes. Did it work? The little slug lying on the nearby stone, its voice tinged with joy. Lord Chiya, you have successfully absorbed the first wisp of natural energy. Chiya sat on the white stone, stunned for a long moment. Then he looked down at his palm and couldn't help but laugh. Excellent. From his arrival at Shirgu Forest to now, nearly a month had passed. He had finally touched the threshold. At that moment, the Sage Chakra inside him suddenly vanished, as if sucked away by something. The stripes under his eyes also gradually faded until they disappeared. Chiya was startled. Huh, the duration is that short. At that moment, Kaguya inside him suddenly burst into laughter. Idiot, I took it away. Chiya then realized. I knew it. How could I be that short? Chiya continued asking. Hey, why did you absorb the Sage Chakra? Can you use it? Kaguya sensed it for a moment, then said, it can restore me. Chiya was stunned. Really? This power is very similar to the power of the God Tree's fruit. It can directly restore my origin. Kaguya was quiet for a while. Then she began to try imitating Chiya's method to absorb the natural energy outside. Chiya immediately felt the balance within him waver. The natural energy nearly went out of control. He quickly stabilized his chakra and gritted his teeth. Kaguya slowed down. Kaguya paused. I know. Chiya's forehead was sweating. You know nothing. You almost sent me off just now. Kaguya was silent for a moment, then let out a soft hum. I will learn. Chiya sat by the waterfall, hearing her words, and his heart suddenly trembled. What if this ancestor really got up and practiced sage art while he was asleep at night? If things went wrong, he might be sent up. Nonsense. How could I be that stupid? Kaguya's annoyed voice rang in Chiya's heart. After some days, Chiya finally stabilized his mastery of Sage Mode. Without the slug, his Sage Mode could last 5 minutes. With the slug on his body, it could be extended to 10. Chiya was sitting by the waterfall at this moment, the markings under his eyes slowly fading. He opened his eyes and looked at his own hands. After Sage Mode receded, the feeling of fullness gradually faded, but a faint, indescribable lightness lingered in his body. His eyes also felt much more comfortable. Previously, when he looked at distant things, it was always as if a layer of mist veiled them. Now it was much clearer. He could see the moss on the rock wall behind the waterfall and the droplets of water on the fern leaves far away. Progress on the Yin seal, however, was very slow. The technique Tsunade gave him looked like just a few pages of paper, but actually practicing it was a troublesome affair. Every evening after returning to the mushroom house, Chiya would sit at the mushroom table, light a small bioluminescent mushroom lamp, unique to the Shirgu forest, and slowly store chakra at the center of his brow. The first time he only managed to hold it for an instant. The second time barely a few seconds longer. The third time it scattered with a pop. Chiya slumped onto the table, muttering in a dejected tone, "Why is this thing more torturous than immortal arts?" Hearing this, Huey only replied indifferently, "Too crude." Chiya jerked his head up. "You think you can do better?" Huey was silent for a moment. This kind of ninjutsu isn't worth my learning." Chiya was stunned for a second, then almost burst out laughing. Huey said coldly, "What are you laughing at?" Chiya quickly suppressed his amusement. Nothing. Even if she couldn't do it, she still spoke with such self-righteousness. However, the Yin seal indeed required extremely strong chakra control. Talent and effort were both indispensable. It was a ninjutsu that tested one's patience immensely. Chiya practiced for a long time before finally storing the first wisp of chakra at his brow. That night, sitting at the mushroom table, he was so excited he nearly jumped up. Although the chakra stored was pathetically small, it was a start after all. Next was to maintain control and store a little more each day. From that day on, his daily routine became completely regular. Waking up in the morning, he would first go to the waterfall to practice sage mode. The little slug perched on his shoulder, helping him absorb natural energy. Chiya would split a portion of the refined sage chakra and let Huey slowly absorb it. During this period, Huey's periods of silence grew longer, and she absorbed more and more sage chakra. Chiya could sense that her chakra was gradually recovering. At noon, he would carry a small bamboo basket to gather berries. There were so many berries in the Shirgu. Some were sweeter than sugar. Some could make one's teeth ache with sourness. There was also a red fruit. The first time Chiya saw it, he thought it looked beautiful and picked one to bite into. Then his tongue went numb for half a month. After that, he would give that fruit a wide berth whenever he saw it. In the afternoon, he would go to practice the Yin seal. In the evening, he would go to the clearing behind the mushroom house. That clearing was originally covered in small mushrooms, but after Chiya's relentless activity, it had become increasingly battered. First, a few holes appeared on the ground. Then the holes grew larger. One night, a sudden boom in the distance startled several little slugs who poked their heads out to look at him. Chiya stood in the center of the clearing, covered in mud, with half a blade of grass dangling from his hair. Seeing the little slugs, he immediately waved his hand. "It's nothing. I'm practicing earth release." The little slugs watched him quietly. Chiya looked down at the huge pit behind him and added, "Just a slight mistake, haha. He'll fill it in later, don't worry." This kind of day continued for who knows how long, until one morning after Chiya had finished his usual sage mode practice, Huey absorbed a portion of the sage chakra and fell silent again. Chiya shouldered his bamboo basket and prepared to go deeper into the forest to gather berries. He had recently discovered a new patch of berry bushes. There a pale golden fruit grew. Its taste like honey, sweet and delightful. The only problem was that the path was not easy to traverse. That area was deeper in the Shirgu forest, where ferns grew thick and dense, and the ground was covered in slippery fallen leaves and swamps formed from decaying vegetation. With each step, sometimes his foot would sink up to his calf. As he walked, Chiya pushed aside the obstructing fern fronds. A drop of water bounced off a leaf and landed squarely on his face. He wiped his face and grumbled, "This place is really suitable for growing mushrooms. I feel like I'm about to sprout mushrooms myself." After walking a little further, he finally saw the patch of pale golden berries. Chiya's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. He'll pick more today. He had just crouched down when a faint sound came from under his feet. Crack. Very soft. As if something had broken. Chiya froze. The next instant, the fallen leaves and moss beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. Crash. Chiya plummeted downward. He reacted quickly, grabbing a thick vine beside him with his right hand, his body hanging in midair beneath him, nothing but a pitch-black void. The bamboo basket slipped off his back and fell with a thud. The sound echoed back from below after a long moment. Chiya stared at the hole beneath him, and, so deep, the little slug poked its head out from his shoulder. There was no such hole here before. Chiya pulled himself back to the edge using the vine, and lay down to peer into the hole. It was pitch black down there. Not a glimmer of light. The edge of the hole was lined with slippery stones and thick snake-like roots entwined around the rock wall. Chiya squinted. In his normal state, he couldn't see anything. So he closed his eyes. Sage chakra slowly flowed through his body. Green markings gradually appeared under his eyes. Sage mode. The next moment, the world transformed. Though no sunlight reached the cave, he could now make out contours. Stone walls, roots, damp crevices, and deeper still, an unnaturally open space. Chiya's heart gave a sudden leap. "There's something down there." The little slug whispered, "Lord Chiya, there are many unexplored places deep in the Shirgu forest." Chiya lay at the edge of the hole. The more he looked, the more his curiosity itched. This place didn't seem like an ordinary cave. The space below was vast, and he could faintly sense an ancient natural energy rising from the depths. It was as if something long buried had suddenly released a wisp of its aura. Chiya sat at the edge of the hole silent for a few seconds. Then he tugged at the vine to make sure it was sturdy enough. The little slug seemed to sense something. "Are you going down there?" Chiya looked down at the dark hole, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. "If I don't go down and take a look, I won't be able to sleep tonight." With that, he grabbed the vine, pushed off with his toes, and leaped into the hole. The space below was very deep. Even when the vine reached its end, he was still far from the ground. The next moment, he let go, plunging straight. Then with a thud, he landed directly on the ground. During Sage mode, all his physical attributes were greatly enhanced. His Boda's toughness was several times stronger, so this height couldn't harm him. Chiya dusted himself off and looked around. Before him lay a vast underground forest filled with colossal ancient plants that had lived for unknown millennia. The ground he stood on was merely a branch of one giant tree. Although there was no sunlight here, the surrounding cliffs, giant trees and branches were covered with luminous fungi and spore plants glittering with blue-violet light, creating a dreamlike scene. Walking along the tree branches, Chiya gradually noticed that the ground seemed to be scattered with broken blue bricks and stone slabs. The deeper he went, the more evident it became. At first only fragmented slabs, then gradually a complete stone path emerged. The road surface was severely cracked with numerous vines and glowing mushrooms sprouting from the crevices. Chiya crouched down and pushed aside a patch of vines. Beneath them some faint carvings were revealed. "So someone really lived here before," he remarked. He stood up and followed the stone path forward. Soon abandoned buildings appeared on both sides. Some houses had already collapsed halfway, with the remaining walls cracked open by tree roots. Several stone pillars lay by the roadside, carved with indecipherable symbols. However, it seemed this place had been deserted for a very long time. The vines had tangled the houses into clusters, and massive roots pierced through the rooftops, as if the entire ruins had been swallowed back into the underground forest. Chiya walked along the vine-entangled stone path for a long time before finally reaching its end. Along the way, abandoned houses were everywhere. Most of the stone walls had collapsed, the doorways forced open by enormous tree roots, and the wall crevices were filled with blue-purple, glowing mushrooms. In some houses, stone tables and benches still stood, though they were covered in dust and moss. Beneath the Shirgulin, there were indeed traces of human habitation. At the end of the stone path stood a small shrine. Compared to the collapsed buildings outside, this shrine was remarkably well preserved. The surrounding vines all avoided it, as if afraid to approach. In front of the shrine stood two stone pillars. Carved on the pillars were some mysterious symbols. As Chiya drew near, he could distinctly sense an ancient natural energy. Chiya approached the shrine and saw an altar inside, its contents buried under thick dust. Behind the altar, a long blade was laid horizontally. The scabbard was pitch black, and the hilt was wrapped with dark red cords. Though it had been placed in this damp place for who knows how many years, there was not a trace of decay. Chiya stared at it for a long while. "This thing, it's extraordinary," he murmured. The little slug lay on his shoulder silent. Chiya reached out and wiped the stone platform beside him. A few ancient characters were carved on it. Bu Du Yu Han. Chiya's heart stirred. The name seemed somewhat familiar to him. It seemed to be a divine sword from Japanese mythology. In the Naruto world, there were the Chao Ti Jian and the Shi Quan Jian. He hadn't expected to encounter a Bu Du Yu Han here. Chiya reached out and grasped the hilt. In the next instant, a chill surged through his palm into his body. The sage chakra within him seemed to be gently stirred. The power that had been flowing through his meridians suddenly became much smoother. Chiya's eyes widened slightly. This blade could channel sage chakra. He tried to send a bit of sage chakra into the blade. Green-white patterns abruptly flared on the scabbard, then quickly faded away. Chiya looked down at the blade in his hand, his breathing slowing. This thing was more than just a weapon. It was more like a vessel capable of bearing sage chakra. He took the blade out from the shrine and hung it at his waist. After a moment's thought, he clasped his hands toward the stone statue inside the shrine. "Thanks." With that, Chiya turned and left. As he stepped out of the shrine, the glowing mushrooms behind him suddenly flickered softly, and the surrounding vines slowly reached toward the shrine. Xiaoying had rarely seen Mingren recently. Ever since Chiya betrayed Tuanzong and became the Hokage, Mingren had been ordered not to leave the village. Thus, Mingren couldn't take on most missions. This also made it difficult for Team 7 to get decent assignments. After that, Mingren rarely showed up. Xiaoying went to look for him several times. His home was still messy, but she still couldn't find him. Their Team 7 had originally been the most populous team, but now that Chiya had left, they couldn't even gather the standard 3 members. At that moment, Mingren was training at the training ground. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes covered in dust, and several red marks had been rubbed onto his palms. Zilai was sitting quietly on a nearby rock, watching Mingren. Ming-Ren panted, his chakra spinning rapidly in his palm. The shadow clone beside him gritted its teeth to help stabilize the chakra. In the next instant, a blue chakra sphere finally took shape. Ming-Ren gripped the Sharingan and charged fiercely toward the tree ahead. Sharingan. Boom. A large crater was blasted into the trunk, with chips flying everywhere. Ming-Ren stood before the tree stunned for a few seconds, then looked down at his hand. I did it. Zilaye's mouth curled. Oh, not bad at all, Zilaye said. Ming-Ren turned to look at him. Zilaye put his sake flask aside and smiled. Why have you been working so hard lately? Before you used to complain about going to eat Ichiraku ramen as soon as you got tired. Ming-Ren smiled and looked up. Because now I have a reason I must become Hokage. Seeing Ming-Ren's unprecedented seriousness, Zilaye was also stunned for a moment. Oh. Ming-Ren looked toward the direction outside the village. I used to always think about becoming Hokage, believing that everyone would acknowledge me then. But now I've realized that this world is full of injustices. Ming-Ren turned to face Zilaye and said with a smile, I will definitely become Hokage. And then smash all the injustices to pieces. Zilaye was completely stunned. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zetsu had also finished his training. When he returned to the Uchiha clan grounds, it was already dark. The clan grounds were as quiet as ever. The houses on both sides of the street were empty, with doors and windows tightly shut. The wind passed under the eaves, stirring up a bit of dust. Although Zetsu had always felt the clan grounds were too empty back then, he had still been there. Although neither of them was talkative, going to school and training together made it not too lonely. Now it was different. When Zetsu reached a fork in the road, his steps faltered. He should have gone straight home, but in the end he chose to take a detour. He passed by Chiya's house. The yard of Chiya's home was swept cleanly. Whenever Zetsu had free time, he would always go and help sweep it. Zetsu leaped onto the roof and sat on the eaves of Chiya's house. By then the moon had risen, hanging in the distance over the far mountain peaks. The cold moonlight fell upon the clan grounds, making the streets and rooftops seem coated with frost. He looked up at the moon, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. I wonder how he's doing. No one answered him, only a faint breeze brushed by. After an unknown amount of time, Zetsu stood up and prepared to go back inside. Just then a voice came from the other side of the roof ridge. Uchiha Zetsu. Zetsu's gaze turned cold as he abruptly turned his head. Four figures stood on the roof. Duo Yuyi was shouldering a flute, a cold smile on her lips. Zuijin Eugene stood beside her, hands tucked into his sleeves. Gui Tongwan hung upside down under the eaves, watching him like a spider. Ci Lang Fong stood at the back, his body as sturdy as a wall. Zetsu's Sharingan slowly emerged. Who are you? Kaguya let out a chuckle. Lord Orochimaru sent us to fetch you. Sasuke wasted no words. With a single step, he lunged. Bang! The clash erupted instantly. Sasuke was swift, his kunai thrusting straight at Kaguya's throat. She sidestepped, while Sakan swung a fist from the side. Sasuke flipped over to dodge, his toes grazing the rooftop tiles as the crackling light of Chidori flared in his palm. Zap! Blue lightning illuminated the roof. But the next moment, Kadamura's spider silk snared his wrist from behind. Sasuke's expression shifted. Jirobo stepped forward and drove his fist into Sasuke's abdomen. Bang! Sasuke flew backward, smashing through the eaves and crashing into the courtyard. He braced himself on the ground, trying to rise. Yet the curse mark burned hot on his neck. The pain spread like wildfire. Kaguya landed on the courtyard wall, looking down at him. You're too weak right now. Sasuke gritted his teeth and looked up at her. Kaguya continued. You want to kill Uchiha Itachi. You want to catch up to Uchiha Chiya. With your current self? Sasuke's fingers dug fiercely into the dirt. Sakan smirked. Staying in Konoha, you'll only remain. Chiya has already left. Do you still want to be the last Uchiha in Danzo's hands? Only Lord Orochimaru can give you the power you seek. With that, Sakan patted his shoulder, and the group vanished from the spot. The next night, Sasuke left the Uchiha Kāma. When he reached the village outskirts, Sakura was already waiting there. Under the street lamp, her eyes were red. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke halted. He didn't look back. Sakura's voice trembled. You're leaving, aren't you? Sasuke was silent for a moment. Move it. Sakura stepped forward. Please don't go. Sasuke said nothing. Tears spilled down Sakura's cheeks. Chiya already left. Why do you have to leave too? Kakashi Sensei will worry, Naruto will worry, and I. She could. The night breeze blew, and the street lamp swayed gently. Sasuke turned to face her. Sakura tried to speak again, but Sasuke had already stepped up to her. Thank you. Sakura froze. The next instant, Sasuke raised his hand and struck the side of her neck. Her vision went dark and her body went limp. Sasuke caught her and laid her on a bench by the roadside. He stood there for a moment looking at her. Then he turned and walked away. As dawn approached, Sakura awoke. She touched her neck and sat up abruptly. Sasuke-kun. The road was empty. Panicked, she ran to the Hokage's office. But Danzo refused to see her. A ninja who came out to relay the message said coldly, the Hokage-sama is already aware. Sakura's voice turned frantic. But Danzo refused to see her. A ninja who came out to relay the message said coldly, "The Hokage-sama is all right. The village will handle it according to procedure." Procedure. Hearing that word, Sakura stood frozen in disbelief. She staggered back 2 steps. Sasuke was already gone, and they were still talking about procedure. She stumbled out of the Hokage building, tears streaming uncontrollably. Naruto. Only Naruto could help her now. But where was Naruto? Sakura searched several places, his home, the ramen shop, all his usual haunts, but found nothing. Despair set in. She dropped to her knees, sobbing softly. "Naruto, where are you?" Konoha village, the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, shall we send a team to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke?" Danzo was silent for a moment. "No need. Just have someone keep an eye on him. Since he chose to leave Konoha of his own accord, we can't be blamed." Sakura. Sakura looked up sharply. Naruto leaped down from the rooftop and landed in front of her. He was still dusty from training, sweat on his forehead. Seeing Sakura kneeling on the ground, his expression shifted instantly. "Sakura, what's wrong?" Sakura stared at him, dazed. The next moment, tears burst forth uncontrollably. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply. "What?" Sakura grabbed his sleeve, her voice trembling. "He went to find Orochimaru. I couldn't stop him." Naruto reached out, took her wrist, and pulled her to her feet. "Sakura, don't worry. Leave this to me." Sakura looked up, her face streaked with tears. "Please, Naruto. You have to bring him back." Naruto looked at her and nodded firmly. "I won't let him go with Orochimaru." Sakura was stunned. The next moment, Naruto raised his hand and formed a seal. Bang! A shadow clone appeared beside him. The clone glanced at Naruto, then at Sakura, and grinned. "Leave it to me." Naruto said quietly, "Go home. Don't let them find out I left." The clone nodded. "Got it." Sakura watched, her heart pounding. Naruto had already turned and started walking away. After a few steps, he paused. "Sakura." She turned to look at him. Naruto didn't look back. "I will definitely bring Sasuke back." With that, he pushed off the ground and vanished into the distance. Sakura stood there, tears still on her cheeks. She bit her lip and clenched her fists. "I'm counting on you, Naruto." Elsewhere, deep in the forest outside Konoha, the sound for were moving at high speed. Jirobo carried a huge wooden barrel on his back, its surface etched with black seals. As they moved, the barrel occasionally trembled slightly. Chiya leaped onto a branch, frowning as she looked back. "No one's following us." Sakon sneered. "That Hokage of Konoha is probably glad to see Sasuke leave on his own." Inside the barrel was Sasuke. He had already taken the awakening pill. The drug would further awaken the curse mark, but it would also drive his body to the brink of death. Without the 4 black mist formation to seal his body, Sasuke might have died on the road. This was the power Orochimaru gave him. It was also the path Sasuke himself chose. Without the 4 black mist formation to seal his body, Sasuke might have died on the road. This was the power Orochimaru gave him. It was also the path Sasuke himself chose. The curse mark on his neck burned incessantly, black patterns creeping inch by inch across his entire body. The group pressed on. Tree shadows blurred past them. Daylight gradually brightened. The forest mist had yet to dissipate, and the ground was covered in damp fallen leaves. Just then, Kadamaru suddenly stopped. He hung upside down from a tree, tilting his head to listen. "Someone's coming." Chiya frowned. "How many?" "1." Sakon paused, then laughed. "1 person, and they dare to chase us." In the distance, Naruto was sprinting through the wood. He followed the traces on the ground, pressing forward. Naruto ran faster and faster. The wind scraped past his face, branches tore his sleeves, but he didn't slow down for an instant. "Sasuke." He clenched his teeth. "You bastard, when I catch up to you, I'll punch you first." Just then the forest ahead fell silent. Naruto's footsteps halted. In the next instant, a flute's melody drifted down from the trees. The shrill sound pierced his ears. Naruto looked up sharply. Chiya stood on a branch, staring coldly at him. "Are you the only one?" Sakon sneered as well. "Is Konoha already out of people? Sending you to die?" Naruto clenched his fists. "Hand over Sasuke. Want to see him?" "Fine." Kadamaru hung upside down on the other side, spider silk slowly dripping from his mouth. Jirobo did not stop. He continued running deep into the forest with Sasuke on his back. The 3 of them blocked the path completely. "Die and you'll see him." Naruto's expression darkened completely. In the next instant, he raised his hand to form seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. A swarm of shadow clones rushed forward instantly. "Give Sasuke back to me." But the sound ninjas coordinated too quickly. Jirobo smashed a group of clones with 1 punch, while Kadamaru's spider silk fell from the tree instantly, binding Naruto's hands and feet. Sakon kicked Naruto in the chest. Bang. Naruto was sent flying backward, crashing into a tree trunk. Gritting his teeth, he stood up, created 2 shadow clones, and began forming a Rasengan in his palm. "Get out of my way." Kadamaru reacted swiftly. He quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow at Naruto. The arrow was extremely fast, and Naruto, still forming the Rasengan, had no way to dodge. In the next moment, clink, a crisp metallic sound rang out. The arrowhead slammed hard against the scabbard. A pitch-black blade blocked Naruto's path. Naruto froze. He looked up. Before him stood a person in a black cloak, their bamboo hat pulled low, obscuring their face. The person held a black sword and spoke in a low voice. Go after him. Naruto was stunned for a moment. Who are you? The black-clad figure did not answer. Naruto had no time to press further. He knew time was precious. Thanks. With that, he bypassed the group and chased after the direction Sasuke had been taken. Chiya moved to intercept Naruto, but in the next moment the black-clad figure blocked her path. Your opponent is me. Sakon sneered. Playing tricks. He flickered and lunged forward. The black-clad figure dodged backward, and then beneath his eyes greenish patterns suddenly appeared. The black-clad figure stomped the ground. Bang! The earth cracked. In the next instant he appeared right before Sakon. The scabbard swept horizontally. Smack! Sakon was sent flying backward, crashing violently into a tree trunk. Just as Yukon tried to emerge from his body, the black-clad figure's blade slid out half an inch from its sheath. With a sharp ring, a flash of blue-white blade light streaked by. Yukon's movements froze. In the next instant both were cleaved in half. Kadamura's expression changed. He raised his hand and spat out spider silk. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silk came from all directions. The black-clad figure did not dodge. He swung his blade, and the blade light sliced through, severing the silk threads cleanly. At the same time, Tuia's flute suddenly sounded, its piercing notes boring into his head. Jinjutsu. The black-clad figure jerked his head, and in the darkness a crimson Sharingan flared to life. In an instant Chiya felt the Sharingan swell before her eyes, then rapidly envelop her entire body. Chiya collapsed to the ground with a thud. Kadamura had already drawn his bow, fully storing power. In the next moment a golden arrow shot forth at incredible speed. Whoosh! The arrow split the air. It was incredibly fast. But in the next instant the black-clad figure flickered. He had already appeared behind Kadamura. Thud! The blade pierced through his chest. Just then rapid footsteps sounded from deeper in the forest. The black-clad figure slowly turned his head. A white-haired youth stepped out from the shadows of the trees. His skin was pale, 2 red dots marked his forehead, and his gaze was eerily calm. It was Kimimaro. Kimimaro glanced at the 4 fallen sound ninjas, then looked at the black-clad figure. You are strong. The black-clad figure had already sheathed his sword, placing it diagonally at his waist, his hand resting on the hilt. Are you here to stop me? Kimimaro nodded. Lord Orochimaru's plans cannot be disturbed by anyone. As he spoke, the curse mark spread rapidly across his body. Black patterns crawled up his neck and bones began to protrude from his shoulders and back. His entire aura turned icy and sinister. In the next instant Kimimaro shot forward. Crack! A bone blade emerged from his palm, aiming straight for the black-clad figure's chest. The black-clad figure pivoted, dodging the blade, and his scabbard slammed into Kimimaro's shoulder. Bang! Kimimaro was sent flying backward, crashing into a tree trunk. The trunk cracked with a loud snap. Yet Kimimaro quickly rose to his feet. He glanced down at his shoulder, his face still expressionless. You are indeed strong. With that he raised his hand and pulled a white bone from his back. It was a complete spinal column. The vertebrae were linked together like a long white whip. Dance of the clematis flower. Kimimaro flicked his wrist. The spinal whip lashed out with a whoosh. The black-clad figure finally drew his sword. A blue-white light flashed along the blade. Clang! The bone whip collided violently with the sword. Kimimaro's wrist went numb. In the next instant the black-clad figure's blade flashed. Crack! The terrifyingly hard spinal whip was severed in a single stroke. Severed bone fragments scattered on the ground. Kimimaro's expression shifted. He decided not to press the attack. Instead he sank into the ground, burrowing underground. The ground fell silent for a moment. The black-clad figure stood still, his eyes narrowing beneath the hat. He could sense Kimimaro moving fast. In the next moment the ground swelled. Crack! 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 A bone spear thrust up from the soil, followed by a second, third, and fourth. Crack! 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 Bones erupted from the earth in a frenzy, piercing trees and tearing up the soil. A ghastly white forest of bone thrust toward the black-clad figure, advancing section by section. Dance of the early fern. Kimimaro's voice came from underground. The bone spikes grew denser and faster. Chiya, now awake, scrambled to flee. Then with a click the black-clad figure sheathed his sword. A blue-white light blazed along the blade. The air around seemed to be sucked away. In the next instant the black-clad figure gripped the hilt, with his right hand bending slightly forward. Sage art wild draw flash. The long blade left its sheath. A blue-white sword aura erupted with a roar. The entire ground was split open from the center. The bone forest cleaved in two, and the dense spikes snapped and cracked, all shattering. Deep underground, Kimimaro's body went rigid. The sword aura cut through the earth, shattering even the bone spikes on his buff. Kimimaro coughed up blood. A deep gash ran across his chest. He tried to push himself up, but his limbs had no strength left. His arm gave way, and he collapsed into the crack. The black-clad figure sheathed his sword. Click! The blade slid back into the scabbard. Kimimaro lifted his head, staring fixedly at him. Who are you? The black-clad figure did not answer. He simply turned to look in the direction Naruto had gone. From the distant forest, no footsteps could be heard anymore. Naruto should have caught up by now. Chiya adjusted his bamboo hat. He knew Naruto would reach Sasuke. He also knew Naruto would fall there. Silangfang, carrying a wooden barrel on his back, sped through the forest. Suddenly, the black spell marks on the barrel began to flicker, and muffled thuds came from within. Thud! Thud! Silangfang's expression changed. He halted abruptly. Awake! He set the barrel down. The next moment, the barrel shook violently. Crack! A fissure burst open on the barrel, and the black spell marks instantly shattered. With a loud boom, the entire barrel exploded. Splinters flew in all directions, followed by roiling black mist. Zuizhu emerged from the mist, the curse marks on his body slowly receding. His face was chillingly cold. Just then, a branch in the distance shook violently. It was Mingren who had caught up. He landed on a branch, and his eyes widened at the sight of Zuizhu. Zuizhu! Zuizhu glanced up at him and snorted. Silangfang stepped forward, trying to block Mingren. Stay out of this. It's between him and me, Zuizhu said coldly, then stomped his foot and charged into the depths of the forest. Hey! Stop right there! Mingren gritted his teeth and gave chase. Two figures, one after the other, darted swiftly through the tree's shadows, receding. Mingren panted, his eyes locked on Zuizhu ahead. Zuizhu, where are you going? Zuizhu did not look back. Mingren quickened his pace. Are you really going to dash you in? He only wants your body. This time Zuizhu finally paused. He stood on a branch ahead, turning his head slightly. So what? Mingren was stunned. Zuizhu stared at him coldly. As long as I can gain power, nothing else matters. Mingren clenched his fists. You bastard. Zuizhu turned and continued dashing forward. Mingren immediately followed. Before long, the trees ahead grew sparse, and the roar of rushing water reached them from afar. The next moment, the two burst out of the forest. The Zhonghua Valley appeared before them. A massive waterfall crashed down between two stone statues, filling the air with mist. Zuizhu landed on the water, sending ripples across the surface. Mingren also landed. They stared at each other across the turbulent water. Mingren panted, his voice hoarse. Zuizhu, come back with me. Zuozu's gaze was indifferent. Why, oi? Kakaxa Sensei, Xiaoying, and me. Everyone is waiting for you. Such meaningless emotions. I don't need them. Mingren's expression darkened. Why must you do this? Chiya has already left, and now you want to leave too. Zuizhu looked at him, then suddenly laughed. Mingren, I'm different from you. You don't have a family. You've never experienced the pain of losing one. That's why, because Chiya was forced away, I've decided I must become stronger than anyone. Mingren was taken aback. So you're going to dash you in? You're willing to throw yourself away for power? Zuozu's face had darkened. Exactly. If I can gain power, what does it matter if I give him my body? I won't let you fall, Zuizhu. Zuizhu looked at Mingren, and the Sharingan in his eyes began to turn slowly. Then try to stop me. The next moment, he stomped his foot. Boom. The water exploded. Zuizhu instantly appeared before Mingren, his fist slamming toward him. Mingren raised his arm to block. Boom. Their arms collided, sending a spray of water across the surface. Zuizhu followed up with a knee strike. Mingren sidestepped and reached for Zuozu's shoulder. Zuizhu twisted his wrist, grabbed Mingren's arm, and hurled him away. Splash! Mingren crashed into the water, but quickly emerged. He formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Poof! 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 A swarm of shadow clones appeared on the water and charged at Zuizhu. The Tomo in Zuozu's eyes spun rapidly. The first clone threw a punch. He sidestepped and dispersed it with a blow. The second clone lunged from behind. He spun around and kicked it away. Boom! White smoke exploded. But the next instant, even more clones swarmed him. Several clones grabbed Zuozu's arms and legs, forcing him down into the water. Mingren dove from above, his fist aimed at the surface. Boom! Water erupted. But Zuozu burst out from another side, his hands forming seals quickly. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball swept across the water. Steam exploded and the shadow clones vanished in the flames with a series of poofs. Mingren charged out of the smoke. Zuizhu rushed at him and kicked him square in the boom. Mingren was sent flying, crashing into the rock wall, sending rubble tumbling down. He coughed, wiped the blood from his mouth. Zuizhu stood on the water, his voice lowered. Why, oi? Mingren looked up. Zuizhu stared at him. Why do you insist on? Mingren pushed himself up against the rock wall. Because you're my friend. Zuizhu faltered. The waterfall roared in the background. Mist drifted between them. Mingren continued, back when I was alone, I hated that feeling the most. Then I had Team 7. Yu Xiaoying, Kakaxa Sensei, and Chiya. Mingren paused, his gaze growing more earnest. I don't want to watch any more of you leave one by one. Zuozu's fingers trembled slightly, but Chiya was already forced away. The curse marks crept from his neck, spreading across his cheek. I've had enough of that place. Mingren's pupils contracted at the sight of Zuozu. The next moment, Zuozu stomped his foot, his speed instantly surging. Boom. He appeared before Mingren and punched him in the stomach. Mingren doubled over, then was kicked into the water by Zuozu. Crackle. 1,000 birds. The sound of 1,000 birds rang out. Blue-white lightning crackled wildly in his palm. Mingren looked up from the water, his eyes wide. The next instant, Zuozu lunged forward in a rapid thrust. Mingren dodged sharply. At the same moment, 1,000 birds grazed his shoulder and struck the water. Blood gushed from Mingren's shoulder. He gritted his teeth and punched Zuozu in the face. Boom. Zuozu's head snapped to the side. Both of them stumbled back. The water churned, mist swirling. Mingren glanced at the blood on his shoulder. Red chakra slowly seeped from his body. At first it was only a thin layer. Soon the chakra grew denser, enveloping his body like flames. The next moment, Mingren's form flickered. Whoosh. He was already in front of Zuozu. Zuozu couldn't dodge. He was sent flying by a punch, tumbling across the water. Mingren crouched low, red chakra trailing behind him like a tail. He opened his mouth and let out a low growl, his voice no longer human. Zuozu pushed himself up from the water. His breathing was ragged. Mingren charged again. The Xiaolun Yin in Zuozu's eyes spun rapidly. Mingren's claw-like hands swept in from the side. Zuozu ducked sharply, avoiding the strike, and countered with a punch to Mingren's face. Bang! Mingren's head was knocked aside, but he seemed to feel no pain and quickly turned back. Zuozu clenched his teeth. The Zhou-yin began to spread wildly. Black patterns crawled over his body, his skin darkened, and a pair of wings tore open from his back. Zhou-yin level 2. The two paused for a moment, separated by the water's surface. The next instant they both charged forward. Bang! 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 The water's surface erupted repeatedly. Their speed increased. One red and one black figure collided violently over the water, each clash sending waves scattering. Suddenly Mingren leaped from the water, several shadow clones appearing simultaneously as the chakra in his palm spun rapidly. A blued Luo Xian one gradually took shape. Zuozu also raised his hand. Crack! The black-blue lightning of the Qian now flickered in his palm, its piercing sound hurting the ears. The two stared at each other. I will bring you back. Zuozu's eyes were ice-cold. Then come on. The next instant they both charged at each other. Luo Xian 1. Qian Yao. Boom. The red and blue lights collided fiercely. The water exploded instantly, sending a huge wave, and the entire Zhong Mo-ji-gu trembled. White mist swallowed the two figures. After a long time the water slowly settled. Mingren lay on the ground unconscious. Zuozu stood not far away, his chest heaving violently as the Zhou-yin gradually receded. In his eyes the freedom of Xiaolun Yin had appeared. He looked down at Mingren for a moment. Rain suddenly began to fall. Pat! A drop hit the water. Soon the rain grew denser. After a moment Zuozu stood up and walked into the depths of the forest. His figure soon disappeared into the rain. The next instant Chiya's form flickered and landed beside Mingren. Chiya lifted Mingren onto his back, raindrops dripping from the edge of his conical hat. Then with a step he disappeared with Mingren from Zhong Mo-ji-gu. Chiya carried Mingren through the rain curtain. Raindrops pattered against the hat without stopping. Mingren's body was burning hot, his breathing ragged. Although the Jiuwei chakra had receded, a violent aura still lingered in his meridians. Chiya frowned and quickened his pace. Before long a dilapidated post station appeared ahead. A light was lit under the eaves. As Chiya landed at the door, it was pushed open from inside. Gangzhou stood behind it, her expression grim. Chiya said nothing, carried Mingren inside, and laid him on the bed. Gangzhou walked to the bedside and placed her palm on Mingren's chest. Green chakra glowed. The next moment her brow furrowed deeper. The Jiuwei chakra has scoured his meridians. Is it serious? He won't die, Gangzhou said, but her chakra did not stop. Mingren lay on the bed, his brow tightly furrowed, and he mumbled something indistinctly. Zuozu. The room fell silent. Chiya stood nearby, his black cloak still dripping water. Gangzhou looked up at him. Where is Zuozu? He left. How could you let him go? Gangzhou looked up at him in surprise. I arrived too late and couldn't stop him. Gangzhou nodded and asked no more. Good thing you called me back, or something might have gone wrong. Chiya took off his conical hat, shook off the water, and continued. Orochimaru's underlings were all there, formidable in strength. If Mingren had rushed in alone, he might have lost control. Gangzhou snorted. That Tuansong keeps a tight watch on Mingren in words, but he didn't even know Mingren sneaked out. By the way, speaking of Tuansong, what are your plans next? Gangzhou turned to Chiya. Chiya thought for a moment. Maybe you'll travel to various countries, and then wait for Lady Gangzhou to become Hokage and clear my name. Chiya's tone was playful. Gangzhou clicked her tongue. Don't joke. I don't want that troublesome seat. The rain outside was heavy. After a moment, she took out a scroll from her bosom and tossed it over. Chiya caught it. What's this? Another ninjutsu. In your dreams. It's some basics of medical ninjutsu. Gangsho turned around, her tone casual. You'll get hurt easily out there. Take care of yourself. Chiya looked down at the scroll in his hand, stunned for a moment, then smiled. Thanks. Gangsho still facing away. Hurry up and go. Leave things here to me. On the other side in the Hokage's office of my Tuansong sat behind his desk, his face dark and terrifying. The Jinbu ninja kneeling on the ground bowed his head, not daring to speak. Mingren sneaked out of the village. With so many of you, can't you even keep an eye on a Jinin? The Jinbu ninja lowered his head further. This subordinate failed. Tuansong's expression was grim. The Jiawei must not have any more mishaps. He raised his eyes. From today, keep a tight watch on Uzumaki Mingren. Without my order, he is absolutely not allowed to leave the village. Yes. The Jinbu ninja acknowledged and then vanished with a body flicker. The rain continued. Chiya walked alone in the forest. The mud was deep underfoot, each step making a soft squelch. He had not been away from the post station long when Kaguya's voice sounded in his mind. Why didn't you stop that Uchiha brat? Chiya did not pause his steps. Everyone has their own path to walk. Kaguya was silent for a moment. Chiya continued. That's the path he chose. Why should I stop him? Kaguya's voice was indifferent. But that snake is no good. Chiya chuckled. I know. Then you still let him go. Chiya raised his hand to adjust his hat, rainwater dripping from the brim. Everything has a price. This is what he must pay to gain power. Kaguya said no more. Only the sound of rain remained in the forest. Chiya glanced at the medical scroll in his pocket and then tucked it away again. Then with a step his figure quickly disappeared into the rainy night. A few days later the village seemed to have returned to normal, but the guards around Mingren had increased. There were overt and covert posts everywhere, almost as if he were imprisoned. Mingren was going crazy in the village, especially after Zueju and Chiya had left. He pestered Jiraiya every day, demanding to leave the village, but Jiraiya had no good solution. One day Jiraiya walked into the Hokage's office. I want to take Mingren out of my for training for a while. Tuansong looked at him. No. Jiraiya's eyes darkened. You should know that what Mingren needs most now is not to be locked up. Tuansong's tone was unyielding. He is the Jiawei Rinjuli. There must be no mistakes. He cannot leave the village. Jiraiya stared at him coldly. Mingren is not a weapon of war. Tuansong did not answer. The two stared at each other for a long time. Finally Jiraiya snorted and turned to leave. At the door he paused. They'll teach him in the village. But you'd better remember he is a child. With that Jiraiya pushed the door and left. On the third day after the rain ceased, Chien-Yi rested in a cave. Outside it was pitch black and the woods remained damp. Droplets fell from leaves, splattering into the mud with a soft patter. A fire crackled inside the cave. Chien-Yi leaned against the stone wall, holding the medical scroll that Gangsho had given him. He furrowed his brow. What the hell is this? Chien-Yi stared at the chaotic symbols and acupoints drawn on the scroll, his mind throbbing with confusion. This is harder than math, he muttered under his breath. Fool. Hui's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Chien-Yi paused, then chuckled. You're still awake. Hui hummed an affirmation. You've been waking up quite often lately. Sage chakra is somewhat useful. Chien-Yi poked the fire with a twig, flames leaping upward. That's good. Hui fell silent. After a moment Chien-Yi sensed she seemed preoccupied. What's wrong? A long pause later Hui finally spoke. But sage chakra is far from enough. I need something else. Chien-Yi's hand paused midair. What? A vast amount of chakra origin. Chien-Yi blinked. You don't mean the tailed beasts, do you? Hui sounded puzzled. Tailed beasts. Chien-Yi realized. This Hui wasn't the one from this world. It was natural she didn't know about tailed beasts. It's the thing inside Mingren. That brat's chakra. Yes, Mingren houses the nine tails. Chien-Yi tossed the twig into the fire. There are 9-tailed beasts in this world, from 1 tail to 9 tails. Each is a colossal chakra. Hui mused for a moment. If that's true, they could indeed serve as substitutes. Substitutes? What was your original plan? Hui fell silent. Wind rustled through the leaves outside, a steady whisper. Chien, you didn't press her. He stared at the scroll mechanically, but the characters blurred before his eyes. After a long silence, Hui spoke slowly. What I originally wanted was the chakra divine tree. Chien-Yi's expression changed. He quickly lowered his head, picked up another twig, and stirred the fire, feigning ignorance. Divine tree. What's that? The method of the Datong Mu clan to plunder worlds. Chien-Yi's fingers froze. Hui continued. Plant the divine tree on a planet, let it absorb the land life and natural energy, and finally bear the chakra fruit. When the fruit ripens, that world is nearly drained dry. Firelight flickered across Chien-Yi's face. He said nothing. Sensing his silence, Hui quickly added. That's why I never mentioned it. Chien-Yi looked up at the fire. Hui continued. But it's impossible now anyway. Without a sacrifice and with my current body. She paused, her voice dropping. Besides, I no longer wish to do that. Chiya's initially light-hearted mood now sank completely. He had never truly considered this. Or rather, he had always thought it was far off, so he never dwelled on it. Now it dawned on him, those celestial Datong Mews would eventually come. How would they fend them off? Rely on Bo-Rin. Chiya suddenly shook his head. He couldn't entrust his fate to others, especially since his arrival had already altered many things in this. The original 5th Hokage gang show had turned into Tuanzong. Whether Bo-Rin would even be born was now uncertain. Hui suddenly spoke. By the way, I've never asked you. How do you know me? Chiya's twig halted midair. He thought for a moment before answering. In this world, there is also a Hui Ji. Hui was taken aback. Another Mie. Chiya considered, then shook his head. No, she's not you. Only the name and appearance are similar, but her personality is vastly different. Hui was quiet for a while. Chiya expected her to press further, but she only gave a soft hum. I see. Now it was Chiya's turn to be stunned. You accept that so quickly, Hui said calmly. The Datong Mu are not confined to a single world. It's not strange for similar individuals to appear in different worlds. Chiya opened his mouth. Fine. Her explanation made sense after all. Hui added. If this world also has a Hui Ji, then it means the Datong Mu have set their sights here before. The smile on Chiya's face gradually faded. Hui murmured. Then they will come again, eventually. Chiya nodded. In other words, we must become strong, not just for your recovery, but so that when those Datong Mews do arrive, we can stand a chance. He looked toward the dark woods outside the cave entrance. As it stands, power is scattered among the various ninja villages, which is meaningless. They're already so corrupt, can we really rely on them to protect this world? Chiya laughed and shook his head. Hui didn't reply. The fire burned brightly, warming the cave, but Chiya's heart was far from light. Chiya, my, aren't you afraid of me? Chiya blinked. Afraid of you? Yes, because after all I'm not human, and I once wanted to drain this. Hui's voice sounded calm, but Chiya sensed a hint of tension in her. With exaggerated drama, he said, Of course I'm afraid. Hui was silent for a moment. Chiya continued. What if one day you really drain the world, find me a burden, and conveniently wipe me out? Hui was taken aback. Then she seemed to relax, though her tone turned stern. Nonsense. Chiya smiled. He tossed the twig into the fire, and sparks flew up with a crackle. Chiya brushed the ash off his hands. Hui, I trust you. Besides, you've saved me more than once. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a surging spring. Hui gave a soft snort. You'd bet. I've always known. Chiya leaned back, trying to rest comfortably against the stone wall. But his head smacked against the rock, and he winced with a hiss. Hui let out a very faint laugh. You laughed? No. I heard it. You misheard. You definitely laughed. Hui fell silent. Chiya couldn't help the corners of his mouth lifting. The weight that had pressed on his chest was dispelled a little by the laughter in the cave. Outside, the wind picked up again, rustling the grass at the cave entrance. Chiya looked down at the fire, his voice growing heavy. I don't know what will happen from now on, or whether I can stop those guys. But since I'm already here, I can't just do nothing and wait for fate to be decided for me. Hui said softly. You're always like this. Like what? You speak casually, but in your heart you want to bear. Chiya was stunned. He instinctively wanted to retort, but the words died in his throat. It seemed true. Hui added. You are still very weak now. Chiya's face darkened. I was just getting a little moved, and you have to bring me down. I'm stating a fact. You don't have to be so blunt about it. Hui said calmly. But you will grow stronger. Chiya looked up. Hearing those words from Hui, he felt somehow different. He smiled. That confident in me. Hui paused for a moment before replying. Otherwise, with me helping you, it'd be impossible not to become strong. Then don't regret it. Hui asked. Regret what? Being bound with me. Who's bound with you? You're living inside my body. Doesn't that count as being bound? Hui was silent for a long time. Chiya waited, then couldn't resist adding. What shy? The next instant something lightly tapped his mind. Chiya yelped, raising his hand to his forehead. You can hit people, eh? Hui's voice was icy. Shut up. Chiya suppressed a smile. Alright, it'll stop. 3 days later, Chiya arrived at the seaside. He was now far from the land of fire Huajigua. The trees along the road grew sparse, and the wind carried a salty tang. In the distance, a gray blue sea stretched out, waves crashing against the rocks with a splash before swiftly receding. Chiya walked along the coast for a while and entered a tiny town. Chiya had only intended to ask about a boat heading near the land of water Shuijigua. But as he reached the entrance of an herbal medicine shop, he suddenly stopped. Inside the shop stood a person. Chiya had only intended to ask about a boat heading near the land of water Shuijigua. But as he reached the entrance of an herbal medicine shop, he suddenly stopped. Inside the shop stood a person. White robes, black hair. The person was selecting herbs, holding a small packet of styptic grass and speaking softly to the shopkeeper. Chinya watched him for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Bye. The person's movements paused. He turned around, and upon seeing Chinya his eyes lit up instantly. Chinya watched him for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Bye. The person's movements paused. Chinya raised a hand and adjusted his bamboo hat. Just passing through. I glanced at his bamboo hat and gray coat, then at the long oilcloth bundle on his back. He didn't press further, only said softly, Master Zaibuzan is nearby. Would you like to see him? I glanced at his bamboo hat and gray coat, then at the long oilcloth bundle on his back. He didn't press further, only I was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. The two left the town walking along a coastal path. The road was narrow with rocks on one side and low woods on the other. The wind blew, rustling the leaves. After about half an hour, a wooden cabin appeared ahead. It was crudely built, a few clothes hung in the yard, and a massive, decapitating greatsword leaned against the wall. Zaibuzan sat under the eaves, wiping his blade with a cloth. He didn't look up at the sound of footsteps. Took you long enough to buy medicine? Before Bai could speak, Chinya had already reached the yard gate. Yo, still alive? Zaibuzan's hand paused. He raised his head, and upon recognizing Chinya, a distinct change flickered in his eyes. You little brat. Chinya walked into the yard, casually dropping his bag aside. From your tone you sound disappointed. Zaibuzan let out a, I'm just surprised that my bunch didn't keep you locked up. Chinya sat down under the eaves, his smile fading slightly. No need for that anymore. I placed the medicine on the table, pausing slightly at those words. Zaibuzan narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Chinya didn't beat around the bush. What else could it mean? I've defected just like you. The yard fell silent. The wind slipped under the eaves, making the clothes sway gently. I looked at Chinya, concern deepening in his eyes. Zaibuzan stared at him for a long moment, then suddenly let out a scoff. I should have expected this. Chinya looked at him. Zaibuzan tossed the cloth onto the table and took a sip of water. That will of fire. They talk it up better than anyone, but when their own people become inconvenient, they strike harder than outsiders. Chinya, he couldn't argue with that now. Zaibuzan glanced at him again. You didn't come all the way here just to cry on my shoulder, did you? Of course not. Chinya leaned back. I'm planning to go to the land of water, Shueji-gua. Bei's face changed slightly. Zaibuzan's gaze darkened. What are you going there for? Bored, just want to take a look. Take a look. Zaibuzan looked as if he had heard a joke. That place, Wuin. Easy to get in, but not so easy to come out clean. Chinya was taken aback. Zaibuzan looked down at the blade beside him, and after a long pause he spoke. Wuin was once called the village of blood mist Zawizi Li. Chinya looked at him. Heard a bit about it. Hearing isn't enough. Only those who've been there truly know what it's like. From the ninja academy, they're made to kill their comrades. The graduation exam isn't a test, it's a slaughter where children cut each other down, and only the survivors earn the right to wear the headband. I stood nearby, eyes lowered quietly. Zaibuzan continued. Later, after the fourth Mizukage took power, Wuin got even more chaotic. Those with bloodline limits were targeted, clans were purged. Today's comrade could become tomorrow's wanted criminal. Hearing this, Chinya's heart stirred. The fourth Mizukage Igura. The Three Tails Jinchuriki. Chinya only remembered that at the beginning of the Shippuden arc the Three Tails had already become wild and later was captured by the Akatsuki Shao. As for when Yagura died, he really couldn't remember. At this point in time it was possible Yagura was still alive. Zaibuzan looked up at him. I failed to assassinate the Mizukage back then, and that's when I became a rogue ninja. Chinya frowned and asked, why did you try to assassinate him? Because he was mad. Zaibuzan answered quickly. Or rather, Wuin went mad along with him. After saying this, he suddenly fell silent. Chinya could tell he didn't want to dredge up everything. I spoke softly. Master Zaibuzan wanted to change Wuin back then. Zaibuzan snorted coldly. Don't speak well of me. I smiled and said no more. If Yagura was truly still alive, then the Three Tails was inside him. If Yagura was already near his limit, the Three Tails would likely break free soon. Either way, he had to go there. Zaibuzan, seeing his expression, grew even cooler. You're not really thinking of entering Wuin, are you? Courting death. Pretty much. Zaibuzan stared at him for a moment, then suddenly cursed. All Uchiha are messed up in the head. Chinya laughed. They'll take that as a compliment. Zaibuzan ignored him, got up, and went inside, then after a moment tossed out an old sea chart. Slam. The chart landed on the table. Go this way. He pointed at a spot on the chart. Don't enter through the main port. They're strictest there. Go to the gravel island outside Wuchao port. There's a small boat route there that only old fishermen know. Chinya looked down at the chart. Several routes were marked with light, but clear scratches from a blade tip. Zaibuzan said, when you get there, don't say you know me. Don't worry, I'm afraid you'll drag me down. Get lost. I chuckled beside them. Zaibuzan glanced at him. What are you laughing at? I immediately lowered his head to pack the medicine, pretending not to hear. Chinya folded the sea chart and stood up. Thanks. Zaibuzan said coldly, save it. Say that when you come out alive. Alright, got it. I handed Chinya a small bundle. Inside are styptic herbs and some antidote pills. Wooing is humid, so wounds can easily get infected. Be careful. Chiya took it. Thank you. I looked at him, his voice softer. Chiya, you must come back safely. Chiya's fingers paused, then he tucked the bundle into his chest. Don't worry. I escorted him to the coastal path. Before parting, I suddenly said, Master Zaibuzan is actually worried about you. Chiya glanced toward the wooden cabin. The figure under the eaves was still wiping the blade as if he heard nothing. I know. I was startled. Chiya waved his hand. Go back. I stood there until Chiya was far away, then slowly turned. Following Zaibuzan's directions, Chiya went to another dock. This place was even more remote than the previous town. The dock had only a few dilapidated boats. The wooden stakes were blackened by seawater and creaked up. He searched for a long time before finding an old man willing to go to sea. The old man was mending a net by his boat. When he heard Chiya wanted to go near Wuchao port, his needle stopped mid-stitch. The land of water, Shueji Gua. Chiya nodded. Don't you know it's especially dangerous over there? Chiya was taken aback, thinking he was about to refuse. The next moment, the old man tossed the net aside and held out his hand. You'll have to pay extra. Chiya looked at him and burst out laughing. No problem, Elder Jusher. Chiya took out some money from his pocket and handed it to him. The old man nodded in satisfaction, turned around, and untied the boat rope. Get on the boat. The wind won't wait. Once the fog sets in, it won't be easy to travel. Chiya stepped onto the deck. The small boat swayed, its hull thumping against the waves with two dull thuds. After leaving the shore, the old man first dipped the oar and stirred the water a few times. Once the boat was out of the shallows, he withdrew the oar and hoisted half a small sail. The sea breeze filled the canvas, and the boat glided outward with the wooden huts and dock on the shore quickly receded. Chiya sat at the bow, his fudoyan lying across his knees, the sea breeze making the brim of his bamboo hat tremble slightly. The old man glanced back at him. Let me make this clear, I only take you to Broken Stone Island. Beyond that lies the patrol area of the fog hidden. If you want to go further, you'll have to find your own way. Chiya nodded. The old man adjusted the direction by the tiller. The boat cut diagonally across a wave, lurching violently as spray slapped onto the deck, drenching half of Chiya's clothes. Chiya wiped the water from his face. This boat won't capsize, will it? It won't. The old man's tone was steady. The next moment, the boat was lifted by another wave and slammed back onto the sea. Chiya looked at him. The old man coughed. Don't worry. I've been out at sea for years and never capsized. The fog on the sea rose quickly. At first, it was just a thin layer clinging to the sea like white gauze. After a while, everything around turned gray, and even the distant line of waves became invisible. The old man lowered the sail a bit, and the boat slowed down. The boat traveled through the fog for a long time. All around, aside from the sound of waves, there was only the creaking of the hull flexing gently. Chiya closed his eyes, feeling the Senjutsu chakra circulating gently within him. The sounds around him suddenly became much clearer. There was a reef ahead. Just as he was about to speak, Hui's voice rang out. There's a reef on the right. Chiya immediately shouted, left. The old man reacted swiftly, thrusting down the tiller while grabbing the sail rope. The boat veered sideways, scraping past a patch of dark, jagged rocks. Splash! The waves crashed against the rocks, sending spray directly onto the bow. The old man turned to look at Chiya, his expression clearly changed. Such sharp eyes. Just a guess. Well, your guess is pretty accurate. The old man muttered and didn't ask further. After traveling a bit further, a circle of white light suddenly appeared in the fog, looking especially large. The old man's face changed, and he immediately switched off the small lamp on the boat. Duck your head. Chiya didn't move. The old man cursed in a low voice. That's a fog-hidden patrol boat. Only then did Chiya shift his body into the shadow of the cabin. Before long, a black ship slowly approached through the fog. It was much larger than their fishing boat, its hull painted a dark color. Two fog shinobi stood at the bow wearing raincoats and carrying ninja tool pouches at their waists. One of them raised a hand. Stop the boat. The old man quickly lowered the sail, and the boat gradually slowed. The waves pushed the hull, causing it to sway a couple of times before it came to a stop beside the black ship. A fog shinobi jumped down. The deck thudded as it took his weight. He first glanced at the old man, then at Chiya. The old man immediately put on a fawning smile. My nephew coming with me to deliver goods. Deliver what? Fish. The old man lifted the hatch cover, revealing baskets of fish. A pungent fishy smell burst out. The fog shinobi recoiled half a step, his face turning unpleasant. He pinched his nose, and his gaze fell on the long oilcloth bundle beside Chiya. What's that? Chiya's fingers lightly rested on the oilcloth. The old man quickly said, a fish spear, old stuff, not worth anything. The fog shinobi gave him a cold look. I'm asking him. Chiya looked up, revealing half his face beneath the bamboo hat. For fishing. The fog shinobi stared at him for a moment, then suddenly reached out. Open it. The air instantly grew still. The smile on the old man's face froze. Chiya watched that hand, his fingertips slowly pressing on the oilcloth's knot. Just then another fog shinobi on the black ship suddenly shouted, "There's another boat ahead." The fog shinobi who had boarded turned to look. Indeed, a blurry shape was approaching through the fog. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, seeming to lose patience, and kicked the hatch cover. "Don't go near Wuchao Harbor lately." The old man quickly nodded. Understood, understood. The fog shinobi jumped back onto the black ship. Soon the patrol boat turned direction and headed toward the other ship in the fog. Only after the white light had completely faded did the old man let out a long breath. He turned and glared at Chiya. "You almost got me killed just now." Chiya released his hand from the oilcloth. But nothing happened, right? Nothing. The old man was so angry he nearly jumped. Those fog-hidden people are like madmen now, arresting anyone they want. Especially around Wuchao Harbor. They've been checking more strictly than in previous years. If you get caught in there, you'll never come out. Chiya remained silent. The boat continued forward. After an unknown time, a low dark shape appeared ahead like scattered stones floating on the sea. The old man pointed in that broken stone island. As the boat approached the shore, the old man furled the sail and slowly paddled with the oar. The boat came to a stop against the reef, the hull scraping against the stones with a grating sound. "We're here." Chiya stood up. The old man held out his hand. Chiya looked at him. "More money again." The old man was unabashed. "We ran into a patrol boat just now." The risk increased. Chiya stared at him for a long while, then finally pulled some money from his pocket and tossed it. "You're even more ruthless than that ad money guy." The old man didn't understand, but seeing it wasn't a compliment, he quickly pocketed the money. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and get off." Chiya jumped onto the reef. The ground was wet and slippery. He steadied himself before shouldering his pack and walking upward. He followed the reef for a while and saw an old path covered by weeds. The path was very narrow, as if it hadn't been maintained for years. On both sides were wet shrubs. When stepped on, mud and water squeezed out from the crevices of the stones. He didn't know how long he walked along this path until he saw some buildings appear by the distant seaside. In the distance, the outline of Wuchao Harbor slowly emerged. Many boats were docked at the harbor. Cold white lanterns hung from a wooden tower, and several fog shinobi stood at the entrance checking passers-by. Just as Chiya looked over, a man was dragged off a boat by two fog shinobi. Thud! The man's knees slammed into the muddy water. The woman beside him immediately cried out and rushed forward, only to be kicked away. The sound of a child's crying suddenly erupted. Chiya stood on the slope watching from afar. He saw the fog shinobi grab the man's hair and whisper a few questions. The man shook his head desperately. The next moment, the fog shinobi's fist slammed into his face. Thud! The man fell into the mud, half his face covered in blood. Huey asked softly, "Are you going to intervene?" Chiya looked at the harbor. His fingers paused on the hilt of the blade for a moment, then slowly relaxed. "No, we can't reveal ourselves here." His voice was very low. "Besides, I want to see just how terrifying this place really is." Chiya stood on the slope for a long time, gazing down at the harbor below. The man had already been dragged away. The woman knelt in the muddy water, her voice hoarse from weeping. People passed by with lowered heads, none daring to stop. The mist ninja paid her no further heed. They dragged the man into a wooden building behind the harbor. Chiya pressed down his bamboo hat and turned to descend the slope. On the sea chart Zabuza had given him a faint blade mark was etched beside the mist-tide harbor. That spot was not at the main entrance, but on the flank of the harbor. Chiya followed the old path, detouring until he soon spotted a wooden bridge blackened by seawater. Half of the bridge had collapsed, revealing reefs and mire below. In the distance stood a few abandoned fish warehouses. This place had clearly been untouched for years. He stepped onto the bridge. It creaked. The planks sank and muddy water surged up instantly. Chiya slipped along the narrow path, pressing deeper inward. Before long, he indeed found a breach in an old wall. The gap was just large enough for a person to stoop and squeeze through. Chiya looked at the gap and couldn't help but smile. Zabuza had said he wouldn't interfere, but the route was meticulously detailed. Stooping, Chiya crawled through. As soon as he entered, a pungent stench of fish assaulted his nose. Peering ahead, he saw a narrow alley. Both sides were cluttered with broken crates and fishing nets, the ground flooded with stagnant water. Voices murmuring from a distance, low and tense, mingled with a child's sobs. Chiya crept along the wall. Soon he arrived before a courtyard. Peeking in, he indeed spotted the same man from earlier. Two mist ninja were dragging the man toward an old warehouse. His face was covered in blood, and he could barely stand. The child was also brought along, wrists bound with rope, his small face pallid with terror. The child's mother hadn't followed. She was likely blocked outside. At the warehouse entrance, a mist ninja crouched down and patted the child's cheek. "What are you crying for?" The child flinched back. The man laughed. "Your father is quite stubborn, isn't he? He refused to pay the harbor tax, and even dared to speak up for others. Why isn't he tough now?" The child didn't understand the words, only sobbed, and shook his head repeating, I don't have a Kekkei Genkai. I don't have a Kekkei Genkai. Slap. The mist ninja struck him across the face. The child fell to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Shut your mouth, kid. Whether you have it or not isn't for you to decide. Another mist ninja grew impatient. Enough, just throw him in. There are still several boats to inspect behind us, don't wait. Chiya's gaze turned cold. His fingers had already rested on the hilt of his blade. At that moment, an extremely faint sound came from the rooftop. The mist ninja at the door was about to look up. In the next instant, a hand reached from behind him, clamping firmly over his mouth. A blade pressed against his neck. Don't move, or you die. The man froze, not daring to struggle. Simultaneously, several dark figures surged around the other mist ninja. They moved swiftly. In a few deft moves, they neutralized the group. Then from the mist, a woman emerged. She wore a dark cloak, her long hair tucked beneath it, her face beautiful but stern. Chiya froze for a moment. That person was Terumi Mei. What was she doing here? With the mist village cracking down so harshly on Kekkei Genkai, how could she still be moving about openly? Terumi walked to the mist ninja held at knife point and lowered her voice. The key. The mist ninja gritted his teeth and remained silent. Terumi Mei glanced at Ao. Ao reached out and pressed his shoulder, fingers digging in sharply. Crack. The man's face went pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It's on my lower back. Ao retrieved the key from his waistband and tossed it to a comrade. Terumi Mei turned and walked toward the warehouse entrance. The child was still sitting on the ground, eyes wide, blood still smeared at the corner of his mouth. Terumi Mei paused. She crouched down, gently wiped the blood from his lips with the back of her hand, and softened her voice. Don't be afraid. The child stared at her blankly, tears still streaming down, but he no longer sobbed aloud. The warehouse door creaked open. The hinges let out an unpleasant screech that set teeth on edge. Soon a damp, rotting stench wafted out. There were no lights inside. Near the door, several people flinched back in terror. Terumi Mei stood at the entrance, her brow furrowed. The warehouse held many people, adults and children alike. How many truly possessed Kekkei Genkai, and how many had been framed? She couldn't tell. Some still had wet clothes as if they had just been dragged off boats. Others huddled in corners, their faces drained of color. The man who had been beaten was also inside, leaning against a wooden pillar, panting, blood trickling from his brow down the corner of his eye. Ao murmured, so many. Terumi Mei said nothing. She stepped inside and stopped before a middle-aged man. The man immediately lowered his head, trembling violently. Terumi Mei crouched down. Why are you locked in here? The man's lips moved, but no sound came out. A little girl beside him tugged at his sleeve, shaking as well. Terumi Mei softened her tone further. Don't be afraid, we're here to rescue you. Only then did the man slowly lift his head. He looked at Terumi Mei, then at the fallen mist ninja at the entrance. His throat bobbed and his voice was hoarse. Lord Wu Daoren said this year they want to rebuild the harbor. He paused to cough a few times. Everyone has to pay a reconstruction fee. But how could we afford it? Over the years they've come up with all sorts of fees. Harbor tax, boat passage fees, mooring fees, even registering fishing nets. I've already mortgaged my boat. I really couldn't pay. He wiped his face with a muddy hand. So they said we have Kekkei Genkai and arrested us. The others in the warehouse slowly raised their heads. Someone began to weep softly. The man gave a bitter smile. If I really had Kekkei Genkai, I'd have been captured long ago. Could I have survived until today? Someone began to weep softly. The man gave a bitter smile. If I really had Kekkei Genkai, I'd have been captured long ago. The list. Ao had already found a stack of damp registration papers and handed them over. Terumi Mei took them. The entries were simple: name, boat number, arrears, suspected Kekkei Genkai. Some names had only a circle drawn beside them, without even a pretense of evidence. She flipped through a few pages, paused with her finger on the edge, then tucked the stack into her sleeve. Untie them all. My lady, we cannot. Terumi Mei didn't even look at him. Do it. Two mist ninja behind her immediately entered to cut the ropes. The people inside dared not move at first until the first child was carried out. Then the others slowly reacted. Some were too weak to stand, supporting themselves against the wall. Others had wrists bruised purple from the ropes. As soon as they were freed, they collapsed to the ground. The man from earlier was also helped up. When he reached the entrance, his legs gave way, and he nearly fell. Terumi Mei reached out to steady him. The man froze, his eyes reddening. Thank you. Thank you, my lady. Terumi Mei didn't reply. She turned to Ao. Take them out of here first. Ao nodded. Move quickly. Several mist ninja immediately guided the people out. From the shadows of the alley, Chiya remained motionless. It seemed every village was the same. Konoha had branded him a traitor. Here in the Mist Village, it was even simpler. A single accusation of suspected Kekkei Genkai, and you were taken away. Just then footsteps echoed from the other. Terumi Mei halted. The surrounding ninja also stopped, holding their breath. From the mist, a squad slowly emerged. They wore black raincoats, half masks, and short swords at their waists. There were not many, but they precisely blocked the alleys. The rescued crowd instantly panicked. The man holding the child turned pale, hurriedly shielding the child behind him. The leader raised his head, his gaze fixed on Terumi Mei. Lady Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei said nothing. He glanced at the people near the warehouse entrance. Lord Wudaoren has ordered not a single person here is to be released. Not a single one shall be let go. As these words fell, the courtyard fell silent. The people who had just been helped out all froze in place, their cries choked back into Zhao Meiming's face darkened, her brows furrowed. Qing swept his eyes across the surroundings. The front was blocked. The back was a warehouse. On both sides were old walls and abandoned fish warehouses. The situation was exactly like catching a turtle in a jar. He lowered his head and whispered in Zhao Meiming's ear, "There are people outside the walls. This place is surrounded." Zhao Meiming remained expressionless, but her heart sank. She stepped forward 2 paces. "Are you people of Wudaoren?" The leader did not answer. "Lady Zhao Meiming, these are the bloodline suspects detained at the port with all procedures complete. Taking them away like this is against the rules." Procedures complete. Zhao Meiming took out a stack of damp paper from her sleeve, flicked it open with her hand. It only has names written on it with circles drawn behind them. "Is this your procedure?" The man didn't even glance at it, sneering. "Here I say the procedures are complete, so they are complete." Zhao Meiming laughed in anger. Fine, a fine, procedures complete. I insist on taking them today, what can you do?" As she took a step forward, the opposing team drew their blades simultaneously. Clang. The sound of short blades being drawn rang through the alley. "Lady Zhao Meiming, I said not a single person here can be let go." The man lifted his head, his eyes gloomy. "You can't leave either." The next moment, several ninjas appeared around the courtyard. They quickly formed hand seals and chanted in unison, "Water release, great tide vortex, prison array." In an instant, a massive amount of water surged around the courtyard, spinning rapidly around it. The speed grew faster, and the volume of water increased. At first it was just a shallow layer of water splashing white foam against the houses. But soon the water rose into towering waves. With a roar, it destroyed all the surrounding houses and swept them into the water. The waves quickly turned into a vortex wall 3 or 4 stories high, trapping them tightly in the center of the whirlpool. The people in the center of the vortex changed color completely. How is this possible? This array cannot be cast without the strength of a cage-level ninja, Qing murmured. We prepared this for you long ago, planting the array's formula here in advance. How about it? Do you like our gift, Lady Zhao Meiming? Zhao Meiming stepped forward 2 paces. What do you want? The leader let out a, I don't want anything. The commotion here is so loud, a Lord Wudao must have already noticed. He'll be here soon, and then he'll talk with you. Zhao Meiming snorted coldly. I don't have time to wait for him. As she spoke, her hands quickly formed seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Boom. The accumulated water in the courtyard exploded violently, and a massive water dragon rose from the ground. The moment the dragon lifted its head, the entire courtyard was drowned in the sound of water. The dragon's body coiled, water splashing everywhere. Several black-clad ninjas instinctively stepped back. The next moment, the water dragon roared and crashed into the vortex. Boom. The water dragon slammed into it. Everyone saw the dragon's head touch the vortex, and in the next instant the head exploded with a bang, and the body was torn apart layer by layer like a rope thrown into a millstone, scattering into a mist of water across the courtyard. The vortex wall spun even faster. White foam rolled up along the wall, mixed with splintered wood, stones, and broken harpoons. Those things were churning in the water with a clattering noise, scraping deep marks into the walls as they passed. Several of the newly rescued people were so terrified that their legs gave way, and they fell to their knees on the spot. Those things were churning in the water with a clattering noise, scraping deep marks into the walls as they passed. Several of the newly rescued people were so terrified, ordinary ninjutsu will only be sucked in. Zhao Meiming looked at the water walls around her, her gaze turning cold. At this moment, Chiya was in the corner of the court. When the array rose, he had intended to retreat, but a wall of water surged up behind him, sealing off his escape. He stood close to the shadow of an old house, his bamboo hat pulled low. The courtyard was now in chaos, and no one paid him any attention. Chiya reached out and touched the vortex wall behind him. The moment he touched it, his fingertip was cut slightly. This thing is indeed quite formidable, he muttered under his breath. Hui's voice rang in his mind. That woman is trapped. Do you want to save her? Chiya looked at Zhao Meiming in the center of the courtyard and shook his head. Let's wait and see. Normally Zhao Meiming should not die here. She would later become the 5th Mizukage. But the problem was that he had already appeared in the mist-tide harbor. Who knew how strong a wind this butterfly of his had stirred? Just then footsteps from outside grew closer. Behind the vortex wall, a figure slowly approached. The leader immediately lowered his head. My lord, Wudaoren had arrived. Chiya looked through the vortex and saw a tall, burly figure with a full beard, a circle of black markings tattooed on his forehead. He wore a long black robe, its hem swaying gently in the wind. Behind him followed a dozen ninjas. My lord Zhao Meiming has been captured. Wu Daoren said nothing, but looked Zhao Meiming up and down a few times, then gave a Lady Zhao Meiming, what brings you to my humble place so late? Zhao Meiming stared at him. Wu Daoren, what do you mean by this? Wu Daoren raised a hand. I mean nothing. Zhao Meiming continued. Do you know the crime of imprisoning a jonin of the village? The smile on Wu Daoren's face did not change. I don't know about any jonin I imprisoned. I only know that someone broke into my warehouse, injured the guards, and released bloodline suspects without author. That's not good. He raised his hand, pressed it down lightly, but his tone suddenly turned heavy. Kill them all. As his words fell, the black-clad ninjas in the vortex all moved at once. They were already scattered around the courtyard. Now they stamped their feet and charged straight at the crowd. Zhao Meiming immediately turned around. Protect the civilians. Qing and several mist ninjas acted at the same time. Clang, clang. Kunai and short blades clashed, sparks flickering in the mist. Zhao Meiming was very fast. As a black-clad ninja rushed toward the crowd, water currents coiled up from his feet, wrapping around his knees with a snap. Zhao Meiming's figure flashed, and she struck his chest with a palm. Bang! The man flew backward, crashing into the edge of the water wall. Before he could cry out, the vortex had already sucked half his body in. Crunch! The sound of bones breaking mixed with the water noise, making one's scalp tingle. But there were too many black-clad ninjas, and they had no intention of fighting Zhao Meiming Heiden. Some targeted the children. Some lunged at the elderly. Others hid behind the crowd, waiting for Zhao Meiming to turn around to save someone before striking from the side. Zhao Meiming blocked and shielded the people behind her, retreating toward the warehouse door. On Qing's side, he was also locked in a fierce battle. His strength was not weak, but he too had civilians behind him. The people were huddled together in terror, unable to push forward or find a place to run. Don't move. Qing kicked away the ninja in front of him and shouted back. But the crowd was already in chaos. A child ran out, crying, almost rushing to the water wall. Zhao Meiming's expression changed, and she immediately dashed over to pull him back. Just as she bent down, a man who had just had his ropes untied suddenly raised his head. There were no deep rope marks on his wrists. He also had a kunai hidden in his clothes. Qian's eyes flickered slightly. Trouble. The man suddenly sprang up, driving the kunai viciously toward Zhao Meiming's lower back. Thud. The kunai pierced her body. Zhao Meiming let out a muffled groan, her body stiffening. Lady Zhao Meiming. Qing's face changed color. The man, disguised as a civilian, tried to pull out the blade and stab again, but Zhao Meiming slapped him across the face with a backhand. Bang! His entire face was knocked to one side, and his body rolled and crashed to the ground. Zhao Meiming clutched her lower back, blood quickly seeping through her fingers. Wu Daoren stood outside the array watching this scene, the smile on his lips deepening. Quite a sorry sight, Lady Zhao Meiming. Zhao Meiming looked up at him. She did not reply. The child behind her was still crying. An old man had his shoulder cut open by a blade and fell to the ground, unable to rise. If this continued, all these people would die here. Zhao Meiming gritted her teeth, and her gaze finally changed. She formed hand seals. Qing saw her movements, and his face changed. Lady Zhao Meiming. Zhao Meiming did not stop. The next moment, she opened her mouth and spat out a large mass of viscous acid. Lava release, melting monster technique. Splash. Dark yellow acid sprayed from her mouth like a thick mud tide, covering the ground in an instant. The black-clad ninjas at the front had no time to dodge. As soon as their feet touched the acid, their soles began to smoke. Screams erupted. The acid surged forward along the ground. The moment wooden crates were touched, they smoked with a hiss, and iron tools began to blacken and curl. Several black-clad ninjas hastily retreated their formation, falling into disarray. But what was even more chaotic was the crowd at the warehouse entrance. Someone stared wide-eyed at Zhao Meiming. Lava. Lava release. Lady Zhao Meiming has a Kekii Jinkai. How can this be? Those voices were small, but they rose one after another. Even the mist ninjas that Zhao Meiming had brought with her were momentarily stunned. Wu Daoren, however, laughed. He laughed more and more joyfully finally, even clapping his hands lightly. Good. He looked at Zhao Meiming, his eyes frighteningly bright. What a wonderful surprise. After all these years of searching for Kekii Genkai, I never expected that under the very nose of Lord Yuanshi there was still a fish that slipped through the net. After Wu Daoren's words fell, the atmosphere within the formation completely changed. The civilians who had just been hiding behind Zhao Meiming now looked at her with shifted eyes. Fear, hesitation, doubt, anger, and an indescribable terror. Zhao Meiming stood at the very front, blood still seeping from her lower back and a gash cut across her shoulder from a blade. She did not turn around. She could feel all those gazes behind her. Yet she had to stand there, because if she retreated, the people behind her would all die. Wu Daoren stood outside the whirlpool, smiling happily. Lady Zhao Meiming, it seems today's harvest is even greater than I imagined. As he spoke, he continued. The black-clad ninjas within the formation immediately moved. They dared not step on the acid left by the lava release, so they began to circumvent the ground, switching to shuriken, kunai, and ninjutsu for long-range assassination. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Cold glints flew toward the crowd from all directions. Zhao Meiming gritted her teeth and formed hand seals, raising a water current that deflected all the kunai in front. Qing was also entangled by several ninjas. He wanted to turn back and protect the crowd, but the enemies around him rushed in like madmen, giving him no chance to break away. A frightened child ran outward, nearly charging to the edge of the whirlpool. Zhao Meiming's expression changed. She dashed over and yanked the child back, just as she bent down. A short blade thrust from the side. The blade sliced across her arm, and blood immediately splattered. Zhao Meiming grunted, and with a backhanded palm strike, she sent that person flying. She could still fight, but she could not protect everyone. Qian Yi stood in the corner watching this scene, the smile on his face long gone. It seemed Wu Dao Ren was not acting on impulse. He had long prepared the formation and had arranged for people to infiltrate the detained civilians. Qing was held back, and Zhao Meiming was injured. No one would come to save her here. Qian Yi slowly exhaled. Hui Yes' voice rang out. Time to step in. Qian Yi raised a hand and pressed it against his bamboo hat. Yeah, I can't stand watching anymore. The next moment, he stepped out from the shadow of the old house. Hey! The voice was not loud. But at this moment, everyone paused for a moment. Zhao Meiming turned to look. Qing also turned his head sharply. A person wearing a bamboo hat walked out from the corner. He was clad in a black cloak with a long sword hanging at his waist. The hat was pressed low, obscuring his face, revealing only the lower half. Wu Dao Ren narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Qian Yi glanced at the swirling water walls of the whirlpool, still spinning wildly around, then at Wu Dao Ren. What if I said I was just passing by? Would you believe me? Everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Several black-clad ninjas looked at him, as if he were a madman. Qian Yi raised a hand and pointed at the whirlpool behind him. I want to get out. He paused. But you've got it all surrounded. Qing's eyelid twitched. Zhao Meiming was also stunned for a beat. At a time like this, what exactly was this guy saying? The smile on Wu Dao Ren's face slowly faded. Where did this lunatic come from? Kill him. The nearest black-clad ninja immediately charged at Qian Yi. A short blade slid out from his sleeve, thrusting straight for Qian Yi's throat. Qian Yi stood still. Just as the short blade was about to reach him, he tilted his head, dodging the blade sharply. The next moment, Qian Yi reached out, grabbed the man's wrist, and twisted it violently. Crack! The wrist was broken instantly. Before the man could even scream, Qian Yi kicked him in the chest. Thud! The man flew backward, crashing against the whirlpool water wall, nearly sucked in. The courtyard suddenly became much quieter. Qian Yi shook his wrist. Looks like you don't believe me. Under the shadow of his bamboo hat, cyan patterns suddenly appeared beneath his eyes. The patterns spread from the corners of his eyes to his cheeks like some ancient marking. Sage mode. With his left hand pressing the scabbard, his right hand gripped the sword. Buddha Yuan was silent for a moment. Then the entire blade suddenly blazed with a cyan white light. Hum. The sword had not yet left its sheath, yet the sound of water in the courtyard seemed to be suppressed a layer. Cyan white light spilled from the gaps of the scabbard, growing brighter. The gazes of everyone around were drawn to it. Several black-clad ninjas instinctively stopped in their tracks. Wu Dao Ren's expression also changed. Stop him. Several black-clad ninjas charged at Qian Yi simultaneously. Qian Yi stomped the ground. The next instant, he violently drew his sword. Sage art wild draw flash. Clang. The sound of the blade exploded abruptly. A cyan white sword light slashed upward from below. That strike was too fast. Everyone only saw a beam of light vertically cleaving into the whirlpool water wall, as if tearing the entire spinning sea apart from the middle. The next moment, a straight crack suddenly split the water wall. The once continuous whirlpool was severed by this strike. Immediately, the entire formation erupted in chaos. The severed currents lost their direction, charging madly to both sides. An old wall was instantly shattered, and the roof of the abandoned fish warehouse was. A massive amount of seawater poured down from the gap, crashing into the courtyard with a thunderous roar. Several ninjas maintaining the formation simultaneously shuddered. Uff! They almost simultaneously spat out blood, their knees buckling, and they collapsed to the ground. Water waves spread across the entire courtyard. Everyone's feet were submerged in water up to their ankles. Qian Yi stood in the water, the tip of his sword slanting downward. The cyan white light slowly faded from the blade. He looked up at Wu Dao Ren. Can I go out now? No one spoke. The civilians stared at him blankly, even forgetting. Qing looked at the severed whirlpool, then at the cyan patterns on Qian Yi's face. His expression completely changed. Zhao Meiming, clutching her wound, swallowed hard. She could not see the face under the bamboo hat. She only felt that this suddenly appearing man was absurdly powerful. At that moment, Zhao Meiming snapped back to reality. Run! Retreat! With that, Zhao Meiming dashed out. Wu Dao Ren's face was terrifyingly dark. Forget that guy. Kill Zhao Meiming first. She must not leave here alive. Zhao Meiming's eyes changed. Just as Qing was about to rush over, several black-clad ninjas threw themselves at him, recklessly blocking him firmly. The remaining ones all charged at Zhao Meiming. Qianyi watched this scene and clicked his tongue lightly. So troublesome. The next instant he tightened his grip on Buddha Yuhuan, stomped the ground, and vanished from the spot. Just as several black-clad ninjas reached Zhao Meiming, their vision blurred. Qianyi had already blocked them in the middle. Clang! The short blade struck the scabbard of Buddha Yuhuan, sparks bursting. Those black-clad ninjas' pupils sharply contracted. Before they could retreat, Qianyi flicked his wrist, and the scabbard swept out. Thud! 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 3 people almost simultaneously flew backward, crashing heavily into the accumulated water, sending up large splashes. Zhao Meiming paused her steps and looked up at Qianyi. Qianyi clicked his tongue. What are you standing around for? Run! Zhao Meiming gritted her teeth, said no more, turned around, and helped up a fallen child. Go! Qing also seized the opportunity to shake off the few around him, leading the civilians toward the gap. Wu Daoren saw this and his eyes turned completely. Go! Qing also seized the opportunity to shake off the few around him, leading the civilians toward the gap. As soon as the words fell, Qianyi shot forward again. The water surface exploded under his stomp, white spray bursting with a boom. Several black-clad ninjas, before they could even see his movements, were sent flying back one after another, as if struck by a heavy hammer. One tried to go around Qianyi to chase Zhao Meiming. Without even turning his head, Qianyi swung his scabbard backward. Thud! That man was knocked unconscious on the spot, unable to get up for a long time. Wu Daoren stared at Qianyi for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Interesting. Kirigakure no Jin stared at Chiya for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Interesting. Chiya stood in the puddle with the Buddha Yuhuan slanting down by his side. After that single slash had shattered the great tide vortex prison array, the entire warehouse yard had transformed. Half of the old wall had collapsed, the roof of the waste fish storage had been flung away by the torrent, and wooden planks, broken blades, and fishing forks slowly spiraled in the water. Several ninjas who had been maintaining the formation knelt in the distance, their faces buried low, blood trickling from their mouths, too exhausted to even lift their heads. The black-clad ninjas around Kirigakure no Jin were also intimidated, exchanging uneasy glances, none daring to move. The mist was thick, and the figures of Terumi Mei and her companions had long since become indistinct, leaving only the hurried echoes of footsteps fading in the distance. Soon even those sounds were scattered by the harbor wind. Gritting his teeth, Kirigakure no Jin turned his gaze to the mysterious man before him. Tonight he had prepared meticulously. First he had lured Terumi Mei and her group here, then set up the grand formation in advance, and planted his own ninjas among the crowd. Everything had been calculated. If Terumi Mei died here, word would reach Elder Yuan, and the internal strife within the Mist Village would erupt instantly. But then an unexpected figure in a conical hat had appeared. By now Terumi Mei had fled too far to pursue, and pursuit was pointless. Still, the night was not without gain. At least Terumi Mei had revealed her bloodline limit. Kirigakure no Jin raised a hand. Withdraw. The black-clad ninjas moved swiftly, supporting their wounded comrades, and retreated in orderly fashion. Kirigakure no Jin cast one last deep look at Chiya, then turned and departed. On the other side, Terumi Mei led her people all the way back to the Elder Yuan's residence. They did not take the main roads. Qing led the way while several mist ninjas supported the wounded civilians behind. Those who had just escaped the warehouse were unsteady on their feet, some stumbling every few steps, and a child had cried until no sound came out, only clutching the hem of an adult's garment with white-knuckled fingers. Terumi Mei walked in the middle. The wound on her lower back still bled, and the gash on her shoulder had turned white from the water. Qing looked back several times, wanting her to stop and tend to the injuries, but she paid him no heed. Lady Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei raised a hand to the doorframe, her voice low. Don't shout. The man immediately fell silent and stepped aside. Lady Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei raised a hand to the doorframe, her voice low. Don't shout. The man immediately fell silent and stepped aside. Soon several lamps flickered to life in the courtyard. Elder Yuan, wearing an outer robe, walked out from inside. His hair was snow-white, but his eyes remained sharp and clear. He saw Terumi Mei drenched in blood, then the civilians being helped in behind her, and paused in his steps. Terumi Mei took the damp list of names from her bosom and handed it over. The seizure list from Wuchao Port. Qing also placed several scrolls on the table, and some account books. The figures are incomplete, but they correspond to some. Elder Yuan did not speak immediately. He took the list and slowly opened it under the lamplight. The paper had been softened by water, the edges wrinkled, and some characters were blurred, but the names, ship numbers, arrears, and bloodline suspicion notations were still legible. He squinted, holding the paper close, and examined it page by page with great care. The room fell into a heavy silence. Outside, the rescued people huddled under the eaves, dripping water, not daring to make a sound. Turning to the later pages, Elder Yuan's hand stopped. He stared at the rows of names, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. After a long moment, he let out a sigh. Terumi May did not sit down. She stood before the table, her face deathly pale. Elder Yuan closed his eyes. After a while he opened them again, his voice much lower. The very thing I dreaded most has come to pass. Qing looked at him. Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan pressed his palm on the stack of lists. Wuchao Port is just one opening. The Mizukage's orders when transmitted down have become this. Arbitrary seizures, rampant extortion, purging of bloodline limits, arrests, and killings. He turned to Terumi May. This is not the audacity of Kirigakure no Jin alone. The room fell silent. Elder Yuan turned to the attendant beside him. Prepare the carriage. The attendant was startled. At this hour, where are you going? Elder Yuan picked up the list and account books. To see the daimyo. Qing's expression shifted subtly. Elder Yuan's voice was steady. I intend to impeach the fourth Mizukage. The breath of everyone in the room seemed to stop for an instant. Terumi May looked at Elder Yuan, as if she had long anticipated this day, yet when she actually heard those words, she remained silent for a long time. Elder Yuan offered no further explanation. He had lived long enough, seen the Mist Village at its sharpest, and also witnessed it slowly decay. He had wanted to wait longer, for more evidence, for more people to step forward, for Yagura himself to reveal a flaw. But tonight these lists lay on the table, and Terumi Mai's blood lay before his eyes. He could wait no longer. Meanwhile, inside the stone building behind Wuchao Port, Kirigakure no Jin knelt on one knee, his head bowed low. The room was dimly lit, the brazier in the corner burning low, casting a dark red sheen over the floor like a layer of water. At the far end sat a figure that looked like a youth, short in stature, holding a long staff with a hook, his face pale, his eyes hollow. This was the fourth Mizukage Yagura. Kirigakure no Jin spoke with his head lowered. Mizukage-sama, something has happened at Wuchao Port. Yagura looked at him, his voice soft. Speak. Terumi May trespassed into the seizure warehouse, attacked the guards, and released a large number of bloodline limit suspects. Kirigakure no Jin paused, then added with greater deference, but she used the lava release in public. The room fell silent. A charcoal piece in the brazier cracked softly. Yagura's eyes showed no ripple. Kirigakure no Jin continued. As an elite jonin of the village, she concealed her bloodline limit for years. Now she has freed bloodline suspects, and is aided by an unknown foreign ninja. I believe this must be dealt with immediately. Yagura asked how. Kirigakure no Jin lowered his head further. Arrest Terumi May and hold a public trial. And if she refuses to come. A flicker crossed Kirigakure no Jin's lips, quickly suppressed. Then it proves she has a guilty conscience. Yagura was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Issue the order. Immediately, an umbu knelt outside the door. Yagura's voice remained soft. Order Terumi May to appear immediately for trial. Yagura continued. If she refuses, she will be deemed a traitor. The umbu outside bowed. Yes. Soon several dark figures rushed out from the stone building, wearing masks and deep cloaks, moving so swiftly they made almost no sound. The night was thick, the mist heavy. Terumi Mai's residence was utterly quiet. The next moment the umbu burst through the door, and several ninjas stormed inside. Soon the sounds of ransacking echoed from within. Tables and chairs knocked over, cabinet doors kicked open, bedding thrown to the floor. But the entire house was empty, with no one there. One umbu reached out and touched the teacup on the table. The tea had long gone cold. She's not here. Another emerged from the inner room, holding an outer garment that hadn't been put away. She must have left a while ago. The lead umbu said nothing, merely raised a hand. Withdraw. Soon the news was sent back to the stone building. That umbu knelt at the entrance, speaking in a low voice. Mizukage-sama, Terumi May is not at her residence. I suspect she has already fled. Yagura showed no reaction. The room was quiet for a moment. Then after a while Yagura slowly lifted his eyes. Order the pursuit ninja unit. Several umbu outside bowed simultaneously. Terumi May has released bloodline limit suspects colluded with foreign ninjas and evaded bloodline limit screening. Effective immediately, she is to be treated as a rogue ninja. Hunt down Terumi May. After the pursuit order was issued, the Wuyin village did not undergo any significant changes. Such commands are not announced to the public and shouted in the streets. They are only passed down layer by layer. In the barracks of the Pursuit Ninja Corps behind the Water Shadow Tower, several lamps were lit one after another. Masked ninjas emerged from various rooms, received scrolls, read them, and without a word turned and vanished into the mist. Soon several roads near Zhao Meiming's residence were sealed off. At the intersections leading to the pharmacy, clinic, dock, and outer harbor, many covert sentries. Whoever passed by which road, whoever had blood on them, whoever bought medicine at night, all would be recorded. At this moment in the Water Shadow building, Wu Daoren was still kneeling on the ground, not yet dismissed. Lord Water Shadow. Shirtsong looked at him. Speak. Zhao Meiming is not a concern. The real trouble is Lord Yuan Shi. Lord Yuan Shi is highly respected. If he takes those so-called evidence from Wuchao Port to see the daimyo, things might become very troublesome. Shi Tsang remained silent. Wu Daorin continued. I believe we should immediately seal off Yuan Shi's mansion, since Zhao Meiming is hiding there. Lord Yuan Shi is suspected of harboring her. Also, those bloodline limit suspects who were secretly released must all be brought back to the Water Shadow Tower for interrogation. Shi Tsang was quiet for a moment, then nodded lightly. Approved. Wu Daorin immediately bowed. Yes. Soon the in the Water Shadow Tower also began to move. One after another dark figures flashed out of the tower and sped toward Yuan Shi's mansion. Wu Daorin did not go with them. After leaving the Water Shadow Tower, he turned into a very narrow alley. Deep in the alley was an abandoned tea house, with half a broken wooden sign hanging at the door creaking in the wind. He pushed the door open. The room was unlit. In the darkness stood a dozen figures. They were all dressed in ordinary clothes, some looked like fishermen, some like vendors, and some even wore the short jackets of dock laborers. But when Wu Daorin entered, all of them knelt on one knee simultaneously. Lord, Wu Daorin walked to the center of the room. Prepare everything tonight. Wait for my signal. The will surround Yuan Shi's mansion first. When they engage with the people there, you make your move. After tonight, the Wuyin village should change. Meanwhile, at Yuan Shi's mansion, things were also in motion. The courtyard was brightly lit. The people rescued from Wuchao Port were all arranged in the side courtyard. Several attendants were recording one by one their names, where they lived, why they were arrested, and which fee they couldn't afford to pay. A man sat at the table, his hands still trembling. I really don't have a bloodline limit. I know, the recording attendant said in a low voice. Just tell the truth. This year they said they would rebuild the port. First reconstruction fees, then boat taxes, then bridge tolls and docking fees. I simply couldn't afford to pay anymore. Then they said I had a bloodline limit in my family and wanted to take me away for investigation. The attendant recorded the words. Fingerprint here. The man stared at the paper for a moment, then suddenly raised his sleeve to wipe his face and pressed his fingerprint heavily. On the other side, Qing spread the account books on the table, comparing them page by page with the list. Zhao Meiming stood beside him, her wounds freshly bandaged, her face still pale. Is this enough? Qing did not answer immediately. He flipped to one page of the account book and pointed at the numbers. These amounts all went into the tax office under Wu Daorin, but there are no expenditure records afterward. Zhao Meiming's gaze turned cold. He is using the Water Shadow's orders to amass wealth. Qing nodded. At least we can prove that much. Inside the room, Yuan Shi was writing an impeachment document. The attendant stood beside him, wanting to speak several times, but holding back. Only after the last stroke did Yuan Shi put down his brush. Prepare the carriage. The attendant immediately looked up. Now, Yuan Shi rolled up the document and sealed it into a scroll. Now, he looked at Zhao Meiming and Qing. I am going to see the daimyo tonight. Zhao Meiming was startled. Lord Yuan Shi, there may already be pursuit ninjas outside. That's why we must leave immediately right now. Yuan Shi tucked the scroll into his sleeve. If we wait any longer, the Water Shadow Tower will strike first. By then, whether these pieces of evidence can be delivered will no longer be up to me. Qing said in a low voice, I'll escort you. You stay? Yuan Shi looked at him. Qing frowned. Yuan Shi continued, Zhao Meiming stays too. Zhao Meiming was about to speak, but Yuan Shi raised his hand to stop. Let me finish. The room fell silent. Yuan Shi's voice was not loud. After I leave, the Pursuit Ninja Corps will surely force their way into Yuan Shi's mansion. You hide well, and do not strike first. If they want to search, let them search. If they want to arrest people, as long as they don't find you, don't start a conflict with them. Zhao Meiming pressed her lips together. Yuan Shi looked at her, his tone heavier. Wuyin village can no longer afford internal strife. If we strike first, the Water Shadow Tower can claim that Yuan Shi's mansion has rebelled. Then it won't be just a few people dying. Qing lowered his head. Yes. Zhao Meiming was silent for a moment, then also nodded. Only then did Yuan Shi stand up. But as soon as he stepped out, a dull thud came from outside the courtyard. Bang! The gate of Yuan Shi's mansion was kicked open. The guards in the courtyard immediately drew their swords. Who goes there? The next instant, dozens of rushed in from the mist, their masks glinting coldly in the lamplight. By order of the Water Shadow, everyone in the courtyard froze. Yuan Shi stood under the veranda, his gaze darkening. The voice was icy. Yuan Shi harbors Zhao Meiming, secretly shelters bloodline limit suspects from Wuchao Port, and intends to forge evidence to slander the Water Shadow. Effective, immediately seal off Yuan Shi's mansion. Zhao Meiming, Qing, and all suspects from Wuchao Port are to be taken back to the Water Shadow Tower for interrogation. Yuan Shi's hand gripping his cane slowly tightened. I am going to see the daimyo. The captain looked at him. By order of the Water Shadow, Lord Yuan Shi is not to leave the mansion tonight. With these words, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew frigid. All the guards of Yuan Shi's mansion looked at Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi said nothing. He could not strike first. The captain, however, took a step forward. Search. Several Umbu immediately rushed toward the side courtyard. There were still witnesses there. Zhao Meiming, hiding inside the room, heard the footsteps approaching and pressed her fingers hard against the edge of the table. Qing stood beside her, his hand already on the hilt of his blade. Outside came the sound of a child crying, then the cold voice of the Umbu. Take them all away. Zhao Meiming closed her eyes for a moment. The next instant she pushed the door open and walked out. Stop. The Umbu paused. All eyes in the courtyard instantly fell on her. Zhao Meiming stood under the light, pale-faced, but her eyes were icy. The Umbu captain looked at her. Zhao Meiming, you're here after all. He raised his hand. Seize her. Whoosh. Several Umbu charged simultaneously. Qing's figure flickered, and his short blade instantly left its sheath. Clang. The blades clashed, sparks bursting in the night. Zhao Meiming formed hand seals. Water release, water formation wall. Boom. The accumulated water in the courtyard suddenly surged up, blocking the flying shuriken. Yuan Shi's expression changed. Stop. But it was already too late. Since the Umbu had moved, they would not stop. The guards of Yuan Shi's mansion, seeing Zhao Meiming surrounded, could no longer hold back and charged forward. The next moment, the entire courtyard erupted into chaos. The sounds of clashing blades, splashing water, screams, and shattered wooden doors mingled together. Yuan Shi, shielded by several guards under the veranda, wore a face of extreme displeasure. The thing he least wanted to see had still happened. The melee at Yuan Shi's mansion quickly spread across the entire front courtyard. The Umbu directly under the Mizukage struck with ruthless efficiency. Bang! A guard was sent flying by an Umbu's kick, smashing through a pillar and spitting out blood. On the other side, Qing forced back 2 Umbu with a single blade stroke. As he turned to glance back, a sunbon grazed past his cheek. Sizz! A thin line of blood appeared. Qing's eyes turned cold. He flicked his short blade backhand. Whoosh! The knife embedded itself into the opponent's shoulder. The Umbu grunted and staggered backward. But 3 more Umbu closed in from behind. They were in no rush to kill him, only to keep him entangled. The pressure on Zhao Meiming was even greater. She was already wounded, the bandaged area on her lower back had begun to seep blood again. Yet she dared not use her boil release. The mansion was filled with her own allies and the civilians she had just rescued. If she activated boil release, she had no idea whether the enemy would die, but her own people would certainly suffer. She could only suppress her techniques with water release. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Splash. A torrent of water surged through the courtyard, forming a water dragon that slammed into the Umbu with a roar. Several Umbu scattered in. The water dragon shattered the courtyard wall, sending debris flying everywhere. Just as Zhao Meiming caught her breath, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. She twisted her body abruptly. A kunai grazed past her shoulder, drawing a trail of blood droplets. Zhao Meiming. Qing tried to rush to her, but 2 Umbu blocked him firmly. Zhao Meiming gritted her teeth and began forming hand seals again. The Umbu captain, sensing she was about to use a Kekei Gunkai, immediately barked scatter. In the next instant, Zhao Meiming spat out a torrent of viscous corrosive liquid. Lava release, melting monster technique. The acid hit the ground hissing and smoking. Several Umbu were forced to retreat, finally clearing a space in the front yard. But as soon as she finished the technique, the wound on her lower back flared with pain, and she nearly collapsed. Qing cleaved through the enemy in front of him and dashed to her side. You can't hold on. Zhao Meiming wiped the blood from her lips. Not dead yet. As the words left her mouth, the area outside Yuan Shi's mansion fell into sudden silence. He appeared as a young boy holding a long staff, his face pale. The 4th Mizukage, Shirt Song. Behind him, Wu Daoren also stepped inside. Everyone in the courtyard froze. He appeared as a young boy holding a long staff, his face pale. The 4th Mizukage, Shirt Song. Behind him, Wu Daoren also stepped inside. Everyone in the courtyard froze. The Umbu lowered their heads. The guards of Yuan Shi's mansion instinctively stepped back. Even amid the chaos, the moment the Mizukage appeared, everyone halted their movements out of sheer instinct. Yuan Shi stood on the porch, protected by several guards. He looked at Shirt Song, his eyes complex. Mizukage-sama. Shirt Song turned to him. Yuan-sama. His voice was soft, betraying no anger. Why are you sheltering her? Yuan Shi did not answer immediately. Shirt Song's gaze fell on Zhao Meiming. Kekei Genkai have always been the greatest threat to Kirigakure. How much blood has been spilled because of these powers? Have you all forgotten? Zhao Meiming, steadying herself on Qing's arm, glared at him coldly. Preposterous. Which hidden village doesn't have Kekei Genkai? Konoha has the Uchiha and the Hyuga. Kimogakure has storm release, Iwagakure has explosion release. Every nation uses Kekei Genkai to cultivate their strongest. Only Kirigakure treats its own people's bloodlines as a crime. She stepped forward. By fearing power and turning everyone who possesses it into enemies, you've only caused Kirigakure to bleed all the more. Shirt Song stared at her, his eyes still vacant. Look at this place. He raised his staff, pointing at the blood-soaked courtyard. Is this not the calamity brought by Kaguya Ōtsutsuki? Zhao Meiming's face turned icy. But Yuan Shi stepped forward. Wrong. The courtyard fell silent. Yuan Shi's aged voice rang out in the night. The dead were not killed by Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. They were killed by fear. By orders. By those who used the name of the Mizukage to extort, kidnap, and silence. Wu Daoren, standing behind Shirtsong, let his smile fade slightly. Yuan Shi looked at Shirtsong. When the Kirigakure Ninja Academy forced children to fight to the death, that was already a mistake. And now you pin the suspicion of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki on innocent people. Whoever can't pay, doesn't obey, or stands in the way becomes a suspect. If this continues, Kirigakure won't be left with any strong shinobi. Only a pool of blood. Shirtsong's staff lifted slightly. He seemed about to say something. Suddenly, a blade burst through his chest from behind. SHLCK. The short knife, thrust from his back, pierced straight through Shirtsong's heart. Everyone in the courtyard stood frozen. Shirtsong looked down at the tip of the blade protruding from his chest. For the first time, his eyes showed a flicker of emotion. Wu Daoren pressed close behind him, his voice light as a sigh. Mizukage-sama, you've been in power too long. Shirtsong slowly turned. You? Wu Daoren yanked the blade out. Blood sprayed. Shirtsong's body swayed, nearly falling, but the umbu behind him instinctively caught him. Mizukage-sama. The umbu fell into disarray. Wu Daoren stepped back and suddenly let out a sharp whistle. The sound cut through the night mist. In the next instant, from the rooftops, behind walls, and among the trees around Yuan Shi's mansion, a large crowd of figures rose. They wore no headbands, nor umbu uniforms. Their eyes were hollow, clutching short blades and poisoned needles, as if they had been waiting there all along. Yuan Shi's expression finally changed. You? Wu Daoren burst into laughter. Yuan-sama, you old fools always think you can save Kirigakure. Shirtsong tried to crush the village with fear, and you thought you could replace a Mizukage with a few pieces of paper. But Kirigakure is already rotten to the core. He raised his hand, pointing at everyone in the courtyard. Tonight, all of you will die here. Tomorrow, I'll tell everyone that Kaguya Ōtsutsuki remnants colluded with foreign enemies to assassinate the Mizukage and kill Yuan-sama. And I, Wu Daoren, will purge these traitors for Kirigakure. With that, he waved his hand. Kill. Whiz whiz whiz. The suicide soldiers descended from all directions. The umbu thrown into chaos by Shirtsong's stabbing, and the guards of Yuan Shi's mansion, already exhausted from the previous skirmish, were forced back step by step. Zhao Meiming gritted her teeth and tried to charge forward, but the wound on her lower back suddenly tightened, slowing her steps. A suicide soldier seized the opportunity, thrusting his short blade at her throat. Qing's pupils contracted. Watch out. In the next instant, a cyan-white blade light slashed in from outside the courtyard wall. Clang. The suicide soldier's short blade snapped in two. Then the blade light continued, slicing across his chest. Splat. Blood splattered. The suicide soldier was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall. Qian landed on the courtyard wall, his cloak fluttering slightly in the night breeze. Wu Daoren's head snapped up, his face twisting in an instant. You again. Qian looked down at him. You talk too much. With that, he formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. Several shadow clones appeared in the courtyard. Qian's original body grasped Futsunamatama, stepped forward, and in the next instant, he shot off the wall. Wu Daoren's pupil shrank, and he immediately retreated. His hands flashed through seals. Water release, water mirror substitute. Qian's blade came down. Crack. The Wu Daoren before him shattered into a spray of water mirror. The real Wu Daoren had already appeared a dozen paces away. He flung out dozens of fine needles. Those needles were not metallic, but compressed water so thin they were almost invisible. Whiz whiz whiz. The water needles tore through the air, aiming for all of Qian's vital points. Qian twisted his wrist, swinging Futsunamatama horizontally. Ping 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 ping. The water needles were shattered against the blade, dissolving into a vast mist. Wu Daoren vanished into the mist. Mist concealment technique. Qian chuckled softly. Playing with perception tricks in front of me. He closed his eyes. Sage chakra spread outward in all directions. The sound of wind, water, footsteps, and chakra flow. Everything became clear. Behind him to the left, Qian spun around and slashed. Boom. The cyan-white blade light cut across half the courtyard. Wu Daoren had just emerged from the mist. His face changed drastically, and he hastily formed seals again. Water mirror. Crack. The water mirror had barely formed before it was split in two by the blade light. The residual wave caught Wu Daoren, tearing open a bloody gash on his shoulder, sending him stumbling back several steps. He stared at Qian, fear finally dawning in his eyes. This man was too fast. There was no way to win in a direct fight. In the courtyard, Qian's shadow clones had already begun to clean up Wu Daoren's suicide soldiers. One shadow clone grabbed a suicide soldier's wrist, twisted it, and slammed him into the ground with a thud. Another shadow clone stood guard in front of Yuan Shi, continuously tapping with its scabbard to send 2 charging soldiers flying. Zhao Meiming also seized the moment to steady her footing, protecting the witnesses alongside Qing. Wu Daoren glanced at the severely wounded Shirt Song, then at the protected Yuan Shi, and his face turned extremely grim. He couldn't delay any longer. Biting his finger, he pressed the blood against the ground. Water released burial in mist. Boom. A massive cloud of thick mist exploded from the ground, instantly shrouding the entire front courtyard. Qian Yi slashed through the mist, but Wu Daoren had already vanished. Only his voice drifted from afar. Ha ha ha, you think you've won. Kirishima Jin's voice drifted from a distance, sounding somewhat blurred. This is only the beginning. Chiya gripped the foot Sinomatama and looked toward the direction of the voice. In sage mode, he could sense which way he had fled, but there was no need to pursue now. The courtyard was not yet cleared. At that moment, the shadow clones had already engaged in battle with the death soldiers Kirishima Jin had brought. The front courtyard of the elder's residence was in utter. The umbu thrown into disarray by Yagura's stabbing were clearly disoriented. The guards of the elder's residence, having just fought the umbu, were also wounded. But those death soldiers seemed to feel no pain. Even after Kirishima Jin fled, they still charged at the crowd. One death soldier leaped from the eaves, his poison needle aimed straight at the elder's back. The guard beside the elder raised his blade, but his movement was still half a beat too slow. The next instant, Chiya's shadow clone had already flashed behind the elder, flicking the scabbard upward. Clang! The poison needle was sent flying. The shadow clone followed up with a kick, slamming heavily into the man's chest. Bang! That death soldier was sent flying backward, smashing through half a pillar. After crashing to the ground, he tried to get up, but the guards of the elder's residence rushed over and slashed at his neck. On the other side, 2 death soldiers took advantage of the chaos to break into the side courtyard. There the witnesses, just rescued from the mist-tide harbor, were hiding. Several adults huddled in the corner, clutching their children tightly. Some trembled with fear, yet dared not make a sound. Just as the death soldiers reached the door, a wall of water suddenly rose. Water-style water formation wall. Splash. The water wall blocked the entrance. The poison needles stabbed into the current and were soon swept away. Terumi Mei stood outside the side courtyard, her face pale, and the bandage on her lower back was seeping blood again. She raised a hand to brace herself against a wooden pillar, forcing her body steady. Ao charged from the side, his blade flicking aside the death soldier's short sword, then driving his knee into the opponent's abdomen. As the man doubled over, Chiya's shadow clone swept past and delivered a horizontal slash. Slash! The death soldier was cut down. The umbu captain stood in the courtyard watching the death soldiers still attacking and finally gritted his teeth and shouted, "Kill these men first." Several umbu exchanged glances, then quickly turned direction. The guards of the elder's residence no longer blocked them. The 2 groups, which had been fighting each other moments ago, finally stood together reluctantly. The battle in the courtyard quickly changed. Chiya's shadow clones specifically blocked the death soldiers charging at the elder, and the witnesses, Terumi Mei and Ao, protected the side courtyard, and the umbu began to counterattack the enemies who had rushed in. Without Kirishima Jin's command, although the death soldiers were fearless, their formation soon fell apart. The last death soldier was pinned down by Ao. Just as Ao was about to force open his mouth, a faint crack sounded from the man's throat. Black blood trickled from the corner of his lips. The ground was littered with corpses, and puddles were darkened by blood. The shattered wooden door lay askew, still dripping water from its edges. The umbu and the guards of the elder's residence. The ground was littered with corpses, and puddles were darkened by blood. The shattered wooden door lay askew, still dripping water from its edges. The umbu and the guards of the elder's residence separated again. Both sides still held their blades, but this time neither moved first. Several of Chiya's shadow clones stood in the middle, just enough to separate the 2 sides. At this moment, Yagura was still kneeling in the courtyard. The blade Kirishima Jin had stabbed from behind had pierced straight through his heart. Logically, such an injury would be fatal even for a shinobi. At this moment, Yagura was still kneeling in the courtyard. The blade Kirishima Jin had stabbed from behind had pierced straight. That chakra coiled around the wound like a living thing, slowly pulling the torn flesh back together. The area pierced by the short sword was still bleeding, but the flesh was indeed healing. In his mind, Kaguya's voice rang out. Such dense chakra. Her tone sounded more serious than usual. After a pause, Kaguya added, "But his chakra flow is very strange. He seems to be under a jinjutsu." Chiya's heart sank. He only vaguely recalled that in the original story, Yagura had been under Obito's long-term control, and later, Ao seemed to have noticed something. But exactly when the control was broken and why Yagura suddenly died, those memories were already blurry. Ao was also watching Yagura. He stood not far from Terumi Mei, the veins around his right eye slowly bulging. Under the Byakugan, Yagura's chakra was in severe disarray. The tailed beast chakra was repairing his body, but deep within that vast chakra, there was a thin, cold force entwined in his spirit. The Mizukage controlled by a Jinjutsu. Those words once spoken would explode throughout the entire mist. The elder also heard. He stood under the eaves. Are you sure? Ao nodded. The Byakugan does not lie. Terumi May looked at Yagura. Her face, already pale, grew even whiter. The Mizukage controlled by a Jinjutsu. Those words once spoken would explode throughout the entire mist. The elder also heard. He stood under the eaves, gripping his cane tightly. Over the years he had suspected many things, that Yagura's personality had changed drastically, that the orders from the Mizukage's tower had long been out of control, that behind the purges of the mist in recent years there was another hand. But suspicion was only suspicion. Now that Ao had spoken the word Jinjutsu, many things that had been inexplicable suddenly had a direction. The Umbu captain, no longer caring about anything else, rushed to Yagura's side. Seeing the wound still healing, he immediately said, "To the medical unit." Several Umbu surrounded him at once. This time they did not hesitate. The tailed beast chakra on Yagura was still surging outward. A dark red chakra occasionally burst from his shoulder, then quickly retracted. The Umbu carefully avoided that chakra, lifted Yagura onto their backs, and swiftly rushed out of the elder's residence. Chiya watched them leave. That vast chakra faded as Yagura moved away. The elder turned to look at Chiya. The others also turned their gaze toward him. In the melee just now, if not for the sudden intervention of this straw hat figure, Terumi May would likely have died under the death soldier's blade, and the elder's residence would not have been able to protect the witnesses. But even now they still did not know who this person was. The elder leaned on his cane and spoke slowly. "May I ask your esteemed name?" Chiya glanced at him. At this point, hiding his identity any longer was meaningless. He raised his hand and removed. Mist drifted in through the broken wall, lifting the black hair from his forehead. Uchiha. The expressions of many in the courtyard changed. Chiya continued, "Chiya." Ao's eyes immediately fixed on his face. Terumi May was also startled. Uchiha Chiya. That name had recently spread throughout the shinobi world. A rogue ninja from Konoha, an orphan of the Uchiha clan, rumored to have escaped from Danzo's grasp. There were also rumors that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and killed many ninja in Konoha. But in the battle just now he had not used the Sharingan at all. The elder looked at Chiya, did not press him immediately. He turned to survey the ruined courtyard, then glanced at the witnesses still in shock in the side courtyard, and gave a low command, "Treat the wounded, move the witnesses to the rear courtyard. No one is to speak of tonight's events." Understood. The elder turned back to Chiya. "This place is not suitable for conversation. Shall we talk elsewhere?" Chiya nodded. Near the elder's residence there was a tea house that had already closed. But the owner was clearly the elder's man. Upon seeing them enter, he did not ask questions, immediately closed the door and led them upstairs. On the second floor, only one lamp was lit. The mist pressed against the paper window outside. The street was eerily quiet, as if so many people had not just died in the elder's residence. Terumi May sat down noticeably slower. Her injuries were severe. The wound on her lower back still ached. Ao stood by the window, not sitting, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. The elder took the seat of honor, with Chiya opposite. Tea was served to Chiya, took a sip. The elder looked at him and spoke first. "Sir saved our lives tonight. This old man owes you." Chiya did not respond to the courtesy. The elder did not beat around the bush for long. "But this old man still wishes to know what exactly is your purpose in coming to the land of water." Ao looked at Chiya. Terumi May also raised her eyes. A rogue ninja from Konoha, an Uchiha one rumored to have awakened the Mangekyo, suddenly appearing in the mist and getting involved in the conflict between the Mizukage, the elder, and Kirishima Jin. Anyone would be suspicious. Chiya's fingers rested on the hilt of the foot Sinomitama for a moment. The room fell silent. "I came to the land of water to borrow something." Yuan Shi asked, "Borrow what?" Qian Yi raised his head, gazing toward the water shadow tower in the distance. "Sanwei." As soon as these words were spoken, the room exploded into uproar. "What a—" Zhao Meiming shot to her feet. She still had an injury on her lower back, and the sudden movement tore at the wound, paling her face. Yet she paid it no heed, her eyes fixed on Qian Yi. "You dare covet the tailed beast?" Qing stepped forward, his voice rising. "Sanwei is inside the water shadow's body. How could it possibly be lent to you?" Qian Yi remained seated, offering no response. Yuan Shi raised a hand and tapped the table. Only then did Zhao Meiming and Qing reluctantly stop. Yuan Shi looked at Qian Yi, his face betraying little emotion. "The tailed beast is a crucial national asset. It cannot be lent out. Moreover, Sanwei is still within the water shadow's body and cannot be extracted." Qian Yi shook his head, gently speaking in a calm tone. "For Kirigakure as it stands now, the tailed beast is no longer a source of strength." He paused, turning to Yuan Shi. "It is a disaster." Zhao Meiming's brows knitted together. Qing stared at Qian Yi as if ready to draw his blade at any moment. Qian Yi continued, "Kirigakure is beset by internal strife and external threats. You may not yet know this, but the water shadow has been under control for a long time." As these words fell, the room fell silent. Zhao Meiming's hand still rested on the edge of the table. Qing stood by the window, his expression turning grim. They had just heard from Qing that the water shadow had been placed under a jinja, but guessing was one thing, hearing it spoken aloud was another. Yuan Shi remained silent. Jianyu did not stop. Wu Dao Ren's rebellion remains unresolved, and the water shadow is gravely wounded. The Hunternin, the Umbu, the port security, and even Yuan Shi's own forces. No one knows whose orders they will follow tomorrow. If someone chooses to exploit this moment, the entire land of water could descend into chaos in an instant. Zhao Meiming and Qing's faces darkened at these words. Jianyu was right. Kirigakure appeared calm on the surface, but beneath it turbulent currents surged. The slightest misstep could unleash a storm. Wu Dao Ren dared to assassinate the water shadow in public and had planted so many loyalists outside Yuan Shi's residence. This showed that the forces at his command were far greater than they had imagined. Yuan Shi sat there, his face expressionless. Gradually the room grew quiet again. Qianyu was in no rush. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea had grown cold. After a long pause, Yuan Shi finally spoke. What do you intend to do? Wuchao Port. The great bell above the port rang out. Dong, dong, dong. The deep toll of the bell echoed through the night, startling everyone on the docks awake. Lights quickly flickered on in the wooden huts. Someone pushed open a window to look outside, but before they could see what was happening, they were shouted back inside by the security ninja on the street. Close the door. No one is to come out tonight. Bang. The window was slammed shut. In the open square at the center of the port, torches were lit one after another. Soon the square was densely packed with people. Here were his loyalists, his trusted followers, and the port's security forces. Wu Dao Ren emerged from the stone building. Bandages were wrapped around his shoulder, and his complexion was poor, but the moment he stepped onto the platform, everyone below fell silent. He swept his gaze across the crowd. The water shadow has been attacked. The crowd immediately erupted into chaos. What? The water shadow attacked. Who did it? Wu Dao Ren raised his hand. The commotion gradually subsided. He continued. Zhao Meiming has been harboring Kekkei Genkai users, secretly releasing suspects from Wuchao Port, colluding with foreign ninja, and holding Yuan Shi hostage. Tonight, I followed the Water Shadow's orders to apprehend her at Yuan Shi's residence, but they were prepared. The Water Shadow personally arrived at Yuan Shi's residence only to be wounded by them. The faces of those below changed. Wu Dao Ren drew his short sword. The blade glinted in the firelight. Now the Water Shadow's life hangs in the balance, and Yuan Shi is held captive by Zhao Meiming. Kirigakure has reached its most dangerous moment. He stepped forward, his voice rising. We must enter the village. Protect the Water Shadow. Slay Zhao Meiming. Several trusted followers in the front ranks immediately knelt on one knee. We pledge our lives to follow Lord Wu Dao. The crowd behind them. We pledge our lives to follow Lord Wu Dao. Protect the Water Shadow. Slay Zhao Meiming. The voices grew louder. The firelight flickered across faces, dazzling the eyes. We pledge our lives to follow Lord Wu Dao. Protect the Water Shadow. Slay Zhao Meiming. The voices grew louder. The firelight flickered across. What did it matter if Zhao Meiming knew the truth? As long as he struck first, led his men into Kirigakure, and framed this chaos as a rescue mission for the Water Shadow, who would bother to dig through the records of Wuchao Port? Whoever survived, their words became the truth. Wu Dao Ren turned to a few trusted followers beside him. Third squad. A man stepped forward immediately. Here, you guard the port. Wu Dao Ren fixed his gaze on him. From now on, no vessel is to leave the harbor, and no vessel is to enter. Anyone who forces their way through will be executed on the spot. Understood. Second squad. Here, you will secure the main roads leading into and out of Kirigakure, especially the route to the daimyo's mansion. Watch it closely. Wu Dao Ren's voice turned cold. No one is allowed to pass. Understood. Wu Dao Ren then turned to the remaining men. First squad, hear my command. Prepare your gear and follow me into the village. Understood. Wu Dao Ren surveyed his forces, nodded with satisfaction. Dismissed. The port was quickly sealed off. The boatmen on the docks were all driven back into their huts, and several cargo ships scheduled to sail at dawn were forcibly detained. Someone bravely peeked outside only to be kicked back into their hut by a security ninja. Get back inside. Anyone who dares to come out tonight will be treated as a rebel. Doors were slammed shut along the streets. A torchlit procession moved along the main road. The sound of footsteps grew denser. Wu Dao Ren adjusted his equipment and cast a glance back at Wuchao Port. This port had given him money, men, and the army he now commanded. But the port was too small. What he wanted was never just a port. Wu Dao Ren raised his hand and gestured toward Kirigakure. Move out. In the next instant, the long column surged out of Wuchao Port, pressing toward Kirigakure. Outside Kirigakure, in the darkness, the first to see the flames were the security ninja at the village gate. At first, only a few lights appeared. Soon those lights multiplied, descending along the mountain path, and the sound of footsteps followed. The ninja on duty immediately tensed. Who goes there? Whoosh. An arrow flew from the distance. Thud. A burst of blood erupted from the neck of the lead security ninja. He clutched his throat, staggered back 2 steps, his eyes wide, but before he could speak he collapsed to the others drew their blades instantly. Enemy attack. The whistle had barely sounded when Wu Dao Ren's ninja charged forward. Clang. Clang. Soon kunai and ninja swords clashed, sparks flying. The village entrance quickly descended into chaos. Someone tried to send a message inside, but as he turned, a shuriken whistled into his shoulder, slamming him into the wall. Wu Dao Ren walked past the corpse without even a flicker of his eyelid. Seal the gate. Yes. Several ninja immediately rushed to the side, securing all the mechanisms at the entrance. Wu Dao Ren lifted his gaze toward the interior of Kirigakure. Lights were already flickering in the distance. Voices emerged from the streets. Someone opened a door to look outside, others ran out of their houses carrying children. Wu Dao Ren raised his hand. Issue the order. Kirigakure is under curfew tonight. No one is to take to the streets or approach the Water Shadow Tower. Violators will be dealt with as rebels. Yes. Soon shouts echoed along the streets. Curfew. Everyone back inside. Anyone who dares to come out will be killed without mercy. Bang. A door was kicked shut violently. The streets were filled with crying, shouting, and the sound of footsteps. The mist turned crimson under the torchlight. Wu Dao Ren did not stop. He led his men along the main road deeper into the village, the column behind him splitting into several groups that quickly dispersed in different directions. Speed was what he needed. Fast enough that Yuan Shi couldn't muster reinforcements. Fast enough that the villagers couldn't tell what was happening. As long as he seized the main thoroughfares first and cut off the Water Shadow Tower from Yuan Shi's residence, this chaos would unfold according to his narrative. Before long, the news reached the tea house. The messenger ninja practically crashed through the door. Lord Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi raised his head. Speak. Wu Dao Ren has broken into the village. Zhao Meiming shot to her feet. The sudden movement reopened her wound, causing her to stagger. Qing quickly steadied her. Clenching her teeth, Zhao Meiming asked, what about the gate guards? All of the gate guards have been killed. The entrance is under Wu Dao Ren's control. They've also sealed the main street, and are now heading toward the Water Shadow Tower. How does he have so many men? The expressions of everyone in the room shifted. Clearly, they had never anticipated that the overseer of a port could have amassed such formidable strength. Yuan Shi's face turned grim. He looked at Qing. How many men can we mobilize now? Qing lowered his head and thought, his voice dropping. The Umbu are beyond our command. Yuan Shi's forces suffered heavy casualties in the earlier battle. Right now, we can only field about a dozen shunin. Zhao Meiming steadied herself against the table and spoke directly. He'll go. Yuan Shi looked at her. You can't. Wu Dao Ren has already broken in. If we don't stop him now, the village will truly fall into chaos. Zhao Meiming steadied herself against the table and spoke directly. He'll go. Yuan Shi looked at her. You can't. Wu Dao Ren has already broken in. If we don't stop him now, the village will truly fall into chaos. Zhao Meiming clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Then what? Are we just going to let him march to the Water Shadow Tower? Qing remained silent. The messenger ninja also kept his head bowed. Just then Qianyi stood up. He picked up the Budu Yuhuan that leaned against the table and hung the blade at his waist. He'll go. Everyone turned to look at him. Qianyi paused at the door, then looked back at Yuan Shi. He'll stop Wu Dao Ren for you. He paused, then added, but do not forget what you promised me. Yuan Shi looked at him, then nodded after a moment. This old man remembers. Qianyi said no more. In the next instant his form flickered and he vanished from the doorway. When Qianyi reappeared, he had already landed on the main street. Ahead, the men of Mist Island Blade were advancing along the street toward the Water Shadow building. Torches formed a continuous line and footsteps echoed on the wet stone pavement, creating a suffocating silence. Doors and windows on both sides of the street were tightly shut. Some people hid inside, not daring to light a single lamp. Mist Island Blade led the way. Upon seeing Qianyi, he paused for a moment. The procession behind him halted as well. You again. Mist Island Blade fixed his gaze on Qianyi, a chill in his eyes. You've thwarted my plans time and again. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? Qianyi remained silent, closing his eyes as he frantically absorbed the natural energy around him. Enraged by Qianyi's disregard, Mist Island Blade gritted his teeth and snarled, charge. Seize the Water Shadow building first. The next moment, the protagonist's eyes snapped open, cyan veins clearly visible beneath them. With a swift slash of his blade, a cyan sword aura split the ground before him, creating a fissure. Whoever crosses dies. Mist Island Blade's face turned utterly grim. I gave you a chance, but you insist on courting death. Attack. As his words fell, 7 or 8 ninjas immediately dashed out from the ranks, landing on both sides of the street. They moved swiftly, forming hand seals in unison. Water release, great waterfall. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted. Several massive clumps of water exploded from the street, quickly converging into a powerful torrent. The torrent surged from the ground, swelling into a colossal wave that charged down the main street toward Chiya. The wave was immense. Buildings on either side were battered, their lanterns swept into the water, their flames extinguished in an instant. Chiya stood his ground, not retreating an inch. He swiftly formed hand seals, his chest heaving. Sage art, fire release, calamity, fire waterfall. The next moment, a burst of blazing golden flame. The flames spread instantly, like an inverted tidal wave of fire rushing to meet the water wave. A thunderous collision. Fire and water clashed, heat and shaking the entire street. The water wave was halted by the flames, its front churning wildly before being vaporized into a vast cloud of white steam. Several mist ninjas who had cast the technique were forced back by the heat. What the hell? Our combined water release is being blocked by his single fire release. The flames continued to push forward. The water stream evaporated, and white mist began to spread outward. At first the mist only appeared where fire and water met, but soon it rolled along the street, creeping up walls, eaves, and the ground, gradually spreading. Before long the entire street was engulfed in white fog. The torchlight was obscured, leaving only blurry red shadows. Chiya ceased his fire release. The stone slabs beneath his feet had turned red from the heat. As he observed the thickening fog, a sense of unease crept into his mind. A miscalculation. He should not have used fire release. The mist hidden were adept at fighting in fog, and his fiery breath, though it had blocked the water release, had handed Mist Island Blade exactly what. Visibility was now extremely low. Figures ahead became indistinct, the fog clinging to the skin with a damp chill. Chiya did not advance further. He closed his eyes, fully extending his sage mode perception. The street, the rooftops, the corners, the puddles. Every subtle movement was captured. Suddenly he sensed a presence behind him. Chiya's eyes flew open, and the Futsunamatama was drawn in an instant. Clang! A water blade clashed violently against his sword. Chiya focused, and saw that it was none other than Mist Island Blade standing behind him. He's that fast. The thought had barely crossed his mind when another figure rushed out from the fog on his right, a short blade, slanting toward his neck. Chiya shifted his footing, evading the first strike, then swung his blade in a counterattack. A flash of light. Two figures of Mist Island Blade were simultaneously cleaved. But there was no blood. With two soft pops, the figures dissolved into white mist, merging back into the surroundings. After images. Chiya's eyes narrowed. Before he could ponder further, the fog around him began to churn. Figures emerged from the mist one by one. Soon the rooftops, walls, the end of the street, and even behind Chiya were filled with Mist Island Blade's doppelgangers. Their expressions were identical, as were the short blades in their hands. Mist hidden technique, thousand mist body. Mist Island Blade's voice echoed from all. He let out a cold laugh. Just accept your death, and he'll grant you a whole corpse. Meanwhile, at the edge of the street, several ninjas began generating water mist. Hidden mist technique. The already dense fog grew even thicker. The entire mass of mist gradually spread to the surrounding streets. See, that kid has been dragged in. Lord Mist Island's thousand mist body is no ordinary clone. The thicker the fog, the stronger the clones. He's doomed. Lord Mist Island Blade can control every droplet in the fog. Hurry, keep generating the mist. Chiya closed his eyes, his sage mode perception sweeping through the surroundings. Soon he realized something was wrong. Every clone had chakra. Every bit of mist carried Mist Island Blade's aura. Among these clones he could not locate the real Mist Island Blade. Or perhaps his true body wasn't even in the mist. Chiya's heart sank. This was troublesome. With a whoosh, three mist clones ahead moved simultaneously. They flicked their short blades, releasing several slender water threads. They were incredibly fast, reaching Chiya in the blink of an eye. He twisted his body, the blade grazing his clothes. A sharp sound. The wall behind him was carved with deep gashes. Chiya stamped his foot, sliding back several meters, his Futsunamatama slashing continuously. Clang, clang, clang. The Futsunamatama struck the water blades, sending up splashes. Water droplets landed on his face, icy cold. Before he could steady himself, several figures descended. Chiya raised his blade sharply. Clang. Another water blade collided with his sword. Then a water line shot along the ground from his left. Water released water, severing blade. Chiya leaped into the air, flipping over, and slashed the clone above him. Pop! The mist exploded. But as he landed, the scattered mist gathered again, slowly coalescing into a human form. From within the mist, Mist Island Blade's laughter echoed. Why not use your fire release again? Chiya snorted. As you wish. The next moment he took a deep breath. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. A dragon of flame burst forth. Simultaneously, water release, mist tide mirror reflection. The fog ahead condensed into a water mirror. The mirror was only half a person's height, but its surface spun rapidly like a twisted vortex. The next moment the fire dragon crashed into the water mirror. Hissing sounds. The outer layer of water was vaporized by the intense heat, but the inner layer spun, deflecting the fire dragon back. Chiya's pupils contracted. He instantly dodged to the side. A fiery blast exploded where he had stood. The stone slabs shattered, fragments flying past his cheek. At that moment, Mist Island Blade's laughter drifted from all directions, impossible to pinpoint. Haha, what other tricks do you have now? Chiya landed by the wall, his breath slightly disturbed for a moment. In this Mist, Wudaoren had prepared too thoroughly. His ninjutsu was all countered. Did he have to use the Mangekyo? Just as this thought crossed Chiya's mind, a sharp pain suddenly struck his chest. At first it was just a light jab. The next instant the pain exploded outward, as if countless tiny needles were piercing into his lungs. Chiya grunted and quickly held his breath. In his mind, Kaguya's voice sounded. Don't inhale. The water droplets in the mist have all condensed into needles. Chiya then realized how powerful Wudaoren's control over the mist was. The surrounding fog grew thicker, moisture clinging to the tip of his nose and lips. If he couldn't resist taking a breath, tiny water needles would drill into his lungs. Wudaoren's voice came again. In this mist, every breath is like inhaling a blade into your body. Regardless, this is where you end. Chiya then realized how powerful Wudaoren's control over the mist was. The surrounding fog grew thicker, moisture clinging to the tip of his nose and lips. If he couldn't resist taking, but those clones were too many. Ninjutsu and clones kept attacking from all directions. Chiya dodged, parried, and struck without cease. He couldn't delay any longer. If he kept dragging on, he would be slowly drained to death by this mist. Just then Kaguya suddenly spoke. Use wind release. Chiya laughed bitterly in his heart. I wanna, but I don't know how. Fool, you don't know, but I do. The next moment, a dense surge of chakra erupted from within Chiya. Almost instantly, he was enveloped in a layer of white chakra that flickered and flowed like flames against his skin. Without hesitation, Chiya channeled that chakra into Bodu Yuhuan. Virum. The scabbard instantly lit up. Then one by one the patterns on the blade emerged, and a cyan white light quickly blazed, piercing through the thick mist and illuminating the area around Chiya. The ninjas outside immediately sensed something wrong. What is that? His sword is glowing. Wudaoren's voice also turned urgent. Kill him. The moment the words fell, all the mist clones around charged at Chiya simultaneously. Water-breaking blades sliced in from all directions, dense and numerous like a net closing in. Chiya planted his feet on the ground, gripped the hilt with his right hand, and poured all the wind-released chakra from Kaguya into the sword. Bodu Yuhuan seemed to finally awaken, its scabbard shuddering violently. The next moment Chiya drew his sword fiercely. Immortal technique, wind release while draw flash. Boom. A cyan white blade light burst forth from the moment the slash was unleashed. The mist on the entire street was stirred. Then a tornado over 10 meters tall erupted from the blade, aura rolling forward along the main street. Whoosh. The puddles, rubble, tiles, and torches on the ground were all swept into the sky by the tornado. The surrounding mist was also quickly sucked in and devoured. The mist clones in the fog, the moment they touched the tornado's edge, were shredded into wisps of vapor by the wind blades within. Several ninjas who were still generating mist turned pale. Run! Before the words even finished, the tornado had already reached them. Boom! The few were sent flying, hurled away violently. The thick fog of the entire main street was completely cleared by this single strike. The night sky was revealed again. Wudaoren stood at the end of the street, frozen in place. No, impossible. He had just taken a step back. The next instant Chiya appeared behind him. A flash of blade light. Click. Bodu Yuhuan returned to its sheath. Wudaoren looked down at his chest. A line of blood ran diagonally from his shoulder to his abdomen. Click. Bodu Yuhuan returned to its sheath. Wudaoren looked down at his chest. A line of blood ran diagonally from his shoulder to his abdomen. No one dared to move forward. Chiya stood there, his chest still aching faintly. I said anyone who crosses dies. At these words they all stopped. Wudaoren's corpse lay behind Chiya, blood slowly spreading across the stone path. The several death warriors who had been charging forward were now frozen, their blades raised, unable to strike or retreat. They looked at Chiya, then exchanged glances. No one dared to charge again. Two halves of Wudaoren's body lay on the ground. The man who had been absolute in Mist-Tide Harbor, who even dared to manipulate orders from the Mizukage's office, was cut down with a single slash. Chiya did not strike again. The only sounds on the street were the crackling of distant torches and the drip of water from the eaves. Just then Kaguya's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Medical department. Chiya's gaze shifted. Moi. Chiya's sage mode perception instantly probed toward the medical department. Soon he detected a cold, sinister chakra there. Chiya's heart skipped a beat. Not good. He stomped his foot and vanished from the spot. On the street, the mist ninjas stared at the direction he left for a long while. No one dared to speak. Medical department. Yagura lay on the hospital bed, still unconscious. His wounds had been re-bandaged and his chest rose and fell slightly. Several AMBU guards were in the ward. Terumi, Mei, and Ao sat in a corner of the room, speaking in low voices. Ao stared at Yagura for a long time. He noticed that the chakra flow inside Yagura was very abnormal. The chakra in his body was too chaotic. Clearly, even now that Genjutsu chakra had not. At that moment, the air began to warp, forming a vortex. The next instant, a man wearing a spiral mask appeared in the wall. Several AMBU instantly drew their swords. Who are you? The masked man did not look at them. His gaze fell on Yagura lying on the bed. Fortunately, he's not dead yet. Terumi Mai's expression changed, and she immediately stepped forward. Stay away from the Mizukagesima. The masked man finally looked at her. You cannot guard him. Ao's Byakugan fixed on the masked man, then shifted to the chakra inside Yagura, veins bulging on his forehead. The Genjutsu on the Mizukagesima. It's you. The masked man turned to Ao. Byakugan. He paused. No wonder. Hearing this, Terumi Mai's eyes instantly turned cold. Who are you exactly? The masked man did not answer. He simply walked toward the bed. Names are meaningless. I'm just here to take back what belongs to me. Terumi Mai gritted her teeth. The three tails is the tailed beast of Kirigakure. The masked man let out a low laugh as if he had heard something amusing. Kirigakure. You can't even guard your own Kaguya. At these words, Terumi Mai's face completely changed. Several AMBU could no longer hold back and charged simultaneously. Blades flashed down. But the next moment, all their blades passed through the masked man's body. The masked man did not stop. He walked right through the AMBU and reached out. At that moment, Terumi Mai formed hand seals. Lava release melting monster technique. Acid shot out, heading straight for the masked man's chest. But the acid also passed through his body, hitting the wall behind with a bang. Sizzle. The wall was corroded into a large hole. The masked man withdrew his hand, glanced at the hole on the wall, then looked at Terumi Mai. Kekkai Genkai. Kirigakure is truly ridiculous. Hunting Kekkai Genkai on one hand, yet letting Kekkai Genkai stand in front of them as Terumi Mai did not respond to his words. She only said coldly, Yo, take the Mizukagesima and leave. Ao immediately reacted and turned to help Yagura. The masked man's expression turned cold. Ridiculous. The next instant, he appeared in front of Ao and grabbed his neck. Terumi Mai's pupils contracted as she cried out, Ao. The masked man's voice was low. If you want to get in the way, then disappear first. The next moment, the space in his right eye began to spin. Virum. The space around Ao instantly twisted, and his entire body was dragged inward. Outside the ward, Chiya had just rushed to the outer wall of the medical department when he saw this scene. The hole corroded by the lava release was still smoking. Through that large hole, he saw the masked man grabbing Ao. Chiya thought, not good. It might be too late. The next moment, his eyes instantly activated the Mangekyo. Black patterns slowly rotated in his eyes. Celestial plane. The next moment, the space around Ao suddenly froze. The vortex in the masked man's eye also completely dissipated in that. The space around Chin instantly froze. With a thud, he fell to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing incessantly. Seeing this, Zhao Meiming immediately pulled him aside. The masked man turned his head in confusion, his gaze piercing through the hole in the wall and landing on Qianyi. He saw Qianyi's eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan. He paused for a moment, as if recalling something. Oh, you must be the one who defected from Konoha recently. Uchiha Qianyi, right? He turned sideways, facing Qianyi, and let out a soft laugh. It seems Konoha didn't give you a pleasant childhood. Qianyi sneered, inwardly thinking that's all because of you. The masked man walked to the hole. They always fear the power of the Uchiha, to the point of driving away all the talented ones. He stared at Qianyi and continued, in this we are the same. Qianyi remained silent, his mind racing. This masked man was definitely Uchiha Obito. But what was he doing here? Capturing the three tails? At that moment, the masked man suddenly extended his hand toward him. Join me, and I can teach you how to wield the power of the Uchiha. After he spoke, Zhao Meiming and the others looked at Qianyi with concern, as if afraid he might actually agree. Qianyi sneered, worry about yourself first. With that, he lunged forward, drawing his blade in a horizontal slash. The masked man clicked his tongue and remained motionless. The next moment, Qianyi's entire blade and body passed straight through him. Qianyi charged straight into the hospital room. Obito turned his head, his chest heaving. Fire-style storm dance. A torrent of flame erupted from his mouth and a vortex appeared before him, twisting the flames into a chaotic spiral. The flames were vast and swift, engulfing most of the room's contents as they surged straight toward Qianyi. Qianyi was still in sage mode and quickly formed hand seals. Sage art, fire-style calamity, fire torrent. Boom. A golden red flame shot forth, transforming into a towering wave the moment it hit the ground. The two flames collided with a thunderous roar, exploding outward. The hospital room shuddered violently, and all the windows shattered completely. Flames continued to spew from both their mouths, the fire growing ever more intense. Seeing this, Zhao Meiming hastily hoisted Yagura onto her back and dragged Qing out of the room. Qianyi landed in an open space nearby, while the masked man stood on the broken wall. Since he refused a toast, don't blame me for what comes next. Qianyi landed in an open space nearby, while the masked man stood on the broken wall. Since he refused a toast, don't blame me for what comes next. The masked man's voice was low, his gaze cold. He raised his hand, and wooden branches sprouted from the ground, rapidly growing sharp thorns. The thorns shot toward Qianyi like a volley of arrows. Qianyi's pupils contracted. He had almost forgotten that the masked man could also use wood release. He slammed both hands onto the ground. Earth-style mud wall. With a rumble, a thick earthen wall rose before him, and the wooden thorns embedded themselves into it with a series of thuds. Just as Qianyi began to relax, he realized that the thorns had not stopped. They were still growing wildly inside the wall. With a cracking sound, fissures spread across the wall. It collapsed with a boom, and the branches, undeterred, lashed toward. Qianyi leaped backward, but suddenly felt a wave of weakness, as if all his strength had been drained. The cyan markings beneath his eyes vanished. Sage mode had expired. Damn it. As Qianyi landed, the masked man burst out from the branches, a kunai in hand, thrusting straight at his chest. Qianyi's body felt heavy, and he couldn't dodge in time. He would have to use his Mangekyo. The next moment he closed his eyes. Suddenly he sensed something was off. Qianyi's eyes snapped open, and the cyan markings reappeared beneath his eyes. Instant activation of Sage Mode. Clang. The sword of Kusanagi was held horizontally before him, deflecting the masked man's kunai with a sharp spark. Qianyi's arm went numb, and he slid back half a step. The masked man paused for a moment. They were standing very close. Qianyi could even see the spiral patterns on the mask. He was deeply puzzled. What had just happened? Kaguya's voice echoed in his mind. I can absorb natural energy for you from within your body. Qianyi exhaled in relief and chuckled. Nice, Kaguya, a portable power bank. Kaguya was taken aback. What? Qianyi didn't reply. He stepped forward and charged it. The masked man's body phased, allowing Qianyi to pass through him completely. However, Qianyi used the momentum to dash forward and create distance. The masked man stood still, watching the cyan markings reappear beneath Qianyi's eyes. That power had clearly vanished just a moment ago. Yet it returned in an instant. He stared at Qianyi for a while. There's something inside you too. Qianyi grinned. Yes. The masked man didn't pursue him. Qianyi's Mangekyo could affect space, and he had suddenly regained that strange power. In the short term, taking Qianyi away was not feasible. Meanwhile, Zhao Meiming and Qing had already carried Yagura out. If they delayed any longer, the arriving mist ninjas would only increase. The masked man's gaze slowly shifted to Yagura on Zhao Meiming's back. Since he couldn't take the Three Tails today, he would throw the Mist Village into chaos. After all, with the current state of the Mist Village, no one could suppress the rampaging Three Tails. The next moment, the masked man suddenly formed hand seals. Qianyi's heart skipped a beat when he saw them. Damn it! His movements were swift, his fingers flickered rapidly before he slammed his palm onto the ground. Sealing technique release. Zhao Meiming hadn't reacted yet, but Yagura on her back suddenly trembled. Mizukagesima. Zhao Meiming quickly turned around. The bandages around Yagura's abdomen suddenly bulged. Then a circle of sealing patterns glowed from beneath the bandages. At first it was just a faint ring. Soon those patterns seemed to be torn apart from within, and black curses emerged along the edges of the seal. Ching, his Byakugan widened instantly. The Mizukage's seal is collapsing. Zhao Meiming jerked her head up to look at the masked man. What did you do? The masked man stood on the broken wall, his voice cold. Since I can't take it, I'll give it to you as a gift. Qianyi cursed under his breath. As expected, Obito had already tampered with the seal inside Yagura. Now with Yagura severely injured and his chakra in chaos, the seal was unstable. Those hand seals he just made had triggered the hidden mechanism. Fall back. Qianyi had barely shouted when the seal patterns on Yagura's body burst with a red glow. Boom. Dark red chakra surged out from his body. Zhao Meiming and Qing were sent flying. Yagura floated in midair, the chakra around him growing denser. At first it was just soon the chakra began to churn like boiling water, forming a thick, dark red pillar that shot straight into the sky. Zhao Meiming pushed herself up from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The Three Tails. Qianyi stood before the ruins, gripping the sword of Kusanagi tightly. This chakra was overwhelming. The masked man's body began to warp. This is my parting gift. With that he vanished completely. Almost at the same time, the seal on Yagura burst open entirely. Boom. The entire medical building was torn apart. A massive shadow rose from the ruin. It was an enormous gray turtle. Its thick shell was covered in spikes, and 3 lobster-like tails lashed behind it. It slowly raised its head, its single eye filled with brutality. The next moment, a deep rumbling sound emerged from the depths of its throat. Roar. The sound was like a muffled thunder from the depths of the ocean, making the entire street tremble. Roar. The sound was like a muffled thunder from the depths of the ocean, making the entire street tremble. This creature was even larger than he had imagined. Its thick carapace pressed down on the ruins like a small mountain, and its three tails swung slowly, each landing causing the ground to explode with a thunderous boom. The mist ninjas around were utterly stunned. Run! Chiya turned abruptly and shouted at Terumi Mei. Take everyone and run. Get as far away from here as possible. Terumi Mei had just climbed to her feet when she heard this, and she immediately gritted her teeth. She hoisted the dying Yagura onto her back, grabbed Ao, and quickly retreated into the distance. After running a certain distance, she handed Yagura to a nearby mist ninja. Take the Mizukajessima away. Evacuate everyone nearby, the farther the better. Yes. The mist ninjas quickly departed with Yagura. Terumi Mei did not retreat further. She stood in the distance watching Chiya in the ruins already beginning to form hand seals. Ao coughed twice, clutching his throat, and said, You still want to go over there? Terumi Mei did not turn around. I can't let him face the three tails alone. Ao looked at the increasingly raging three tails in the distance, his expression grim. Chiya of course had no idea what they were saying. His entire focus was on the three tails. He had already fought several battles in a row, first against Kirigakure's blade, then Obito, and now the completely berserk three tails. Even if Kaguya could replenish his natural energy, his own spirit and body were nearing their limit. The three tails suddenly lowered its head. Its single eye fixed on Chiya with deadly intent. The next moment it opened its mouth wide. Whoosh! A massive torrent of water suddenly erupted from its mouth. That water was no ordinary water release. At first it was just a single stream, but the moment it hit the ground it exploded with a roar, transforming into a giant wave that surged toward Chiya. Chiya's pupils contracted, and his hands moved rapidly to form seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Rumble. A wall of earth rose from the ground. But the water wave was too fierce. The moment it struck the earth wall, the wall cracked open. Chiya gritted his teeth and poured more chakra into it. Rise again. Boom. A second earth wall pushed up. The water wave was blocked for an instant, then surged past on both sides with a thunderous roar, collapsing the two rows of houses beside them. Just as Chiya breathed a sigh of relief, the three tails tail swept toward him. The speed was astonishing. Despite its massive body, it moved with terrifying swiftness. Chiya stomped his foot and leaped into the air. Boom. The tail grazed the soles of his feet, smashing the spot where he had stood into a crater of rubble. Midair, Chiya formed hand seals rapidly. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. A blazing dragon shot toward the three tails, but the three tails merely let out a low growl, and the surrounding water vapor swirled up, greatly diminishing the fire dragon's power before it reached its body. Bang! The fire dragon exploded against the three tails' shell, leaving only a patch of scorched black. The three tails shook its body, seemingly even more enraged. Chiya landed on another rooftop, his breathing ragged. Fire release had little effect. Earth release could only delay it. Now his body was covered in Kaguya's chakra. Although he only knew fire and earth release, he could try lightning release next. Chiya gritted his teeth and quickly formed hand seals. Lightning release, lightning run. Blue-white electric light burst from his palm, racing along the water on the ground toward the three tails. Just as the three tails took a step forward, the lightning snaked up its front legs through the water. Zap! The three tails' massive body stiffened suddenly. It worked. Chiya's eyes lit up. He immediately increased his chakra output. The lightning grew brighter, climbing up the creature's damp body. The three tails let out a low roar, whipping its three tails violently. Boom, boom, boom. The ground around it exploded as the tail struck. Chiya formed seals again. Lightning released, lightning fonged. The next moment, a thick bolt of lightning shot from his hand, slamming into the three tails' neck. Boom. The three tails' massive body tilted, white smoke rising from the edge of its shell where it was struck. Terumi Mei, watching from afar, saw this, and her eyes flickered. It's injured. Ao also widened his Byakugan, muttering Sugoi. But this action only further enraged it lowered its head, its single eye blazing with ferocity. Then it opened its mouth, and a ball of black and red chakra began to gather within. At first, only a few small black bubbles appeared. Soon they attracted each other, rapidly coalescing. The black grew denser. Red chakra began to compress into it furiously. Seeing this, Chiya felt his scalp tingle. Oh no. It's about to use a tailed beast ball. He could dodge, of course. With his sage mode speed, if he turned and ran now, it might not hit him. But behind him was the hidden mist village. If that tailed beast ball exploded in the village, half of Kirigakure would be destroyed. Terumi Mei and Yo, seeing the black sphere, also sensed danger. What is that? Such powerful chakra. No, we must stop it. The other ninjas watching from the sidelines also felt their scalps tingle, unsure of what to do. So this is the power of a tailed beast. There's no hope. Some were completely paralyzed with fear on the ground. The black sphere in the three-tails' mouth grew larger. The wind around began to be drawn in. Rubble, wooden planks, water. All were slowly sucked toward the three-tails' mouth. Chiya clenched his teeth, all his chakra surging outward wildly. Kaguya. Kaguya said nothing. But the next moment, the white chakra on Chiya's body thickened dramatically. What had been a faint layer of flame now covered him like a cloak. Chiya pressed his hands together fiercely. Sage Art Era Hitagami, Great Throne. Rumble. The next moment, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. At first only a few cracks appeared. Then the entire land rose up from the earth. Massive rocks crushed together, stacked and fused, quickly forming a giant stone golem over 10 meters tall. Chiya had attempted this technique back in the Shikatsu forest, but back then his chakra was insufficient, and the stone golem he created was pitifully small, collapsing after just a few steps. Now with Kaguya's chakra assisting, the technique finally took true form. The stone golem spread its arms, shielding the hidden mist village. The next moment, the three tails spat out the tail beast ball from its mouth. The black sphere slammed into the golem's chest. In an instant, a blinding light exploded. The golem's arms and chest shattered simultaneously, sending countless rocks flying in all directions. Chiya, standing atop the golem's head, was also thrown back by the blast. Bang! He crashed into the ground, rolling several times before stopping. Terumi Mice's expression changed in the distance. Chiya pushed himself up from the ground, gasping for breath, his forehead covered in sweat. Good. It was blocked. But before the three tails could advance, the shattered stones on the ground began to move again. Crack. Crack. Good. It was blocked. But before the three tails could advance, the shattered stones on the ground began to move again. Crack. 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 Boom. The fist smashed into the three tails' small head. The creature let out a low cry, its massive body sinking as its front claws dug into the ground. Chiya's eyes lit up. It's working. The golem raised its fist again. Boom. A second punch landed. The three tails' head was driven deeper into the ruins. Its three tails flailed wildly, trying to smash the golem, but even when parts of it shattered, they quickly reformed. Boom. 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 The golem chased the three tails, pounding relentlessly. Each punch made the ground tremble. At first, the three tails fought back, but its movements gradually slowed. Chiya stood in the distance, his chest heaving. He was nearing his limit. If the fight continued, the Era Hitagami Great Chiya stood in the distance, his chest heaving. He was nearing his limit. If the fight continued, the Era Hitagami Great Throne wouldn't last. Just then Kaguya spoke. Let me handle it. Chiya was startled. Are you sure? Kaguya's voice was. The next moment, the white chakra on Chiya's body surged. It spread outward, forming a white robe. The robe had no patterns or decorations. But the moment it appeared, Ao's face changed drastically in the distance. What kind of chakra is that? Chiya did not answer. Or rather, the one controlling his body was no longer him. He stomped his foot, leaping into the air and landing on the three tails' head. The three tails tried to struggle, but the stone golem gripped its shell firmly. Chiya lowered his head, raised his hand, and pressed his palm against the three tails' head. The next moment, the chakra inside the three tails began to surge wildly toward his palm. Dark red chakra flowed like water, drawn bit by bit into Chiya's body. The three tails let out low cries, its three tails thrashing against the ground, but it couldn't break free. Meanwhile, a change occurred in Chiya's palm. A small diamond-shaped mark slowly emerged. Soon the mark deepened, as if something was being etched into his skin. But at that moment, everyone's attention was on the three tails. No one noticed. The instant the diamond-shaped mark deepened, Chiya's vision blurred. When he came to his senses, he was already standing inside his inner space. Chiya was stunned for a moment. Then he looked around and realized that this place was distinctly different from before. Previously it had been empty, but now his feet rested on a patch of white stone floor. In the distance stood several stone pillars, beside which were a stone table and 2 chairs. Looking further, he could even see a shallow pool of water. Chiya stared for a long while before chuckling. The renovation speed is pretty impressive. As soon as he spoke, Huey walked over from the edge of the pool. Chiya looked up and his eyes brightened. Huey had also changed. Before, she had always seemed somewhat ethereal, as if a gust of wind could scatter her. Now her entire form was much more solid. Her long white hair cascaded down her back, her skin radiated a faint luster, and her eyes were far clearer than before. The whole of her exuded the aura of a divine maiden. Chiya gazed at her and couldn't help saying, "You've recovered quite a bit." Huey nodded. Chiya circled around her. "And you've become prettier too." Huey paused mid-step, turned her head to glance at him. Boring. Though she said that she didn't immediately turn away. Chiya walked up to her, staring at her face for a moment. He stared so long that Huey's cheeks flushed slightly. Then suddenly he leaned and reached out his hand and gently poked her cheek. The moment his fingertip touched her, Chiya was utterly astonished. There was actually a sensation. Soft. And it bounced. Huey's eyes widened, and she stepped back. What are you doing? Chiya quickly withdrew his hand and gave an awkward apologetic smile. Well, I was just testing if you've become more solid. Huey stared at him. Chiya cleared his throat. Scientific verification, scientific verification. Blushing, Huey turned her head away, ignored him, then walked over to the stone table and sat down. Chiya followed and sat on the chair beside her. He touched the armrest, then looked around. Did you conjure all these things? Huey nodded gently. I made them based on the images in your memory. Chiya was taken aback. He looked at the stone table and chairs. No wonder they looked familiar. They seemed to be the shape of the table and chairs from his living room before he transmigrated, only now turned into white stone by Huey. A strange feeling welled up in Chiya's heart. After a moment he smiled. It's quite similar. Huey glanced at him, but said nothing. Chiya didn't continue the topic either. He leaned back and asked, how is the three tails? Huey raised her hand. A mass of dark red chakra flowed slowly in her palm, much more stable than before. I've absorbed most of the chakra essence. Most? Huey looked at the chakra in her palm, her voice lighter than before. I've recovered a bit too. Chiya watched her expression and couldn't help laughing. Judging by your look, you haven't had your fill yet. Huey lifted her eyes to him, then nodded seriously. Chiya burst out laughing. No choice. I promised to only borrow it. I can't really devour someone's tailed beast. After hearing this, Huey nodded obediently. I understand. Chiya was about to say a few more words, but seeing her like this, his heart suddenly softened. She was just too adorable. He looked at her face and couldn't resist reaching out to poke her again. The moment his hand lifted slightly, Huey immediately sensed it. She pulled her head back, her face full of disdain. Pervert. Chiya's mouth twitched. You've learned that word already. This woman had recovered quite a bit, and her perception had strengthened accordingly. It was troublesome now. When she had been weak, he could grab her wrist without her having the strength to dodge, but now she was much more alert. Huey watched him sit back, down, her gaze lingering on him for a moment. Suddenly she spoke. How's your body? Chiya was taken aback. Huh. Huey said, you fought 3 battles in a row. Chiya finally understood. Kirigakure's blade Obito and the 3 tails. After this series of fights, he had indeed reached his limit. But outside, his mind had been tensed, and he hadn't had the chance to think. He flexed his arm and smiled. Still alive, no problem. Huey looked at him. Don't always be like this. Chiya was stunned. After saying this, Huey seemed a bit uncomfortable herself, turning her head aside. I'm afraid you'll die out there. If you die, I'll be in trouble too. Chiya smiled at her and nodded. Don't worry, I'm tough as nails. Huey suddenly extended her hand. Give me your hand. Chiya hesitated for a moment, then reached out his hand. Huey grabbed it and opened his palm. Only then did Chiya notice that a diamond-shaped mark had grown on his palm. His heart skipped a beat. Was this a karma? But that wasn't right. A karma was something the Ōtsutsuki gave to their vessels. In her current state, Huey shouldn't be able to create a complete one, should she? Chiya didn't voice these thoughts. He simply asked, what is this? Huey examined his hand, turning it over and over. It's a chakra mark. A chakra mark. Huey reached out, her fingertip touching his palm. The diamond-shaped mark glowed faintly. Chiya could clearly feel that this mark was connected to Huey. Huey said, it was left when I absorbed the 3 tails chakra just now. It will make absorbing chakra more convenient in the future. Chiya blinked. That's all. Nothing else. Huey shook her head. Chiya understood immediately. This wasn't a karma. At least not yet. It was merely a mark left by Huey to absorb chakra. Chiya smiled. Suddenly having a tattoo on my hand is pretty cool. Huey patted his hand. All right, it seems there's no problem. You can go now. So soon. There's someone waiting for you outside. Chiya thought of Zao miming and Ching. Especially when he remembered the 3 tails outside that had lost most of its chakra essence. He suddenly felt a bit guilty. The next moment, the space around him began to blur. Chiya's vision went white. When he opened his eyes again, he was back outside. The ruins were flooded with water. Most of the surrounding houses had collapsed, and deep pits remained from the 3 tails struggles. Chiya looked down. The originally gigantic 3 tails was gone. No, it was still there, but it had shrunk. A tiny gray turtle lay on the ground, its shell still bearing spikes, and its 3 tails drooped limply behind it. It opened its single eye, looking utterly dejected. Chiya was silent. In the distance, Zao miming and Ching were also silent. Several mist ninja stood rooted to the spot, unable to react for a long time. Ching's Byakugan was still active, his mouth opening and closing. Only one thought ran through his mind. Wait, where did our huge-tailed beast go? Zao miming slowly walked over. She first looked down at the tiny turtle on the ground, then raised her head to look at Chiya. Where's the 3 tails? Chiya pointed at the ground. Isn't it right here? Zao miming's eye twitched. I'm asking about the one from before. Chiya looked down at the little 3 tails. The little 3 tails also looked up at him. Man and turtle stared at each other for a moment. Chiya gave a dry laugh. Maybe. It shrank a little. Ching's mouth twitched. A little. This thing could be taken home as a pet. Zao Miming took a deep breath as if trying to calm herself. Uchiha Chiya. Yeah, you said you were just borrowing. That's right. Chiya nodded. I did borrow it. Zao Miming pointed at the little three tails on the ground. And this is what you're returning. Chiya scratched his head. I promised to return it, but I never said it would be in the same condition. The moment he finished, a vein bulged on Zao Miming's forehead. She slowly rolled up her sleeves. Chiya's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? Zao Miming smiled. I'm going to borrow your head for a bit. Wait, calm down. Stop right there. Zao Miming charged at him. Chiya ducked and turned to run. Well, we'll be off now. See you if fate allows. He stomped the ground and shot away like an arrow. Zao Miming, grinding her teeth in fury, gave chase. Uchiha Chiya. Stop right there. Ching was startled, then quickly ran after them. Ladies, Zao Miming. Don't hit him. He's our savior. Several mist ninjas stood by the ruins, not sure whether to stop them. The little three tails on the ground slowly blinked, then it retracted its head into its shell, as if it had seen nothing at all. Yagura ultimately perished. The medical department attempted resuscitation, and the sealing corps also examined him, yet all concluded the same. He was beyond salvation. Having been severely wounded in a surprise attack by Kirigakure's blade, he should have died instantly after the three tails escaped. His survival for a time was a testament to his formidable vitality. Meitarumi stood outside the door listening to the medical ninja's report, then nodded. Ao stood beside her silent. Their feelings toward Yagura were complex. The Kirigakure had fallen into such disarray over the years, and Yagura was undeniably responsible. Yet now, knowing he had been controlled all along, they could neither hate nor mourn him. All that remained was an indescribable weariness. The elder soon arrived. He glanced at Yagura in the ward, then turned to the sealing corps. What are the three tails? The sealing corps members quickly bowed their heads. It has been temporarily suppressed, but what? It is too weak now. The elder did not press further. He turned to Meitarumi, who understood his intent. The matter of the three tails must not be divulged. Meitarumi spoke. To the public we announced that the fourth Mizukage was assassinated and the three tails has entered its rebirth period. The elder nodded. Handle this. That night the sealing corps transported the shrunken three tails into the old sealing chamber. The chamber had not been used for years. When the stone door opened, a heavy musty smell wafted out. The small three tails lay on the sealing platform, its head retracted into its shell, motionless. Several sealing ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. It appeared tiny now, but it was still a tailed beast. No one could guarantee it wouldn't suddenly recover and wreak havoc in the village again. After layers of sealing talismans were affixed, the stone door rumbled shut. The elder stood at the entrance, speaking sternly. From this moment, none of you who participated in the sealing tonight shall speak of the three tails again. The ninjas immediately bowed. Yes. The purge in Kirigakure began swiftly. With Kirigakure's blade dead, his subordinates lost their anchor. Some attempted to flee, but were intercepted by the tracking unit. Others hid in harbor warehouses, only to be discovered the next morning. Some knelt and begged for mercy, spilling everything about Kirigakure's blade's past deeds. At the Mist-Tide port, one warehouse after another was opened. Inside were many people, adults, children, boatmen, merchants, and even a few ordinary fishermen. Most of them had no bloodline limits at all. Some had simply failed to pay protection money. Others had merely clashed with Kirigakure's blade's men. When these facts came to light, many in the village fell silent. They had always believed that those captured were guilty. Now they realized that often guilt was irrelevant. Whoever stood in the way was deemed guilty. The elder held the reports for a long time. Finally, he said only one sentence. Kirigakure cannot continue like this. After Yagura's death, a new Mizukage had to be decided quickly. The elder gave them no time to hesitate. The next day, he proposed Meitarumi as the fifth Mizukage at the meeting. Surprisingly, the motion passed unanimously. No one objected. But considering that Yagura and Kirigakure's blade were both dead, the ANBU and tracking units had been purged, the only one suitable to lead Kirigakure was Meitarumi. She soon abolished the persecution of bloodline limits and repealed many harsh taxes. These matters, however, had little to do with Chiya. After resting for a few days in Kirigakure and recovering, he prepared to leave the land of water. On the day of his departure, the fog at the dock was thick. The distant silhouettes of ships were barely visible outlines. Chiya, carrying the Futsunamatama, stood on the shore waiting for a boat. Soon footsteps approached from behind. He turned to see Meitarumi and Ao walking over. Meitarumi had already donned the Mizukage robes, though she still seemed unaccustomed. Ao stood behind her, his expression as stern as ever. Chiya smiled. The Mizukagesama is so busy, yet you came to see me off. Meitarumi looked at him. You're leaving quite abruptly. There's nothing left for me here. Hearing this, she couldn't help but glance at him. Kirigakure had survived this crisis largely thanks to him. But she also knew this man was too dangerous, too unpredictable. Even now she couldn't decide whether he was an enemy or an ally. The boat slowly docked. Ao looked at Chiya and said, Your travel documents are ready. At least within the land of water, no one will stop you. Chiya took the scroll and tucked it into his robe. Thanks. Meitarumi suddenly asked, why did you absorb the tailed beast? Chiya paused. Ao also looked at him. They both wanted to know. Chiya did not answer immediately. The sea breeze blew tousling his hair. Meitarumi continued, to take revenge on Konoha. Chiya was startled for a moment then smiled. Something like that. Meitarumi stared at him clearly unconvinced. Chiya offered no further explanation. The boatman called out, are you coming or not? The fog is thickening. Chiya turned and jumped onto the boat. It slowly left the dock. Meitarumi stood on the shore watching the vessel fade into the distance. Ao asked softly, Mizukagesama, should we send someone to follow? Meitarumi shook her head. As Chiya's boat disappeared into the mist, she turned and said, let's go back. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, a half-black, half-white face emerged from the ground. White Zetsu grinned watching the departing boat. He's gone. It had been lurking near Kirigakure for days. From the battle at the medical department to the Three Tails rampage, Yagura's death, Meitarumi's ascension, and the Three Tails being sealed in the old chamber, it had witnessed everything. Black Zetsu remained silent, having seen Chiya absorb the Three Tails chakra. When that white chakra appeared, Black Zetsu almost thought it had misseen. It was too similar to Mother's chakra. Could Mother have left some contingency in this world? It seemed necessary to approach him and probe. White Zetsu, seeing no response, asked, should we go back now? Black Zetsu paused. Go back. We need to let him know that the Three Tails was absorbed. With that, their bodies slowly sank into the ground. Meanwhile, at a damp cave on the border of the land of water, space twisted and the masked man stepped out from a vortex. Soon the ground cracked and Zetsu emerged from beneath. The masked man looked at him. Is Kirigakure finished? Black Zetsu said, it's over. And Yagura? Dead. The masked man showed no reaction. It was expected. Yagura's condition at the time meant he wouldn't survive long. Black Zetsu added, the Three Tails is still alive, sealed in Kirigakure's old chamber. The masked man nodded. I didn't expect them to subdue the Three Tails. Underestimated them. White Zetsu interjected. The Three Tails is still alive, but it's much smaller now. The masked man turned. What do you mean? Black Zetsu said, Uchiha Chiya absorbed most of the Three Tails chakra. The masked man's movements froze instantly. What did you say? White Zetsu shrugged. It's true. We saw it with our own eyes. After he drained most of its chakra, the Three Tails shrank into a tiny thing. The masked man remained silent, recalling the Mangekyo he had seen in the medical department that day. He had thought it was just a troublesome Uchiha brat. Now something was off. He didn't use the demonic statue of the outer path. He had directly extracted tailed beast chakra. If this ability continued to grow, it would threaten the entire plan. The masked man looked at Black Zetsu. How did he do it? Black Zetsu muttered, not clear yet. The masked man stared at him for a moment, then looked away. Keep watching him. Black Zetsu nodded. White Zetsu chuckled, should we make a move? The masked man paused, then shook his head. After the pursuit order was issued, the Wuyin village did not undergo any significant changes. Such commands are not announced to the public. When the city wall collapsed, the entire street shook. With a thunderous rumble, rubble rolled into the street, overturning a carriage. The carriage split open, and the people inside scrambled out, rolling and crawling to escape. In the distance, flames had already begun to blaze. The firelight reflected against the pitch-black sky, and thick smoke coiled upward along the rooftops. The streets were packed with people. Some people rushed toward the temple carrying children, others knelt by the roadside kowtowing, and still others had barely dashed out of their houses when they were crushed into the ground by a stone statue that had caught up from behind. Thump, thump, thump. One colossal stone statue after another crawled out from underground. They were still caked with dirt, their movements stiff, yet with every step they took the ground trembled. Half of the long staircase leading to the temple had collapsed. Guards charged down, raising their long blades. The edges struck the stone statues, but only sent sparks flying. The next moment, the statue raised its arm. With a deafening boom, over a dozen guards were swept away, crashing into stone pillars and falling still. Deep within the temple stood a white-haired maiden, her feet surrounded by cracked runes. She tried to move forward, but something seemed to bind her feet, rendering her unable to stir. In the darkness ahead, something appeared to be awakening. A mass of purple-black chakra surged from beneath the earth, roiling in midair, slowly coalescing into the outline of a colossal demon. Its body was elongated like a serpent twisted upon itself, yet unlike a snake it bore segmented, contorted bone armor. When its head emerged from the dark mist, the entire temple emitted a harsh grating sound. The maiden heard someone calling her from afar, but the voice was distant, muffled as if through water. She could not make it out clearly, and before she could listen more intently, the voice vanished. She looked up and saw the demon open its maw, then charge straight at her. In that instant, a figure suddenly appeared before her, blocking the way. It was a young man. White robes, black hair, a long sword at his waist. Calmly, he drew the blade. With a sharp ring, a flash of light, the colossal demon was instantly severed. Its head crashed down with a thunderous impact beside the altar. The young man turned back and glanced at her. That single glance seared his features into her memory. His eyes were cold, and his face bore no expression. She reached out abruptly, trying to grasp him. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, everything before her shattered like a mirror and then vanished. The next moment, the white-haired maiden woke with a start. She sat up, her chest heaving, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Ziyuan patted her own chest, her fingers still trembling. That dream had been too real. It had been a long time since she had such a vivid, clear dream. Even now, when she closed her eyes, she could still see the demon cleaved by that blade of light. Footsteps sounded outside the door. A maidservant pushed the door open and asked cautiously, "Oracle, Ziyuan?" She sat on the bed for a long while, taking time to calm herself, then slowly lifted her head. "Bring me paper and brush." The maidservant was taken aback. "Now?" "Yes, quickly." The maidservant bowed and hurried out. Before long, paper and brush were brought in. Ziyuan sat at the table, gripped the brush, and began to draw stroke by stroke the face she had seen in the dream. "Find him." The maidservant was stunned. Ziyuan stared at the portrait, as if speaking to herself. "No matter what, find him." A few days later, a small boat pulled up to the shore. The boatman tied the rope to a wooden post, turned back, and shouted, "We!" Chiya emerged from the cabin. After drifting at sea for several days, the cabin had been damp and stifling. Even when he slept, he could hear the planks creaking and groaning. He jumped off the boat, and once on solid ground, could not help rolling his shoulders. "On land feels so good. I was almost shaken sick on that boat." Huey said nothing. Chiya did not disturb her. She had been quiet most of these days, as if slowly digesting the chakra of the three tails. Chiya walked into the small town. The first thing he did after coming ashore was take a thorough bath, then find a shop to change out of his old clothes. After soaking in that cabin for so long, even he could barely stand it. Before long, Chiya stood before a mirror, looking himself over. He wore a white long haori with a gray belt at the waist, and the sword Futsanamatama hung at his side. The outfit was clean and refreshing. He turned halfway and adjusted his sleeves. "How do I look?" Huey finally spoke. "Better than before." Chiya was taken aback. "I asked if I look handsome." Huey was silent for a moment, then said earnestly, "Handsome." Chiya's grin stretched from ear to ear. He loved this serious side of Huey. Chiya continued walking along the road into the town. There were not many people on the street, but his attire still drew quite a few glances. A few young women stood at the entrance of a cloth shop, originally picking fabrics. When they saw him, their chatter dwindled noticeably. One of them stole several glances at him, her face flushing. Chiya felt a bit uncomfortable under the stares. Huey suddenly said, "They're still looking at you." "I know." Huey was silent for a moment, as if she wanted to say more, but could only utter a single syllable, "Humph." The town was small, but the streets were lively. Not far ahead, a crowd had gathered, apparently reading some notice. As he approached, he overheard the chatter. "Such a high reward. Who is this?" "There's no name. Only a portrait. That won't be easy to find. Otherwise they wouldn't offer such a high reward." Chiya had only intended to glance casually. But when he heard that there was no name, only a portrait, he stopped in his tracks. He pushed through the crowd to squeeze forward, and saw a notice board in the center. A portrait was pasted on the board. Before he could look closely, Huey said, "It looks a lot like you." Chiya was startled. "Like me, oi?" He examined it carefully. The person in the portrait was a black-haired young man, a sword at his waist, wearing a long haori. Then he frowned. "That's me, isn't it? Who would be looking for me?" He muttered under his breath. Then, as if a thought struck him, he looked down at his own clothes. Wait a minute. The face in the portrait was fine. But the clothes. The person in the portrait was wearing exactly the same outfit he had on now. Yet he had only just changed into these clothes. Before this, he himself hadn't known he would buy this set. Thinking about it, a chill ran down Chiya's spine. He stared at the portrait for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. Someone nearby heard him and turned to look. Chiya paid no attention. His eyes fell to the bottom of the portrait where an address was written. "You're going?" "Of course." Chiya took a step back, leaving the crowd. "I have to go see who's playing these tricks." Chiya followed the address on the notice and found his way there. It was an ordinary little courtyard with the gate half open and a white lantern hanging at the entrance. Chiya stood at the door, glanced around, then raised his hand to knock. Before long, footsteps approached from within. A maidservant pushed the door open and stepped out. Her face still bore traces of weariness, as if she had been waiting here for a long time, but the moment she clearly saw Chiya's face, she froze on the spot. Seeing her reaction, Chiya pointed at himself. "Are you looking for me?" The maidservant's lips quivered, but she could not speak for a long moment. She hastily pulled a portrait from her bosom, looked down at it, then up at Chiya. She had already given up all hope. The kingdom of ghosts was so vast, with countless towns nearby. How could she possibly find someone whose name she didn't even know, relying only on a single portrait? Yet this man had actually appeared before her. white robes, black hair, a blade at his waist. Exactly as the Miko had drawn. The maidservant took a deep breath, then quickly bowed in greeting. Our mistress has been waiting for you a long time. Chiya raised an eyebrow. Who is your mistress? The Miko of the Kingdom of Ghosts, Lady Cheyenne. Outside the shrine of the Kingdom of Ghosts, several figures were swiftly darting through the forest. Cheyenne was surrounded by a few guards, her feet slipping on damp fallen leaves, her face pale. The sound of breaking air behind her grew closer. Whoosh! A kunai flew from behind. The rearmost guard spun around and knocked the kunai away with his blade. The next moment, 4 black shadows dropped. Thud! 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 Without a word, the 4 charged straight at them. Protect the Miko! A guard shouted, drawing his sword and meeting them. Clang! Long blade clashed with short blade, sparks flying. But the 4 opponents moved in swift coordination. One attacked Hedon, one circled around, a third flung a chain that instantly wrapped around the guard's wrist. The guard's expression changed. Before he could break free, the 4th man appeared behind him. With a wet thud, the short blade pierced his back. The guard's body stiffened, blood gushing from his mouth as he slowly collapsed. Go! Another guard shouted, pulling Cheyenne toward the shrine. But another black shadow dropped in front of them. The man raised his hand and flung a few kunai, sealing their escape route. The guards had no choice but to stop. Cheyenne stared at the fallen bodies, her fingers clutching her sleeve. The remaining guards formed a circle around her. Miko will hold them off. You run to the shrine. Cheyenne murmured, you can't stop them. The guard did not turn back. We have to try. The moment he finished, the 4 assassins charged again. Clang! 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 The forest erupted in a clash of weapons. One guard parried 2 attackers, but as he tried to counterattack, a chain snaked around his ankle. He stumbled. The next instant, a short blade slashed across his throat. Blood sprayed onto the tree trunk. Another guard roared and lunged forward, cutting but as he took a step, a kunai pierced his chest. With a heavy thud, his body hit the ground. Fewer and fewer guards remained around Cheyenne. The last guard stood before her, gripping his sword with both hands, his arms trembling. The 4 assassins slowly closed in. The leader looked at Miko, he said, raising his blade. This is the end. The final guard gritted his teeth and charged. In an instant, his sword was knocked away. With a thud, the assassin kicked him in the chest, sending him flying into the stone steps. Cheyenne's back pressed against the pillar before the shrine. She looked up as the blade descended toward her. Then a sharp blade hum pierced the air. The 4 assassins looked up simultaneously. A long sword fell from the sky. With a tremendous crash, it struck the ground before Cheyenne, shattering the stone steps. A shockwave swept outward in all directions. Before they could react, the 4 were blasted away by the force. They crashed into tree trunks and stone pillars on either side, rubble tumbling down. Cheyenne stared blankly at the blade before her. It was embedded in the cracked stone, still quivering. The next moment, a white figure landed beside the sword. Chiya grasped the hilt and pulled it upward. With a sharp ring, he drew Budyohan from the stone. He flicked the blade once, then sheathed it at his waist. The 4 assassins exchanged glances. That strike hadn't even touched them. Yet the mere shockwave from its landing had sent all 4 of them flying. If the white-robed youth had intended to kill, they would already be dead. One of them climbed to his feet, clutching his chest, his eyes filled with wariness. Withdraw. The other 3 didn't hesitate. In moments, they vanished into the forest. Chiya watched them disappear, then turned to the girl. She had white hair, delicate features. He frowned, feeling he had seen her somewhere before. So familiar, yet he couldn't recall. Was this character in the original story? Cheyenne, meanwhile, was staring at him. He looked exactly like the man from her dreams. Even the silhouette, when he saved her, was the same. But in the dream, the youth was cold as a blade, while the man before her seemed lazy, even a little impatient. Cheyenne opened her mouth. You. Who are you? Chiya blinked. Huh. He pointed at himself. Weren't you the one looking for me? At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from the distance. The maidservant from before finally caught up. Seeing the bodies scattered on the ground, her face turned deathly pale. Miko. She rushed to Cheyenne's side, and only after confirming she was unharmed did she let out a sigh of relief. It's not convenient to talk here. Please follow me. Cheyenne led him into the shrine. Inside, a few lamps flickered, casting dim light. The walls were covered with ancient murals, figures conducting rituals, colossal stone statues, and a mass of shadows sealed beneath a mountain. I also dreamed that the kingdom of ghosts would be destroyed. In the dream, you cut off the head of Wang Liang. Chiya's eyes flickered at the name Wang Liang. The name sounded familiar. Kingdom of Ghosts, Miko, Wang Liang. He had a vague impression, but not much. Chiya turned to look at the shadow on the wall. So Wang Liang is that? Cheyenne nodded. She stood before the mural, her face still pale. The images of the fallen guards had not yet faded from her mind. It has been sealed underground by successive mikas. Once it awakens, the kingdom of ghosts will become what I saw in my dreams. Lately I have been dreaming of it constantly, dreaming of those scenes. She turned to look at Chiya, her eyes filled with earnestness. Only you can help us. Chiya touched the blade at his waist. So you found me to cut it down. Cheyenne bit her lip. I don't know. Wang Liang cannot be killed, only sealed. Chiya sighed. Let me be clear, I don't want to get involved in your troubles. I have enough of my own already. Let's get one thing straight. I don't want to get involved in your troubles. I have enough of my own. Hearing this, the maid's expression changed. How can you be like this? Ziyuan reached out and stopped her. She looked at Qianyi, her face still expressionless. I understand. However, if this is fate, you cannot escape. Qianyi let out a scoff. Fate. Fate is the last thing I believe in. Don't try to fool me with that nonsense. With that, he turned and walked out of the temple. The maid wanted to chase after him, but Ziyuan stopped her. Priestess. No need to pursue. Fate will bring him back. Just then a guard burst in. Priestess, it's terrible, the guard panted. Ziyuan frowned. What's wrong? Outside the city, a large number of stone statues have suddenly appeared. Our city defense forces can barely hold them back. At these words, both Ziyuan and the maid's faces changed. The maid gasped. What? Ziyuan quickly calmed herself. Has the messenger we sent for reinforcements not returned yet? Reporting. He has returned, but the other nations all say they have no spare troops. No reinforcements. A silence fell over the temple. After a moment, Ziyuan spoke. Issue the order, recall part of the city defense forces, and summon all temple guards immediately. What? Priestess, what about the citizens in the city? This is an order. Go now. Yes. The guard turned and rushed out. The maid stood there, her face still pale. She looked at Ziyuan and couldn't help but say, Priestess, if we pull back the city defense forces, the city won't be able to hold. Ziyuan did not answer. She turned to look at the mural on the wall. In the painting, the body of the Wang Liang was sealed within the mountain's belly, surrounded by densely packed runes. Those runes were interlocked in circles, as if locking the entire mountain. After a long pause, Ziyuan spoke. The soul of the Wang Liang has awakened. The maid was stunned. Ziyuan continued, but its body is still in the shrine. As long as they remain separate, it hasn't truly resurrected. So we must go to the shrine now and seal it. If we fail, it won't be just the citizens of one city who die. Ziyuan withdrew her gaze and turned to walk deeper into the temple. Prepare to depart. The maid bit her lip, then finally bowed her head. Yes. Outside the temple, Qianyi had already descended the long stone steps. By the time he reached the street corner, the royal city was already in chaos. In the distance, rumbling sounds came continuously, and the ground trembled with each tremor. Many citizens were fleeing toward the temple, dragging their families, some carrying children, some supporting the elderly, and others stumbling into the streets barely dressed. Qianyi stopped and glanced toward the city gate. A thick cloud of dust rose there. The next moment, a squad of guards ran past him. The leader shouted as he ran, by the priestess order. All temple guards return to defense immediately. 3rd City Defense Unit, dispatch half your men to the temple at once. Several guards who were helping people at the roadside froze at the order. Hearing this news, the crowd on the street erupted in uproar. Those guards gritted their teeth, set down the people they were helping, and turned to rush toward the temple. Qianyi stood still, his gaze turning cold. Hui spoke then. Are you angry? Qianyi watched the guards running toward the temple. Yeah. He let out a scoff. Priestess, huh? Seems every nation is the same. Just as he finished, a thunderous crash came from the city gate. Boom. A wooden building collapsed, sending splinters and rubble tumbling into the street. The crowd burst into panic. The statues are coming in. Run. Help. Qianyi looked up. At the city gate, rows of stone statues were marching stiffly into the city. They were still caked with mud, and fragments of stone kept falling from their crevices. Several city guards charged at them, their long blades striking the statues and only sparking. A statue raised its arm. Boom. Several soldiers were sent flying, crashing into the nearby wall. A man clutching a child fell in the middle of the street, his ankle twisted. He scrambled, but couldn't get up. The statue lifted its foot to stomp him. The man froze in terror, hugging the child. Just then, whoosh. A streak of white shot from the roadside. Qianyi stomped on the statue's leg, using the momentum to leap. Fudo Yuhuan slid from its sheath in an instant. Clang. The blade struck the statue's knee, sparks exploding. The statue faltered. The man finally snapped out of it, clutching his child and scrambling away. Qianyi landed. This thing was much harder than ordinary stone. The statue looked down at him and swung its arm down. Qianyi stamped his foot and leaped back. Boom. The stone arm slammed into the street, shattering the paving stones. Tough stuff. Qianyi looked beyond the city gate. His eyelid twitched. Outside the gate, the statues were densely packed. They were marching from the dust cloud toward the city, stiff but not slow. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, the city wall trembled. The soldiers near the gate were barely holding their. Qianyi sheathed his blade and quickly formed hand seals. His chest bulged. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Whoosh. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth. The wave of fire instantly filled the entire street, rolling out through the city gate. The foremost statues were engulfed in flames. The temperature on the street soared, forcing many citizens to retreat. Someone shouted in delight. It's burning. Burn them. Excellent. But when the flames died down, everyone was stunned. The statues were only charred, their stone skin cracked, yet they still advanced. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps drew closer. Chiya clicked his tongue. Not afraid of fire, huh? Hui said they are not living things. Got that. Can't cut them, can't burn them. Tough as hell. Chiya wiped the corner of his mouth and cyan patterns quickly appeared beneath his eyes. Sage mode. Everything around him sharpened instantly. The distant cries of the crowd, the panicked soldiers on the walls, the chaotic energy inside the statues. All were sensed. Sage art. Fire release, tribulation, flame torrent. Whoosh. In the next moment, a surging wave of flame roared forward. With a thunderous crash, it pushed the statues back several steps. If it won't burn, then turn up the heat. The temperature of the flames suddenly skyrocketed. The crimson fire turned blinding white. The people nearby were forced far back by the scorching heat. The statues crackled and hissed, staggering backward under the impact. When the flames vanished, most of the stone figures were still intact, only turned into a glossy sheen. Chiya gripped his sword hilt, lowering his stance. A bluish-white light began to glow along the blade of Fudo Yuhuan. Soldiers on the walls and citizens on the streets all turned to look at him. They didn't know who this white-robed youth was. They only saw him standing before the city gate, his robes snapping in the wind. The next moment, Chiya drew his blade in a flash. Sage art wilderness draw flash. Zheng. A bluish-white sword chi swept out. As it passed through the city gate, it expanded instantly like a thin line of light, slashing straight into the statue ranks. Boom. The foremost statues were cleaved in two. Then the second row, the third. A vast stretch of statues behind them cracked open. Crack, crack, crack. A cascade of shattering sounds. The next instant, the statues outside the city gate exploded into fragments. Shards of stone clattered to the ground. The area outside the gate, once packed with statues, was suddenly cleared. The soldiers on the walls stared in disbelief. The citizens in the streets were frozen. After a long moment, someone fell to their knees with a thud. Thank you, sir. Thank you for saving our lives. The statues are broken. The statues are really broken. Chiya did not look back. He gazed into the distance. More statues were still approaching the royal city, but their numbers had thinned. At least this place would not be breached for now. Behind the crowd, a black-haired youth stood in the shadow of an alley, staring fixedly at him. He looked at the blade in Chiya's hand, then at the rubble on the ground, and a slow grin spread across his face. After leaving the royal city, Ziyuan and her companions entered the mountain path directly. This road led to the ceiling shrine and was rarely traveled. On both sides of the mountain path, trees were dense, their branches and leaves obscuring most of the sky, while the ground underfoot was covered with slippery moss. Temple guards flanked the procession. A handmaiden walked beside Ziyuan, occasionally glancing back. The rumbling sounds from the royal city could still be heard. Boom. Even from this distance, the commotion could be heard clearly. The handmaiden's face turned pale. Ziyuan did not look back. She walked in the middle of the procession, her expression still unchanged. Pick up the pace. Yes, sir. The guards ahead immediately scouted the path. The procession continued deeper into the mountains. Soon someone up ahead, everyone halted instantly. Ziyuan looked up. Several felled trees lay across the mountain path ahead. The broken ends of the trunks were fresh, and many newly fallen leaves littered the ground. Zetsu's face changed color. Protect the priestess. The moment he spoke, a kunai shot out from the forest with a swoosh. The foremost guard swung his blade sharply. Clang. The kunai was deflected. In the next moment, the sound of breaking air came from both left and right. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Over a dozen kunai flew out from the forest. The temple guards immediately encircled Ziyuan. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks exploded in midair. Ziyuan stood still without moving. The handmaiden's face turned pale as she instinctively stepped in front of Ziyuan. At that moment, 4 black figures dropped from the trees. They were the same ones who had pursued Ziyuan earlier. One of them glanced at the surrounding temple guards and sneered, "Quite a crowd here." Another man swung the chain in his hand. Kill. As the words fell, all 4 charged forward simultaneously. The temple guards immediately met them. Clang. Long swords clashed with short blades. The mountain path was narrow, and the moment the 2 sides engaged, the formation fell into disarray. One black-clad fighter pressed forward from the front, while another circled around from behind a tree, whipping out his chain. Rattle. The chain snaked around a guard's wrist. The guard's expression changed, and just as he tried to cut the chain with his blade, the other black-clad figure rushed at him. Thud. The short sword plunged into his chest. The guard's body stiffened, then crumpled. Move forward. Several guards shielded Ziyuan as they pressed ahead. Her voice was steady. The handmaiden gritted her teeth and ran alongside her. But the black-clad figures were extremely fast. 2 more dropped from the tree. Her voice was steady. The handmaiden gritted her teeth and ran alongside her. But the black-clad figures were extremely fast. Two more dropped from the trees ahead, blocking the path. Several guards rushed forward. Bang! One guard had barely lunged when he was kicked in the chest, sent flying backward, and slammed hard into a tree trunk. The remaining guards roared and charged. The mountain path soon echoed with the clatter of weapons. Ziyuan, surrounded by guards, was forced to retreat toward a side trail. In the chaos, someone shouted, "This way." The handmaiden pulled Ziyuan aside, and the two ducked behind a thicket of bushes. Branches scraped against Ziyuan's sleeve. The handmaiden pressed a hand over Ziyuan's mouth, her face deathly pale, shaking her head frantically. Ziyuan remained silent. Through the gaps in the leaves, she peered outside. On the mountain path, another, Ziyuan, was being escorted by several guards still running forward. The figure looked exactly like her. White hair, priestess robes, even the gait was similar. The black-clad pursuers indeed followed. The priestess ran that way. After her, several figures dashed swiftly ahead. Tears streamed down the handmaiden's face. She clamped her hand over her mouth, afraid to make a sound. Ahead on the mountain path, Ziyuan was being hustled along by the guards. The black-clad figures were closing in. One guard turned back to block the chain that lashed toward him. Clang! The long sword struck the chain, sending sparks flying. But in the next instant, another black-clad figure had already reached him. Thud! The guard collapsed. Ziyuan did not look back, continuing to run. The number of people around him dwindled. Only two guards remained. Ahead lay a cliff. Ziyuan halted. The black-clad figures slowly approached from behind. The leader sneered, "Run, why don't you run now?" The two guards stood in front of Ziyuan. "Priestess, go first." Ziyuan said nothing. He merely took a step back. The next moment, the black-clad leader moved. Swoosh! The chain lashed out, instantly wrapping around a guard's neck and yanking him off his feet. The other guard moved to help, but a short blade drove into his abdomen from the side. Thud! Both guards fell almost simultaneously. Ziyuan stood at the cliff's edge with no way to retreat. The black-clad leader walked up to him and raised his blade. "It's over, priestess." The blade descended. Blood splattered on the ground. Ziyuan's body swayed and slowly. The leader crouched down, confirmed she had no pulse, then stood up. Mission complete. One of his companions asked, "What about, leave it here? Wang Liang will revive soon. Oh, we have no time for her." The group turned and left. After a long while, silence returned to the cliffside. The wind rustled through the leaves with a rustling sound. A faint pale white light suddenly began to shimmer on the fallen Ziyuan. The white hair gradually turned black. The priestess robes transformed back into a shrine attendant's uniform. The face also reverted to Zetsu's. His chest was pierced by the blade, blood already soaking through his clothes. His eyes were still open, staring blankly at the sky. On the other side, behind the bushes, the handmaiden covered her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably. When the distant scream reached her, her body trembled violently. Ziyuan stood beside her, motionless. After a long moment, the handmaiden slowly lowered her hand. "Priestess." Ziyuan did not turn around. "Let's go." The handmaiden froze. Ziyuan turned and walked toward the direction of the ceiling shrine. Her voice was as calm as ever. "To seal Wang Liang." The handmaiden watched her retreating back, gritted her teeth, and followed. After a few steps, she suddenly noticed that Ziyuan's hand, hidden in her sleeve, was trembling uncontrollably. In that hand was clutched a talisman. It was the talisman Zetsu always wore, the one he had pressed into her palm before leaving. The talisman was already crumpled into a... Tears fell from the handmaiden's eyes again. She dared not sob, only bowed her head and followed behind. Ziyuan walked forward step by step. The mountain path grew steeper underfoot, but she walked faster and faster. Another loud boom came from the direction of the royal city. Ziyuan did not look back. Before long, the trees ahead thinned out. Nestled in the mountain hollow, a dilapidated shrine came into view. Around the shrine stood many broken stone pillars, and the ground was covered with ancient ruins. A wispy dark purple mist seeped out from the depths of the shrine. The handmaiden's face changed. "Priestess." Ziyuan halted on the slope, gazing at... "We've arrived." Ziyuan stood on the slope, gazing at the dilapidated shrine ahead. The shrine was built within the mountain's heart. Many of the stone pillars outside were broken, and the ground was engraved with concentric circles of runes. Some of the runes were cracked, while others still emitted a faint glow. Wisps of dark purple aura slowly drifted out from the depths of the shrine. The maid stood behind Ziyuan, her face pale. "Priestess." Ziyuan said nothing, merely stepping forward, and after the two entered the shrine, the surroundings suddenly grew much quieter. Only the sound of footsteps echoed within. Tap, tap, tap. The deeper they went, the more pronounced the ground tremors became. Occasionally debris fell from above, hitting the ground with a thud and shattering into pieces. The maid cautiously followed beside Ziyuan, her hand always resting on the short blade at her waist. Soon the two reached the innermost part of the shrine. There stood a massive altar. Behind the altar was a stone wall covered in ancient ceiling patterns. At the very center, a deep crack was slowly expanding with the tremors. A muffled sound came from within the crack. It seemed like something was pounding from inside. Ziyuan stood before the altar, taking a deep breath. The maid looked at her, back eyes reddening. "Priestess, do we really have to start now?" Ziyuan nodded. "There's no time." As she spoke, she slowly raised both hands. The next moment, the runes on the altar lit up. A pale white light spread from beneath her feet, quickly covering the entire altar. The ceiling patterns on the stone wall also lit up. Rumble. The crack shook violently. Ziyuan's body swayed, but she did not stop. The maid stood beside her, so nervous her palms were sweating. She knew she could not help. All she could do was guard in front of Ziyuan. The light of the seal grew brighter. The crack on the stone wall began to slowly close. Sweat beaded on Ziyuan's forehead, and her face grew paler. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from the entrance of the shrine. The maid whipped around. A man in a black robe emerged from the shadows. He was gaunt, with a pale face and a smile on his lips. The moment Ziyuan saw him, her expression changed drastically. Huang Quan. Huang Quan looked at her and slowly smiled. "Priestess, you've worked hard." Ziyuan's heart skipped a beat, and she almost lost control of the sealing technique. She immediately gritted her teeth and forcibly stabilized the seal. No, she could not stop. If she stopped now, the seal would completely collapse. The maid instantly drew her short blade and stood in front of Ziyuan. "Don't come closer." Huang Quan didn't even look at her, just walked forward step by step. The maid gritted her teeth and charged forward. Up. She swung her blade at Huang Quan. Huang Quan sidestepped and struck her chest with a backhand palm. Bang. The maid was sent flying, crashing heavily at the edge of the altar. Cough. She clutched her chest, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The maid pushed herself up from the ground with difficulty. Huang Quan was already walking towards Ziyuan. Ziyuan's hands were still maintaining the seal, and she could not move at all. Huang Quan raised his hand and thrust it directly at Ziyuan. The maid's pupils contracted. No. She lunged forward, shielding. Thud. Huang Quan's hand pierced into her body. The maid's body stiffened. Ziyuan's eyes widened in shock. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The maid slowly lowered her head, looking at her own chest, then raised her eyes to Ziyuan. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but blood gushed out. She could not utter a single word. Huang Quan casually flung her aside. Bang. The maid fell to the ground and did not move again. Ziyuan's hand trembled violently. The light of the seal on the altar almost broke. Ha ha ha. Huang Quan threw his head back and laughed. Yes, just like that. Ziyuan forcibly stabilized the technique, but tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. She could not stop. She could not even spare a glance at the maid. Huang Quan stood at the edge of the altar, his smile growing wider. "I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, Lord Wangliang's physical body would not have merged with its soul." Ziyuan jerked her head up. "What did you say?" The next moment, she seemed to sense something, and her expression completely changed. The sealing technique had already been activated. Those lights enveloped the stone wall, and also the entire altar. And Huang Quan stood at the edge of the technique. The power of Wangliang within his body was also being drawn by the sealing technique. Ziyuan understood everything. Her sealing technique would instead force Wangliang's soul and body to reunite. No. Ziyuan wanted to stop, but it was suddenly a huge shadow burst out from Huang Quan's body. It writhed like a serpent and instantly plunged into the crack in the stone. Boom. The entire shrine shook violently. The light on the altar completely shattered. Ziyuan was blasted backward, crashing heavily to the ground. She tried to push herself up, but her whole body was weak. She stared at the stone wall, her face drained of blood. "It's not supposed to be like this." Huang Quan knelt devoutly on the ground, arms spread wide. "Revived. My Lord Wangliang." The cracks on the stone wall expanded wildly. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks spread across the entire stone wall. The next moment, the stone wall exploded with a bang. A mass of dark purple chakra burst out, tumbling in the air and slowly condensing into the silhouette of a huge demon. Its body was serpentine, covered in twisted segments of bone armor. When its head emerged from the black mist, the entire temple emitted a piercing, scraping sound. Ziyuan was frozen in terror. This moment seemed eerily familiar. She looked up and saw the demon open its mouth. The next moment, it lunged at her. Ziyuan squeezed her eyes shut. Clang. Suddenly, a flash of white light. In an instant, the huge demon was slashed away, its head crashing to the side with a bang. Ziyuan slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood a white-clad youth, just as in her dream. The youth turned his head and looked at her. His gaze was icy, his face expressionless. When Ziyuan met his eyes, her heart ached with a sharp pain. She stared at him blankly, her lips moving, but no words came out. Xianyi glanced at the fallen maid, then looked at Ziyuan. "Is this your plan, eh?" Ziyuan lowered her head, her fingers digging into the ground. At that moment, the severed head suddenly transformed into a mass of dark purple chakra and surged back into the body. The severed neck writhed for a moment. Soon a new head grew back. Yes, I twitched. Ziyuan pushed herself up from the ground, struggling to stand. Wang Liang cannot be killed. Her voice trembled. It can only be sealed. As she spoke, Wang Liang suddenly raised its head. It let out a piercing long screech. Woo! The entire shrine trembled with the sound. At that moment, Hui Ye's voice suddenly echoed in Qian Ye's mind. No. It seems. Qian Ye gazed ahead. The severed head of Wang Liang had already regenerated. Its grotesque face emerged from the violet-black chakra, the neck still writhing, and its aura was far heavier than before. Qian Ye frowned. That strike had indeed landed. Yet after Wang Liang regrew its head, its chakra had only grown denser. A faint tremor ran through the floor of the shrine. Crack, crack, crack. Several fissures split the stone slabs around the altar. Ziyuan braced herself against the ground and slowly rose to her feet. Her face was deathly pale, and her entire body trembled slightly. It cannot be killed. Qian Ye turned to look at her. Ziyuan stared at Wang Liang, her lips quivering. Wang Liang can only be sealed. Qian Ye asked how. Ziyuan was silent for a moment. By sacrificing the life force of the shrine maiden. Qian Ye froze. He turned his head to look at Ziyuan. She was leaning against a stone pillar, her head bowed, her expression. Her whole body trembled, as if she was restraining some emotion. Then Ziyuan suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming. She gazed at Qian Ye with earnestness, tears silently streaming down her face. I don't want anyone else to die because of me anymore. Qian Ye remained silent for a moment. Ziyuan wiped her face with her hand, then quickly looked back at Wang Liang. So I must seal it. Qian Ye watched her for a moment, then nodded. I understand. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Liang suddenly raised its head. Violet-black chakra surged from its body, spreading out like a mist. Hui Yi suddenly spoke. No, it seems far stronger than before. Qian Ye turned around. Wang Liang opened its mouth and charged at him. Boom. Its massive body smashed into the altar, sending stone fragments flying in all directions. Qian Ye stamped his foot and shot forward. Cyan patterns appeared beneath his eyes. Sage mode. A tentacle lashed out from the side. Qian Ye twisted sharply, the tentacle grazed his shoulder and slammed into the ground. Bang! The ground cracked. He turned his wrist, and Budo Yuhuan slashed a cyan-white blade of light. Thud! The tentacle was severed, writhing on the ground twice. Wang Liang let out a piercing shriek. Woo! Qian Ye did not stop. He leaped off a broken pillar, and in the next instant was above Wang Liang's head. Sage art wild slash flash. Clang! The cyan-white blade struck down fiercely. Wang Liang's colossal body was driven downward by the blow, one side of its bone armor cracking directly. Rumble! It crashed into the stone wall, shaking the entire shrine. Fragments of rock rained down from above. Ziyuan, steadying herself against a broken pillar, looked up at Qian Ye. Wang Liang soon moved again. The cracked bone armor fused back together, and the severed tentacle grew back from the black aura. Qian Ye landed on the edge of the altar, the stone slab shattering with a crack under his feet. He glanced down, then looked up at Wang Liang. Troublesome. Wang Liang suddenly whipped its body. Several tentacles struck simultaneously. Qian Ye dodged back. The first tentacle missed. The second swept horizontally. He bent to avoid it and cut it off with a backhand slash. The third tentacle dropped from above. Qian Ye raised his blade to block. Boom. The immense force slammed into the sword. The ground beneath him instantly caved in, rubble scattering everywhere. In the next moment, Wang Liang was already before him, lunging with its jaws. Qian Ye's pupils contracted, and he swiftly sidestepped. Boom. Wang Liang bit into half the altar, shattering it. Stones flew. No sooner had Qian Ye landed than the ground trembled again. The entire ceiling shrine was battered beyond recognition. The runes on the floor were largely shattered, and cracks in the stone walls multiplied. Ziyuan looked at the broken runes, her face growing paler. If this continues, the shrine will collapse. Qian Ye did not turn back. Then prepare the seal quickly. Ziyuan gritted her teeth and raised her hand again. But the backlash of the seal had been too severe. As soon as she mobilized her chakra, her body swayed. Qian Ye caught her movement in his peripheral vision, his heart sinking. At that moment, Wang Liang suddenly stopped. It no longer lunged at Qian Ye. It slowly raised its head and opened its massive mouth. Its body began to convulse. Qian Ye immediately sensed something was wrong. What is it doing? Ziyuan snapped her head up. Then in the distance toward the city, a violet-black light suddenly flared. That light streamed through the broken mountain wall, and immediately after, countless translucent shadows flew from afar, dense like a violet-black river. All those shadows rushed toward Wang Liang's open mouth. Wang Liang swallowed them in one gulp. Boom. Its chakra exploded upward. Ziyuan's expression changed. Stop it. Ziyuan's expression changed. Stop it. Qian Ye did not look back. He had already charged forward. The cyan-white light on Budo Yuan blazed brightly, the blade arcing through the air straight toward Wang Liang's open maw. Zi Yuan's expression changed. Stop it. Qian Yi did not look back. He had already charged forward. The cyan-white light on Budo Yuan blazed brightly, the blade. Qian Yi's pupils contracted. The blade of light could no longer be retracted. In the next instant, the man gripped the short blade and stubbornly placed himself in its path. Boom. The short blade shattered instantly. The man was sent flying by the impact, his back crashing violently against a broken stone pillar. Crack. The pillar split directly. But that block had diverted the blade. Did not stop Wang Liang. Wang Liang's open mouth snapped shut. The violet-black light flying from the city was swallowed in large part. Rumble. Wang Liang's aura surged violently. Its massive body began to convulse, bone armor prying apart segment by segment, its form continuously expanding. The shrine which had barely contained it instantly became cramped. The mountain rock above groaned under the pressure. Qian Yi landed on the ground, his brow furrowed. He looked at the man. It was a young boy. Black hair slicked back. He climbed out of the rubble, half his clothes torn away by the blade, a deep wound on his chest, blood streaming down his body. Ha ha ha. Huang Quan also stared at him, his expression dark. Who are you? The boy wiped the blood from his face, laughing with narrowed eyes. Huang Quan, you're just a pitiful pawn. Huang Quan's face changed instantly. What did you say? The boy no longer looked at him. His gaze fell on Wang Liang, as if admiring something perfect. What a pity. I had already set up the array in the city. If the stone army charged in, the entire city would become Lord Wang Liang's sacrifice. He turned to look at Qian Yi, his eyes full of venom. Pity you stopped it. If I could have offered the souls of an entire city, Lord Wang Liang would have become the supreme evil god. Qian Yi gripped his sword handle. You're insane. The boy grinned, but his eyes were icy. You simply don't understand how beautiful death is. As his words fell, Wang Liang had already fully expanded. Boom. Its spine slammed into the rock ceiling above. The entire mountain belly shook violently. Crack. A huge fissure split open overhead. Then large chunks of rock came crashing. Wang Liang inhaled, actually swallowing Huang Quan into its belly. Wang Liang's form swelled again. Qian Yi stamped his foot, flashed to Zi Yuan's side, and slashed several falling boulders to pieces. Fall back. Qian Yi pulled her out of the shrine. They had barely exited when a thunderous crash sounded overhead. Wang Liang's body had directly burst the shrine apart. Rumble. The mountain belly seemed torn open, rock collapsing in huge sheets. Daylight poured in. The ruined shrine was now fully exposed in the valley. Wang Liang's body continued to grow. It heaved itself up from the shattered mountainside, its massive form nearly blotting out half the cliff. From a distance, it looked like a living hill. Zi Yuan looked up at it, her face drained of color. Qian Yi also looked up. This thing was far larger than before. A blade alone could no longer hold it back. Wang Liang lowered its head and let out a piercing shriek. Woo! The surrounding rubble was shaken loose, rolling down. Qian Yi took a deep breath. He rapidly formed hand seals, channeling sage chakra into the ground beneath him. Sage art, wild god's grand throne. Rumble. The earth in the valley shook violently. Massive stones rose from the ground as if pulled by some force, rapidly gathering. First an arm, then a shoulder, a chest, a head. A colossal stone giant rose from the ground. Its body was composed of countless rock fragments with faint sage chakra flowing through the gaps. First an arm, then a shoulder, a chest, a head. A colossal stone giant rose from the ground. Its body was composed of countless rock. This technique consumed a great deal of chakra. Even in sage mode, he could not sustain it for long. Pin it down. In the next moment, the stone giant charged at Wang Liang. Boom. The stone giant punched Wang Liang, forcing its massive body back a step. The mountain wall was shattered in a large chunk. Qian Yi's eyes lit up. It worked. But before he could relax, violet-black chakra gushed out of Wang Liang's body. That chakra, like water, drilled into the stone giant's arms, spreading rapidly along the cracks. The stone giant's movements abruptly halted. Qian Yi's heart sank. Not good. In the next instant, the stone giant's arm slowly raised, and then slammed down toward Qian Yi. Boom. Qian Yi barely dodged, shifting aside. The punch landed, and the stone giant's fist smashed a large part of its own head. Giant. Boom. Qian Yi barely dodged, shifting aside. The punch landed, and the stone giant's fist smashed a large part of its own head. Giant. Qian Yi cursed inwardly. This thing had already been controlling the stone army. Though Wild God's grand throne was his sage art, it was fundamentally a body. After being infiltrated by Wang Liang's chakra, it had slipped from his control. Wang Liang stood in the middle of the valley. The out-of-control stone giant slowly turned its hollow face, aimed at Qian Yi. Two colossal beings, one before and one behind, blocked the entire valley tightly. Qian Yi gripped his blade, breathing heavier. This was bad. Qian Yi withdrew his gaze, gritting his teeth. Hui! The moment he called out, the white chakra inside him surged forth. The white chakra instantly enveloped his body like flames. That flame soon condensed into a faint white cloak devoid of any pattern. In the next instant, Chiya's eyes transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. Black-red chakra erupted around him. Crack! A giant skeletal rib emerged behind him. Then a second, a third. Susanu's skeleton rapidly rose, soon towering above the surrounding rubble. Wangliang looked down at him. The out-of-control stone giant also raised its arm and struck again. Qianyi clenched his jaw, blood immediately trickling from the corner of his eye. The black-red skeleton continued to grow. Muscles layered over it. Skin gradually emerged. Susanu's body expanded until it stood at the same height as Wangliang and the stone giant. Qianyi stood within Susanu. He could not yet achieve the complete Susanu, but a half-body Susanu was sufficient. The wind in the valley became chaotic. Ziyuan stood below, staring up at the colossal Susanu, utterly speechless with shock. In the next moment, Susanu's hand gripped its waist. Budo Yuhuan in Qianyi's hand let out a ringing blade cry. Clang! That blade manifested in Susanu's hand as well. A colossal Budo Yuhuan. Susanu grasped that sword, cyan white light flowing along its blade. Boom! A single slash cleaved the out-of-control stone giant from shoulder to waist. Without Qianyi's sage art to sustain it, the giant was already unstable. With that blow, the entire stone giant exploded into countless fragments. Rubble rolled across the valley. At that moment, Wangliang lunged towards Ziyuan. It seemed to know who could truly seal it. Ziyuan felt a blur. In the next instant, she was held in Susanu's palm. Don't move. Then Susanu raised its sword and charged. Ziyuan felt a blur. In the next instant, she was held in Susanu's palm. Don't move. Then Susanu raised its sword and charged straight at Wangliang. Wangliang opened its massive jaws and slammed into them. Wangliang opened its massive maw and charged ferociously. Susanu raised Futsanamatama, holding it horizontally before it. Boom! The head of Wangliang slammed into the blade. The entire valley shook violently, sending nearby rocks flying into the air. Ziyuan, clenched in Susanu's palm, felt a deafening roar in her ears as her vision was filled with flying debris and violet-black chakra. She instinctively looked up. The colossal Futsanamatama stood before them, its blade trembling incessantly. Qianyi stood within Susanu's form, his eyes fixed on Wangliang. Blood still trickled from the corner of his eyes. Wangliang's strength was overwhelming. The half-formed Susanu staggered backward, its chakra skeleton sinking into the rubble as it barely withstood the blow. Qianyi gritted his teeth. Get out of my way. Susanu's arms suddenly exerted force, thrusting the massive Futsanamatama forward. Bang! Wangliang's enormous head was forced back. But in the next moment, the violet-black chakra on its body surged violently, and it opened its maw to bite at Susanu's arm. Crack! It clamped down on Susanu's chakra skeleton. The dark red bones instantly split open with several fissures. Qianyi let out a muffled groan, a sharp pain stinging his eyes. Kaguya's chakra surged forth immediately. White chakra flowed through his body into Susanu, and the fractured bones quickly solidified. Qianyi gasped for breath. Thanks. Kaguya did not reply. Yet that chakra continued to pour into him. Wangliang bit down again with renewed force. Qianyi placed Ziyuan behind him. Then his gaze hardened as Susanu's other hand clenched into a fist. Thump! A punch landed on the side of Wangliang's head. Wangliang's head was knocked aside, and its jaws released Susanu's arm. In that instant, Susanu tightened its grip on Futsanamatama and swung a reverse slash. Clang! A massive blade light swept across the valley. Half of Wangliang's body was cleaved open, violet-black chakra bursting out like mist. It let out a sharp, piercing howl. Woo! The rocks on the cliff walls rattled down. Qianyi gave it no chance to recover. Susanu raised the blade again. The second strike aimed directly at Wangliang's neck. Sensing danger, Wangliang recoiled violently, but its massive body was too large to evade. Boom! Futsanamatama came crashing down. Wangliang's head along with the upper half of its body was struck backward and slammed heavily into the cliff. The cliff wall exploded with a thunderous roar, dust billowing into the sky. Ziyuan stared blankly at the scene. She couldn't find words to describe what she was seeing. The dark red half-body of Susanu stood in the valley, one hand gripping the long blade, while the white-robed youth stood within its form. Blood trickled from the corner of his eyes, and his face was pale, yet he remained standing before her, blocking Wangliang. Wangliang was still writhing. Its severed body was slowly reforming. But this time the speed was noticeably slower. Qianyi saw an opportunity. Quick! Qianyi looked at her. Can you seal it now? Ziyuan turned to Wangliang. The creature's enormous body was still struggling, violet-black chakra spouting from the wound, as if it would rise again at any moment. She gritted her teeth. I'll try. With that, she raised her hands. A faint white light glowed from her palms. At first it was small, only the size of a fist. Soon the light began to expand, forming concentric seal patterns. Wang Liang suddenly raised its head. As if sensing danger, it thrashed wildly. Boom. The valley floor cracked under its impact. Zi Yuan staggered, her face instantly turning paler. She did not retreat, her hand still maintaining the seal. The sealing patterns wrapped around half of Wang Liang's body, but the creature was too enormous. The faint white light upon contact was constantly shaken by the violet-black chakra. Zi Yuan clenched her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. I can't. Her voice trembled. It's too big, I'm about to give out. Jinyi took a deep breath. The next moment Susanoo began to dissipate. The dark red skeleton crumbled piece by piece, dissolving into chakra in the air. Zi Yuan sensed the change behind her, her expression shifting. What are you doing? Qian Yi did not answer. He quickly walked behind Zi Yuan. Before Zi Yuan could react, Qian Yi placed his hand on her back. Don't lose focus. In the next instant, a surge of chakra was transferred directly. Zi Yuan's body jolted. The faint white light in her palm instantly swelled. The previously faltering seal patterns suddenly blazed brightly, like countless ribbons of light wildly entwining Wang Liang. Wang Liang emitted a piercing shriek. Its massive body began to be slowly pulled toward the center of the seal. The violet-black chakra struggled fiercely, but the sealing light grew ever brighter. Boom. The sealing light exploded outward. Wang Liang's enormous body was completely engulfed in radiance. It roared and struggled, but its body was gradually drawn back. The shattered runes on the ground reignited. Deep within the fractured mountain, circles of ancient patterns also lit up. Wang Liang's body was forcibly dragged into the seal. Only a hideous head remained still, writhing madly. Qian Yi abruptly increased his chakra output. Zi Yuan bit her lip, pushing out all her remaining thump. Wang Liang's head was completely devoured by the sealing light. The valley fell silent. The violet-black chakra dissipated without a trace. Only rocks continued to tumble down the cliff. Qian Yi let out a sigh of relief, his hand sliding off Zi Yuan's back. Zi Yuan could no longer hold on as she knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Just then the sound of rolling stones came from afar. Qian Yi snapped his head up. That black-haired youth was clutching his wound, stumbling as he ran toward the valley exit. Qian Yi's gaze turned cold, still trying to run. As his words fell, he drew his blade and slashed. The black-haired youth had just turned his head when the blade light struck. A wet thud was heard. His head flew off. His body took 2 more steps before collapsing to the ground with a thump. Qian Yi glanced at him and paid no more attention. He had little strength left himself. After sheathing Futsunamatama, he turned and walked back to Zi Yuan. Zi Yuan was still sitting on the ground, her chest heaving. She looked up at Qian Yi, her eyes red. Qian Yi reached out his hand to her. Get up. Zi Yuan stared at the hand, stunned for a long moment. Then she reached out and grasped Qian Yi's hand. Qian Yi was about to pull her up. The next moment, Zi Yuan suddenly threw herself into his arms. Qian Yi stiffened. Hey! Zi Yuan clung tightly to his clothes, her forehead pressed against. Her shoulders trembled. This time she finally sobbed aloud. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I really... She couldn't finish. Qian Yi looked down at her. After a moment, he raised his hand and patted her back. It's all right now. That evening, Qian Yi sat alone on the hillside outside the city. Below, lights had been rekindled. Many houses were destroyed by the stone statue army, and people were still busy carrying timber on the streets. From afar, clusters of firelight merged together, and occasionally the sound of hammering wood could be heard. Qian Yi leaned against a rock with Budo Yuhuan placed at his side. After several consecutive battles, even with Hui's assistance, he was extremely exhausted. But at least it was over. Does your eye still hurt? Hui suddenly asked. Qian Yi subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Much better. This time I really owe you my thanks. Then Hui suddenly snorted with some resentment. You must have enjoyed it when the beauty threw herself into your arms. Just as Qian Yi was about to explain, footsteps came from behind. He turned to look. Zi Yuan was walking up the slope, holding 2 bottles of wine. She had changed clothes, her long white hair flowing behind her, swaying slightly in the mountain wind. After walking up to Qian Yi, Zi Yuan sat down directly. She raised her hand and shook the bottles. Here, a reward for you. Qian Yi glanced at the wine in her hand. You drink this. Zi Yuan shook her head. Never have, but today I want to anyway with you here. The last sentence was said very softly and quickly. Qian Yi didn't catch it. What? Zi Yuan didn't answer. She opened the bottle herself and took a gulp. She drank too hastily and choked, coughing. Tears were forced out of her eyes. So bitter, how can it be so hard to drink? Qian Yi couldn't help but laugh. You thought it was juice. Zi Yuan handed him the other bottle. They clinked their bottles and took another sip. This time she drank much more slowly. The two sat on the hillside looking at the city below. Zi Yuan's cheeks had already turned red. Whether it was the wine or the mountain wind, no one could tell. Qian Yi, why did you come back? Qian Yi was stunned. I saw the stone statue army outside the city. And then, then I dealt with those statues outside and came to find you. Zi Yuan turned to look at him. Haven't you already rejected me? Qianyi smiled. Maybe I'm too soft-hearted. I saw so many people in the city, so many children, and I couldn't bear to watch them die before my eyes. Ziyuan was stunned, as if something occurred to her. After a moment she said, do you also think him too cold-blooded? At that time the stone statue army had already breached the city, yet I still withdrew the guards. Qianyi nodded. Yeah, I was a bit angry at that moment. Ziyuan's hand holding the bottle trembled slightly. Qianyi continued. But later I understood. You didn't leave yourself a way out either. Ziyuan lowered her head. You know, it's been a long time since I've talked this much with any. Qianyi looked at her. Ziyuan hugged her knees, her chin resting on her arms. Sometimes I even think I will never have friends again in this life. Why? Ziyuan turned to look down the mountain. The city was still brightly lit. From here the streets damaged during the day were no longer visible, only a sea of lights stretching together. Ziyuan murmured, ever since I was born I inherited the power of the Shrine Maiden. It allows me to see things that haven't happened yet, and also foresee the deaths of some people. She paused. At first I thought if I told them in advance I could change the outcome. But later I discovered that no matter what I did those things would still happen. Fate cannot be changed. I could see in advance how they would die, but I couldn't save them. Saying this, she raised her hand to wipe her face. Qianyi then noticed that tears had already streamed down her face. Ziyuan looked at the city below, tears rolling down her cheeks. I dare not get too close to anyone. Anyone who gets close to me will eventually die. Those maids and guards are also afraid of me. Every time they see me they lower their heads, and dare not even speak. The maid who died today was the same. Ziyuan sniffled. She was usually timid, couldn't even hold a knife steady. But when Huangquan rushed over she still stood in front of me. I couldn't do anything. She held the bottle and tilted her head, drinking the rest of the wine in one go. Qianyi looked at her. At this moment Ziyuan had lost the cold demeanor she had during the day. Her cheeks were flushed, tears still hanging on her face, looking a bit disheveled. Qianyi fell silent, not knowing how to comfort the girl. Ziyuan's voice choked. Sometimes I think if only I weren't a shrine maiden, I would have many friends. Qianyi gently patted her shoulder, watching her sob quietly. After a long while Ziyuan stopped. She turned around, her eyes red, looking at Qianyi. You know, from the moment I dreamed of you, I had a feeling. You are different from others. Qianyi tilted his head. How am I different? Ziyuan stared straight at him. The moonlight fell on her white hair, making her look very beautiful. The wind blew, lifting her long hair, which fluttered gently behind her. You are the first person to appear in my dream and not die. Qianyi was stunned. Ziyuan looked at his face, her cheeks flushed. Her eyes were a bit dazed, and she leaned forward slightly. The distance between them grew closer. Qianyi could even smell her fragrance. Ziyuan slowly closed her eyes, lifted her head, and leaned toward him. At that moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded in Qianyi's heart. Humph! Qianyi jolted abruptly, standing up. Ziyuan was startled and opened her eyes to look at him. What's wrong? Well? Qianyi stepped back, picked up Budo Yuan. I suddenly remembered something I have to do. Ziyuan's face flushed even more. She dared not look at Qianyi again. She lowered her head, her fingers tightly clenched. Are you leaving here? Qianyi nodded. Yeah, I have a lot to do. Ziyuan looked up at him. Will you come back? Qianyi opened his mouth, but didn't know how to answer. He hadn't even decided where to go next. Ziyuan waited for a moment and understood. She turned away, her voice muffled. I understand. Wish you a smooth journey. Qianyi looked at her and finally nodded. Take care. With that he hung Budo Yuan back at his waist and turned to walk down the mountain. After he turned away, Ziyuan couldn't help but look back at him, watching his back until he disappeared down the slope. On the other side, inside the collapsed ceiling shrine, under the rubble a headless corpse stood. The severed head lay not far away, but unlike before his black hair had now turned gray. The next moment, the head suddenly opened its eyes. A few days later in my village, with a thunderous crash, a cloud of wood chips exploded in the training ground. Mingren held a spiral sphere Luoxuan Wan and slammed it fiercely into a wooden stake. Before he could react, the next moment Mingren was sent flying backward and with a bang turned into white smoke. Hervey Sage. Mingren had just shouted, you cheated, when a wooden clog suddenly kicked out from the white smoke. He quickly raised his arm to block. Bang! Mingren slid back several meters. Zilai walked out of the white smoke, brushed the dust off his clothes. In actual combat, no one stands still for you to hit. Again, Mingren was about to perform hand seals when two masked ninjas suddenly dropped from a nearby tree. Today's training ends here. Mingren immediately became displeased. Huh, the sun hasn't even set yet. This is Lord Hokage's order. That old man again. Mingren pointed at the two and shouted, hey, I'm practicing ninjutsu in the village, and you still have to interfere so much. The two ninjas stood still, not answering. Mingren wanted to continue shouting, but Zilai suddenly patted him from behind. Alright, listen, Mingren. Mingren turned his head and saw Zilai's serious expression. His head drooped, and he said dejectedly, I'll fine. That night Mingren was sound asleep. A person suddenly appeared in his room and quickly covered his mouth. Mingren woke up instantly and was about to shout when a familiar voice came to his ear. Don't scream, it's me. Mingren's Pervy Sage. Zilai nodded and released his hand. Pervy Sage, what do you want with me so late? Zilai smiled. Of course. I'm going to tell you some good news. What? What? Mingren's eyes lit up. The Hokage has lifted the ban. Mingren was stunned. Huh? What? Ban? Zilai was also stunned, then said helplessly. That means you can leave the village. Mingren's eyes shot open. Really? His voice was a bit loud this time. Zilai quickly covered his mouth. Keep your voice down. Mingren nodded hurriedly. This matter is absolutely top secret. No one must know about it. Mingren nodded again. Zilai finally released his hand. So when do we leave? Tomorrow. Or the day after? Now. Mingren was about to shout again, but seeing Zilai's glare he quickly covered his mouth. Next we are going to carry out a top-secret mission. This must not be seen by anyone. Mingren immediately became excited. Top-secret mission. Rest assured, leave it to me. I will never let anyone see it. My village a few days earlier. Zilai pushed open the door of the Hokage's office and immediately saw Tuanzong sitting behind the desk. What do you want with me? Tuanzong put down the documents in his hand regarding Uzumaki Mingren Xuanhua Mingren. Zilai stopped. What's wrong with Mingren? From now on Mingren's training will be taken over by the root. Zilai was stunned, suspecting he misheard. What did you say? Tuanzong continued. The Nine Tails is the village's most important power. During this time, he has learned the spiral sphere Luoxuan, and the chakra in his body is continuously growing. If we keep letting him stay outside, problems will arise sooner or later. I will transfer him into the root and personally train him. Zilai's smile completely vanished. No. Tuanzong glanced at him. This is the village's decision. What village decision? I think it's your own decision. Zilai said angrily. Mingren is my disciple. What he practices, and when he practices, is my responsibility. Tuanzong's expression did not change. You have taught him quite a lot during this time. Spiral sphere summoning technique and the use of Nine Tails chakra. These ninjutsu have far exceeded the scope of what a genin should master. Zilai's anger flared up. Teaching him ninjutsu is for him to protect himself. Does he need to protect himself in the village? Zilai was momentarily stumped. Tuanzong stared at him. Mingren is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. As long as he stays in the village, someone will naturally protect his safety. What he really needs to learn is how to control the Nine Tails, and how to unleash its power when the village needs it. Zilai's face turned extremely grim. After all, you still want to treat him as a weapon. Jinchuriki are originally the war power of each village. Nonsense. Zilai slammed his palm on the table. Bang. The documents on the table were shaken and scattered. The two root ninjas outside the door immediately pushed the door open. Tuanzong raised his hand, and the two stopped, and then retreated. Zilai stared at Tuanzong. Mingren has his own thoughts and his own things he wants to do. He is first a person, and only second the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Locking him in the root, do you want him to become one of those subordinates who only follow? Tuanzong raised his eyelids. Emotions only affect a ninja's judgment. Save that talk for someone else. If the old man were here, he would never allow you to do this. Tuanzong's face darkened. It was precisely because Risen was too indulgent in the past that the village has become what it is now. Mingren staying by your side will only make him harder to control. In 3 days the root will take over his residence. Without my permission no one can contact him anymore. Zilai stared intently at Tuanzong. I disagree. Tuanzong looked at him and said word by word, I am the Hokage. This is an order. Zilai's eyes turned completely cold. He stared at Tuanzong for a long time without speaking. Tuanzong continued to tidy the documents on the table. Go back and prepare. Zilai stood there and looked at him for a moment, then turned and walked out of the office. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Tuanzong looked up, glanced at the closed door. Keep an eye on him. A voice came from, yes. In Mingren's room. Zilai crouched on the ground, bit his finger, and quickly performed hand seals. Summoning technique. Bang! White smoke dispersed, and a brown toad only the size of a palm appeared on the floor. I'm going to use it to carry you away. Mingren looked down. Huh, this. Such a small toad. Stop talking nonsense. Zilai placed the toad on the bed. Before Mingren could react, the toad suddenly opened its mouth and a powerful suction force suddenly emerged from inside it. Mingren was sucked in before he could react. Wah! The sound vanished instantly. The toad closed its mouth and quickly returned to its original state. Zilai put the toad into his bosom, walked to the window, and looked outside. Outside was silent. The several ninjas responsible for monitoring Mingren had already been knocked out quietly by him. Zilai jumped out of the window and disappeared into the night in a few leaps. More than half an hour later, a patrol team passed by nearby. The ninja walking in front suddenly stopped. Wait. The others also stopped. He looked up at the nearby rooftop and saw a person lying there. Go up and check. Two ninjas jumped onto the roof and soon found a second one. Then in the alley behind the wall, several more unconscious ninjas were found one after another. Wake up! One of them crouched down and channeled chakra into the person's body. The unconscious ninja's eyes shot open. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned over. Not good. Uzumaki Mingren. The few rushed into Mingren's residence. The room was empty. The quilt was thrown open, the window was open, but there was no one inside. That ninja's face changed drastically. Quickly report to Lord Hokage. A patrol ninja immediately turned and rushed out of the room, hurrying to the Not long after the door of the Hokage's office was slammed open. Lord Hokage, Uzumaki Mingren is missing. Danzo lifted his head abruptly. What did you say? The ninja knelt on one knee and promptly recounted the matter. Uzumaki Naruto is not in his room. The 6 people assigned to monitor him have all been rendered unconscious. There are no signs of a struggle inside. The window is open and he must have left some time ago. Danzo rose to his feet, leaning on his cane. What about Jiraiya? He hasn't been found yet. Find him. Yes. The ninja vanished in a flash, disappearing from the office. Danzo walked to the window, gazing toward the direction of Naruto's residence. 6 ninjas had been taken down simultaneously and the nearby patrol had detected nothing. Few could accomplish such a feat. Moreover, Naruto had just vanished and Jiraiya was also missing. Who else could it be? He hadn't expected Jiraiya to actually dare to take the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Before long, the ninja, who had left earlier, returned to the office. Lord Hokage Jiraiya is also missing. The village's sensory unit hasn't detected his chakra, and no one saw him leave through any of the exits. Danzo turned around. Toads. The ninja paused for a moment before quickly understanding. Jiraiya was highly skilled in numerous toad-related jutsu. He could easily hide Naruto using toads and evade the village's sensory barrier. Lord Hokage, should we dispatch a pursuit squad immediately? Danzo did not answer. It had been over an hour since Naruto had disappeared. Since Jiraiya had dared to take him, he must have prepared in advance. By the time they found a lead, they would have already left the Land of Fire. Besides, ordinary pursuit ninjas wouldn't be able to stop Jiraiya anyway. No need. Danzo sat back down in his chair. Seal the information. Issue a gag order to everyone who knows about tonight's events. No one is to reveal that Uzumaki Naruto left the village with Jiraiya. The ninja lowered his head. Yes. Tomorrow announced that Uzumaki Naruto has accompanied Jiraiya on a long-term confidential mission. Notify all our informants across the Land of Fire to keep an eye out for them. If spotted, do not engage or report back immediately. Understood. As the ninja was about to leave, Danzo called him back. Also, freeze Jiraiya's intelligence access within the village. Reseal all mission scrolls he has handled and change all codes for the contact points. The ninja hesitated. Lord Hokage Jirizama is still one of the 3 ninja. If his permissions are completely revoked, it might arouse suspicion among others. Danzo shot him a cold glare. Then do it discreetly. Yes. The ninja dared not ask further and quickly left the office. After the door closed, Danzo turned his attention to the documents on the desk. He had only recently become Hokage, yet one after another people were slipping out of his control. Uchiha Senya and Sasuke had both successfully defected. Now, even Naruto had been taken by Jiraiya. Danzo gripped his cane, his strength increasing. With a crack, the cane split in 2. The next morning, in the Hokage's office, several root ninjas were reporting the results of the previous night's investigation. Every exit from the village had been checked. Jiraiya and Naruto had left no trace. Danzo simply waved his hand after listening. Continue searching. Yes. Just as they left, another ninja rushed in. Lord Hokage, an urgent report from the Land of Water. He knelt on one knee, holding a scroll with both hands. Danzo took the scroll and quickly scanned it. When he saw the name Uchiha Senya, his movements came to a halt. Is this intelligence confirmed? It has been verified. The ninja kept his head down and continued. The 4th Mizukage Yagura is dead. Terumi May has succeeded him as the 5th Mizukage with the support of Genji. The Mist Village publicly claims Yagura died in a rebellion and that the 3 Tails has entered a period of rebirth. But according to our informants in the Mist, there is more to the story. Yagura was stabbed through the chest during the rebellion, and then the 3 Tails broke free from its seal, appearing within the Mist Village. Uchiha Senya single-handedly held back the 3 Tails. Danzo lifted his head. He did it alone, eh? Yes. According to witnesses, he summoned a stone golem over 10 meters tall and blocked the 3 Tails' tailed beast bomb Hiden. Go on. Uchiha Senya leaped onto the head of the 3 Tails. Our people couldn't see exactly what happened next, only that the chakra inside— Go on. Uchiha Senya leaped onto the head of the 3 Tails. Our people couldn't see exactly what happened next, only that the chakra inside the 3 Tails was flowing into his body. Before long, the 3 Tails shrank. Danzo's expression finally changed. Shrank. The 3 Tails, originally over 10 meters tall, was reduced to less than half a meter. The Mist Sealing Squad took it away and immediately sealed all information. Our people could only confirm that most of the chakra inside the three tails had vanished. Danzo frowned. If the intelligence was true and Uchiha Senya could absorb tailed beast chakra, then this news was even more serious than Yagura's death. The tailed beasts were the most critical war assets for the major villages. If Senya could claim their chakra for himself, the other tailed beasts would eventually become his targets. Danzo asked, "Where is Senya now?" "He has already left the land of water. His whereabouts are unknown for now. The mist didn't capture him." The ninja shook his head. After Terumi Mei became Mizukage, she personally escorted him to the port to see him off. The mist also gave him a travel document. Danzo's expression turned extremely grim after hearing this. Senya had once been merely a rogue ninja who escaped from Konoha. Now he was connected to the Mizukage of the mist. Terumi Mei had just taken office, and the entire mist village owed Senya a debt. Asking the mist to help capture him was no longer possible. Danzo tossed the scroll onto the desk. Immediately raise the bounty on Uchiha Senya. Place him on the highest level wanted list, and send the information to all underground exchange houses in the Land of Fire. Also try to make contact with the Mist Sealing Squad. I want to know exactly how he absorbed the Three Tails chakra. No matter the cost, bring back that information. Yes. The root ninja took the scroll and quickly left the office. Danzo sat back in his chair and closed his eyes. His mind was in turmoil. Last night Naruto had been taken by Jiraiya. Today news of Senya arrived from the Land of Water. One was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The other could seize the chakra of tailed beasts. Both were giving him a headache. Danzo opened his eyes and looked at the map of the ninja world on Uchiha Senya. I must not allow you to continue growing. The rain country was perpetually shrouded in dark clouds. Rainwater fell from the high heavens, striking the steel high-rises and flowing down their icy. Ordinary houses were seldom seen here. The entire village was filled with towering structures with thick steel pipes extending upward along the exteriors of the skyscrapers, some leading underground, while others spewed white steam continuously. Beneath the pipes lay a labyrinth of narrow streets. Pedestrians hurried through the rain under umbrellas. From above, the entire rain-hidden village resembled a vast steel forest. At the heart of this steel forest stood a colossal tower far taller than any other building. At its summit, a narrow iron platform jutted outward. Standing there, one could overlook the entire village. At that moment, Pain sat on the edge of the platform, one leg resting on the metal, the other dangling in the air, allowing the rain to beat relentlessly against his body. Conan walked up behind him, holding an umbrella over his head. The wind howled from above, billowing her black robe adorned with red clouds. "What's wrong?" Pain gazed at the village below, without responding. "These past few days you've been sitting here alone. What happened?" After a moment, Pain finally spoke. "We must accelerate our plan." Conan was taken aback. She knew which plan he referred to. The Akatsuki had been preparing for that day for years. "Why?" Pain looked into the distance. "Most of the Three Tails' power has been taken." Conan's expression shifted. According to Zetsu's intelligence, the Three Tails was still in the mist. Now only a fraction of its chakra remains. Someone else is also collecting tailed beast power, and they are moving faster than us. Conan stared at him. "How is that possible? The ghetto statue is still in our hands. How did he do it?" Pain stood up, gazing far beyond the village. "Indeed, but it was he who told me." Conan fell silent, and they remained quiet for a long time. After a while, the rain intensified. Pain turned around. "Gather everyone. We are having a meeting." Conan nodded. "Very well." Somewhere in the shinobi world, inside a vast, the cavern's ceiling was so high that it was impossible to discern what lay above. Occasionally droplets of water seeped from the rock crevices, falling with a soft plop onto the ground. At the deepest part of the cavern sat a colossal statue. Its upper body emerged from the darkness, and on its massive face were 9 eyes. At that moment, all 9 eyes were tightly shut. The statue's 2 arms extended forward, its 10 fingers slightly raised, each several meters wide enough for a person to stand on. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared on the right thumb. The figure was translucent, its edges shimmering and occasionally flashing with various colors. Only his Rinnegan could see it clearly. Beneath his feet was a large character 0. Then another figure appeared on the adjacent. Golden hair tied back, half of his face obscured with a special device covering his right eye. Ayo! The third figure materialized on the right middle finger. She had blue-violet hair, a paper flower on her head, and wore a black robe with red clouds. Byakuya. On the right ring finger, a black-haired man appeared. His high collar concealed most of his face, and his Sharingan eyes gleamed vividly in the dim cavern. Shu. The figure on the right little finger was the most peculiar. His body was half dark and half pale, with 2 large leaves wrapped around his head. Guy. Soon the left hand of the ghetto statue also began to change. On the left thumb stood a figure hidden within a massive puppet. He hunched over a metal tail hanging from his back, its tip razor-sharp. Gyoku. On the left index finger was engraved a large 3, also empty. On the left middle finger a masked man stood with arms crossed revealing only his green eyes. Hoku. On the left ring finger stood a tall man with a shark-like face carrying a giant sword wrapped in bandages on his back. Nan. Finally, only the left little finger remained. There was a large character, Ku, engraved, but it was empty. 8 phantom figures stood on the ghetto statue's fingers, their forms flickering intermittently. After a while, all the figures finally stabilized. Pain raised his head, his Rinnegan scanning each person one by one. Everyone is here. Pain addressed the group. We originally had 2 years to prepare. Now it is shortened to 1 year. As his words fell, several phantoms on the ghetto statue's fingers reacted. Deidara was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. Finally starting, huh? Sasori's metal tail twitched. Earlier is fine. I've waited long enough. Kisame hoisted Samahata, a grin spreading across his face. Looks like there will be plenty of interesting missions ahead. Kakuzu turned to Pain. With the timeline shortened, what about the missions we've already taken? The plan takes priority. Handle the other missions as quickly as possible. Kakuzu nodded and fell silent. Pain continued, from today onward, all preparations must be accelerated. Zetsu will deliver new intelligence to you. As for the specific timing of operations, await my orders. Zetsu, standing on the right little finger, nodded. Pain then looked at the others again. One more thing. There is a person you need to be aware of, Uchiha Chiya. Upon hearing the name, Itachi raised his eyes. Kakuzu then spoke up, I know him. His bounty has been rising rapidly. It's reached a point where even I can't ignore it. No reaction. Kakuzu then spoke up, I know him. His bounty has been rising rapidly. It's reached a point where even I can't ignore it. Pain turned to him. No one is to engage him alone. Kakuzu looked up. Huh. Why, oi? Sasori on the left thumb also reacted. A rogue ninja from Konoha, and you deem him worthy of such caution? Pain did not answer. He continued speaking on his own. Sasori on the left thumb also reacted. A rogue ninja from Konoha, and you deem him worthy of such caution? Pain did not answer. He's an Uchiha too, isn't he? I'd like to see if his eyes can appreciate my art. Pain's gaze swept over him. Looking into those emotionless eyes, Deidara couldn't help but quiet down. He pursed his lips and said nothing more. What if he attacks first? This time it was Kisame who asked. Retreat. At those 2 words, several members fell silent. Every member of the Akatsuki was a dangerous rogue ninja. They usually operated in pairs, and even when encountering elite shinobi from various villages, they rarely retreated voluntarily. Yet now Pain was ordering them to avoid him. Our intelligence on him is still incomplete. Until we have a clearer picture, no one is to act on their own. Deidara crossed his arms and snorted. He hated the Uchiha more than anything, especially those eyes that seemed to see through everything. Pain had warned him twice, so he could only suppress his urge for now. Kisame smirked. For the leader to be this cautious, that Uchiha must indeed be dangerous. Zetsu shifted slightly. I will continue tracking his movements. Itachi had remained silent throughout. Only after the others had spoken did he look at Pain. Understood. Pain gave the group a final look and nodded. Complete preparations as soon as possible. Meeting adjourned. As his words faded, the phantoms on the ghetto statue's fingers began to vanish one by one. Before long, the vast cavern returned to its original state. The ghetto statue sat in the darkness, its 9 eyes still tightly shut. The shinobi world fell silent for a brief period. Missions, training, and conflicts. Everything proceeded as usual. A long stretch of time passed in this uneventful manner. Until one day a year later. Boom. The top of a tall tower exploded violently. Flames carrying debris surged outward. The shockwave swept through the canyon, lifting vast amounts of sand into the sky, instantly submerging several nearby streets. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Quickly inform Lord Feng Ying. Sharp alarms echoed throughout the entire city. The place was surrounded by desert on all sides. A massive canyon lay across the center of the sand sea, with towering cliffs on both sides, leaving only a narrow entrance ahead. Dust-colored buildings were constructed deep within the canyon, houses standing close together. Fierce winds blew from above, sending sand rolling swiftly along the streets. From a distance, the entire city seemed to merge with the desert beyond. At that moment, a giant white bird was circling above the city. Seated on its back was a blonde-haired youth. His long hair covered his left eye, and he wore a black robe with red clouds. His right hand remained in a hand-seal posture. The explosion just now was his doing. The blonde youth looked down at the city below, grinning. It's quite beautiful. It will look even better when it blows up. With that, he reached his right hand into the clay pouch at his waist. The mouth on his palm opened and took a large bite of crunch, crunch. Before long, several white birds were spat out from his palm. The blonde youth casually tossed them. The birds quickly grew larger, flapped their wings, and dove downward. One of them headed straight for the street below. The residents had not yet evacuated. Several ninja were leading the crowd away. The white bird landed above them, its body suddenly swelling. Huh. At that moment, the sand on the street suddenly stirred. Whoosh. A massive amount of sand shot into the sky, instantly forming a thick sand wall. Boom. The explosion detonated outside the sand wall. Flames spread along the wall to both sides. The shockwave slammed into nearby houses, causing large chunks of plaster and rubble to rain down. When the flames dissipated, a huge black crater had been blasted into the middle of the sand wall. The residents behind it were unharmed. The blonde youth on the bird's back looked down. On the top of a nearby tall building stood a red-haired youth. He was young, with a giant gourd on his back, and the character love in vivid red was carved on the left side of his forehead. On the top of a nearby tall building stood a red-haired youth. He was young, with a giant gourd on his back, and the character love in vivid. Ai Luo looked at the white bird in the sky, then at the black robe with red clouds. People of Shao. D-Dollar raised an eyebrow. Seems you know us, saves me the trouble of explaining whom. Ai Luo did not reply. He looked down and directly commanded, evacuate everyone. Don't come near here. Several Suna ninja immediately obeyed, leading the residents toward the city's edge. The sand beneath Ai Luo's feet quickly gathered, lifting his body into the sky. D-Dollar watched Ai Luo approach, then swung his right hand sharply. The remaining clay birds immediately changed direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They charged at Ai Luo from different positions. Huh. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in succession. Flames surged from all directions, instantly engulfing Ai Luo. The Suna ninja on nearby roofs quickly crouched. Qin Zhilong had just arrived and looked up to see a massive fireball explode in the sky. Ai Luo. He was about to move when a giant sand hand suddenly extended from the flames. Whoosh. The sand hand tore through the smoke and swept toward D-Dollar. D-Dollar controlled the giant bird to fly upward. The sand hand grazed the bird's belly. Before he could steady himself, a second sand hand came crashing down from above. Bang! The white giant bird's wing was struck, and its body flipped violently. D-Dollar slid off the bird's back entirely. He grabbed the bird's back with his right hand, his body, dangling in midair, carried forward over a dozen meters before he managed to climb back up. The flames in the sky were dispersing. Ai Luo stood on a sand mass, the sand on his body slowly falling away. The previous explosions had left. D-Dollar glanced at the layer of sand that automatically protected Ai Luo. Troublesome ability home. Just as their first exchange ended, the village's security department at the entrance detected an anomaly. Several Suna ninja rushed into the barrier room. As soon as they pushed open the door, they smelled a heavy stench of blood. The ninja on duty were all lying on the ground, blood already pooling under the barrier device. Where is Lord Yuliang? The leading Suna ninja looked around. There was no sign of Yuliang in the room. Who would have thought that this Jonin, who had served in the Feng Ying's advisory council for years and was known for his diligence and loyalty, had long been a pawn planted in Sunagakure? Chiya had sealed his memories. So much time had passed that even Yuliang himself had probably nearly forgotten this identity. Until recently, when that technique was Yuliang finally remembered his mission. He personally killed the guards in the barrier room, shut down Sunagakure's detection barrier, then lured the ninja watching the sky at the village entrance into the shadows and eliminated them one by one. By the time the white giant bird crossed the canyon, no one was watching the skies above Sunagakure. At that moment, the aerial battle resumed. Ai Luo raised both hands. Rumble. The desert outside the city surged. A massive amount of sand rushed into the canyon, swept through the streets, and then surged up into the sky between the buildings. D-Dollar looked down. The streets below had vanished, replaced by rolling sand waves. Several giant sand hands burst out from the waves, all reaching for the white giant bird. D-Dollar immediately veered the giant bird. The first sand hand swept past from below. The second followed, closely blocking the right side. A third sand hand blocked the top. D-Dollar gritted his teeth and jerked his wrist. The white giant bird folded its wings, its body instantly vertical, and forced its way out between two sand hands. Boom. The two sand hands collided behind him. Sand exploded everywhere. Before D-Dollar could create distance, the surrounding sand surged in. Sand binding prison. The sand closed in instantly. A giant sand ball appeared above the city. The white giant bird was trapped inside, still flying upward. The space around them grew tighter. Sand scraped against the bird's wings, scraping off large chunks of white clay. D-Dollar looked up. Only a narrow gap remained above. Break out. The white giant bird accelerated sharply. Whoosh. Just before the sand ball completely closed, it shot through the gap. Bang. The sand behind him slammed shut. D-Dollar glanced back, a smirk forming on his lips, when suddenly a whistling sound came. A patch of deeper colored sand gave chase. That was the special sand from Ai Luo's gourd. The sand was too. D-Dollar spun around. The sand instantly wrapped around his left arm. He kept the bird flying forward, but his entire arm was firmly pulled by the sand, jerking his body back. Ai Luo stood in the distance, his right hand aimed at him. Sand binding coffin. Crack. Deidara's left arm twisted instantly, his elbow forcibly wrenched in the opposite direction. Blood burst forth, splattering in the air. Droplets of blood fell from above, pattering onto the roofs below. Deidara shuddered in pain, his teeth clenched tightly. At that moment, the mouth on his left palm suddenly opened. Several tiny white clay spiders crawled out from between his fingers, quickly burrowed into the sand, while Ai Luo continued to close his fingers. The sand binding Deidara's arm tightened further, surging from his wrist up to his shoulder. Deidara had no time to hesitate. He grabbed the bird's back with his right hand and made the white giant bird dive sharply. Whoosh! The bird plunged toward the ground with his body. The crushed arm remained in the sand, his entire body stretched to the limit. Rip! The sleeve and flesh tore apart simultaneously. Deidara's left arm was lost in the yellow sand, and he finally broke free. Blood gushed wildly from the severed end, trailing a glaring crimson line behind him. The massive white bird swooped down until it almost struck a rooftop before lifting its wings again. Deidara was flung onto the bird's back by the immense inertia, his face drained of color. Below there was a moment of silence. Then cheers erupted. "Lord Kazekage! Bring him down! Lord Kazekage!" The shouts spread along the streets. Kankuro stood on a rooftop, his hands clenched into fists. Gaara remained suspended in the air. His right hand did not lower. The surrounding sand gathered again, ready to trap Deidara once more. Deidara propped himself up on the bird's back. Blood still spurted from the severed arm, staining half of his red cloud black robe. He glanced down at his waist. The last clay pouch was nearly empty. Continuing a frontal assault, he could not penetrate that layer of sand. Deidara looked up at the city below. The residents had not yet fully evacuated from the street. Many sand shinobi below were also watching the battle. He suddenly smiled. Deidara thrust his right hand into the last clay pouch and scooped out all the mouth on his palm devoured it greedily. Crunch, crunch. The cheers continued. The grating chewing sounds mingled among them. Soon a strange clay doll was spat out from the palm. Deidara casually tossed it into the air. Bang! The doll rapidly expanded. 10 meters. Dozens of meters. Its size continued to grow, the shadow it cast gradually covering the streets and the cheering people. The shouts slowly died down. Someone looked up, dazedly staring at the enormous doll descending from the sky. Gaara also turned around. The clay doll was falling directly over the city center. "Your target is me." Gaara looked at Deidara. "Come at me." "I know." Deidara grinned, his right hand raised before him. "But you're the Kazekage now, HM." Gaara immediately turned. "Everyone evacuate." This time his tone was noticeably more urgent. The sand shinobi on the streets instantly reacted, leading the residents in a frantic dash. Deidara formed a hand seal with one hand. "C3. Drink." Boom. The enormous clay doll exploded. In that instant, the entire sky was dyed a fiery red. A terrifying blast of air slammed down from above. The rocky walls of the canyon trembled violently, and countless stones tumbled from the heights. Gaara raised both hands abruptly. Rumble. The desert outside the city churned completely. Countless sands surged over the canyon, rising from below into the sky, forming a sky-covering sand shield above the city. The fiery wave crashed hard against it. Boom. The center of the sand shield instantly dented, and vast amounts of sand were blasted in all directions. Flames seeped through the gap, downward, the scorching red light already illuminating the streets below. Gaara's arms shook. More sand surged up, forcibly sealing the breach again. Before the first explosion ended, a second wave of fire slammed into the shield. Boom. Gaara's body lurched violently. Sweat broke out on his forehead, streaming down his cheeks. He clenched his teeth, his arms held up stiffly. The sand was blasted apart time and again, only to be replenished from below. A few seconds felt interminable to those below. Until the last of the flames dissipated, the gigantic sand shield still hung above the city. It had held. People on the street looked up at no one cheered. They all saw Gaara's trembling arms and the sand clusters dispersing beneath his feet. Kankuro took a step forward. "Gaara." Deidara had been hiding in the smoke from the explosion. Watching Gaara, who could barely maintain his stance, the palm of his right hand spat out the last clay bird. "It's over, HM." Whoosh. The clay bird shot out of the smoke, heading straight for Gaara. Hearing the sound of something cutting through the air, Gaara immediately summoned sand from his gourd. The dark sand formed a barrier before him, engulfing the clay bird instantly. Boom. A small explosion went off outside. Gaara's sand shield merely shook. The dark sand formed a barrier before him, engulfing the clay bird instantly. Boom. A small explosion. A third. They had already been inside his defense. Gaara's eyes widened. Deidara raised his right hand. "When you crushed my arm earlier, I gave you a little something too." The clay spiders bulged simultaneously. Just as Gaara tried to shake them off, Deidara completed the hand seal. "Drink." Boom. The explosion detonated from within the sand shield. Flames erupted around Gaara's body, shattering the outer shell into pieces. Gaara was thrown backward, blood spurting from his mouth, splattering a large crimson arc in the air. The sand beneath his feet instantly collapsed. His body fell from the sky. Gar. Kankuro dashed forward. At almost the same moment, a terrifying roar came from above. The massive sand shield, now out of control, began to descend. The entire city was instantly cast in shadow. People on the streets looked up in terror. If such a vast sea of sand fell, it would bury the houses and people below. Gar, still falling, moved a finger. Rumble. The gigantic sand shield stopped abruptly. Then it slowly began to move away from the canyon. Gar's eyes had already closed. His fingers still trembled. With every distance the sand sea moved, he fell faster. Until the last of the sand left the city's sky, Gar's hand finally dropped. Boom. A massive amount of sand crashed outside the canyon, raising a towering wave dozens of meters high. The clay bird beneath Deidara swooped down. The white bird passed under Gaara, letting him land heavily on its broad back. Deidara glanced back at him, worrying about the village even before passing out. Truly remarkable. The white giant bird changed direction, flying out of the canyon. Stop! Kankuro roared, tearing off the bandages on his back. Crow landed with a thud on the ground. Kankuro moved his 10 fingers and chakra threads instantly connected to the puppet. Crow opened its mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of poison needles shot upward, aiming straight for the white giant bird. Deidara made the bird ascend sharply. All the needles passed beneath. Kankuro wanted to continue chasing, but shouts from Sand Shinobi behind him came. Lord Kankuro, there are many injured here. Kankuro looked back. Among the collapsed houses were injured residents everywhere, and debris kept falling from above. He gritted his teeth. You stay and save people. They'll bring the Kazekage back. With that, he controlled Crow to follow behind him, charging out of the canyon alone. The wind howled, carrying yellow sand into his face. The white giant bird had already flown far, only a blurry silhouette visible. Kankuro chased in the direction it had gone. Soon a figure appeared in the wind and sand ahead. The man hunched over, also wearing a red cloud black robe. A metallic tail extended from under the robe, hanging high in the air, its sharp tip gleaming with a faint purple light. Kankuro stopped abruptly. The metallic tail swayed in the wind and sand. Whoosh. In the next instant, the tip thrust fiercely, clang. The metal tip of the tail slammed fiercely into the crow, the sharp spike grazing across Kankuro's chest, leaving a deep gouge on the puppet's surface. Kankuro stumbled back several steps. His pupils contracted. Such formidable strength. The next moment, he reached for the 2 scrolls at his waist. Boom, boom. 2 bursts of white smoke exploded, and Black Ant and Salamander landed on the field. Kankuro swiftly hooked his 10 fingers, and the 3 puppets immediately encircled Scorpion. Black Ant emerged from beneath the sand, its chest mechanism snapping open, attempting to engulf the entire red amber. On the other side, Salamander had already unfurled its thick armored plates, blocking Scorpion's retreat. Scorpion cast a glance at the 3 puppets. The metal tail behind red amber swept out violently, smashing apart the crow's 2 arms with a thunderous crack. Crack. Large pieces of wood splintered in all directions. After a few exchanges, Kankuro was already drenched in cold sweat. His opponent knew these puppets all too well. Every strike targeted the joints of the mechanisms, and even the most concealed hinge of the salamander did not escape. In just a few rounds, the 3 puppets lay scattered across the ground. Scorpion maneuvered red amber forward. You've made quite a few modifications. Pity the core mechanisms remain the same. Kankuro jerked his head up. Just who are you? Scorpion glanced at the crow on the ground. I made all 3 of these puppets. Kankuro froze. His voice trembled. Scorpion of the red sand. As the words left his lips, the metal tail of red amber stiffened instantly. Kankuro tried to retreat, but the tip of the tail had already pierced his shoulder. Thud. Blood splattered all around. Kankuro winced in pain, his right arm quickly losing sensation, and a dark purple patch spread around the wound. No good. Poison. He gritted his teeth, forcing his left hand, still able to move, to act. The remaining fragments of the crow flew out of the sand, hurtling straight at Scorpion. At the same time, a short blade slid along the ground, circling behind, then suddenly slashed upward. Rip. The blade failed to wound red amber, only slicing off a strip of cloth from beneath the black robe. Scorpion used the metal tail to shatter the crow completely. When he looked at Kankuro again, Kankuro was already kneeling on the sand. The toxin spread rapidly through his bloodstream, blurring his vision into double images, and his fingers lost control. Snap. The last few chakra threads broke. A severed hand of the crow fell into the sand, still clutching the piece of black robe just cut off. With my poison you won't last 3 days. Scorpion did not kill him. He glanced at Kankuro as if looking at a lifeless object, then turned and walked into the wind-blown sand. Kankuro struggled to stand, but as soon as he pushed himself up, his right leg gave way, and he crashed heavily into the yellow sand. He gazed at the distant white giant bird until the figure vanished completely. Gaara. Kankuro's fingers dug into the sand, and darkness soon consumed his vision. Not long after the pursuit squad from the Sand Village finally arrived. After Kankuro was carried back to the village, he was immediately sent to the hospital. Several medical ninjas tried multiple antidotes, but the black lines on his shoulder continued spreading toward his chest. Maki stood by the bed pacing anxiously around the room. Can you cure it or not? The lead medical ninja wiped his sweat. The composition of this poison is too complex. We can only delay its progression temporarily. Maki stopped walking. Go fetch Granny Chiendai. Now. Soon an emergency meeting was convened in the Wind Shadow building. Gaara had been captured, Kankuro was severely wounded, and many buildings in the village had been damaged in the explosion. The entire pursuit squad had been dispatched, but they had no idea where the enemy had gone. Maki placed the Red Cloud black robe on the table. Send a request for reinforcements to the Leaf Village. Murmurs erupted in the meeting room. This isn't appropriate. Our relations with the Leaf Village. They're not exactly good. If news of the Wind Shadow's disappearance gets out, other nations will surely seize the opportunity to probe. If we delay any longer, the Wind Shadow will truly be beyond saving. Maki slammed his hand on the table, and the room fell silent. He looked at the Sand Village elders seated on both sides. This plea for aid must be sent out. And take this piece of cloth along. The Leaf Village has ninjas skilled in tracking. They might pick up the enemy's scent from it. A Sand Ninja immediately stood up. They'll go. Maki handed him the plea letter and the robe fragment. Good. Get to the Leaf Village as fast as you can. The Sand Ninja accepted the items, turned, and rushed out of the meeting room. Northeastern Wind Country. In a desolate rocky valley near the border of the river country, Chiya sat cross-legged on the ground, a scroll covered in technique formulas spread out before him. These were the fragments of the Flying Thunder God technique he had copied from the sealed scroll. Before leaving the Leaf Village, he could not even understand the form. During this time, Hui had deduced the missing parts based on the fragments, and had been teaching him the knowledge of spatial techniques. Now he was finally getting a grasp of it. But once he began actual training, Chiya still encountered trouble. He had been in this rocky valley for 7 days. He had pressed his hand against the giant boulder in front of him countless times, yet nothing remained on the stone surface except a few faint black spots. Failed again. Chiya withdrew his hand and flexed his numb wrist. The formula is clearly correct and the chakra flow order is right. Why can't I leave a mark? After a moment, Hui replied. You've been controlling the chakra to draw the formula. What's wrong with that? The Flying Thunder God formula is a coordinate. What you've left behind is only a pattern, or it lacks the spatial information that belongs to you. Chiya stared at the stone, feeling a headache coming on. Say it simply. First use chakra to memorize this place. Chiya still didn't understand. Hui had to continue explaining. You're right, I can already control space. When you use Tianyu, you should sense the changes in the surrounding space. Chiya nodded. Yes. Use the same method to sense this stone, then embed the perceived location into the formula. Chiya raised his hand and pressed it against the stone once more. This time, he didn't rush to form the formula. Instead, he closed his eyes and slowly released his perception. Soon the surroundings began to change. The ground beneath his feet, the rock wall behind him, the cold boulder in front of him, all gradually appeared in his perception. Chiya concentrated chakra into his palm. A black line emerged from under his hand, then quickly broke off. Still no good. But at least I got one more line than before. Chiya opened his eyes, looking at the crooked black line. Hui thought for a moment. Relax. Let me demonstrate for you. Chiya closed his eyes, and his consciousness gradually sank. Soon a strange awareness flooded into his body. It was Hui's consciousness. Chiya felt a peculiar sensation. It was his own body, yet he had no control over it. Hui's voice echoed in his mind. Focus. Chiya snapped back to attention. Hui guided his right hand, gently placing it on the stone. The next moment, spatial information and chakra merged instantly, leaving a black formula on the stone. Chiya's eyes widened in astonishment. Whoa, that easy. Hui chuckled. Did you feel it, eh? Feel what? That was too fast. Let's do it again. Chiya gave an awkward smile. Hui did not refuse. Watch closely this time. Chiya closed his eyes again and relaxed his body. Before long, Hui's consciousness once again surged into his body. This time she did not immediately leave the technique. A stream of chakra slowly gathered in the palm of his right hand, then spread along the surface of the stone. Chiya focused all his attention on it. That stream of chakra did not directly draw the technique. It lingered on the stone for a moment, as if recording the stone. Then a very peculiar sensation arose in Chiya's heart. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly sense where the stone was. Not direction nor distance. Whenever he wished, he could touch that space at any time. Just as Chiya grasped this feeling, Hui controlled the chakra to surge. Not direction nor distance. Whenever he wished, he could touch that space at any time. Just as Chiya grasped this feeling, Hui controlled the chakra to surge. Hui withdrew from his body, returning control. Chiya opened his eyes, looked at the Flying Thunder God technique on the stone, and immediately raised his right hand, pressing it onto the adjacent area. Chakra surged from his palm. Several black lines gradually emerged. All the lines slowly connected together. Chiya withdrew his hand, leaving the complete technique on the stone. Success. Hui was also observing the technique. The position and chakra are both correct. Chiya immediately broke into. He had spent 7 days toiling in this stone valley, finally leaving the flying thunder god technique behind. Now only the spatial transfer remained. Chiya stepped back a dozen meters, standing beside another stone. This distance was already very close. Even if the flying thunder god failed, there would be no danger. Chiya stared at the technique in the distance, bringing 2 fingers together. A moment later, he still stood in place. Why no reaction? Chiya tried again. The chakra in his body had responded to the technique, yet his body did not move. He attempted to take a step forward, but as soon as his foot moved, the connection to the technique immediately broke. Hui quickly spotted the problem. Why did you step forward? I wanted to go over there. You've already located that position. Why bother with the distance in between? Chiya was stunned. That made sense. He turned his head to look at the huge stone a dozen meters away. He had been thinking about how to cross the space in between and move to the technique. But the flying thunder god didn't need that process at all. Whether there was a dozen meters or 100 miles in between made no difference. As long as he could respond to that coordinate, it was enough. Chiya closed his eyes and once again sensed the technique on the stone. Chakra connected rapidly. The next instant, his figure suddenly vanished. When he opened his eyes again, the flying thunder god technique was right before him. Chiya lost his footing, swayed to the side, and quickly reached out to steady himself against the stone. He looked back at where he had stood. A dozen meters away, there was no one. Success! Chiya clenched his fist in excitement. Hui, I did it. I saw. Hui also smiled. Chiya quickly walked back to his original position and left the technique on another. Hui, I did it. I saw. Hui also smiled. Chiya quickly walked back to his original position and left the technique on another stone. Chiya vanished. Instantly, he appeared beside another stone. Before his body could stabilize, he activated the flying thunder god again and returned to the original spot. After several back-and-forth attempts, Chiya grew more familiar with the flying thunder god. At first, he couldn't control his body each time he appeared. Later, he could adjust his posture in advance and land steadily beside the technique. However, continuous use of the flying thunder god consumed a great deal of chakra, and after a dozen or so times, Chiya's head began to feel dizzy. Hui reminded him, "Let's stop here for today." Chiya wanted to try a few more times, but seeing the sun nearly set, he eventually sat back down. Over the next 2 days, he stayed in the stone valley to practice. Black techniques were left everywhere on the stone wall's ground, and several large boulders. Chiya's movements grew increasingly proficient. By the 3rd day, he no longer needed to gather chakra in advance. As soon as he pressed his hand on an object, the flying thunder god technique would appear swiftly. Spatial transfer no longer required lengthy preparation. As long as he sensed the coordinate, he could appear there in the next instant. Chiya stood in the center of the stone valley, looking at the techniques left all around. He moved his fingers. Swish! His entire figure vanished in an instant. Within a few seconds, Chiya appeared successively at various positions in the stone valley. One moment he was standing on the ground, the next he was right beside the high stone wall. Before his clothes could settle, his figure vanished again and appeared at the other end of the... After several consecutive transfers, Chiya returned to his original spot. Huff! He let out a long breath, his face brimming with excitement. This technique was incredibly convenient. From now on, as long as he left flying thunder god techniques in various countries, he could arrive at any time. According to the scroll, as long as the technique remains, it can be activated regardless of distance. Next, I will leave my marks everywhere. Then I can go wherever I please. This technique is truly too convenient. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps came from ahead. Chiya looked over in confusion. This place was usually deserted all year round. Why were there footsteps? Could someone have caught up to him? Chiya recalled the bounty ninjas he had encountered earlier. From them, he had learned that his own bounty was now quite high. Could it be a bounty ninja? Just then, that ninja came rushing from afar. The man was covered in yellow sand, his breathing rapid, with a sunagakure headband on his... He seemed to have been traveling for a long time. Chiya hid to the side. It didn't appear that the ninja was coming for him. Just as he relaxed, he noticed something clutched in the ninja's hand. It was a piece of black fabric. On it, half a red cloud remained. Chiya's gaze sharpened. That soon a ninja had already run far away, heading toward the land of fire. Akatsuki's robe. Chiya's eyes narrowed. A sunagakure ninja carrying a fragment of an Akatsuki robe heading for Konoha. Something major must have happened in the land of wind. He quickly thought of Gaara. But it wasn't yet time for the start of Shippuden. Why would the Akatsuki act against the One Tail so early? Chiya soon realized. It seemed that the incident with the Three Tails had already alerted Obito to something amiss. The Akatsuki's original plan had been disrupted. Then Gaara was likely in danger. Moreover, with Danzo as the Hokage now, that old man might not send reinforcements to the Land of Wind. Thinking this, Chinya's heart grew anxious. If the One Tail was captured and the Land of Wind fell into chaos, Obito's plan might actually succeed. No, he absolutely couldn't let Obito take the One Tail. He remembered that after Gaara was captured, they had spent a long time extracting the One Tail's chakra in some cave. It's okay, there's still time. But he dared not delay any further. With a flicker, he rushed toward the Land of Wind at full speed. When the wind and sand slammed into his face, Chiya truly felt he had entered the Land of Wind. The sand beneath his feet grew thicker, so soft that each step sunk a little deeper. In the distance, the sky and earth were a blur of grayish yellow. The wind whipped fine sand against his face, cutting like tiny blades. Chiya moved swiftly. His figure darted swiftly between the dunes, his robes flapping loudly in the wind. As he traveled, he calculated rapidly in his mind. Akatsuki had already made their move, and much earlier than in the original story. He wondered how many of them were on this mission. If it were only Sasori and Deidara, he could handle them. But if they had brought extra reinforcements, he might not be able to hold them off alone. They must have taken Gaara to a nearby cave to extract the tailed beast. In the original story, the extraction process was slow, taking several days to complete. He didn't need to rush too much. Fortunately, he had been traveling nearby recently, or he might not have known about this news. Before long, a massive village finally emerged from the wind and sand. Sunagakure. The rock walls around the village formed a natural barrier enclosing the entire settlement. At the entrance, rows of Suna shinobi patrolled far more than usual. Chiya stopped behind a distant dune, not approaching. It wasn't the right time to go in. He was a rogue ninja from Konoha, and Suna didn't know him. With the Kazekage just abducted, the entire village was on edge. If he barged in, he would likely be surrounded as an enemy before he could ask. Chiya lowered his stance and crept closer. Soon hurried footsteps came from ahead. Two Suna shinobi ran from the distance and met the patrol at the gate. "How's it going on your end?" "No news, nothing found." "Damn it." The other shinobi cursed through gritted teeth. "The Kazekage has been taken and Kankuro is poisoned." "Who are these enemies?" "Who knows? Be careful anyway." Chiya crouched behind the dune, his eyes turning cold. Gaara had already been taken. Kankuro was poisoned. And Kyoba had already appeared. It seemed events had already reached the point in the original story. He wondered if Danzo would send reinforcements, and this time Sakura probably hadn't trained under Tsunade, so she wouldn't have medical ninjutsu. Kankuro might be. Chiya didn't listen further. The priority now was to find Akatsuki's hideout. The One Tail must not be taken. But Sunagakure probably didn't know where the enemy had gone. In the original story, they tracked down Akatsuki's base because Kakashi came to Suna, summoned Pakin, and followed the scent. Now there was no Kakashi, no dog. Worse, Chiya had nothing to track with. No scent. No bloodstains. He stood in the wind and sand, silent for a moment. Kaguya's voice echoed in his mind. "What do you plan to do?" Chiya looked into the distance. "Gamble. Gamble. I remember they extracted the One Tail in a mountain, likely near the borders of wind and river countries. There's no better option now. They'll go check it out." With that, he turned away from Suna's outskirts and dashed toward the river country. The wind and sand quickly swallowed his figure. At first, the surroundings were still nothing but desert. Chiya ran fast, each step kicking up a small spray of yellow sand. He didn't follow the road, but cut diagonally based on memory and direction. He remembered that place was in the mountains. At least it couldn't be hidden in this endless desert. After running for a long time, the sand underfoot finally began to thin. Scattered rocks appeared in the distance. Chiya didn't slow down, or instead, he took a deep breath. Cyan patterns emerged from under his eyes. Sage mode. In the next moment, everything around him became much clearer. The wind carried sand, sand hit stones, small animals burrowed into caves in the distance, and faint water flowed underground. Chiya spread his perception. Their hideout should be inside a cave with a barrier outside. It looked ordinary from the outside, but if there was any chakra fluctuation, he could sense it. Chiya scanned the surroundings. Nothing. Still nothing. He gritted his teeth and pressed on. The sun gradually sank, the desert heat receded, but the wind grew stronger. Chiya ran farther and farther. The dunes behind him slowly fell away, and the terrain ahead rose. More rocks appeared. Further ahead, a continuous range of mountain shadows could be seen. This should be the direction. Chiya's heart steadied a little. At least he was on the right track. He leaped onto a high rock, pushed off, and launched forward again. The perception of sage mode continued to spread. There were faint traces of two shinobi teams passing through ahead. Too faint. They must have been long gone. Chiya followed the traces for a while, but soon realized the direction was wrong. It was just the trail of Suna's pursuit team. He wasted no time and turned the other. After a while, the sky was completely dark. Chiya slipped into a canyon and suddenly stopped. Something was wrong. This place felt strange. He closed his eyes and extended the perception of sage mode further. To the left was a forested mountain with beasts, birds, and insects. To the right was a steep rock wall, and behind it almost nothing. Too clean. The mountains shouldn't be this clean. Chiya opened his eyes and looked up to the right. That rock face looked normal, stones, vines, weathered cracks, all ordinary. But in his sage perception, it was like a missing piece, as if something was hiding within. Chiya's heart raced. Found it. He didn't approach immediately. If it was Akatsuki's base, there would definitely be a barrier outside. Rushing in would alert everyone inside. He remembered their barrier was the 5 elements barrier. It would even create a clone identical to himself. Only by defeating the clone could the barrier be broken. Chiya slowly crouched down, touching the ground with his palm. Chakra spread from his hand, leaving a black seal on the rock. First, leave a flying thunder god coordinate. If something went wrong, he could retreat at least. After that, he crept along the rock wall. The closer he got to that area, the more obvious the strange feeling became. His sage perception seemed blocked by a thin film. He couldn't see what was behind it. But that film itself already revealed its location. Chiya stopped on a slope and looked ahead. The mountains stretched together under the night like crouching beasts. Wind poured out from the valley, fluttering his sleeves constantly. Chiya stared at the concealed spot, his expression growing serious. This should be the place. At that moment, within Konoha village, the Hokage's office window was half open. The sky outside had darkened and street lamps were lighting up one by one. Wind seeped through the crack in the window, causing the edges of the documents on the desk to flutter slightly. Tuanzong sat behind the desk, holding the request for reinforcements sent by Sunagakure. The letter paper still bore the marks of wind and sand, its corners crumpled from being. The Suna ninja stood before the desk, his breathing still uneven. He was covered in dust and sand, his face etched with the fatigue of the journey. Tuanzong finished reading the letter and did not speak immediately. The room fell silent for a moment. The Suna ninja could no longer hold back. Lord Hokage, please send reinforcements to Sunagakure immediately. Tuanzong placed the letter on the desk. When was the Kazekage captured? The Suna ninja answered promptly, a few days ago. How many enemies? That, we don't know yet. The Suna ninja's face showed difficulty. He took a small piece of black cloth from his chest and handed it over with both hands. The cloth still bore the remnants of half a red cloud. However, our Lord Kankuro managed to tear this from the enemy's body. Tuanzong glanced at it. Akatsuki. He recognized the symbol, of course. The several umbu in the room exchanged glances, but remained silent. Tuanzong asked again, how is Kankuro now? He's been poisoned, and his condition is critical. Granny Chiyo is treating him. Saying this, the Suna ninja stepped forward. Please dispatch tracking ninjas as soon as possible and find the Kazekage. Tuanzong looked up at him. Konoha will verify the situation. The Suna ninja was taken aback. Verify. The Akatsuki organization is not ordinary rogue ninjas. Sending people rashly into the land of wind will only make things more chaotic. The Suna ninja grew anxious. But we are running out of time. Tuanzong did not respond to him. Instead, he looked at the umbu nearby. Take him to rest. The Suna ninja's face changed. Lord Hokage. 2 umbu had already approached him. The Suna ninja wanted to say more, but seeing Tuanzang's expressionless face, he swallowed his words. He could only bow. Please, Konoha, act swiftly. With that, he turned and followed the umbu out. After the door closed, the room fell silent again. Tuanzong sat in his chair, his fingers slowly stroking the black cloth. The pattern of the red cloud was broken, and the edge of the cloth still bore a trace of dried blood. After a moment, he spoke. Sunagakure is already in the corner. A root ninja knelt on one knee. Do we need to send reinforcements? Tuanzong looked at the request for reinforcements on the desk, his eyes growing colder. Reinforcements? He seemed to find something amusing. The Kazekage has been captured and Sunagakure is leaderless. Why should Konoha stabilize their situation? The root ninja bowed his head and asked no further. Tuanzong picked up the request for reinforcements and glanced at the writing. The letter was written in haste. The handwriting was slanted and several ink marks had been smeared by sand. They were truly panicked. And precisely because of that, it was even less reason to act hastily. Send people to the border of the land of wind. Tuanzong put down the letter. Confirm the current situation of Sunagakure. If the Kazekage dies, Sunagakure will surely fall into chaos. I want you to watch them closely. Understood. Also, do not allow the Suna envoy to freely contact anyone in the village. Furthermore, spread the news of Gaara's death far and wide. Understood. Inside the cave, a colossal statue stood in the darkness. Its body was as gaunt as dead, with its hands spread wide, 10 fingers reaching upward. Gaara lay on the stone platform below, his eyes tightly shut, his face already deathly pale. Strands of chakra were being drawn from his body, flowing along the technique in the air toward the demonic statue of the outer path. The chakra sometimes resembled mist, sometimes like elongated beastly shadows struggling as they emerged from Gaara's body. With each extraction, Gaara's breathing grew weaker. No firelight illuminated the depths of the cave. Only the glow of the technique reflected on the rock walls flickering like something breathing in the darkness. Pain stood on one of the statue's fingers, his figure motionless. Blurred silhouettes also stood at other positions. Sealing technique, Phantom, Dragon 9 seals. Pain raised his hand. The next moment, the demonic statue of the outer path opened its mouth. Several chakra dragons extended from the statue's mouth, wrapping around Gaara's body. Gaara shuddered violently. The tailed beast chakra within him was continuously drawn out, transforming into a denser force that was devoured by the statue. The chakra fluctuations in the cave intensified sharply. The chakra of the one tail was relentlessly pulled out like a sandstorm, being torn apart, gradually leaving Gaara's body. Within the cave, day and night were indistinguishable, and time was unknowable. After an unknown duration, half the white face suddenly emerged from beside the rock wall. Zetsu's body slowly crawled out of the stone. He first glanced at Gaara on the stone platform, then looked up at Pain. Leader. Pain did not turn around. What is it? Zetsu's face fully emerged from the rock wall, his tone carrying a hint of eerie amusement. Uchiha Chiya has arrived. The moment the words fell, the few silhouettes in the cave stirred. The sound of the technique's operation was suddenly joined by hushed murmur. Uchiha Chiya. The one who defected from Konoha. We haven't gone to find him, yet he comes to us. How does he know this place? Several voices interwove, but were quickly silenced by Pain's raised hand. The cave fell quiet once more. Pain stood on the finger of the demonic statue of the outer path, his gaze fixed on the cave entrance. Through the thick rock walls, nothing could be seen outside. But since Zetsu had personally returned to report, it meant the enemy was already very close. Pain was silent for a moment. After the matter of the three tails, he had known that Uchiha Chiya would eventually cross paths with them. He just hadn't expected it to be so soon. And precisely during the sealing of the one tail. Did he encounter the barrier? Zetsu shook his head. Not yet, but he has already found this place. Alone. I've only seen him so far. Pain's gaze finally turned. Deidara Sasori. Two figures below the cave looked up. They were present in their true forms. Deidara sat beside a large bird, still kneading a lump of clay. Sasori's Hiriko stopped in the shadows, its metallic tail swaying gently, the tip scratching a thin line on the rock. You two go outside and hold him off. Deidara was startled, then grinned. Let me handle that, Uchiha. Perfect, I want to see what he's really made of on. Sasori said nothing, just nodded. The two released their hands, and the technique in midair immediately wavered. The chakra dragons coiled around Gaara decreased by 2, but the remaining ones tightened abruptly. Gaara's body quivered with the impact. Pain raised his hand. Continue. The next moment, the suction from the demonic statue's mouth intensified sharply. The one-tail's chakra was torn from Gaara's body, as if ripped apart, surging out. The rock walls of the cave began to tremble, and fragments of stone fell with a clatter. Zetsu remained by the rock wall. Pain glanced at him. Notify Madara. Zetsu's smile widened. Understood. With that, his body sank back into the rock.